Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 155. When Yue Yang arrived, he discovered that there were hundreds of mercenaries at the entrance of the ant cave, surrounding a mountain rock. On the ground, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. At a glance, he estimated that there were at least 1,000 corpses lying on the ground. As for those summoned beasts, their corpses piled up like a mountain. The dark red blood accumulated into small ponds, and even more blood formed a blood stream, flowing slowly. The scene was extremely tragic. This didn't look like they were fighting over a few golden ant eggs, it looked more like a war had broken out, just like the casualties in a siege battle. Yue Yang couldn't understand at all. How did things become like this? Was there really a need to fight to such an extent just for a few golden ant eggs? Yue Yang felt that he understood the mercenaries quite well. Other than the new mercenaries who had just joined, the old mercenaries who were able to survive were mostly old foxes. They usually bullied the weak and feared the strong, and they cherished their lives very much. Death was the thing they wanted to avoid the most. On the other hand, carpe diem was the greatest hobby of the mercenaries. How could there be more than 1,000 mercenaries with this kind of mentality? They were like well-trained soldiers who didn't fear death and started a war without holding anything back, just to snatch 3 golden ant eggs. Although the golden ant eggs were good, could they be more important than their own lives? Could it be that they were collectively brain damaged? Yue Yang couldn't understand why, but of course, when he saw Wei Tai-lang, whose body was covered with wounds, carrying the unconscious Yu Bing on his back and whining at him, his anger exploded like a barrel of dynamite. Yue Yang felt as if there was a hot current flowing from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Inside his body, in that instant, something exploded. His entire body entered into an uncontrollable, berserk and bloodthirsty state. His strength increased by almost 100 times, and his muscles and skin became extremely excited under this berserk power. His entire body had a special kind of sensitivity, and he could even feel his blood flowing in his blood vessels. His heartbeat, the sound of thunder. At this moment, other than destruction, there was no other thought in Yue Yang's mind. Surprisingly, Yue Yang found that his consciousness was completely awake. This kind of anger was difficult to suppress, but at the same time, it was as contradictory as a raging flame burning on ice. He knew that killing would cause countless people to die, but at the same time, an impulse surged in his heart, giving him a thirst to slaughter all the creatures in front of him. In Yue Yang's eyes, these people in front of him were no longer human. In his berserk state, Yue Yang felt that they were as insignificant as ants, as lowly as ants. As for their actions of offending his family, Yue Yang subconsciously thought that these people were unforgivable. Since the ants had bitten people, they should be trampled to death. This was Yue Yang's mentality when he was on a rampage. All of you, die for me. Yue Yang held Wei Jin in one hand and the crescent blade in the other, roaring in extreme anger. Purple flames soared into the sky, and Yue Yang's aura exploded. Rumble. The shockwave spread rapidly. After going berserk, he was completely different from his usual appearance. Golden lightning flashed in his eyes, and his clothes and hair moved without any wind. A faint layer of golden light appeared around his body. A mystical halo appeared beneath his feet. Yue Yang didn't have the time to pay attention to the strange phenomenon after he went berserk. Right now, he only craved for blood and slaughter. Only these could let him vent the hatred in his heart. The mercenaries didn't have any time to react. Even the experts hidden among them only saw a golden figure pouncing on them like a demon god. It was even more exaggerated than a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In the blink of an eye, a crazy massacre began. Only when countless heads and limbs were thrown up high, until countless necks were spurting blood into the sky, did they hear Yue Yang's bellow. The speed at which Yue Yang flew was faster than the sound of his bellow. As his thunder-like bellow shook the mountains, Yue Yang had already killed at least 100 people. All the mercenaries who surrounded the cliff, regardless of their level, regardless of the size of their beasts, had all become Yue Yang's targets. The mercenaries were like wheat being cut by a knife, falling to the ground one after another. When Yue Yang rushed over like a whirlwind, the parts of their bodies that had been cut off were blown up by the strong wind and scattered everywhere. They didn't even have time to react or escape. They didn't even have time to scream before they were killed on the spot by the berserk Yue Yang. Ding! When Yue Yang rushed back and forth among the mercenaries like a hurricane, he suddenly realized that this person could actually use his weapon to block his thunderous slash when he swung his blade at an ordinary-looking mercenary. This person had a very strange feeling, and Yue Yang couldn't help but notice that he was different from the others. If Yue Yang had completely lost his mind, he might have just rushed over and not thought about these things. Furthermore, this person immediately hid into the crowd, as if he was unwilling to reveal his true strength. He was only forced to defend against Yue Yang's fatal slash just now. Yue Yang shouted loudly, and his aura exploded outwards, blowing away the surrounding mercenaries like a hurricane. He then used his level 3 divine vision to look at this strange man who was the only one who wouldn't be blown away by his aura. With one look, Yue Yang immediately had a feeling of realization. So there was really something wrong with this matter. It turned out that there were actually 2 level 6 elders and 8 level 5 grandmasters hidden among this group of ordinary mercenaries. It wasn't that there weren't any rankers in the Soaring Dragon continent, but there definitely weren't any level 6 elders mercenaries. A level 6 elder would normally be appointed as a city master by the country. Even if they didn't like being a city master, they would still be the country's general. Even if there was a ranker who was willing to be a lowly mercenary, a ranker who had reached the level of a level 6 elder would also go to Tong Tian Tower to form a team and train. It was impossible for them to stay in the Soaring Dragon continent to be a normal mercenary. If there was, then there must be something strange going on. There must be some unspeakable conspiracy, just like what was happening now. Kill. Yue Yang didn't care who these 2 elders were, and didn't care what conspiracy they had. As long as they dared to hurt his sister, even if they were princes, he would still kill them without hesitation. Almost at the moment when he saw the opponent's strength, Yue Yang had already attacked. He leapt above that person's head, and slashed down with his Wei Jin magic blade. That person's speed was extremely fast, but he didn't receive the attack head-on. His body was like a loach that slithered among the mercenaries, moving unpredictably. What made Yue Yang the most furious was that this guy had even tried to change his appearance while escaping, turning into another mercenary to confuse the berserk Yue Yang. If Yue Yang had lost his mind, then his act of changing his appearance might have succeeded. However, right now, he had become a laughing stock. Yue Yang waved his crescent blade, and suddenly, he slowly drew a perfect, spherical beheader. That person turned his head to look, and his face immediately revealed a shocked expression. He screamed, "Not good, this brat still has his mind, and his strength is very high. He knows powerful combat skills." He thought that Yue Yang would attack him, and so he quickly slithered through the crowd like a leopard cat. Yue Yang didn't chase after him. Suddenly, Yue Yang disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, disappearing without a trace. Then, he magically teleported behind an ordinary mercenary who was quietly climbing up the cliff. His killing intent skyrocketed as he stretched out his crescent blade, and placed it on that person's neck. He shouted, "Disgusting idiot, turn around. Let me tell you what will happen to the idiot who kidnapped my family." That mercenary's whole body trembled. He never would have thought that, from 100 meters away, this terrifying killer would appear behind him without a sound. When he heard Yue Yang's shout and turned around, Yue Yang's hands threw away his twin blades, and directly twisted his neck. Bit by bit, extremely slowly, Yue Yang broke the mercenary's neck. Before that mercenary died, he let out an incomparably miserable howl that echoed in the valley for a long time, causing the other mercenaries to feel their hair stand on end. Yue Yang forcefully twisted the head off his neck, raised it up high, and smashed it onto the rock surface, smashing it into a rotten watermelon. He then kicked it flying angrily towards the side of the mountain wall, forming a pile of flesh and bones that no one could see clearly. "Wei Tai Lang, you stupid dog, you're completely useless. You can't even protect a person." Yue Yang first picked up Yu Bing, then angrily raised his leg and kicked Wei Tai Lang violently. Although it was beaten, Yue Yang also transferred a large amount of innate qi into its body at the same time. Wei Tai Lang's injuries healed quickly, and his demonic energy exploded once again. He howled towards the sky, and the black flames on his body reignited. He jumped up and roared majestically at the beasts below the cliff, announcing his resurrection and new life. As long as its master was here, it would forever be the unkillable Wei Tai Lang. Yue Yang hurriedly treated his sister, and placed her on a clean rock. He then crushed the healing stone, allowing the white light to heal her body. However, when he saw Yu Bing's pale face, and the many bleeding wounds on her body, Yue Yang's anger once again exploded. "You damned ants, All of you, die for me. All of you, perish for me. Yue Yang, who had gone berserk for the second time, could increase his strength and aura by a few times. This time, he didn't pick up his crescent blade or Wei Jin magic blade. Instead, he took out the burning blood scythe left behind by the blood scythe demon, and jumped down from the cliff, facing the group of mercenaries below, and slashed down from high above. A level 5 Grandmaster had summoned a bronze-ranked level 4 steel-armored armadillo, and his body was invulnerable. However, under Yue Yang's furious slash, his body was slashed into 2 halves. The strengthening effect was completely useless in front of Yue Yang, who had gone berserk. His other comrade was also a level 5 Grandmaster. He wanted to escape, but before he could even run 5 meters, a magic whip that was burning with black flames lashed down on his head, smashing his entire body into the ground. The tip of the whip was like a snake, crackling loudly. A human head was sent flying into the air. The level 6 elder, who was the first to receive Yue Yang's slash and continuously changed his attire while running away, secretly summoned a smoke-like beast and made his body invisible. He was a level 6 elder who looked like an ordinary mercenary and liked to hide in the crowd. While Yue Yang was waving his blood scythe and slaughtering crazily, this fellow was even more cunning than a mouse. He hid his body and quickly escaped through the gaps between the rock walls. Even if it was a level 6 elder, he would not fight him. When he escaped 50 meters away, he went into the gap between the rocks. Looking back, he realized that the massacre outside was still ongoing. No one had noticed his existence. He couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a teleportation scroll and prepared to escape. Suddenly, a demon king's trident pierced deep into his buttocks, and came out from between his legs. His body was strengthened by the strengthening type beast, Golden Bull, but that kind of strong defense was useless. His body, which was originally impenetrable by swords, was pierced through like a thin piece of paper by the demon king's trident. Without waiting for that person to struggle, Yue Yang had already pulled out his trident and lifted him up into the air along with his trident, ruthlessly smashing him onto the ground. That level 6 elder supported his body with his hands in pain. Before he could even groan, Yue Yang's foot had already arrived and landed heavily on his face. Broken teeth and fresh blood flew everywhere. At the same time that fellow's body was sent flying, the demon king's trident in Yue Yang's hands shot out like lightning, piercing his body deeply into the mountain wall. He sneered angrily, hiding your head but showing your tail. Since you want to pretend to be a tortoise so much, I'll let you pretend to your heart's content. At the critical moment of life and death, that level 6 elder immediately changed. He silently chanted a summon in his heart, and his whole body emitted a blood-red light. He smashed his fist heavily onto the stone wall. The stone wall exploded into pieces. His whole body twisted like a snake. His body that was pierced deep into the trident actually loosened, and he quickly escaped from Yue Yang's demon king's trident. Although he was heavily injured, he was still a level 6 elder after all. Even now, he still had the ability to escape. If you guys don't make a move now, we'll all die here. That elder summoned a forest boa that was thicker than a water bucket in midair, ordering it to stop Yue Yang. On the other hand, he used both his hands to climb up the stone wall and quickly ran towards his companions, shouting anxiously, "Quickly summon a meteor and use it to smash him to death. This brat's brute strength is astonishing, using beasts won't work. We must use a meteor. Don't hide anymore, quickly come and help me. Quickly kill this brat." The 2 nearest level 5 Grandmaster quickly came to the rescue. They summoned a bronze-skinned lion and an iron-boned cheetah to help the heavily injured level 6 elder. However, in front of the berserk Yue Yang, these 2 bronze-ranked level 4 beasts were simply like paper. The Demon King's trident's terrifying killing power was something that even a level 6 elder, who was buffed by a bronze-ranked level 6 strengthening type, Golden Bull, couldn't withstand, not to mention these bronze-ranked level 4 beasts. The forest boa let Yue Yang cut off the snake's head with his trident. The iron-boned lion let Yue Yang's trident pierce through its mouth and out from the back of its head. As for the iron-boned cheetah, it had already turned around and ran away in fear. In the end, Yue Yang's trident pierced through its anus and out from its abdomen. "Stop him, I need at least a minute to completely summon them." The other level 6 elder, who was hiding in the crowd, was an elemental-type ranker. His expression was extremely ugly. Yue Yang's unexpected appearance and his incomparably strong strength had caused his entire plan to fail. He was even in danger of losing his life. These were not the most important things. If this plan was leaked, the consequences would be unthinkable. Not only him, many people would be executed by the higher-ups, hence, he had to silence them. No matter what, he had to kill this brat and his companions. Only by killing everyone here as soon as possible, would his plan be a success. However, would Yue Yang give him that kind of time? Yue Yang, whose entire body was covered in the blood of the mercenaries and beasts, looked like a demon god. Wielding the Demon King's trident, he casually cut the beasts that were blocking his way into pieces of meat as he walked forward step by step. Other than the remaining 6 level 5 Grandmaster S and 2 level 6 Elder S, the rest of the mercenaries, even those who were not injured, were so scared that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. Everyone was trembling as they looked at Yue Yang, whose killing intent was soaring to the heavens. Every step he took was like stepping on their souls. It was as if the mountains around them were shaking. He was like a demon god descending to the world. Every step he took was like a thunderbolt, every step he took was like a thunderclap. Die, Yue Yang said it very simply. He only said one word, but when he said this word, everyone's heart was shrouded by the shadow of death. Chapter 156 The heavily injured level 6 elder supported himself on the rock with one hand and took out a summoning crystal with the other, summoning his last beast. A bronze-ranked level 5 giant mammoth appeared in front of Yue Yang. It had long tusks and a body the size of a small mountain. This kind of beast was definitely an invincible existence that could sweep the battlefield. However, such a huge giant mammoth felt a deep sense of fear when it stood in front of the rampaging Yue Yang. When everyone looked at it, they realized that the giant mammoth's mountain-like body was actually trembling slightly. Its small eyes revealed a terrified expression. When Yue Yang took a step forward, the giant mammoth couldn't help but take a step back. The level 6 elder realized that the situation was not good, so he quickly focused his mind and ordered it to charge towards Yue Yang, using its 4 pillar-like legs to crush the enemy. Its master's order and the fear in its heart were fighting against each other. The giant mammoth's feet were struggling. It raised its feet from time to time, as if it wanted to charge forward and crush all its enemies. It also seemed like it wanted to retreat and escape from the battlefield. Its feet were raised high, but it was hesitant. Sometimes it wanted to move forward, sometimes it wanted to move back. Helplessly, it stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. The element-type level 6 elder at the back hurriedly summoned, Meteor. A fiery red light flashed. A creature that looked like a fire crow was summoned. It then flew straight to the sky and spread out soundlessly, forming a ball of fire. After the fire, the whole sky was dyed blood red. Even the clouds looked like they were about to bleed. There were waves of ripples in the sky, like a breeze blowing across a lake. The blood-red ripples in the air became bigger and bigger. It rotated from inside to outside, faster and faster. In the end, a few burning meteors appeared and smashed down with a rumbling sound. The 2 biggest meteors shot towards the top of the cliff, 2 towards the top of Yue Yang's head, and the last one fell on the mercenaries' heads. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. All the mercenaries secretly thought that they were done for. Under the attack of the meteors, how could they survive? Surprisingly, Yue Yang didn't stop it at all. It seemed like he had purposely allowed the element-type beast, level 6 elder, to summon Meteor. The ordinary mercenaries were currently afraid of death, so no one could guess what he was thinking. However, the 6 masters and 2 sect masters were extremely baffled. Why didn't this raging fellow make a move to stop them? Just as they were about to retreat to a cave in the stone wall and wait for Yue Yang to be smashed into meat paste by the meteorite in time, the giant mammoth suddenly betrayed them. Its seemingly cumbersome body was actually very agile. It turned around and rushed into the stone pit immediately, leaving only its big butt exposed outside. What made them even more dumbfounded was that when the giant mammoths moved aside, there was a gold-ranked bloody queen right in front of them. She flapped her wings and flew towards them. Her speed was even faster than lightning. No one was able to stop her in time. Just as the few grandmasters raised their weapons, they heard an extremely shrill banshee scream exploding in their ears. The 6 masters were all stunned. The sect master, who had been severely injured by Yue Yang, was so shocked that his eardrums exploded. Unable to support his body with his hands, he tumbled down from the rock. However, the person who was injured the most by the bloody queen's banshee's scream was definitely not him. Instead, it was the other element-type beast elder who was controlling the meteorite with his mind. If Yue Yang had not attended school before, and had not listened to Grandma Wu Tang's lessons, he would not have been able to do so. If that was the case, he would have pounced forward earlier and used brute force to solve the problem, preventing the other party from casting an elemental meteor. Right now, he had learned the simplest method from Grandma Wu Tang, and that was, interrupt. When an enemy summons an element-type beast, it must be controlled with one's mind. The stronger the element-type beast, the higher the requirement for one's mind to control it. If one lost control of one's mind, one would suffer from the element-type beast's backlash. This was the same as when a strengthening-type beast left its body, or when a beast-type beast ran away. It was all because the owner had lost control of the beast. Furthermore, the backlash of an element-type beast was the scariest among all the beasts. Elemental-type beasts usually had destructive powers. Once they started to bite back, the one who would be destroyed would be its owner. Yue Yang could kill the fire crow before it could fly up to the sky and summon a meteor. That way, it would be considered as an initial interrupt. Its death would cause its owner to have a splitting headache. When the meteor was successfully summoned and controlled by the owner's mind, it would fall. At this time, if he were to interrupt again, the result would be the 5 meteors suddenly changed their direction, drawing an arc in the air as they fell towards the direction of the element-type beast, the level 6 elder. Ah, no, when the elder woke up from his dizziness, he realized that the meteors had already fallen on top of his head. He couldn't help but let out a sorrowful cry. Yue Yang threw the ugly behemoth monster onto Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers' bodies, covering them. He then stood on top of the behemoth monster, carrying Yu Bing in his arms as he raised his shield. The bloody queen flew in like an arrow and hugged Yue Yang tightly. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze in any more, Wei Tai-lang lowered his head and hid under the behemoth monster's stomach. Before its tail could even be seen, an earth-shattering explosion had already occurred. 5 meteors that were burning with raging flames crashed heavily into the canyon almost at the same time. The mountains shook and the flames raged. The shockwave and flames had completely destroyed all the living things in the ant-hole. The huge explosion and shaking was like an earthquake. The walls of the mountain cracked one after another and collapsed. Broken rocks as big as millstones flew everywhere. The giant mammoth that was hiding in the cave was also sent flying into the sky and was thrown high up into the sky by the mushroom-shaped flames. A pillar-shaped mountain peak was broken. Half of the mountain collapsed and countless broken rocks appeared. More than half of the rocky mountain slowly fell down. In the end, it became faster and faster, rumbling as it went straight into the canyon. The mountain peak was less than 20 meters away from Yue Yang as it turned towards the bottom of the canyon. The earth shook again. Yue Yang was speechless. If Lu Xing's fall was within his calculations, then this pillar-shaped mountain peak being broken was outside of his calculations. Luckily it did not smash onto the cliff. Otherwise, he would have to kick Yi Kong and the others into the abyss on the other side. Then, he would have to ask the Bloody Queen to save them before they were smashed into meat patties. The difficulty of this was not low at all. Forget about the number of people, Fatty Hai had also turned into a monster. His weight, the mercenaries in the canyon were definitely done for. Forget about them, even the 2 elders and the 6 Grand Masters would definitely die. First it was the meteor that smashed down, and now it was a mountain peak. Even if they were the ancestors of cockroaches, they wouldn't be able to survive. After the 2 huge tremors, the cliff became slightly slanted. Luckily it was sturdy enough and didn't collapse. Wei Tai-lang dizzily crawled out and crawled to the edge of the cliff to take a look. He discovered that there was no meat underneath, it had all been buried by the broken rocks. After the shock, Yi Kong, who was exhausted, crawled out from under the behemoth's stomach with great difficulty. Shaking his buzzing head, he used his muddy hands to wipe the bloodstains from his mouth and nose. He asked Yue Yang weakly, "What's going on? I seem to have dreamt that someone was burning firecrackers, that's about it." Yue Yang's berserk state gradually subsided. He also felt a little tired. "Then who's the monster that's pressing down on my back?" Yi Kong asked as he discovered that there was an extremely ugly monster that was snoring like thunder. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. "Didn't you hear that his snoring is very familiar?" Yue Yang felt that anyone who had heard Fatty Hai's snoring would definitely not mistake it for someone else. "He's a damn fatty." Yi Kong was so shocked that his jaw dropped. "Do you think that other than him, there's another person in this world who can still sleep so soundly after suffering such a serious injury?" Yue Yang felt that Fatty Hai's ability to sleep was a kind of inherent skill, a great inherent skill. No matter what time it was, he could sleep. One couldn't help but admire him for this point. Yi Kong stared blankly for a while before nodding his head stupidly. He was sure that this ugly monster was Fatty High's transformation. However, he was very curious. This was not a strengthening type beast, nor was it an element type beast. It was definitely not a beast type beast. What kind of beast did Fatty High summon? How did he become a monster as well? In Fatty High's bronze grimoire, there was no such beast. Regarding this, Yi Kong was puzzled. Yue Yang had long known that Fatty High had extraordinary potential, but Fatty High had never told him about it. He also respected Fatty High's privacy, so he did not mention it at all. After healing with the medical stone for a long time, Fatty High's monstrous body gradually returned to his original appearance. However, before his monstrous appearance disappeared, he let out an extremely smelly fart. A yellow fog came out and lingered for a long time, scaring the bloody queen and Wei Tai Lang into running away. As for Yue Yang, he had already teleported 100 meters away with Yu Bing in his arms. Surprisingly, Yue Yang, who was in a berserk state, was able to teleport very accurately. Although he had recovered, his teleportation destination was very far from his original destination. He crashed into the mountain wall in the opposite direction. If it wasn't for his fast reflexes, he would have fallen into the valley. Yi Kong had originally wanted to help Fatty High up out of goodwill, but he didn't expect to be hit by the huge fart. He suffocated and fell to the ground in the middle of the yellow fog-like fart, foaming at the mouth. His legs twitched like a bug that had been sprayed with insecticide. Fortunately, the mountain winds in the despair abyss were strong. In a short while, the sticky yellow fog was blown away. Fatty High, who was covered in red light, suddenly woke up from his sleep. He muttered to himself, "I think I smell barbecued meat, get down immediately, or else I'll kill you." Yi Kong, who was sitting on Fatty High's butt, gritted his teeth and grabbed at his weapon on the ground. You monkey is still alive. Aren't you already dead? Then I was sad for nothing." Fatty High looked at Yi Kong innocently, not realizing that his big butt was the culprit that was taking Yi Kong's life. "I'm not dead, but I'm about to be squashed to death by you." Yi Kong's spine was groaning. He, who was exhausted, couldn't break free from Fatty High's seat no matter how hard he tried. "Brother." The weak Yu Bing woke up and saw Yue Yang the moment she opened her eyes. She hugged Yue Yang excitedly. She, who was stubborn, finally shed tears of joy. "I knew that you would definitely return safely," Yue Yang comforted her softly. He lovingly caressed the black hair on her head and wiped away her tears of excitement. In the sky far away, there were also many large flying beasts carrying a few men dressed as mercenaries, watching everything that happened in the valley. Finally, under the command of a middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader, those flying beasts silently obeyed his order and quickly left, as if they had never appeared before. Before he left, the middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader especially glanced at Yue Yang. His expression was extremely complicated. It seemed to be hatred, surprise, and fear. He looked at the gold-ranked level 5 bloody queen and hurriedly urged his flying mount to catch up with the group. Very quickly, they left the valley. This matter is definitely not simple. Yue Yang also used his divine vision and deeply remembered the middle-aged man's appearance. He was prepared to wait for Luo Hua's city mistress to come and ask her. If this matter was related to him, then he would definitely investigate it to the end. No matter who was behind this, he would definitely investigate it to the end. He would follow the clues to find the main culprit. "Brother, there are a lot of fire red ants crawling out from there." Yu Bing was currently lying weakly in Yue Yang's embrace. Suddenly, she realized that there was some movement below the valley. Could it be that the golden ant eggs are still there? Yue Yang looked and immediately thought of something. Chapter 157. Half of the ant hole had collapsed, and the fire red ants gushed out endlessly. They did not care about the human flesh that they usually loved. They just kept moving a pile of rubble. Many giant soldier ants came out and patrolled around. A few of them even crawled towards Yue Yang. Without waiting for Yue Yang to make a move, Grey Wolf, who hated the fire red ants a lot, immediately sent them down the mountain. Blazing black flames of hell sprayed onto their antennae, and a few soldier ants immediately rolled down in pain. In the ant nest where tens of thousands of ants were in a commotion, no matter how strong Grey Wolf was, it would not be able to gain an advantage. However, in the face of just a few soldier ants, it could easily beat these big guys that were more than a few meters long. The anger that had accumulated when he was surrounded by the ants in the ant hole could finally be released. Grey Wolf was very pleased. As long as a fire red ant left the group, he would go up and beat it up. The crushed rocks were all moved away, and a few packages hidden in the cracks of the rocks were found by the fire red ants. Yue Yang and the others looked down at everything and realized that there really were golden ant eggs. The 3 golden eggs were carefully carried by the fire red ants, preparing to be transported back to their nest. Yue Yang's heart skipped a beat. Although it was useless to him, these golden beast eggs were not bad either. Yi Kong and the others might be able to use them. Yue Yang threatened to ask Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others who were on the opposite cliff, who wants it. 2 gold-ranked ant soldier beasts, one of which is a golden female ant, which is the future ant queen. I don't want that. Yi Kong hurriedly waved his hands. Previously, he had already contracted the Herculean rhinoceros beetle. This time, he should give this opportunity to his companions, give it to Fatty Hai and the others. What? I don't want it either. The naked Fatty Hai covered his lower body and shouted, I only want to contract summon beasts with beautiful women. I don't care about ants. Cut 2 for Li Qi Li, I don't care at all. Although he appeared to be carefree on the surface, in reality, his heart was aching terribly, and the fat on his face was trembling. If it was any other time, he might have gladly agreed. However, ever since Yue Yang stood up for him last time, he had made up his mind to turn over a new leaf. After Yue Yang came up with a special training plan for him, Fatty Hai knew his future direction of development. That was his iron rhinoceros. The iron rhinoceros was a guardian beast. Although it was still a little weak right now, after it was upgraded to silver ranked or gold ranked, the value of nurturing it would be much higher than nurturing a golden ant soldier that was not a guardian beast. At the very least, the iron rhinoceros would never die, and it would never defect. It was the most trustworthy companion for life. Although the golden ant soldiers were good, once they died, they would lose everything. Besides, soldier ants had no intelligence and only had instincts. They were not very useful in battle. Fortunately, this was a strengthening type beast. If it was a warbeast type gold-ranked ant soldier, it might not even be as useful as a silver-ranked demon wolf. Leave the female golden ant to the ant colony. It is the future ant queen. We only need those 2 golden ant soldiers. Li Qi and Li Jie felt that if they did not increase their strength as soon as possible, it would not do. With the golden ant soldiers, their strength would increase by at least 10 times. In that case, they believed that they would not be a burden to everyone anymore. They were very self-aware. Being able to contract a gold-ranked beast like the golden ant soldier was already a great fortune that they could only dream of. Furthermore, these golden ant soldiers were still eggs and larvae. They could be nurtured slowly. If not for Yue Yang, even if they saw these golden ant eggs, they would not be able to obtain them. They could only look at the treasures and swallow their saliva. Under Yue Yang's signal, the bloody queen flew down from the sky. She made her move and snatched the 2 golden ant eggs. The ant colony was immediately thrown into chaos. However, they had a natural fear towards the gold-ranked bloody queen. At the same time, they could not fly, so they could not chase after her. They could only strengthen their protection of the female golden ant egg. Dozens of fire red ants climbed onto their companions' bodies, forming a densely packed ant wall. As for the female golden ant egg, it was quickly transported back into the ant hole. The large group of ant soldiers stayed behind until the female golden ant egg disappeared into the depths of the ant hole. Only then did they pick up the stone and seal the ant hole tightly, as if they were afraid that the bloody queen would chase after them. They had a natural instinct to protect their ant queen. Compared to the ant soldiers, the ant queen was their everything. Although that was only an unhatched female golden ant egg, since this egg was born from the previous generation's ant queen, it was destined to become the next ant queen. This ant egg is really sturdy. Yue Yang realized that after experiencing 2 earth-shattering tremors, the 2 golden ant eggs were not damaged at all. If it was me, I would be like the monkey and make a chaos egg. Although the King Kong demon ape after the monkey's fusion is trash, it is still much stronger than before. Fatty Hai didn't have any clothes on. Seeing that the bloody queen and Yu Bing had come, he quickly hid behind a rock. Although he didn't dare to come out, his voice was unwilling to be left out, and he ferociously gave the Li brothers a rotten idea. No, we don't want to fuse with a chaos egg. Li Qi and Li Jie both rejected at the same time. The success rate was 1 in 10,000, this was simply despairing. Furthermore, this was already a gold-ranked beast, why take the risk? Yue Yang also felt that using a gold-ranked beast egg to fuse with a bastard beast was really a pain in the ass, the higher the level of the beast, the harder it was to find a suitable chaos egg. Yue Yang's idea was really a little like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Although it was an ant soldier, it was still a gold-rank beast. This was already very good, it was better not to be too greedy. After a big battle, although there were many dangers, the rewards were still quite big. Not mentioning Yue Yang, Yu Bing and Fatty Hai's summoning grimoires had both leveled up. Yu Bing's high-rank bronze grimoire had officially turned into a silver grimoire. At the same time that her grimoire had obtained a blank page, her intense poison inherent skill had also leveled up. Yue Yang discovered that her 100-years-old tree ant defender was faintly showing signs of leveling up. He reckoned that with the help of an external force, it would be able to smoothly level up to silver ranked. Fatty Hai's bronze grimoire had leveled up from beginner rank to middle ranked. The ancient code had bestowed him a young female hippopotamus beast. Although this young hippopotamus looked stupid, it was bestowed by the ancient code. Fatty Hai didn't dare to abandon it. Once a beast bestowed by the ancient code was abandoned, it would never be bestowed by another beast ever again. In the future, when the summoning grimoire leveled up, it would at most obtain a blank page. Looking at Fatty Hai's depressed expression, Yi Kong laughed until tears flowed down his cheeks. No matter what, this is still a bronze-rank beast. If you nurture it properly, you might even be able to nurture a little hippopotamus beauty after the rhinoceros beauty. Yi Kong laughed so hard that he rolled on the floor. I am open-minded, calm, and kind-hearted. I won't lower myself to your level, you monkey. Fatty Hai tried his best to act like a refined and courteous gentleman in front of the bloody queen. However, his boasting was a waste of effort, because the bloody queen didn't even look at him. Seeing that Fatty Hai's fawning had failed, Yi Kong pretended to be sympathetic and patted his shoulders. When Fatty Hai thought that he would comfort him, Yi Kong put him down with one sentence. Fatty, you don't have the right to be kind, but you can be generous and fat. Look at your fat body, it's exactly the same as your little hippopotamus. I dare to say that you, the iron rhinoceros and little hippopotamus, this family of three, are a perfect match. Hee hee. Even Yu Bing was amused by these words. After the Li brothers contracted the golden ant soldier, they roared at the same time. On their bodies, a layer of light golden bones appeared. It was like an armor, covering almost half of their bodies. Yi Kong raised his fist and punched with all his might. Li Qi's chest was punched, but his body only shook slightly. He didn't move an inch. If it was in the past, he would have been blasted more than 10 meters away by Yi Kong's full-force punch. He might even have broken his ribs. Now, he was completely fine after receiving Yi Kong's full-force punch. This was only the defensive power of the newly hatched golden ant soldier. If it was nurtured into a mature golden ant soldier, its defensive power would probably increase by a few times. Moreover, the area of its body would also increase until it completely covered its entire body. So strong, as expected of a gold-ranked beast. Yi Kong exclaimed, actually it's a little painful. If you summon the King Kong demon ape and give me another punch, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it. Li Qi nodded his head in surprise. Your golden ant soldier is still a hatchling, there's still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Moreover, after I contracted the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, my strength has increased by at least 10 times. Even if I don't summon the King Kong demon ape, I can still send Fatty flying with one punch. Yi Kong affirmed the value of the golden ant soldier, but Fatty Hai objected loudly. Hey, don't use me as an example, I'm not a punching bag. Its defensive power is not bad, and it's alright in other areas too. Its only weakness is that it doesn't have intelligence. Looks like it'll be very difficult to break through to gold ranked in the future. Yue Yang sighed lightly. Although the golden ant soldier was a gold ranked beast, its potential was still limited. It was not the most ideal beast. To be able to have a gold-ranked beast is already the greatest honor of our lives. We will cherish it. Li Jie nodded his head towards Yue Yang solemnly. He and Li Qi were the kind of people who didn't speak much. They knew that they were not talented enough, and needed to work 1,000 times harder in order to make any progress. Although the golden ant soldier was not the best gold-ranked beast. But, in this world, how many warriors had gold-ranked beasts? They did not have any outstanding talent, nor did they have the support of a huge family. These two ordinary youngsters had beasts that others could only dream of. What else could they not be satisfied with? In comparison, even the most promising Yi Kong and the grimoire owner Fatty Hai did not have gold-ranked beasts. How could they not know how to be satisfied? If they hadn't met Yue Yang, they might have already starved to death in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. Even if they hadn't, they would still be two bodyguards who were just messing around. Who knew when they would die in the mouth of a beast? If it wasn't for Yue Yang, would they be where they are today? Hence, the two brothers Li Qi and Li Jie especially cherished and appreciated everything that Yue Yang had given them. They didn't say a word of thanks, because they couldn't thank him with words. They had already decided in their hearts that they would use the rest of their lives to repay this extraordinary man who had completely changed their lives. Oh no, if Sister Inen, Brother Inen has already come to Hope Town and encountered the mercenaries' battle, she might be in danger. Yu Bing immediately cried out in fear as she remembered something. When Yi Kong and the others thought about it, they all broke out in cold sweat. If Inen coincidentally came to Hope Town at this time, her situation would be very bad. Yi Kong and the others all looked towards Yue Yang, hoping that he would come up with an idea. Inen has the grimoire, she should be fine. Yue Yang comforted Yu Bing. He felt that it would be better to go back and take a look, so he nodded his head. Let's go back to Hope Town and see what exactly is going on. I keep feeling that the mercenaries, madness and killing each other is very strange. There must be someone behind it. Then let's go back quickly. To Yu Bing, Sister Inen was her future sister-in-law. She didn't want to see anything happen to Inen. Chapter 158. By the time they returned to Hope Town, it was already midnight. Before he even got close, Yue Yang could already smell a thick stench of blood assaulting his nose. In the darkness, a large group of low-level scavengers came after hearing the smell. Their eyes shone with a faint green light under the light of the fire. From time to time, they could hear quarrels and conflicts breaking out. There was also the unique, eat, laughter of hyenas, echoing each other. It was terrifying and creepy, making people's hair stand on end. The town was ablaze. Other than some burning houses, there were also countless patrolling soldiers holding torches in their hands. All the surviving mercenaries and civilians were sitting on the ground, surrounded by the soldiers in circles. Are you survivors? A tall and sturdy captain of the patrol team walked out from the crowd and asked vigilantly, are there any survivors at the bottom of the valley? What's the situation down there? We are all students from the Ivy Academy, here to train. Yue Yang handed over the application form and the school badge approved by the academy. Students from Da Xia Empire. The team leader frowned for a moment. These were students from the Great Xia Kingdom, and if he didn't handle this well, it would escalate into a serious diplomatic incident. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he quickly nodded and inquired, are there any casualties? No, right, that's great, you guys are very lucky. Come, please rest here. Don't worry, after resting, we will send you back to your country as soon as possible. Before that, we hope to get your help. Can you tell us about the situation at the bottom of the valley? Are there any survivors down there? I don't know, I think they're all dead. We managed to avoid a disaster in the ant hole. When we came out, everyone was already dead. There were even meteors falling from the sky. The whole valley was a mess, we were almost buried. Yue Yang said lightly, it seems like this incident was caused by the golden ant egg. Yi Kong added, those mercenaries have all gone crazy. Fatty Hai pretended to be frightened. We're back to look for our companion. Her name is Inen. We'll set off 2 days later. Please help us check if she's already here. Yu Bing was most worried about her sister Inen's safety. Very good, thank you for the information you provided. We will record it in your training and give you extra points. As for your companions, we will follow up. If your companions are still in Hope Town, we will bring them to you as soon as possible. The squad leader led Yue Yang and the others to a well-preserved hut and sent someone to deliver hot water and steamed buns. After registering Yue Yang and the others' names, the squad leader hurriedly left. About half an hour later, a man dressed like a general pushed open the door and entered. The squad leader respectfully followed behind him. Seeing Yue Yang and the others' wary expressions, the squad leader hurriedly waved his hands. Students, it's all right. Our general just wants to understand the situation in the valley. This matter might not be simple. We need the help of the Da Xia Empire's students. It's all right, everyone sit down and talk. The general, who was originally solemn and frowning, also tried his best to smile. Students, I'm Ma Xingkong. You can call me Old Ma. Old General Ma. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai cooperated with each other and called out in unison. There's no record of your companion. He should be as lucky as you and escaped from this disaster. Or maybe he hasn't come yet. Students, can you tell us what happened? That old General Ma stretched out his hand and patted Fatty Hi's shoulder. Then, he pretended to be easygoing and sat in front of Yue Yang. With one look, he could tell that this low-key masked young man was the backbone of this team. A man who had a silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf as a pet, old General Ma did not doubt his ability to survive. With him around, it was normal for this group to return safe and sound. Even if this young man was unusually low-key, the crescent blade on his back had unknowingly exposed the fact that he was a ranker. This was the weapon of a demon general. There was not a single weapon shop in the Soaring Dragon continent that sold this kind of demon weapon. Old General Ma knew that if he wanted to understand the ins and outs of the entire incident, this young man in front of him might be able to give him the best answer. Yi Kong drank a mouthful of hot tea and pretended to be extremely cooperative. He enthusiastically described the incident. We were originally training and leveling up in the ant hole, but we suddenly heard a cry for help coming from the depths of the ant hole. We wanted to go and save them, but the ant hole was in chaos. There were countless fire red ants, so we were trapped instead. I know it the best. I'm their boss. It was very dangerous at that time, so I decided to leave the ant hole and return to the surface. Fatty Hi acted as if he was the boss. When we came out, we found that the mercenaries had all gone crazy. They were slashing and killing anyone they saw. Li Qi recounted the tragic scene at that time. Afterwards, we were also involved in the battle. But luckily, we found a square rock to hide in. Li Jie nodded. What happened after that? It wasn't that old General Ma didn't believe their words, but he felt that what they said was only one-sided. The one who truly knew the truth was the masked brat in front of him, who had not spoken a single word. He believed that he was the team leader and the true boss of this small team. I didn't leave the ant hole, so I wasn't clear about the situation of the battle outside. Yue Yang felt that if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to hide it from this old General Ma who looked rough but was actually very meticulous. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't tell him about the battle with the Marquis of Zijin, but he told him about what happened in the ant hole. When I entered the ant nest, I found that there were thousands of ants in chaos. In the second layer of the ant nest, countless mercenaries were fighting against the fire-red ants. There were also some who were killing each other. Those mercenaries who had the golden ant eggs were trapped on a platform. The situation was extremely dangerous. Out of humanitarianism, I went to rescue them and gave them teleportation scrolls. Furthermore, I opened up a path and sent those mercenaries into the ant path. Their leader was called Zhang Hao. If you can find him, then you can prove that what I said is true. Yue Yang made a probe to see if that Zhang Hao from the mercenary group was still alive. He was 90% sure that Zhang Hao had not survived. Because if that Zhang Hao was still alive, then old General Ma would know that he had obtained the hard-shelled dragon fruit. He wouldn't ask about the golden ant eggs anymore, and he wouldn't even know how crazy the mercenaries were. When old General Ma heard this, he paused for a moment and said with certainty, there was indeed a Zhang Hao. He had escaped back to Hope Town and asked for help from our guards. However, they were attacked by bandits and the guards were all killed in battle. Zhang Hao and his companions were also captured by the enemy. After that, a chaotic battle broke out. The mercenaries seemed to know about the golden ant eggs and started killing everyone they saw. However, I suspect that the enemy had used some kind of poison to make them go crazy. Otherwise, the mercenaries wouldn't have gone crazy to the point of losing their rationality for the golden ant eggs. What made me even more suspicious was that someone had used some kind of treasure to disrupt the space between Hope Town and the camp. Hence, teleportation was not possible and there were very few people who escaped. Little student, can you tell me more about the meteor bombardment? He felt that Yue Yang's team was definitely related to the meteor bombardment. Maybe the enemy had discovered that there were still survivors, and that they were strong, so they summoned the meteors. In order to cover up the matter regarding the hard-shelled dragon fruit, the Marquis of Zijin, Grandma Kai and the medicine encyclopedia, Yue Yang decided to throw out the later part of the battle to divert old General Ma's attention. He narrated in a calm voice, when I killed my way out of the ant nest filled with thousands of ants, I discovered that my companions were being surrounded and attacked by enemies. Among them were 2 level 5 Grandmasters and a level 6 Elder. They hid in the crowd and encouraged the mercenaries to surround and attack my companions. When they discovered that I had returned, they summoned a forest boa, a bronze-skinned lion and an iron-boned leopard. They even summoned a giant mammoth to attack me. I fell into a bitter battle. The opponent's level 6 elder, who was hiding in the crowd, had even summoned 5 meteors. I took a risk and interrupted his summoning. In the end, the meteors backfired and crashed towards them. In the end, the mountain peak also collapsed. When we woke up from the shock, they had already been picked up by their companions in the sky. There were many flying beasts in the sky, and there were at least 200 people. They had all left after the meteors crashed into the valley. Can you describe the appearance of the elder who summoned the meteors? Old General Ma furrowed his brows. He could tell that although this young man's description was simple, it didn't seem like he was lying. If there was really a level 6 elder who had participated in this matter and even summoned meteors to silence them, then things would become complicated. This matter would be 10 times more serious than he had imagined. Yue Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that old General Ma would temporarily not suspect or pay attention to his experience in the ant hole. Instead, he would place all his attention on that level 6 elder. This was the small detour that Yue Yang had given old General Ma to divert his attention. Looks like this matter wasn't about an enemy who was chasing after him. Since it had nothing to do with him, Yue Yang decided to stay out of this matter. He couldn't be bothered to care about the country's affairs and conspiracies. It would be better for him to concentrate on his personal affairs. Old General Ma wanted to describe the appearance of the level 6 elder. Yue Yang generously described the appearance of the person who summoned the meteors, the appearance of the other level 6 elder, and the appearance of the 2 masters. Yue Yang even pretended not to know that there were 2 level 6 elders. He only said that the person who summoned the meteors was a level 6 beginner elder, and all the mercenaries called that person Sir. When he said this, old General Ma's expression immediately changed. It was obvious that old General Ma knew the 2 elders, and he was very familiar with them. Thank you very much. You have helped our Tian Luo kingdom to uncover a terrifying conspiracy. After we have investigated this thoroughly, we will definitely report this to the Emperor and ask him to give you a special reward. Right now, we suspect that the enemy is still trying to cover up and erase this matter. Please don't leave for the time being. We will gather more experts here, and we will also inform your academy's teachers to come over and bring you home. Of course, don't worry, we will definitely protect your lives. We are an army, and we have the strength to do so. Before old General Ma could finish speaking, a sudden roar came from outside. A huge shockwave shook the wooden door open with a "pa" sound. The entire floor trembled non-stop, and the mud and dust on the beams continuously fell. The sound of an incomparably sharp alarm rang out. The anger in old General Ma's eyes was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He calmly stood up. Before he left, he didn't forget to comfort Yue Yang and the others. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, we have the ability to protect you. Stay in the house for the time being. I will go out and take a look. Yue Yang felt that this result was a little inconceivable. Tian Luo Kingdom had already mobilized their army, but those evildoers still dared to brazenly launch an attack. Who exactly were these fugitives? What kind of earth-shattering secret was hidden in the despair abyss that made them do this at all costs? For a moment, Yue Yang's heart was filled with great curiosity. Could it be that there was something more important than the golden ant eggs and the hard-shelled dragon fruit here? Chapter 159. A screech rang out in the sky. The sound was sharp, like an awl piercing through the night sky. Yue Yang felt that this sound was a little familiar. It sounded like the Bloody Queen's banshee scream, but it wasn't as clear and shrill as the Bloody Queen's banshee scream. It also didn't have a soul-shaking feeling, but instead, had a kind of annoying noise. This kind of sound wasn't as lethal as the banshee scream, but it was unpleasant to listen to. It made people feel disgusted and annoyed. It's the harpies. Oh my god, it's those demons from the falling Kang Mountain. The team leader rushed to the door and trembled. At this time, there were countless flying beasts flying past in the sky. A small number of them could be seen clearly in the light of the fire, but most of them were hidden in the darkness high up in the sky. Yue Yang could only judge that there were groups of flying beasts flying overhead from the movement of the air and the sound of flapping wings. Yue Yang's eyes shared Queen Vivian Li's night vision ability. He could see clearly in a dark hole without any light, let alone now. Within Yue Yang's field of vision, there were at least tens of thousands of different kinds of flying beasts circling in the sky. At the highest point, there were giant eagles and flying dragons circling in the sky. In the middle, there were harpies with black bodies. These harpies were different from the harpies in Tong Tian Tower's space pavilion. These harpies looked extremely ugly and evil. They were covered in wrinkles and looked very disgusting. At the bottom, there were some carrion crows, drummed wing lizards, skin membrane rats, flat snakes and a large number of giant bats. They made all kinds of noises as they searched for their targets, swooping down from different parts of the town to attack the people. The screeches that Yue Yang heard earlier were the screeches of those ugly harpies when they swooped down to attack the soldiers on the ground. Falling Kang Mountain. He had never heard of this place before. Falling Kang Mountain. On the contrary, Fatty Hai was so scared that his whole body trembled as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? Master Hai, quickly tell everyone about it. Yu Bing had never heard of this place before. Falling Kang Mountain, was there such a place in the Soaring Dragon continent? Just as Yue Yang was paying attention to Fatty Hai's reaction, he suddenly heard the sound of another animal. This sound was extremely soft. However, in Yue Yang's ears, it was extremely clear. It made one's blood run cold. That was the sound of one of the three great killers of the Abyss of Despair, the giant spider, crawling. The low-level scavengers that had been loitering outside the town fled in fright, but other than the jackals and hyenas that were the fastest, most of them could not escape the giant spider's hunt. Yue Yang went out and leapt onto the roof. He looked down at the slope at the bottom of the mountain and his heart skipped a beat. He did not know how many giant spiders there were, maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands. They crawled all over the mountain and surrounded Hope Town. These giant spiders that had never left the Despair Abyss had strangely come out of their nests and attacked Hope Town. Yue Yang frowned. If there was no special lure, it would be impossible for so many giant spiders to leave the Despair Abyss, and even more impossible for all of them to hunt for food in Hope Town. Below the house, Fatty Hai's face was pale. He wiped his cold sweat and said with a trembling voice, "The Falling Kang Mountain is a terrifying place. It is located somewhere in the ocean, on a huge island. It is very far away from our Soaring Dragon continent, and there are many terrifying monsters there. That place is also known as the Abandoned Land of the Gods, which means that even the gods have abandoned it. In the Soaring Dragon continent, there are some warriors who have committed the most heinous crimes and are not tolerated by the world. They have escaped there and formed a demonic palace that specializes in destroying the peace of the Soaring Dragon continent. It is said that the Falling Kang Mountain is a place that is even more terrifying than the Demon Abyss. All living creatures are corrupted creatures. Anyone who enters the Falling Kang Mountain will be assimilated by those evil creatures and become an indulgent and crazy corrupted person." Demonic Palace. Yi Kong was stunned. He was very surprised that Fatty Hai's knowledge was not even half of his, but he knew a secret that he had never heard of. Is there really such a place? Why haven't I heard of it before? Yu Bing was still skeptical. There should be, Li Qi and Li Jie said in unison. When they thought of the mercenaries' craziness, they felt that Fatty Hai's words made sense. Those mercenaries who fought crazily, didn't they look like corrupted people who had been assimilated by the evil creatures? For the sake of the golden ant eggs, they were crazy to the extent that they did not care about their family, friends, brothers and sisters, and killed anyone they saw. If it wasn't for the influence of this corrupted person from the Falling Kang Mountain, the mercenaries would not be so abnormal. With regards to the existence of the Falling Kang Mountain's demonic palace, Yue Yang was not surprised. For thousands of years, there were countless kingdoms in the Soaring Dragon continent that were defeated in the struggle for power. The winners were the kings, and the losers were the villains. Countless old and young who survived escaped overseas. It was not strange for them to form such an organization to fight against the Soaring Dragon continent. However, they had such great power that it made Yue Yang a little suspicious. If it wasn't for the support of an innate rancor, how could a group of defeated fugitives have such power to threaten the Tian Luo kingdom? One must know that the combined power of the Tian Luo kingdom was above that of Da Sha and Zijin. They were publicly acknowledged as the strongest kingdom. Even compared to the battle-hungry Zijin kingdom, Tian Luo kingdom was still slightly better. Yue Yang thought about the real and fake elder Tian Suo in the Da Sha kingdom's medical center and the mercenary frenzy today. He felt that there was a turbulent undercurrent in the Soaring Dragon continent. First, they attacked the poisoned soldiers of Da Sha kingdom, sowing discord between Da Sha kingdom and the Floating Mist sect. This time, they created the Golden Ant Eggs incident, causing the mercenary frenzy, and even the Thousand Beasts encirclement tonight. It seemed that there was indeed a powerful mastermind behind the scenes manipulating all these things. If there wasn't the support of an innate rancor, or the support of a powerful sect, it would be impossible to fight against a kingdom like Da Sha and Tian Luo. Thinking further, the pitiful guy's father, Yu Chu, the Yu clan's greatest hope as a genius warrior, was he killed by the demonic palace? The pitiful guy's annulment of the engagement and suicide, were they also related to the demonic palace? Also, Inan seemed to have bad blood with the demonic palace. Looking at it now, Wu Yi, Xiehuo and the others were definitely people from the demonic palace. Especially Xiehuo, who was able to summon the demon King Ha Xin through a blood sacrifice. If he wasn't a degenerate from the demonic palace, how could he have such great power? In short, many things were still a mystery. There was no truth and no answer. Unless he went to look for it and expose it. General, the teleportation circle is being disrupted. A cry of surprise came from the teleportation circle. It turned out that the figures that were continuously being teleported were suddenly interrupted. A black pillar of light strangely floated above the teleportation circle, causing the teleportation circle to be unable to operate normally. What's going on? The people who had just teleported out were in a mess. Hurricane Scout Team, return to the capital and request for reinforcements. Old General Ma's thick eyebrows furrowed even more as he hurriedly waved his hand and gave the order. The personal guards behind him immediately scattered in all directions. Everyone ran 100 meters away and opened their teleportation scrolls one by one. When the flying beasts in the sky saw the white light appearing below, they all swooped down. On the other hand, some degenerate warriors who were riding on flying beasts and hiding in the darkness used their crossbows or strong bows to shoot down these soldiers who were returning to ask for reinforcements. Old General Ma waved his hand and countless soldiers raised their shields in a well-trained manner, blocking the arrows for their companions. There were also archers who raised their bows and shot arrows towards the sky. The Hurricane Scout Team's scattered teleportation had greatly dispersed the enemy's firepower. At the same time, 20 teleportation doors appeared in Hope Town. Even so, there were still many soldiers who tried to escape back to help but were shot down by the warriors in the sky. Only a small number of soldiers managed to escape through the teleportation door in time. The teleportation failed. The space has been distorted by someone. The officer in charge of the teleportation circle was very experienced. With one look, he could tell that the teleportation was not completely successful. Even though the teleportation was successful, the space had been distorted by the enemy's treasure. The teleportation distance was probably 1,000 miles away from the real destination. It was impossible for them to ask for help. When old General Ma heard this, his expression changed slightly. However, he was still calm and composed. He waved his hand and gave the order, "Everyone, defend. Hurricane Scout Team, follow me in advance." "Yes." Hundreds of elite soldiers responded loudly and gathered behind old General Ma. "You guys quickly retreat back into the house. A huge battle is about to break out. Don't worry, I will protect your safety." Even though the squad leader was so scared that his lips were trembling, he still forced himself to calm down and let Yue Yang and the others enter the house. He then used his tall and sturdy body to block the entrance. Even the hand that was holding onto the blade could not stop trembling. When Yue Yang saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. How dare he say that he would protect me with his mediocre skills? Yue Yang, Yu Bing, Yi Kong, Master Hai, are you guys there? Suddenly, a shout came from afar in the noisy environment. It's Sister Inan. Ah, no, it's Brother Inan. Fatty Hai reacted the fastest to a beauty's voice. When he heard it, he immediately jumped up. His speed was extremely fast as he knocked the squad leader away. He stepped on the squad leader's body and rushed out of the door, shouting everywhere, "We're here, we're here." "Inan, where are you?" "Over there." Yu Bing's eyes were sharp. She immediately discovered Inan, who was dressed as a thief, standing at the edge of the teleportation circle in the middle of the town. She hurriedly waved her hand, "I'm here. It's dangerous over there, come quickly." In the sky, a flying dragon flapped its huge wings and spiraled downwards. It stretched out its huge sharp claws, preparing to grab Inan, who was anxiously calling for her companions. Fatty Hai was so anxious that he wished he could grow 8 legs and rush over. However, compared to the flying dragon, his speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. Yi Kong's speed was slightly faster than him, but he couldn't rush over to save her in time. What's worse was that Inan had just teleported here not long ago. She hadn't understood the situation yet. When she discovered that her surroundings were in a mess, she only hurriedly called for her companions. She didn't notice that there were thousands of flying beasts circling in the sky. She didn't even notice that a flying dragon was attacking her from above. Quickly dodge, dodge. Yu Bing's shouts were affected by the noisy surroundings and couldn't reach Inan's ears clearly. Just as the flying dragon's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light and its claws reached for Inan's body, a purple flame soared into the sky. Inan turned around and was shocked to find that Yue Yang was like a demon god as he brandished his demon blade that was covered in purple flames and chopped down towards his head. His eyes were immediately stunned. He had not seen him for a long time. Why did he want to kill him the moment they met? The light of the blade flashed past. Just when Inan thought that she was going to die, she suddenly found that the light of the blade had slashed past her head, strangely hitting nothing. Boom! A loud sound rang out. He only saw a burst of blood splatter, sprinkling down like raindrops. Immediately after, there was the mournful cry of a magical beast. Then, he heard a huge shadow flash, and then it fell straight in front of him. Its long tail swept wildly, and its huge wings flapped wildly. Above it, Yi Nan realized that Yue Yang was like a majestic god of war, waving his two blades left and right, slashing wildly. His power was like a thunderbolt, and every strike caused the monster's blood to splatter as it wailed unceasingly. That beast was heavily injured. It flapped its wings as if it wanted to escape back to the sky. Inan found that Yue Yang, whom she couldn't forget even in her dreams, had actually abandoned his two blades. Instead, he pulled the flying dragon's huge tail and ruthlessly smashed it onto the ground. That domineering aura was simply hating the heavens and earth for not having a handle. Boom! The ground shook. The flying dragon heavily smashed onto the ground. Its wings were broken, its limbs were broken, its neck was broken, and its head exploded. Blood flowed freely. After struggling for a few moments, it fell dead in front of him. In the flames, his back view was as mighty as a god of war, outstanding and unparalleled. This was the man who had barged into her heart. Inan's heart was filled with excitement. She couldn't help but rush forward and hug him tightly from the back. Although she liked him very much, tears inexplicably welled up in her eyes. These were not tears of sadness, but tears of joy. There was the excitement of reuniting after a long time, the surprise of his unexpected appearance, the excitement of him saving the damsel in distress, and the indescribable longing in her heart for him. Chapter 160. Arrows rained down from the sky. With a spherical beheader, Yue Yang deflected all the arrows towards the sky, causing all the attackers to tremble in fear. It was a pity that Yue Yang had yet to fully master the combination of yin and yang and space teleportation. Otherwise, these guys who liked to shoot arrows in the dark would be in big trouble. The combination of spherical slash and teleportation ripple was Yue Yang's new attempt. After the slash, Yue Yang had a new realization in his heart. He felt that he had experienced many big battles, especially the battle with the Marquis of Zijin. He felt that he was able to reach a higher level and breakthrough was not far away. He just lacked a little bit of opportunity to do so. The arrow attack, just now, was a chance for him to break through. It was a pity that he was not fully prepared. Otherwise, he would have successfully leapt past his current realm and reached a new realm. Although the arrows that were deflected by Yue Yang's slash were not very high and were all deflected in a parabolic trajectory, they did not pose a threat to most of the flying beasts. However, some of the predatory crows, drumming lizards and giant bats that were greedy and rushed forward to attack the soldiers were unlucky. They crashed into the rain of arrows and fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies were full of arrows. Even if they did not die on the spot, they would not be able to get up. The soldiers rushed forward and chopped them into meat paste. Pay attention, keep circling. The leader, who had been paying attention to Yue Yang for a long time in the canyon, ordered his subordinates not to cause a commotion and not to take the initiative to attack Yue Yang. He realized that the arrows were useless against Yue Yang. Ordinary attacks were nothing but a joke to such an expert. They had to use the tactic of fighting soldiers against soldiers and strong warriors against strong warriors to eliminate the biggest threat. Otherwise, their plan to surround the town tonight would be difficult to achieve. Old General Ma saw everything that happened with his own eyes. Although he did not say anything on the surface, he was secretly happy. Before this, he already knew that this masked brat had extraordinary strength. However, due to his identity as a student of the Da Sha Kingdom, he could not use him to serve the Tian Luo Kingdom. Now that he had taken the initiative to attack the enemy and save his companions, greatly sharing his worries and effectively deterring the enemies in the sky, it was the best news in this dangerous situation. At this moment in Hope Town, every additional bit of combat strength was an additional helping hand. This was especially so for the soldiers, mercenaries, and civilians of Hope Town. The masked kid's strength was not inferior to his, and it was a blessing from the heavens. He might not go all out to help Hope Town, but he would protect his comrades. To the enemies who were plotting to besiege Hope Town, it was a great threat and an unexpected blow. Those enemies would never have thought that such a powerful opponent would appear unexpectedly in Hope Town. For the entire plan, such an oversight might be the beginning of failure and collapse. Therefore, old General Ma was secretly delighted that Yue Yang had taken action to defeat the enemy. The situation was critical. He didn't have time to express his gratitude to Yue Yang. He hurriedly led the elite soldiers to fight back against the giant spiders that had invaded the town. Use fire. Spiders are afraid of fire. Old General Ma had a lot of battle experience. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him shot out fire arrows one after another. Following that, many soldiers threw out burning oil and torches, burning the giant spiders that had just climbed into the town's walls. Are you all right? Yue Yang really enjoyed the wonderful feeling of Inan's fragrant and soft body hugging him. It was too comfortable. He couldn't help but reach out his evil wolfish hands and caress her back. No, I'm all right. Inan discovered that when his burning hot hands caressed her back, the skin on her entire body started to tremble. In the end, she discovered that this big bad guy's hands were a little lower, almost reaching her butt. She hurriedly pulled his hands back and placed them on the back of her waist. She couldn't bear to let go of him just like that. Furthermore, she felt that the feeling of him hugging her back was very comfortable. She felt a sense of security in her heart, and at the same time, there was a kind of blissful feeling as if their bodies and minds were one. When he turned his head and asked in a low voice, Inan was afraid that he would see the tears on her face. She hurriedly lowered her head and secretly wiped them away. Sister Inan, brother Inan. Yu Bing was still young and didn't really understand the concept of love. She didn't realize that her brother and future sister-in-law were currently enjoying a warm moment. Seeing that Yu Bing had escaped from danger, she excitedly ran over, opened her arms and hugged Yue Yang and Yu Nan tightly, hugging them in her embrace. Brother Inan, it's great that you're all right. Fatty Hai also wanted to pretend that he didn't know anything. He opened his hands, but Yi Kong kicked him until he fell flat on his face. When everyone surrounded her, Inan immediately felt embarrassed. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were fine, but Inan already knew that they had already found out that she was a girl. However, in front of Yue Yang, she still wanted to maintain her identity as brother Inan. This way, he would tell her more from the bottom of his heart, and say things that she would never be able to hear as a girl. In order to prevent Yue Yang from getting suspicious and misunderstanding, Inan explained vaguely, there's a custom in my hometown. When people meet again after a long time, they would usually hug to express their affection and wish each other well. Just like this, Inan said as she gave Yu Bing a hug. Yue Yang secretly laughed in his heart, but pretended to be confused on the surface. He deliberately sighed. This custom isn't that good. If it's hugging a beauty, it's fine. But hugging a man doesn't feel good at all. Yue Yang even pretended to have goosebumps all over his body, indicating that he felt uncomfortable after hugging Inan. Inan almost wanted to kick him. She had never seen such an idiot before. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately pretended to be excited. I like the custom in Inan's hometown. Come, let's hug too. Yi Kong and the Li brothers simultaneously beat him to the ground. Yi Kong pounced on him and gave him a good beating. My hometown's custom is to beat up any annoying fellow we see, just like now. The Li brothers took advantage of the chaos and kicked Fatty Hai's fleshy buttocks, nodding seriously. Coincidentally, our hometown also has this custom. Inan secretly laughed when she saw this. Thinking that this mess was caused by her, she felt embarrassed. She hurriedly pulled Yue Yang and Yu Bing away, so that Fatty Hai wouldn't say anything wrong and suffer even more. She first said a few words to Yu Bing, then asked Yue Yang, how was it? How many days did you study in the academy? Did you see any beauties or anything like that? Yu Bing was afraid that her future sister-in-law would be jealous, so she hurriedly gave Yue Yang a look, telling him not to talk nonsense. However, Yue Yang pretended not to see it. He put one hand on Inan's shoulder and said, I didn't see any beauties, I mainly went to school. However, on the first day, I picked up an extremely hot drunken cat downstairs. Tisk tisk, that body was really good. If there's a chance next time, I'll tell you in detail. I guarantee that you'll salivate. Yu Bing covered her forehead. She had a headache. thinking that her future sister-in-law would definitely eat 3 bowls of vinegar. Really, what happened to that drunken cat? It would be a lie if Inen said that she wasn't jealous at all. However, she believed that Yue Yang wouldn't bring drunken cat back to push her down the moment he picked her up. At most, he would be a hero saving the damsel in distress and wake up drunken cat. Next, I brought her back to the dormitory. If she didn't have a gold-ranked beast, little panda Niu, to protect her, hee, Yue Yang laughed evilly as he patted Inen's shoulder, meaning to say, we're both men, you know this. Yue Yang's perverted expression made Inen extremely depressed. There was a beauty standing in front of him, yet he didn't recognize her, and he even told her to push down drunken cat. He was really an idiot that made people both angry and ridiculous. Brother was actually very obedient. He immediately went to read after we brought her back. When drunken cat woke up, she immediately beat Yi Kong, Master Hai and the others up. Because brother was very obedient, he followed me outside to read and research beasts, so he didn't get beaten up. Yu Bing hurriedly put in good words for her brother. Not at all, she even left me a note to prove that she couldn't forget me. Yue Yang was immensely proud of himself, expressing that he was extremely handsome. A beauty had left a love letter. What note? Inen was indeed very nervous when she heard it. Look, isn't this? Yue Yang took out a note from his bosom. Inen hurriedly snatched it over. When she saw that it was a cute little paw print, she couldn't understand. What did this mean? An agreed secret code, a secret love letter. Inen, brother Inen, this was left for him by little panda Niu. She likes to eat sweets. Yu Bing giggled. So it's like this. Congratulations, Yue Yang. You've successfully captured a little girl's heart. When Inen saw Yue Bing's secret hand gesture, she realized that little panda girl Niu was actually a child. She immediately laughed in her heart and felt ashamed of her nervousness. Why did she get jealous of a little girl? Although this brat was handsome, he was actually a big idiot. Because he had stayed at home for too long, he didn't know how to please girls. Moreover, he covered his face all day, so it would be a wonder if any girls would like him. They were fated. Although he acted like a wolf, he still belonged to her. No one else could snatch him away. Inen was happy when she thought about it. She didn't care about Yue Yang's big hands hugging her shoulders. Instead, she leaned closer to him. She also didn't care that Yue Bing was beside her. Since she already saw herself as her future sister-in-law, she didn't need to hide from her. She asked shyly in a low voice, "It's easy to see beautiful girls. I'll introduce my sister to you next time. I guarantee that you'll drool when you see her. If you want to see her, I'll arrange it for you. Do you want to see her? We'll talk about this later." Yue Yang pretended that it wasn't convenient for him to express his thoughts with Yue Bing by his side. However, he acted as if he couldn't wait to see her. This made Yue Bing secretly laugh, while Inen felt very happy. After the small gathering, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai came over. Everyone became nervous about the situation again. The flying beasts in the sky temporarily did not move. They all landed on the rocks on top of the mountain, looking down at Hope Town. On the walls of the town, countless giant spiders were climbing in. Venom and spider webs flew everywhere. From time to time, soldiers would be caught by the spider webs. Fortunately, there were many soldiers defending the town. Furthermore, there were elite soldiers standing guard at every distance. The moment they saw the spider webs, they would immediately burn them. The spider webs, which were immune to swords, were extremely afraid of fire. They would melt as soon as they were burned. There weren't many casualties among the soldiers at the moment. Those who were poisoned were bitten by the smaller spiders. With the help of the antidote, as long as the soldiers weren't bitten in vital parts and were treated in time, their lives wouldn't be in danger. However, this was only the beginning of the attack. The number of giant spiders that the soldiers had killed was not even 1,000th of the total number. Furthermore, there were still countless spiders crawling out from the despair abyss. They were densely packed, covering the entire hillside. It was a ghastly sight. Old General Ma frowned. He could see that the soldiers had used up a lot of energy. Their beasts were also starting to get injured. Now that there was no one to rescue them, these spiders wouldn't be able to be completely killed even after a day and a night. On the hilltop, there were still thousands of flying beasts and hundreds of corrupted warriors eyeing them like tigers watching their prey, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. In this battle, the initiative was completely in the hands of the enemy. It was a battle of life and death. If that masked brat was willing to lend them a hand, they might be able to hold on until dawn. Otherwise, with just the 2,000 soldiers under them, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive the night. Old General Ma looked towards Yue Yang's direction and suddenly realized that there was a warrior riding on a black steel-feathered griffin in the sky. Ignoring the soldiers' attacks, he proudly stopped in midair and spoke to Yue Yang, stating his conditions: "You are not soldiers, nor are you our targets. We have decided to let you live. Go, leave this place immediately." Everyone's gaze fell on Yue Yang. Some were worried that he would accept the conditions, some were envious that he had the chance to leave, some were resentful of his good luck, some hoped that he would stay and fight alongside them, some shook their heads in despair, and some begged with their eyes. There was only one message in Yi Kong and the rest's gazes, and that was to firmly listen to Yue Yang's decision. They weren't willing to fight against a strong enemy, but they couldn't bear to abandon so many soldiers and leave alone. Hence, they chose to listen to him. As for Inan and Yu Bing, they definitely supported Yue Yang's decision. "When I was 3 years old, my father taught me not to believe the enemy's words. Do you think that everyone is as stupid as you? Put away your tricks and save your saliva. No one will fall for your trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain." When Yue Yang said this, the surrounding soldiers immediately heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. Even old General Ma, who was far away, nodded his head heavily. He had indeed not misjudged Yue Yang. Yue Yang did not fall for the trap, nor did he abandon his soldiers and leave alone. A good man should be like this. Old General Ma looked at Yue Yang. Suddenly, a sense of heroism and confidence rose in his heart. With this person here, the situation might not be hopeless. The expression of the warrior riding on the back of the black steel-feathered griffin changed greatly. With regards to Yue Yang's reply, he seemed to feel extremely humiliated. In the end, he actually did a somersault and jumped down from the griffin's back. He pointed at Yue Yang and snorted coldly, "Since you want to die, I will send you on your way. Don't think that you can be cocky just because you have some mediocre skills. We are just appreciating your talent. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless." Arrogant Junior, die. Yue Yang's level 3 divine vision could see through the enemy's hidden strength. This masked warrior was even stronger than the 2 junior elders that he met in front of the ant-hole. He should be a middle-level elder that possessed strengthening-type beasts and was proficient in combat skills. His strength was probably not below old General Ma's. This fellow was also the strongest among all the corrupted warriors that Yue Yang had met before. There was only a difference of 1 rank, but he was 2 times stronger than the 2 junior elders that he met in front of the ant-hole. Yue Yang, who had fought against the Marquis of Zijin, was naturally not afraid of him. However, under the situation where it was inconvenient for little Wen Li and the others to fight in front of everyone, Yue Yang reckoned that it would not be easy for him to kill him in one go. What made Yue Yang vigilant the most was that in the darkness, there was another warrior that was a few times stronger than this fellow, hiding somewhere and watching the battle. That person was the real leader of these attackers. Facing the enemy's arrogant challenge, Yue Yang's response was to yawn lazily, "If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Your long-winded speech is making me sleepy." Roar. Once he said this, the soldiers became excited as they raised their arms and shouted. Roar, roar, roar. They shouted in unison to boost Yue Yang's prestige. Their momentum was earth-shattering, their morale soaring. Chapter 161 Inches Black Wing Tan Wu Fang, your opponent is me. Old General Ma took the steel blade from his personal guard and strode towards him. In his heart, Yue Yang was a young man that could not be harmed. No matter if he needed help in times of crisis or diplomatic relations, it would be hard to explain. Only by protecting a young expert better would they be the greatest deterrence and harm to the enemy. Old General Ma knew what kind of person the black-winged Tan Wu Fang was. He was the black-winged human demon of the sky, earth and human demons of the demonic palace. He was ranked 108th in the demonic palace of the falling Kang Mountain. On the surface, he was not ranked within the top 100, but it was not because he was not strong enough. If one were to look at the speed at which he rose from being ranked outside the top 3,000 in the past 10 years to continuously challenging and defeating hundreds of experts to obtain the 108th rank, one could see how powerful he was. Old General Ma estimated that the black-winged Tan Wu Fang was at least ranked within the top 100 in the demonic palace. He might even be ranked within the top 50. Old General Ma was very familiar with the black-winged Tan Wu Fang. He was a trader of the Tian Luo Kingdom 10 years ago. Before he escaped to the falling Kang Mountain, he dared to disguise himself as a bandit and kidnap the princess of the Da Sha kingdom. After the robbery failed, the Black-Winged Tan Wufang was pursued by the rankers of the Da Sha kingdom and the Tian Luo kingdom. He was heavily injured several times and almost died, but he was still able to escape. It was only until one of the 5 elders of the Tian Luo kingdom, Sandstorm, Wan Li Sha, that he was arrested. However, on the day of his execution, he was rescued by the Sky Demon rankers of the Demonic Palace, Sky Execution, Sky Law, and Sky Wrath. The Black-Winged Tan Wufang was also the only criminal that the Demonic Palace had sent out 3 Sky Demons to rescue. This showed how much importance the Demonic Palace placed on him. After his fatal injuries were healed, the originally crippled Tan Wufang regained his previous strength and even improved. Within a few years, his ranking had been outside the top 3,000. Through challenges, he had defeated hundreds of demons and continued to rise until he was ranked 108. Finally, he had been promoted to become a human devil, one of the 3 types of demons, heavenly, earthly, and human. This speed of improvement was almost close to the highest record of the Falling Kang Mountain's ranking increase. It was only slightly lower than the record of the heavenly devil level powerhouse, Calamity, who had squeezed into the top 10 from outside the top 5,000 within 2 years. Although old General Ma had never fought with the Black-Winged Tan Wufang before, he knew that this Tian Luo traitor who had committed heinous crimes and killed people like Scything Flax was not any weaker than himself. He was worried that Yue Yang was too young and inexperienced, and would be defeated by the Black-Winged Tan Wu's tricks. Hence, he decided to step forward bravely and face the traitor, the Black-Winged Tan Wufang. Ma Xingkong, I don't want to fight you. You're old. However, the Black-Winged Tan Wufang did not put old General Ma in his eyes at all. Actually, old General Ma was not old at all, it was just that he had a serious expression on his face, and his thick eyebrows were often knitted into knots. He was experienced and prudent when he did things. Coupled with the fact that he loved his soldiers like they were his own children, he was called Old General Ma by his subordinates. There's no use in angering me. Old General Ma was not affected at all. As he strode forward, he summoned a strengthening type giant explosive bear to strengthen his body, transforming his arms into a bear. You're still as stupid as before. The Black-Winged Tan Wufang suddenly took out a crystal and summoned a ball of strange colorless fog. As the mountain wind blew, the colorless fog dispersed in all directions. Everyone could smell a kind of rich and extremely fragrant smell, but no one felt uncomfortable. Instead, their mouths started to water, and they started to salivate. Especially Fatty Hai, his saliva had already turned into a waterfall. Old General Ma, whose steps were as heavy as a mountain, suddenly waved his steel blade in agony, and struck it heavily on the ground. He first supported himself with his blade, but the iron-forged blade's hilt was bent by his immense strength. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, old General Ma stabbed his bear-like arms deeply into the rock. Although his expression did not seem to have changed much, and only his thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, the attentive soldiers could see that old General Ma's back was already drenched in sweat. His arms and legs that had been stabbed into the rock were also trembling slightly. It was very obvious that he had been ambushed by the Black-Winged Tan Wufang, and his body was in extreme pain. However, old General Ma's will was as strong as steel, and he continued to persevere with all his might. The Black-Winged Tan Wufang appeared in front of old General Ma. He raised his leg and kicked old General Ma, causing his body to sway unsteadily. He then stepped on old General Ma, whose face was covered in blood, and sneered disdainfully, Ma Xingkong, one of the 10 great generals of Tian Luo, aren't you very strong? Get up, why don't you hit me? I'm stepping on you, aren't you angry? Come on, be angry, go crazy, raise your bare paws and slap me to death. I'm definitely not angry, don't ever think of angering me. Old General Ma's face was kicked swollen, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife, and as calm as ice. Traitor, how dare you defile the general, hand over your life. Seeing old General Ma being humiliatingly stepped on by the Black-Winged Tan Wufang, the 2 Grandmaster-level deputy generals did not care about their own strength and bravely charged forward. Annoying trash, scram, the Black-Winged Tan Wufang waved his hand, creating a strong gust of wind. The 2 deputy generals were sent flying more than 10 meters away, vomiting blood non-stop. Everyone, retreat, I can defeat this traitor. Old General Ma suddenly growled. His eyes turned red, and his whole body gradually transformed into a bear. However, he quickly suppressed his anger and returned to his original state. He then ordered his soldiers to retreat. So he's using the berserk honey to provoke him. It's just a child's play. Yue Yang used his level 3 divine vision to see through this Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's tricks. This fellow had just summoned an extremely rare special type beast, Berserk Bee Mist. That smoke was its honey powder. Any other beast would be fine if they smelled it, but only bear-type beasts would lose control and go berserk if they smelled it. This Black Wing Tan Wu Fang was specifically targeted at old General Ma's beast, the giant explosion bear. He hoped that old General Ma would become berserk and lose control and become a homicidal maniac. He wanted old General Ma to slaughter the surrounding people like the mercenaries, achieving his goal of destroying Hope Town. As for old General Ma, he would rather be beaten up than get angry. He clenched his teeth and endured until the smell of the Berserk Bee Mist had completely dissipated. His strengthening type beast was the giant explosion bear. Its defense and strength were incomparably terrifying, so he wasn't afraid of the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's kicks and beatings. It was only the verbal humiliation that made him feel a sense of crisis. Ma Xingkong, look at yourself. Do you still look like one of the 10 great generals? Why don't you change your name to Pitiful Worm? The Black Wing Tan Wu Fang raised his big foot and stomped on old General Ma's face, humiliating him as much as he wanted. His words were extremely sharp and unkind as he continuously provoked him, hoping that old General Ma would be enraged and lose control, turning into a berserk giant bear that would go berserk and kill people. I think that the name, Pitiful Worm, suits you quite well. Yue Yang had unknowingly appeared behind him. What? The Black Wing Tan Wu Fang was shocked. Someone had actually sneaked up behind him without him knowing. Let me show you how a person should stomp a pitiful worm to death. Yue Yang was very shameless. Normally, people would speak before they would attack. However, he wasn't like that. He would attack first before he spoke. He kicked the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's butt, sending him flying away. Only then did he speak in a leisurely manner. The Black Wing Tan Wu Fang became even more furious. He turned his body in midair, preparing to fly downwards and attack Yue Yang. Suddenly, Yue Yang appeared behind him. He hugged his fists together and heavily punched the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's back. When his opponent crashed onto the ground like a meteor, Yue Yang even had the time to turn around and kick the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang. He ruthlessly kicked the same spot on the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's back. Damn it! The Black Wing Tan Wu Fang fell onto the ground. Even though he used his hands to support himself, he was still forced deep into the ground by the huge force. Without waiting for him to struggle out, Yue Yang slowly floated down in front of him. The Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's eyes were immediately stunned. Wasn't this chasing speed a little too fast? I had fallen down, yet he still had the time to float down. What kind of beast did this brat summon? Why is his speed even faster than mine? The most despicable thing is yet to come. The corner of Yue Yang's mouth curled up into a smile that would make even demons tremble. He callously lifted his leg and heavily kicked the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's chin, sending him flying away like a rubber ball. The Black Wing Tan Wu Fang flew more than 10 meters away. However, he immediately bounced back and roared like thunder. His speed was even faster than a gust of wind, and he attacked Yue Yang. Boom! As his fist landed on empty air, Yue Yang's afterimage disappeared. Unknowingly, Yue Yang had soundlessly appeared behind the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's back. Just as the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's eyes revealed a look of disbelief, Yue Yang's right hand pressed onto the back of his head, and smashed the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's entire body onto the ground. Then, he forcefully pushed the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's head forward. Using the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's head, Yue Yang created a long mud pit on the hard ground, and smashed him onto the wall. While he was struggling, Yue Yang's hand suddenly changed to grab his left leg, and lifted the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang's entire body up from the ground, and smashed him onto the wall. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The wall exploded and collapsed, burying the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang inside. The extremely arrogant Black Wing Tan Wu Fang was practically beaten up by Yue Yang to the point where he didn't know which way was north, causing the soldiers to burst into cheers. The morale of the soldiers, which had dropped, once again rose by 100-fold. That's great. Beat that son of a b*tch. Fatty Hai was so excited that his face turned red. When he saw Inan and Yu Bing looking at him, he immediately corrected himself. Actually, I'm a gentleman. That sentence just now was just for that uncultured monkey, Yi Kong. I pay great attention to my demeanor. You can see how polite I usually speak. I speak elegantly, kind-hearted, and enthusiastic about public welfare. A low-key person like me would never tell you that I once donated my pocket money to the people in the disaster area for charity. I was only 6 years old that year. Who hit me? Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers used their fists and legs to teach him a lesson. In the darkness, a sharp, needle-like voice suddenly rang out coldly, "Fool, he has already seen through your weakness. I have already said, do not summon the frenzied fog be in front of an expert, that will greatly reduce your combat strength. Give me some time, I will personally kill him." The battered and exhausted black-winged Tan Wufang stood up from the rubble. He suppressed his anger and stared at Yue Yang. "Don't make me wait too long." That sharp, needle-like voice harumphed and disappeared. "You scared me to death, mysterious expert. Don't be too pretentious, you will be struck by lightning if you act too pretentious." Yue Yang sneered. At the same time, he took out his crescent blade and rushed towards the black-winged Tan Wufang with Wei Tai Lang on his left and right. His expression was that of, "I am going to get serious." The black-winged Tan Wufang was shocked. He hurriedly summoned the black steel-winged griffin from the sky and combined them into one. His body became sturdier and his muscles bulged. A pair of griffin wings grew out from his back, and his fingernails turned into terrifying sharp claws that could split gold and stone. In an instant, his combat strength increased by more than 10 times. Right now, he was in his strongest state, the black-winged human demon, Tan Wufang. Just as the black-winged Tan Wufang was full of confidence and was about to tear Yue Yang into pieces, suddenly, the sharp, needle-like voice shouted anxiously, "Quickly remove the summon, remove the strengthening. Idiot, you have fallen into his trap. That brat has placed a few spores." Yue Yang added with a bright smile. Just as everyone was confused, the black-winged Tan Wufang, who was flapping his wings in the sky, suddenly fell to the ground like a wooden man. Chapter 162. Seeing that there was an opportunity, Wei Tai Lang immediately pounced forward and started to bite. The black-winged Tan Wufang had only lost some control over his body, but he had not completely lost his ability to fight. He struggled with all his might and raised his hands to counterattack. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. When Wei Tai Lang started to bite his shoulders, the black-winged Tan Wufang rolled and kicked in the air. When Wei Tai Lang jumped to one side and bit his legs, the black-winged Tan Wufang raised his hands and waved them around. He seemed to have lost control of his arms and legs. However, the power was still there. With a casual sweep of his claws, a deep crack would appear on the hard stone surface. The black-winged Tan Wufang flapped his wings and flew up into the sky. However, he had no sense of direction at all. He was like a blind fly, randomly bumping around. Sometimes he would fly up, sometimes he would crash into the wall, sometimes he would dive towards the ground. The more the black-winged Tan Wufang tried to control his body, the weirder his actions became. Everyone's gaze turned towards Yue Yang. Everyone knew that this was his masterpiece. They just didn't know what he meant by releasing some spores. What a stupid fellow. In the darkness, a mysterious man wearing a cloak slowly appeared. His eyes were as green as a firefly's. The face that was hidden under the cloak was painted with a strange and unique pattern. With a wave of his huge sleeves, he swept the black-winged Tan Wufang onto the ground and pressed his right hand on the top of Tan Wufang's head. Tan Wufang, who was originally strong and powerful, was like a little worm in his hands, unable to struggle at all. A raging flame burst out from the mysterious man's palm. All of a sudden, everyone felt a wave of heat assaulting their faces, followed by the smell of burnt flesh. Then, they heard Tan Wufang let out a series of extremely painful screams. Tan Wufang fell to the ground, his whole body charred. Seeing this fellow's attack, the soldiers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Forget about them, even Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were shocked to the point that their hearts trembled. He had killed the black-winged Tan Wufang in one move. Just now, when Yue Yang had beaten Tan Wufang until fallen flowers were running out of water, Tan Wufang did not suffer any serious injuries and still had a strong fighting ability. Now, this cloaked man had killed Tan Wufang with just one move. In that case, wouldn't the cloaked man's strength be much higher than Yue Yang's? Yi Kong and the rest's hearts were beating like drums, beating rapidly. When Yue Yang saw the mysterious cloaked man, he frowned slightly. He discovered that this mysterious cloaked man had used a very special type of fire energy to burn the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's entire body from inside out. He had even burnt the spores that he had planted in the Tan Wu Fang's body. Originally, the spores that were planted had fused with the strengthened beasts and merged into Tan Wu Fang's body. Unless the beasts were removed, it would be impossible to remove the effects. However, this mysterious cloaked man was able to use his flame force to burn the spores. Furthermore, his control over his flame force was just right. Not only did it not burn the black-winged Tan Wu Fang to death, it was also just enough to burn the spores. This kind of control was really ingenious. This mysterious cloaked man was definitely an expert who was proficient in using fire. No matter if it was his beasts, combat skills or the nature of his body, they were all the perfect combination of fire energy. This guy was definitely the second strong enemy that he had met after the Marquis of Zijin. If he was not careful, he would easily suffer a loss in his hands. Facing a strong enemy, Yue Yang did not feel any fear. Instead, he felt a thirst for battle. His blood was boiling faintly. An enemy like this just happened to be the target of his battle. Every time he defeated an enemy like this, he believed that his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Be careful, he is the phosphorescent demon, Ding Zhang. He is a demon that is extremely proficient in controlling fire. His strength is ranked 38th in the demonic palace, and he is the demon that has the highest chance of becoming a sky demon. Old General Ma's body swayed as he stood up from the ground. Although the smell of honey had not completely disappeared, because the black-winged Tan Wu Fang had fainted, the frenzied bee's mist had also disappeared. It no longer affected old General Ma's bear transformation. It's 36. I had just killed 36a, ghost face, not long ago. The mysterious cloaked man added with a needle-like voice. It seems like he is the leader of the fallen raiders. Let's fight a strong enemy together. Old General Ma knew that he was very good at commanding troops to fight, but his strength was still far from the luminous demon Ding Zhang's. He had to face the enemy together with Yue Yang, otherwise this battle would be dangerous. You are not my opponent. Only he might be able to take two of my moves. The luminous demon Ding Zhang did not even put old General Ma in his eyes. The old General Ma who had transformed into a bear roared like thunder as he charged forward. A pair of gigantic palms covered the sky and the earth as they smashed downwards. The luminous demon Ding Zhang waved his huge sleeves, sweeping out raging flames that soared to the sky. Old General Ma hurriedly used both of his arms to block his eyes, but his entire body was forcefully pushed back by the flame force that was rushing towards him. He tried his best to stand firm, but the terrifying flame force pushed him away unstoppably. On the ground, a deep pit was left. Rocks and mud were sent flying, reaching a distance of a few meters. When everyone saw this, their expressions were all aghast. With just a wave of flame force, he was able to push old General Ma, who had boundless strength, back. Just how strong was this fellow? An even more terrifying scene happened. Old General Ma slowly put down his bear-like arms. The soldiers realized that the face that his arms were protecting was still burnt black. Under the gaze of thousands of people, old General Ma fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was still one move. Without even touching his body, he was defeated by the luminous demon Ding Zhang. The two deputy generals hastily leapt forward and were about to lend their hands to save old General Ma. Suddenly, they cried out in fear. It turned out that when their hands grabbed onto old General Ma's shoulder armor, they realized that the steel shoulder armor had actually turned red from the heat. Terrifying. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others all swallowed their saliva simultaneously. On the other hand, Yu Bing and Inan looked at Yue Yang anxiously. They were all worried for Yue Yang. With regards to the luminous demon Ding Zhang's flames, although Yue Yang had a slight headache, he was not afraid. No matter how powerful this fellow was, compared to the Marquis of Zijin, there was still a gap. The Marquis of Zijin had fought with Grandma Kai. After expending a large amount of his energy, he still had enough energy to kill Yue Yang instantly. In the end, he was defeated by Yue Yang. Why would he need to be afraid of the luminous demon Ding Zhang? The only problem was that after the bitter battle with the Marquis of Zijin, he had also gone berserk twice. The innate Qi-in, his body had been depleted too much. This was what gave Yue Yang a headache. However, it was precisely because of this kind of extreme challenge in dangerous situations that he could train and improve himself, and break through himself. The corner of Yue Yang's lips curled up into a smile. He waved his hands towards Yu Bing and Yi Nan, telling them not to worry. At the same time, he took out his Wei Jin magic blade and walked towards the luminous demon Ding Zhang in big strides. This is my hellfire. You guys will definitely not be able to defend against it. Ding Zhang was very confident. His element-type beast was the hellfire. Unless it was a beast that countered it, anyone who fought against it would be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, this element-type hellfire was a guardian beast. It would never die and would never defect. Furthermore, it belonged to the hellfire attribute, so it was one of the best beasts in the world. With the gold-ranked level 6 hellfire, Ding Zhang did not think that anyone below the level of a level 6 advanced elder would be able to defend against his attacks. Even if it was a level 6 advanced elder, if he did not have a beast that countered his element, he believed that he would also be defeated. Ghostface Mask, who was ranked 36th, was actually slightly stronger than him. However, in the end, he also died under his own hellfire. The hellfire was almost an invincible existence. Ding Zhang was very confident. He did not think that the brat in front of him would be able to take one of his attacks. No matter if it was a strengthening type beast or a beast type beast, against his element type hellfire, there would only be one result, being burned to death. Yue Yang walked forward step by step. He also had the confidence to obtain the final victory. The method was the one that he wanted to break through. The luminous demon Ding Zhang waved his huge sleeves and shot out a raging flame that soared to the sky. Those raging flames seemed to have a life of their own as they brought along a hot wind and fiercely pounced towards Yue Yang. Many of the soldiers could not bear to watch anymore. Under this raging flame, the result would probably be the same as old General Ma, which was to be defeated by the enemy in one move. God bless us. Yu Bing and Inan both closed their eyes and prayed for Yue Yang. Ah! Fatty Hai let out a scream. Oh my god! Yi Kong and the Li brothers also cried out involuntarily. This scared Yu Bing and Inan to the point that they almost collapsed to the ground. When they opened their teary eyes, they saw that Yue Yang had been pushed back 10 meters by the hellfire, just like how old General Ma was pushed back. They could not help but cry out in fear. They were afraid that Yue Yang would be like old General Ma, falling to the ground the moment he let go. However, a miracle happened. Yue Yang put down the blade that was protecting his face. He did not fall to the ground like old General Ma. He continued to walk towards Ding Zhang. Ding Zhang could not believe his own eyes. This brat had obviously been hit by his attack. Why did he not fall? The anger in his heart exploded. A raging flame that was several times bigger than the previous one came crashing towards him. It formed a huge ball of raging flames that looked like a sun in his hand. Then, he angrily threw it towards Yue Yang. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yue Yang welcomed it without dodging. He used his Wei Jin magic blade to meet the attack. A huge explosion sounded in the air. Everyone fell to the ground from the shock. Some of the roofs of the houses were blown away by the hot wind, and some of the walls had also collapsed. Yi Kong and the others who were bitterly persevering in the heat wave finally managed to withstand the suffocating heat wave. They then hurriedly raised their eyes to look for Yue Yang's figure. Yu Bing and Inan were already in a complete mess of tears. They did not know Yue Yang's true strength, and were extremely worried about his safety. 30 meters away from Ding Zhang, there was a lonely figure standing there. It was Yue Yang. He was still standing, holding his blade with both hands, not moving at all. Just when everyone was worried that he would fall like old General Ma, suddenly, Yue Yang's body moved, and he walked towards the luminous demon Ding Zhang. This is impossible. Ding Zhang was stunned. This brat's strength was obviously similar to Ma Xingkong's. How could he withstand his fivefold hellfire? Are you alright? Yi Kong could not help but shout. However, before he blurted it out, he left out Yue Yang's name. He definitely could not let the enemy know Yue Yang's name. Let's not talk about the outcome of this battle. The demonic palace's strength was so terrifying. It would not be a good thing for them to come knocking. This is child's play. I am also an expert in playing with fire. Yue Yang suddenly revealed a bright smile, and waved his hands towards Yu Bing and Inan, telling them not to worry. Tenfold hellfire. The luminous demon Ding Zhang was extremely furious. His entire body was ignited in flames, and his cloak turned into ashes. His entire body was like a man on fire. A black-red pillar of fire soared into the sky, reaching a height of tens of meters. Then, it slowly condensed, forming a huge flame that looked like a fire dragon. It had a head, a body, wings and a tail. The whole fire dragon carried a terrifying firestorm, tearing the sky and splitting the earth as it swallowed Yue Yang. At this time, Fatty Hai and Yu Bing had already summoned their grimoires, and raised their shields. Only they, who were protected by their shields, were safe and sound. All the soldiers were blown away by the firestorm. The houses collapsed one after another, and the wood was set ablaze. The whole of Hope Town was covered in sand and stones, and the sky was dark. Only in the middle, they could see a fire dragon crazily swallowing a black dot. Yi Kong and the others cried out in their hearts. It's over. At this time, they no longer hoped that Yue Yang would be able to withstand it. They only hoped that he would summon his grimoire and raise his shield to defend himself, or use his movement skills to escape. Never take it head on. That was not the hellfire that a human could resist. However, Yue Yang's movements were still as stubborn as before. He raised the Wei Jin magic blade in his hand, and very deftly and smoothly drew out a ray of light. It was like a rainbow, like silk, and was as gentle as flowing water. The fire dragon swallowed the heavens and earth, and met with Yue Yang's blade that was as gentle as water. Ding Zhang felt that this brat was definitely finished. In the next second, he would be burnt to ashes by the fire dragon. That kind of weak blade light, and he wanted to destroy his tenfold hellfire. A cold smile appeared on Ding Zhang's lips. An ignorant brat seeking his own death. In the next second, under the nervous gazes of Yu Bing and Inan, Yue Yang did not let the fire dragon swallow him. Instead, he slowly rotated the fire dragon that was 100 times bigger than him. Every time he rotated, the fire dragon would shrink a little, and a mysterious ring of fire would appear in the sky. After Yue Yang rotated 9 times, there were 9 more rings of fire in the sky, revolving around Yue Yang's body mysteriously. Under his control, they became incomparably docile, without the slightest bit of explosive temper. Wah! Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were so excited that they jumped a few meters when they saw this. This is impossible. Ding Zhang looked at everything in front of him in fear. He couldn't believe his own eyes at all. Although the soft blade was unable to extinguish the hellfire, Yue Yang was able to easily disperse the fire dragon into a stable ring of fire. Under the comprehension of the yin and yang polarity, Yue Yang had failed to control it twice before. On his third attempt, he had finally grasped the true control of the yang polarity. The control of the yin and yang abilities had always been the focus of Yue Yang's breakthrough. Now, Yue Yang could finally control the fire ability of that yang ability. In the instant that he had complete control of the fire ability, Yue Yang's heart felt incomparably expanded, as if the whole world, the whole sky, could be grasped in the palm of his hand. In that instant, he had already glimpsed the doorstep of the innate realm level 4. He believed that with another breakthrough, he would be able to ascend to the innate realm level 4. As long as he broke through to the innate realm level 4, not to mention the luminous demon Ding Zhang, he would even be able to fight the Marquis of Zijin again. The feeling of being able to truly control the fire ability made Yue Yang extremely excited. From the start of Spherical Beheader to the time when he had complete control of the fire ability, he had only spent less than a month's time. Yue Yang sighed in his heart. He had only just started on the path of becoming a strong warrior. In front of him, he didn't know how many more mysteries were waiting for him. It wasn't impossible for the heavenly sword goddess's power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was just that he had only trained for a short period of time, and his skills were still shallow. One day, he would also be able to climb to that level, as long as he continued to improve and comprehend. The luminous demon Ding Zhang looked at Yue Yang with a complicated gaze. Suddenly, he took out a teleportation scroll, disregarding the fact that he couldn't teleport accurately due to the distorted space, and immediately escaped. It was the first time that Yue Yang had seen a fellow who treasured his life so much. In the middle of the battle, he actually abandoned his comrade and escaped. The fallen warriors on the mountain peak were in an uproar, but very few of them were suppressed by the other leader. They still held their ground and refused to leave. It was obvious that the encirclement would continue. Old General Ma, who was heavily injured previously, suddenly struggled and stood up. He rushed towards Yue Yang and nodded his head heavily, saying, "Seems like Ding Zhang has escaped back to the demonic palace to report to them. Can you help me break out of the encirclement and head towards the Tian Luo kingdom to ask for reinforcements? I hope that His Majesty can at least send a heavenly imperial guardian over. Only then can we be safe and sound. Otherwise, when the rankers from the demonic palace rush over to support us, all of us will be in grave danger." Yue Yang frowned slightly. "I'm only a student from the Da Sha kingdom. Will your majesty believe what I say?" Chapter 163 inches. The general's tiger emblem in my hands can prove it. Old General Ma passed a tiger emblem to Yue Yang and warned him, you must ensure that you can teleport to the capital. We can only hold on for an hour at most. I hope that you can use your fastest speed to rush to the imperial city and seek an audience with the emperor. Ask the emperor to send out the elders or the heavenly imperial guardians. Otherwise, we will be completely annihilated. We only have 3 teleportation scrolls left. It's not enough for all of you to leave. If you have teleportation scrolls with you, then quickly leave and return to Da Sha. Old General Ma was implying that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were temporarily unable to help. Staying here would only put their lives in danger. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Yue Yang nodded his head and took the tiger emblem. The 2 deputy generals had already retracted the soldiers. The injured were in the middle while the elite soldiers surrounded them. The surrounding houses were lit up as much as possible. Flames rose to the sky. The giant spiders that were afraid of fire did not dare to approach them. The soldiers' lives were temporarily saved. As for the flying beasts in the sky, they were still observing. It was not the best time to attack yet. The soldiers had not dispersed yet and still had the strength to fight. Old General Ma's Hurricane elite soldiers had very few injured. Every one of them was filled with killing intent and their morale was high. The commander of the corrupted warriors was as calm and cautious as Old General Ma. He would not attack easily, nor would he retreat. Although the luminous demon Ding Zhang had been defeated by Yue Yang and escaped alone, and the black winged Tan Wufang had already been captured, this person was completely unmoved. There's no need to come back after an hour. Old General Ma's meaning was very clear. If the reinforcements did not arrive within an hour, then they would all be dead. It would be useless even if they came to rescue them. They might even fall into the enemy's trap. Yu Bing, let's go. Yue Yang grabbed the unconscious Tan Wufang and shouted towards Yu Bing and Inan. We're going back to Da Sha. Yi Kong patted the shoulder of the squad leader who was in charge of receiving them. Looking at the guy who was trembling all over, he suddenly advised, why don't you come with us? We will return to Great Sha, but Yue Yang will be teleported to the capital of Heavenly State. He is not familiar with the place and needs a guide. You should come with us. I'll stay with the general. Long live the Holy Emperor. Long live the Tian Luo. The captain's ash-black face was expressionless, but his body was trembling. He forced himself to stand and shouted hoarsely. It could be seen that he was really scared, but he was not a coward. Yue Yang reckoned that this fellow was usually a young master soldier, or perhaps a descendant of a large family. It was already rare for him to be able to persevere like this in the face of danger for the first time on the battlefield. If it was someone else, they might fight for it even if their head was smashed open. However, he refused and chose to stay. In the face of a hopeless situation, even if they were afraid, they wouldn't choose the path of survival. Instead, they chose to stay and fight together with their companions. This old General Ma was indeed skilled in leading troops. Old General Ma patted the captain's shoulder. He did not say anything, but his eyes were filled with praise. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back. Yue Yang made a promise to these soldiers who had placed all their hopes on him. Perhaps they might not be able to find reinforcements in an hour, but Yue Yang decided to come back and fight with these soldiers until the very last moment. Wei Tai Lang led the way in front, while Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers followed closely behind. Yue Yang grabbed the unconscious black-winged Tan Wufang who was tied up by the 2 deputy generals with one hand and pulled in with the other. Yu Bing had already been tied onto his back. Behind them was old General Ma who was determined to escort the troops out. Although he was heavily injured, he still had his battle power. The strength of his bear transformation was extremely shocking. He lifted up a huge flaming pillar and swept away the giant spiders that were rushing towards them. Once they rushed out of the town, Yue Yang told Inan to summon her grimoire and leave it at the same place. He waved his Wei Jin magic blade and used his newly comprehended ability to control fire ability to split the purple flames into rings of flames that revolved crazily and flew out. Wherever the rings of flames passed, the giant spiders would shriek in pain as they were cut into 2 halves by the rings of flames. In the sky, the leader rode on a giant eagle and brought along a few wyverns and a dozen corrupted warriors. He kept circling in the sky, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He was intimidated by Yue Yang's strength and didn't dare to dive down. Instead, he ordered the corrupted warriors to shoot with their crossbows or bows. Yi Kong and the others continued to throw burning oil, forcing the densely packed giant spiders in front of them to retreat. At the same time, they formed a small team that could attack and defend as they slowly advanced forward. Go, go! Old General Ma knew that the longer they delayed, the more dangerous the situation would be. If they didn't leave now, these students might not even be able to leave. On the other hand, Yi Kong and the others groaned inwardly. They had already killed their way out of the town by 2 kilometers, but they were still within the range of the interference. If they didn't do it soon, they would reach the despair abyss. Old General Ma waved the flaming giant beam and shouted at Fatty Hai, who was the slowest, "Go, teleport out. Normally, as long as you don't land on a cliff, you won't fall to your death. Use the teleportation scroll again and return to your place. Quickly find the strongest teacher to protect you. Don't wander around, and don't go to the Warriors Guild to announce the attack. The rankers from the demonic palace will be here soon. Go quickly." Fatty Hai and the others were extremely nervous. However, without Yue Yang's approval, they didn't dare to take out their teleportation scrolls and leave. Yue Yang's idea was that the team had to stay together. Otherwise, even if the enemy managed to catch one of them, it would be a big problem. No matter what, they had to bring the whole team back. Old General Ma suddenly roared towards the sky. His entire body turned into a bear, almost turning into a giant steel bear. He lost control and charged into the group of giant spiders, crazily slaughtering them. Repeatedly charging and killing, he opened up a path for Yue Yang and the others. When Yue Yang got close, his eyes were bloodshot and he actually struck his palm towards Yue Yang's chest. When Yue Yang dodged it skillfully, the red light in Old General Ma's eyes gradually weakened. He growled, "Go quickly, I can't hold on for much longer. You guys are different from us. You guys are students, don't sacrifice yourselves so easily. You guys are the future of the soaring dragon continent. We are soldiers, dying on the battlefield is the highest honor. Go, go, I'm about to lose control, you guys leave quickly." Old General Ma, who had transformed into a bear, charged towards the group of giant spiders with a rumble, causing another wave of chaos. He turned halfway and led the countless spiders back towards Hope Town. Yi Kong's hands were full of sweat. The teleportation scroll in his hands was so tight that water could almost come out. Seeing that there was no more black gas on the teleportation scroll, he hurriedly opened the teleportation scroll and shouted, "It's done, we're already out of the interference range. Everyone, hurry up." In the sky, the corrupted warriors riding on the giant eagle swooped down with a few wyverns, preparing to interfere with Yue Yang and the others' teleportation. As long as the interference was successful, this last team of reinforcements would also die in this Hope Town. Yue Yang raised his Wei Jin magic blade and leapt up high, killing the giant eagle that swooped down the fastest. Fresh blood splattered and feathers fluttered in the air in satisfaction. Immediately, the giant eagles and wyverns who saw that the situation was not good immediately fled in all directions. The corrupted warrior commander's expression changed. He had taken out the gold-ranked crossbow from his bosom and kept it. A fallen warrior who couldn't escape in time caused Yue Yang, who had appeared behind him, to be scared witless. His attempts to escape and struggle were all futile. Yue Yang swung his blade and landed on the ground. At this time, they had already successfully teleported away. In the sky, the corrupted warrior and the giant eagle that had lost their heads spiraled downwards and fell into a group of giant spiders. They were instantly drowned by the bloodthirsty spiders. On the ground, only Inan and Yue Yang were left. Under Wei Tai Lang's protection, Inan opened the teleportation gate without any threat. However, she was waiting for Yue Yang to leave with her. Yue Yang quickly opened the teleportation scroll and kicked Wei Tai Lang into the teleportation gate. Then, he and Inan both entered their own teleportation gate and teleported away. Their destination was originally the Ivy Academy's plaza. The old cunning fox was lying at the entrance to study the teleportation circle when he suddenly felt a ripple in the air. When he raised his head, he saw Fatty Hai screaming and falling down. He quickly dodged to the side. He looked at Fatty Hai, who had crashed onto the ground with a loud bang, and asked in astonishment, "What happened? Fatty, you didn't die, right?" Before he could finish, Yi Kong and the Li brothers teleported down from the sky, scaring the old cunning fox so much that he quickly dodged. Just as he was puzzled, a pair of feet suddenly stepped on him. Then, he heard Yue Yang's voice asking from above his head, "Is everyone all right?" "They are all right. However, as the vice principal, I really want to ask you out of curiosity. Student, Where did you set the teleportation point? Why did you set it to be above my head? The old cunning fox realized that Yue Yang was especially heavy. When he raised his head, he saw that Yue Yang was carrying Yue Bing on his back, a female thief in his arms and a blackened roasted person in his other hand. He immediately understood why this brat's weight was comparable to Fatty High's. It turned out that he was carrying 3 people and a captive. There were still some disturbances in the teleportation, but at least we returned safely. Vice Principal, I don't have time to talk to you right now. I'll leave these people to your protection. Before I return, if they lose even a single strand of hair, I'll hold you accountable. Yue Yang did not have the time to get down from the old cunning fox's back. He hurriedly put down in and untied Yue Bing. Finally, he hurriedly opened the scroll that old General Ma gave him and carried Tan Wufang, teleporting directly to Tian Luo Kingdom to look for reinforcements. What's going on? Who is that burnt person that brat is carrying? The old cunning fox was confused and couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Nothing much, it's just that some people from the demonic palace came to attack us in Hope Town. The burnt person that Yue Yang was carrying was said to be the black-winged Tan Wufang. Yi Kong purposely played down the situation. What kind of joke is this? Why would the demonic palace attack you kids? The old, cunning fox jumped up. I don't understand either. Yi Kong spread his hands helplessly. Is that person really the black-winged Tan Wufang? The old cunning fox felt that this matter was not simple. Of course he knew the black-winged Tan Wufang, the traitor of Tian Luo. He's not that powerful. Yue Yang could beat him up with just one hand. The powerful one was a fellow called the luminous demon Ding Zhang. He almost burnt us into roast ducks. I thought that old General Ma, one of the 10 great generals of Tian Luo, was already very powerful. Who knew that he would be killed in one move? Luckily, old Ma's life was quite tough and he didn't die. Fatty Hai started to narrate the story with a radiant smile. If the old cunning fox was willing to listen, he was even prepared to narrate the entire process from the start. The luminous demon Ding Zhang could even fight him. The old cunning fox cried out in surprise. Was it Yue Yang, that brat, who won? That's impossible. I would have to expend a lot of effort to take down the luminous demon Ding Zhang. If I don't use a beast that counters that fellow's hellfire, it would be very troublesome to fight him. How long did that brat Yue Yang fight for? 3 moves. Yue Bing nodded her head proudly. That's impossible. I might not even be able to take down the luminous demon Ding Zhang in 3 moves. The old cunning fox was completely shocked. He didn't win. He only used his magic blade to take down the hellfire that was 10 times stronger than the luminous demon Ding Zhang, scaring him away. Inan added, that's still impossible. 10 times stronger than the hellfire. It would be more likely if I was the one who took it. Is Yue Yang that powerful? The old cunning fox felt that he urgently needed to update his assessment of Yue Yang's battle strength. Vice Principal, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Aren't you the worst teacher in the Ivy Academy? I didn't think that your bragging skills are even better than mine. Fatty Hai hugged the old cunning fox's shoulders and shook his head sympathetically. I say, Vice Principal, it's normal to fantasize and brag. Everyone has them, but fantasizing and bragging are 2 different things. You can't exaggerate too much. With your strength as a level 5 Grandmaster, you're not even a match for Ding Zhang's finger. It's fine if you say this to us, but don't ever say it to others. Otherwise, people will laugh their teeth off. As students of the Ivy Academy, we would also feel ashamed. After being lectured by Fatty Hai, the old cunning fox felt very gloomy. He almost wanted to use his full strength to scare this Fatty Hai to death. However, after thinking about it, it wasn't easy for him to disguise himself to this extent. If he let this Fatty Hai know his true strength, it would be strange if he didn't pester him every day. In the end, the old cunning fox lowered his head and said gloomily, all right, Fatty, you're right. I admit that what I said just now was wrong. The demonic palace isn't a place to be offended. It's very possible that they would come to take revenge. However, don't be afraid, I'll protect you guys. I'll find some experts to protect you guys. Yue Yang didn't know that the old cunning fox, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were making a ruckus behind his back. The moment he entered the teleportation gate, he realized that something was wrong. It was probably because he was carrying the black-winged Tan Wufang in his hands that the teleportation was a little off. He didn't teleport to the teleportation gate in front of the Imperial City. The moment he teleported out, he realized that he was facing a roof. He hurriedly used his chi to lighten his body and used the tip of his foot to touch the glazed roof tiles. Who knew that he wouldn't be able to exert any force at all? His whole body slid soundlessly into the glazed roof tiles, but he didn't feel anything at all. It was very strange. The black winged Tan Wu Fang that he was holding in his hands suddenly collapsed on the roof. Furthermore, Yue Yang heard the black winged Tan Wu Fang let out an extremely painful scream as he fainted. The black winged Tan Wu Fang was sent flying more than 10 meters away, falling to an unknown place. As for Yue Yang himself, he went through the roof, unable to grab onto any beams or pillars. In the end, he fell straight down to the ground. When Yue Yang saw that it was still alright, it was the ground. If it was a bottomless abyss or a dimensional space, he would be finished. He then used his chi and tried his best to lighten his feet. Yue Yang hoped that he would float down to the ground like a feather without triggering any mechanisms. He hoped that there wouldn't be a mechanism that would trigger thousands of arrows piercing through his heart. Then, something even stranger happened. When Yue Yang's feet touched the ground, he once again missed. The ground was fake, and there was nothing there. Yue Yang's whole body strangely fell into the ground. Following that, he saw the illusion on the ground shatter, revealing a pool of clear water. Yue Yang's whole body fell into the water with a loud bang. Only now did he realize that the house, the pillars and the ground were all illusions. The real thing was water, a very big lake. Yue Yang felt very dizzy. He had clearly teleported to the Imperial City's teleportation circle. How did he end up here? Furthermore, why was he able to fall into the lake, but the black-winged Tan Wu Fang couldn't? How did he get bounced out? Just when Yue Yang was scratching his head in confusion, he suddenly heard two extremely soft voices talking about him. However, when he looked around, he couldn't see anyone. How did this foolish brat fall into our Fata Morgana? A naturally dignified voice sounded out, as if it was speaking right beside Yue Yang's ear. Capture him and interrogate him properly. The other voice was very mischievous, and it seemed to be quite young. It was especially delicate and gentle. Yue Yang started sweating profusely. Fata Morgana, who were these two people? What kind of place was this Fata Morgana? Chapter 164. If he did not have a mission to request for help, Yue Yang would definitely pretend that he did not hear anything and listen to what was going on first. Right now, even a minute's delay could cause old General Ma and the others to be completely annihilated. Yue Yang hurriedly shouted, "You too, I accidentally barged into this Fata Morgana. My original destination was the Imperial City's teleportation circle, but because I was carrying a person, there was a deviation. Please let me out first. I have a mission that concerns a person's life. I must enter the Imperial Palace to seek an audience with the Emperor of Tianluo, Hua Shuri. If you two want to punish me, wait for me to seek an audience with the Emperor of Tianluo, then I can receive my punishment." Although he did not know if the Fata Morgana was a beast or a dimensional space, Yue Yang felt that the two people who could possess this thing were definitely extraordinary people. Maybe they even had some relationship with the Emperor Hua Shuri. Seeing that he had asked for help, they might not make things difficult for him. As expected, when Yue Yang said this, the two people who were whispering became silent. After a while, the feminine voice asked, "Brat, who are you? How can you hear our conversation even though you're in the Fata Morgana?" Yue Yang was speechless. His level 3 divine vision was useless here, but his ears could hear everything. Clearly, this Fata Morgana was really strange. Although he was thinking this, he hurriedly replied, "I am a student from the Ivy Academy in Dasha, my name is Tai Tan. A few days ago, I went to the Despair Abyss to train, but I did not expect to be surrounded by the demonic palace's corrupted warriors in Hope Town. Hope Town is in a state of emergency. There are countless giant spiders surrounding us, and there are thousands of flying beasts eyeing us from the sky. Old General Ma personally escorted me out and sent me to seek help from the Emperor of Tianluo, Hua Shuri, asking him to send at least one heavenly imperial guardian. The military situation is extremely urgent, please let me out quickly. I must seek an audience with the Emperor of Tianluo, Hua Shuri, as soon as possible." "Brat, aren't you afraid that we are from the demonic palace by telling us this?" The feminine voice asked mischievously. "If the two of you were from the demonic palace, you would definitely recognize the traitor of the Tianluo Empire, the black-winged Tan Wu Fang, who I was holding in my hands just now. You wouldn't even ask me the reason for my actions now. Instead, you would immediately kill me." Yue Yang was certain that the two of them were not from the demonic palace. How could there be people from the demonic palace in the vicinity of the imperial city, under the feet of the emperor? Moreover, if they were from the demonic palace, why would they waste their breath on him? They could just kill him directly. You can't be too confident with your words. Maybe the people of the demonic palace just like a silly brat like you. They feel that you have potential and are reluctant to kill you. What does the Black Wing Tan Wu Fang count for? He is just a chess piece that the three great sky demons had purposely put on. The three great sky demons had joined hands to save him, which was equivalent to a kind of propaganda for the demonic palace. Do you really think that a puny Black Wing Tan Wu Fang is worth the three great sky demons coming to save him? Do you really think that he can be of great use? You are different from him. You, this silly brat, still have a lot of potential. If I was from the demonic palace, I would definitely choose you and not him, the extremely delicate female voice refuted Yue Yang's words. However, her words had proven that she was not from the demonic palace. The military situation is extremely urgent, please let me out quickly. I will come back to receive my punishment after I meet the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri. Yue Yang hurriedly begged the other party to let him out. He felt that this place was a dimensional world, as if there was no end to it. There was only an endless lake. Teleportation scrolls were useless here. Yue Yang knew that no matter if this was a beast's ability or someone else's dimensional space, without the owner's permission, he would not be able to leave this place. If he were to leave now and meet the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri, he would immediately leave. Only an idiot would come back to receive his punishment. Yue Yang even had a strange feeling in his heart. Perhaps this place was the Tian Luo Imperial City. These two people were most likely relatives of the Tian Luo Emperor. Otherwise, they would not be surprised or have any strange reactions when he mentioned Hua Shuri again and again. The extremely delicate female voice laughed. You think you can meet the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri, whenever you want. You even said that you would come back to receive your punishment. If I let you out, it would be strange if you did not run away immediately. I won't let you go. I will punish you to sit in this water prison for the rest of your life. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Meeting such a person, he was really speechless. The two heavenly imperial guardians and three elders of Tian Luo have already been sent out by the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri. Before you came, there were already members of the Hurricane Scout team who had escaped back to the imperial city to ask for help. The naturally dignified voice said slowly, my sister is mischievous, you don't have to worry about it. It's just that intruders from the Mirage have to stay for an hour before they can leave. This has nothing to do with our control. After an hour, you will naturally leave this place. When Yue Yang heard this, he sweated profusely again. He really suspected that this person was the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri. However, he had painstakingly come here to report the news. Not only did he not reward him, he did not even thank him. Wasn't this too impolite? Haha, this brat's expression is really funny. He actually doesn't even know what a mirage is. What an idiot, ha ha ha. The delicate female voice laughed continuously. Stay here by yourself. That dignified voice did not wait for Yue Yang to say anything else. After leaving behind this sentence, there was no more sound. Yue Yang did not think that he would encounter such a situation when he came here to ask for help. Fortunately, the Tian Luo Empire's heavenly imperial guardians had already been sent out. He floated in the water for half a day, feeling even more puzzled. He was clearly teleported to the imperial city. How did he fall into this mirage? Why was there only water in here? Yue Yang dove into the water. He felt that there might be something strange at the bottom of the water. After searching for half a day, this mirage simply made Yue Yang extremely puzzled. Other than water, there was nothing else. Not even a single fish. Finally, Yue Yang floated to the surface of the water, feeling very bored. A delicate female voice sounded beside his ear. Her voice seemed to be right beside his ear as she asked mischievously, "How is it? What did you find?" "I didn't find anything." When Yue Yang said this, the girl kept laughing secretly. "When you come out of the mirage, will you ask the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri, for your reward, or will you immediately use a teleportation scroll to leave?" Although this girl was mischievous, she was extremely good at seeing through people's hearts. She had also guessed that Yue Yang was prepared to escape at the first moment. "I don't have a teleportation scroll on me, I can't leave even if I wanted to." Of course, Yue Yang would not admit it on the surface. He was afraid that this girl would come up with some wicked ideas to tease him. Ha ha ha, Stupid little liar. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? If you didn't have a teleportation scroll on your lich ring, would you be able to talk to me so calmly? I can still recognize the lich ring, including the little thing on your wrist. I also know what it is. It's funny that it's an attack-type beast, but you actually turned it into a wrist guard. Who is your master? How did I teach you, little idiot? When the delicate female voice said this, Yue Yang's heart immediately trembled. This mysterious golden beast, he couldn't see through it even with his divine vision. He didn't think that she would know what it was. Was this mysterious golden beast an attack-type beast? Yue Yang thought about it. This little thing was indeed very powerful when it saw a dragon crystal. However, in terms of defense, he had never seen it protect him before. As for changing into a wrist guard, he didn't make it change at all. It had changed on its own. I don't have a master. Yue Yang quickly pretended to be pitiful. Actually, he did have a master. It was the heavenly sword goddess. However, this secret must definitely not be told to anyone. If you don't have a master, how could you have such abilities at such a young age? You can't lie to me, you definitely have a master. You really don't have one. You really don't have a master. That's impossible, there must be someone secretly teaching you. The delicate female voice seemed to be interested in teaching others. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Looks like your master has only secretly taught you combat skills, and didn't teach you the correct way to use beasts. How about this? I'll be your real master. As long as you sincerely call me master, and obediently listen to me in the future, I'll teach you, and let you become my first disciple. I can have a master, but it must be a beauty." Yue Yang had his own principles. "Don't worry, I'm even more beautiful than you think. You're really lucky to have a master like me." The delicate female voice was very confident in her appearance. "If it's my master, it must be both beautiful and intelligent. I won't acknowledge a pretty flower vase as my master. Tell me, what abilities do you have?" Yue Yang actually came to choose Miss World. "My abilities, I know more than 200 different languages, and I can write more than 100 different languages. I can read all kinds of secret books, including summoning runes. I can differentiate more than 100,000 types of beasts, including the Tong Tian beast on your wrist, which is the only one in the world and in Tong Tian Tower. I can break all kinds of seals, and even if it's an ancient equipment that has been sealed for a long time, I can restore it to its original state." The delicate female voice talked non-stop for around 10 minutes, almost making Yue Yang's jaw drop to the ground. Who was this girl? Wasn't she a little too awesome? Yue Yang's heart was moved. She had a lot of knowledge that he urgently needed to learn. For example, how to differentiate between the mysterious golden beast, the one and only Tong Tian beast in this world, how to summon runes, how to break through barriers and seals, as well as ancient equipment. If he entered God's ruins in the future, he must master all of these, otherwise he would just be empty-handed. The shameless guy from another world immediately revealed a sincere smile when he saw that he could take advantage of the situation. His smile was as bright as the sun, and his lips were red and his teeth white. "Master is really amazing. I wonder who you are, and what's your name?" In order to learn the knowledge that he wanted, Yue Yang shamelessly called her his master. "It's too late, I already regret it. Now I feel that I can eat whatever I want, but I can't accept any disciple. So, you should find someone else to be your disciple." The delicate female voice laughed mischievously. When Yue Yang was about to faint, she gave him another condition. "When you reach the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and obtain the Life Force and Dream Jadeite, I'll consider whether or not to accept you as my disciple." "Nonsense, if I can reach the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, why would I want to be your disciple?" Yue Yang almost fell out. She actually dared to say such a condition. "Even if you can reach the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, in front of me, you're still a child. You might be very confident in yourself, but I can tell you a secret. It's a small blow to your self-confidence. With your current level, I can beat you to a pulp with just one finger." When the delicate female voice said this, Yue Yang was shocked. At first, he thought that she was a naughty princess or a princess. He didn't expect her to be so strong. Luckily he had the disguise inherent skill, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hide his innate realm from her. Who was this girl? Who are you? Yue Yang felt that this girl wasn't simple. His heartbeat quickened. He must not let her see that he was a little innate who had just reached the innate realm not long ago. "I won't tell you my name, because you're not my disciple. If you want to show some respect to me, you can call me by my title, Knight Empress, just like normal warriors." When the delicate female voice said this, Yue Yang felt as if he was struck by lightning on a clear day. He immediately cried out involuntarily, "You're the Knight Empress, one of the 3 great heavenly imperial guardians of Tian Luo. The Knight Empress who heavily injured the Marquis of Zijin in 1 move. 2 moves. I actually used 2 moves to defeat the Marquis of Zijin." The delicate female voice corrected him. Oh my god, Yue Yang was scared out of his wits. The Marquis of Zijin was so powerful, yet she defeated him in 2 moves. Wasn't this girl too terrifying? Chapter 165 Inches. When you reach the Tong Tian Tower 6th floor, if no one is willing to be your guide, you can come and find me. Oh right, who is your Tong Tian Tower guide? The Knight Empress's sweet voice rang out. Suddenly, she asked a question that Yue Yang couldn't understand for a long time. I don't know. When Yue Yang entered Tong Tian Tower, his guide was a big-breasted beauty that he hadn't seen until now. He only saw her once at Shangwu Camp. From then on, there was no trace of her. It was said that Shangwu Camp was usually managed by Elder Lu. It was not that lazy but extremely enchanting big-breasted beauty. Yue Yang couldn't understand why there was such a coincidence. It just had to be her turn to receive him when he went to Tong Tian Tower to look for Yu Bing. What was even weirder was that when Yue Yang returned to Shangwu Camp and secretly asked about her, no one knew who the big-breasted beauty was. No one even dared to mention her. It was as if the big-breasted beauty was a terrifying monster. Yue Yang remembered that there was a middle-aged man at the entrance of Tong Tian Tower who asked about her. When he heard that it was her, his face immediately changed. Normally, a warrior who had the ability to guard the entrance of Tong Tian Tower wouldn't be so timid. Could it be that the big-breasted beauty was in existence even more terrifying than the Demon King? The Knight Empress didn't believe Yue Yang's words. Yue Yang's heart skipped a beat. He described the big-breasted beauty's appearance and pretended to be nonchalant. I really don't know the guide who entered Tong Tian Tower. I heard from Fatty that it was usually Elder Lu who received people at Shangwu Camp. However, I was an exception that day. When the Knight Empress heard this, she was silent for a long time. Just when Yue Yang was wondering if he had said something wrong, he suddenly heard the Knight Empress snort with a slightly jealous tone. I knew it was her. She has that kind of inherent skill. Of course it's easier for her to find people. HMPH, I hate her the most. She always snatches everything before me. What card did she give you? Crystal card. HMPH, she's so generous. What conditions did she give? 1 wisdom fruit every year. This was too simple, wasn't it? This was clearly stealing disciples. It wasn't fair. It didn't conform to the agreement between experts at all. You idiot, how could you agree to let her be your introducer? You won't get anything out of it. You've suffered a great loss. Don't worry, old people always say that suffering a loss is a blessing. Yue Yang took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Bless your head. The Knight Empress was very angry and did not speak for a long time. After a while, she suddenly said, I'll also give you a mission. If you complete it, then I'll consider giving you some pointers. It's a very simple task. In the center of the Despair Abyss, thousands of meters underground, there's a black tortoise realm. There's an injured dragon turtle there. Heal it, obtain the black tortoise bead from it, and then come find me here. Yue Yang heard that she said it was easier than eating beans, but after thinking about it, it was probably 10 times more difficult than giving a fruit of wisdom to the big-breasted beauty whose whereabouts were still unknown every year. Who had ever been to the center of the abyss of despair? No one. Even if someone had been there, it would be someone at the level of the Knight Empress. They were all the heavenly imperial guardians of the country, a realm that normal warriors could never imagine. Run to the center of the despair abyss and heal the dragon turtle first before obtaining the black tortoise bead. Seems like it would be difficult. Go to the ant hole to look for the hard-shelled dragon fruit, meet the Marquis of Zijin, and he almost lost his life. If he went to the center of the despair abyss again and met someone more powerful than the Marquis of Zijin, then he would be finished. He was not a cat with 9 lives. If he said he would die, then he would really die. Furthermore, he still had the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass quest from Grandma Wu Tang. If he had the ability to complete the quest to obtain the black tortoise bead, he believed that Grandma Wu Tang would not take out this Starlight Serene Indigo Grass quest. If she did not give it to him, it would prove that he could not do it now. Yue Yang thought of this and hurriedly asked, what level was that dragon turtle? Platinum ranked level 6, so it was platinum ranked level 10, but it was injured by someone. The Night Empress words almost made Yue Yang cramp and drown in the lake. It could even be injured by a platinum rank level 10. Yue Yang could not imagine what kind of rancor would be able to do that. You can do it in the future too. The Night Empress giggled. What is that black tortoise bead? Yue Yang had heard of the white dragon bead before. When all the soldiers were poisoned, Zheng Wuyu gave the floating mist sect their national treasure, the white dragon bead. Only then did the floating mist sect send Elder Tian Suo to cure them. In the end, they even created a case of the real and fake Elder Tian Suo. I'll tell you about the black tortoise bead later, but it is a necessity. As long as you gather the azure dragon bead, white tiger bead, vermilion bird bead and black tortoise bead, you can truly be recognized as a rancor. Little fellow, you don't know, but the highest level of Tong Tian Tower is very, very wide, hard to describe. Any small island is bigger than the soaring dragon continent, even bigger than the demon abyss. We come from the soaring dragon continent, but there are also various kinds of rancors from other places. Everyone is competing with each other, striving to climb to the higher levels. That kind of competition is something you can't imagine now. In comparison, our soaring dragon continent is like a small village. With the soaring dragon continent as our starting point, we cultivate higher and higher. When you reach an extremely high realm and look back, you will realize that the lives of ordinary people are actually very laughable. It's just like how you see ants busying themselves right now. Our soaring dragon continent's rankers are few in number, but they are also more united. Our standard is to have the ability to gather all 4 jewels. Only then can we be recognized by everyone and become one of the rankers. Because the dragon turtle is injured, the black tortoise bead is the easiest to get, so I suggest that you complete it first, don't let others complete it first. Because once the dragon turtle is successfully healed by others, it will regain its original battle power, leave the despair abyss and re-enter Tong Tian Tower. It won't stay in the despair abyss forever. Night Empress words made people nervous. This dragon turtle could also be healed by others, it wasn't the only task. However, even if Yue Yang accepted it, he didn't know how to heal beasts at all. He reckoned that this matter would be very difficult. God knows how to heal the dragon turtle. Night Empress didn't say anything. She didn't give any hints. It seemed that this secret couldn't be told. She had to let Yue Yang explore it himself. Yue Yang's eyes flashed and he asked again, what is the relationship between the white dragon pearl and the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise beads? Are they of the same level or higher? The white dragon pearl is a type of dragon pearl. It is a necessary item for a level 7 overlord to level up to level 8 emperor. It is different from the 4 jewels. The white dragon pearl is not bad, but we don't acknowledge that the level 8 emperor that the soaring dragon continent set down as a true rancor. Night Empress words completely shocked Yue Yang. A level 8 emperor wasn't a rancor. Then wouldn't level 7 overlord and level 6 elder be normal people? No wonder innates viewed all warriors below level 5 as ants. Yue Yang swallowed his saliva and asked, then what level are the real rancors? Night Empress smiled gently. After a while, she said, it's okay to tell you earlier, because you have potential. In the soaring dragon continent, the real rancors are called innates. Level 7 overlord starts to come into contact with innates and level 8 emperor starts to train, but we don't acknowledge them as real innates. Only level 9 saint and above are called innates. Moreover, innates are divided into 9 levels. The soaring dragon continent's beginner saint is at most innate level 1, intermediate saint is innate level 2, advanced innate level 3, I'm going to faint. Yue Yang realized that he had just started. Yue Yang knew that although he was an innate, his skills were far from enough. He had only trained for half a year. In terms of skills and knowledge, he couldn't be compared to the innate rankers who had trained for hundreds of years. Compared to a level 7 overlord and a level 8 emperor, there was still a huge gap. If he used all his strength now, he could probably fight against a level 6 elder. If he used all his strength and intelligence, he could easily defeat a level 6 intermediate elder. As for the beginner level 6 elder, after the battle at the entrance of the ant hole, Yue Yang realized that he could easily defeat them. Those who were level 5 and below were all ants. He could easily kill them. Winning against the Marquis of Zijin, other than his luck, was also because the Marquis of Zijin had underestimated him. Moreover, he had fought with Grandma Kai and used up more than half of his strength. If the Marquis of Zijin had known his true strength from the start and used all his strength, it would have been a headache for him. If the Marquis of Zijin was at his peak condition, the final victor might not have been him. Yue Yang felt that if he could comprehend the power of his yin ability, control water and ice abilities, and climb to the 4th level of the innate invisible sword qi, he might be able to fight against the Marquis of Zijin. The Marquis of Zijin needed a year's time to return to the Soaring Dragon continent. Yue Yang, who had already comprehended and controlled fire ability, was now full of confidence. When this guy returned from the demon abyss, it would probably be the time when he defeated him. This was because breaking through the 4th level of the innate invisible sword qi was only a matter of time. Yue Yang estimated that he would be able to break through in less than 3 months. After breaking through, would he be able to open the divine grimoire? Yue Yang still had this expectation in his heart. If he could, then the Marquis of Zijin could pitifully receive his bento as fertilizer. I also found you quite pleasing to the eye. Originally, I wanted to give you some pointers, but you were snatched away by her. According to the agreement between rankers, it is not convenient for me to interfere in your matters. If you want to learn from me, I must give you a mission. When you get the Black Tortoise Orb, come and find me again. The Night Empress suddenly thought of something and asked, why did you go to the Despair Abyss? To pluck the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass. This was the mission that Grandma Wu Tang gave me. Yue Yang wanted to probe the Night Empress' attitude towards Grandma Wu Tang. Is Big Sister Wu Tang your teacher? She's not bad, but it's a pity that after she was heavily injured by someone, she was unable to recover. The Night Empress' attitude made Yue Yang feel deep veneration towards Grandma Wu Tang. Even someone as strong as the Tian Luo Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardians, the Night Empress, used a respectful tone to address Grandma Wu Tang. It was very obvious that she was also one of the strongest rankers, or at least she used to be. In the end, the Night Empress enthusiastically introduced to Yue Yang, you can't pluck the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass. That's not something a man can touch. Only pure virgins can pluck it. I'll introduce a little girl to you, she's very good in this area. However, I can't guarantee if she will agree to help you. Her name is Fallen Flowers. She usually lives in the Sky Garden in the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Fallen Flowers City. You can go to the Warriors Guild in Tong Tian Tower and leave a message for her. Say that I introduced you to her. Maybe she will agree to help you. I know City Mistress Fallen Flowers. We've even fought against the Demon General and plucked the demonic fragrance flower together. This time, I'm preparing to pluck the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass with her. Yue Yang was overjoyed and hurriedly tried to establish a relationship. You know Fallen Flowers, ha ha ha. When the Night Empress heard this, she suddenly laughed happily, even a little complacent. This caused Yue Yang to scratch his head in confusion. Was there anything wrong with him knowing City Mistress Fallen Flowers? Yue Yang's thoughts raced. Could it be that City Mistress Fallen Flowers wasn't a citizen of Da Sha, but a citizen of Tian Luo Kingdom? How was she related to the Night Empress? You and Fallen Flowers should first pluck the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass and complete Elder Sister Wu Tang's mission. Elder Sister Wu Tang is very knowledgeable. You can learn some medical knowledge from her and then go to the Despair Abyss with Fallen Flowers to get the Black Tortoise Pearl. She will be a good helper. How about this? I'll give you a year, no, half a year. When you get the Black Tortoise Pearl, I'll tell you more secrets. It's almost time. Before I send you out, I'll give you a little something. The Night Empress's delicate voice sounded. In an instant, 2 things appeared in Yue Yang's hands. One was a map. It seemed to be a map that led to the center of the Despair Abyss. The other was a bottle. It was made of mud and fat jade. It felt warm to the touch and was incomparably exquisite. The purple-red wooden stopper had a faint fragrance that seeped into one's lungs. There should be some kind of liquid inside. When Yue Yang shook it lightly, he could feel the liquid shaking inside. However, he didn't know what was inside. What's inside? Yue Yang's curiosity could kill a cat. The Fountain of Youth. If a normal person drinks a mouthful, they would be able to rejuvenate their youth by more than 10 years. If a warrior drinks a mouthful, the spiritual energy in their body would increase greatly. If you want to refine a martial god pill in the future, you must use the Fountain of Youth as a guide. Haven't you heard of the martial god pill before? The martial god pill is even better than the martial spirit pill. The martial spirit pill stimulates the potential in a person's body. The martial god pill is the opposite. It increases the potential of a person's body. Forget it, I'll tell you in the future. Before the Night Empress could finish her words, Yue Yang felt the world spinning around him. He was suddenly thrown out by an irresistible force. When he regained his consciousness, he was already standing in front of a huge imperial city. Under his feet was the imperial city's teleportation circle. Yue Yang didn't wait for the soldiers in the formation to come forward and interrogate him. He immediately opened a teleportation scroll and left, returning to the Ivy Academy. Of course, the first thing he did was to keep the Fountain of Youth and the map of the Despair Abyss into his ring. At the entrance of the Ivy Academy, the old cunning fox was waiting with Yu Bing, Inan, Fatty Hai, Li brothers and the others. Brother, Yu Bing was the first to rush over and jump into Yue Yang's embrace. It's good that you're alright. Inan also wanted to jump into Yue Yang's embrace. However, she felt a little embarrassed in front of everyone, so she stopped in her tracks. Bing don't cry. Tian Luo Kingdom had already sent out 2 heavenly imperial guardians. Old General Ma and the others will be fine. I promised old General Ma, so I need to go back and greet him. Yu Yang caressed Yu Bing's soft hair and smiled at Inan. Then, he nodded towards Yi Kong and the others. Don't worry, I will look after them. They will be fine. The old cunning fox nodded when he saw Yu Yang looking at him. Vice Principal, I realized that we all have the same inherent skill. Fatty Hai felt that the old cunning fox was as thick-skinned as him. He even dared to boast that he would protect everyone when he was a level 5 Grandmaster. Not only Fatty Hai, even Yi Kong and the others felt the same way. If the old cunning fox was really as strong as he had boasted, then why did he bring everyone to seek protection from the eagle-eyed Sha Hu Wei Lai? Fatty, you must be itching for a beating. The old cunning fox was going crazy. Fortunately, there was still Yu Yang who knew his true strength. If not, he would have been depressed to death. Yu Yang smiled at the old cunning fox and opened the scroll. Together with Wei Tai Lang, they teleported to the wilderness a few kilometers away from Hope Town. What was the situation in Hope Town? With 2 heavenly imperial guardians, no matter how arrogant the demonic palace was, they would have to restrain themselves, right? In this teleportation, Yu Yang actually did not hope that the demonic palace would avoid the battle. Instead, he hoped that a huge battle would break out between the 2 sides. In the end, he would see if he could be the fisherman who benefited from the battle, even if he could obtain a few corpses of the demonic palace's rankers who were killed by the heavenly imperial guardians, they would all be the best fertilizer for his flowers. Fertilizer, I'm coming. Yu Yang rushed out of the teleportation gate impatiently. Chapter 166. What appeared in front of Yu Yang was a mountain of corpses. The giant spider's corpses were piled up like a small mountain. The raging flames scorched the ground. Hope Town had already been razed to the ground by the terrifying power. Even part of the mountain peak above had collapsed. After the landslide, the broken rock walls were exposed. A huge meteorite had sunk deep into the ground. It was not far away from Yu Yang, emitting the last remnants of its heat, and white smoke curled up. Obviously, a battle that Yu Yang could not imagine had erupted here. It was definitely a battle between 2 experts. Yu Yang secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he was trapped in the mirage and could not come out. Otherwise, if he really encountered such a battle when he returned, he might not be able to benefit from it and might even lose his life. It was good to be able to obtain experts as fertilizer, but it was best not to meet with enemies that were too strong. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Yu Yang discovered that other than the giant spiders, there were also many flying beasts that had died here. Their corpses were everywhere. In an area surrounded by torches, someone had set up a small tent. Outside the tent, old General Ma, who was covered in blood, sat on a huge rock. You're here, sit. Old General Ma looked extremely tired, but when he saw Yu Yang coming, his expression revealed a hint of relief. I came back late. Yu Yang wanted to explain that he had mistakenly entered the mirage and was trapped for more than an hour, so he came back late. But when the words reached his lips, he stopped and decided not to explain. It was actually my idea to let the Imperial Guards capture you. The teleportation scroll I gave you was meant to teleport you to the back garden of the Imperial Palace and not to the Imperial City's teleportation circle. I know what kind of battle is going to happen next. For a young man like you, I cannot let you return to the battlefield and put you in danger. Old General Ma stretched out his hand and patted Yu Yang's shoulder. I am already very happy that you can come back. Thank you for risking your life to ask for help. If not for you, my soldiers would have been completely annihilated. I also thank you for not abandoning us in the end. You are my most trustworthy battle partner. In the future, if you need old Ma's help, just say the word and old Ma will definitely come over without any hesitation. Only now did Yue Yang know that this old General Ma was also an old fox. He had sent her out to seek help in order to protect her. Furthermore, he had purposely allowed her to barge into the back garden of the imperial palace, allowing the imperial guards to capture her. The only surprise was that he did not expect that he had barged into the mirage and had only come out now. He thought that he had been captured by the palace guards and released only now. Yue Yang didn't want to falsely claim credit for asking for help. He hurriedly waved his hand. It was the Hurricane Scout team that reported this. I'm already late. I'll return this tiger tally to you. Old General Ma suddenly laughed. Do you think that the members of the Hurricane Scout team can invite the Heavenly Imperial Guardians to take action? Furthermore, the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians came over immediately. This isn't something my soldiers can do. Actually, the teleportation scroll that I gave you was given to me by His Majesty. It can only be used during the most dangerous times. It's not for an old man like me to use it to save my life, but to protect the younger generation like you. Normally, this scroll is only used before the entire army is annihilated. It's only at the last moment. Although I don't know what you told His Majesty, it's definitely because of your request for help that His Majesty invited the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians to come out. The Heavenly Imperial Guardians won't easily take action, even if we die in battle. They have an agreement among the rankers that they won't interfere in the war between countries. They will only take action when the country's safety or the country's future hopes are threatened. This time, the Heavenly Imperial Guardians took action because your life was threatened by the demonic palace. They won't care about the lives of ordinary soldiers. When Yue Yang heard this, he felt both angry and amused by the Soaring Dragon Continent's rankers' protective actions. They could disregard the lives of thousands of soldiers, but for a junior with potential, even if he wasn't a young warrior from their own country, they would still protect him. Yue Yang felt that this was too funny. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it was very reasonable. To innate rankers, ordinary people were as insignificant as ants. If they had to take care of everything, they would be annoyed to death. Would a person squat beside an ant's nest every day to help them catch bugs or chase away enemies? That was obviously impossible. However, if there was a weak baby whose life was in danger and needed his help to take care of it, he probably wouldn't just stand by and watch. To the innate rankers who competed with the Demon Abyss rankers in the 8th and 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower, the Soaring Dragon Continent was just a small village. The neighbors all had some relationship with each other. Although the neighbor's child wasn't their own, they would still help them out when they saw them. After thinking through all these, Yue Yang felt that it was very normal. If it was him, he might also do the same. There were people dying in the mercenary group every day. He couldn't possibly be compassionate and stay by their side every day to protect them from being bitten to death by beasts. Even if he was bored out of his mind, he wouldn't do that. However, if he met a mercenary who got along well with him and was attacked by beasts, it was still possible for him to save them. Those rankers probably had the same mentality as him. Yue Yang nodded his head. Now he realized that maybe Fata Morgana didn't have a time limit of 1 hour. Maybe the Night Empress said that on purpose to make him stay. As for the other authoritative voice, could it be the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri? But, why did it sound a little, not like a man's voice? Could it be that the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri, was a woman? Yue Yang quickly abandoned this thought. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, men were superior to women. If Hua Shuri was a woman, she definitely wouldn't be able to become the emperor. Furthermore, Hua Shuri's sister wasn't the Night Empress. Hua Shuri had two sisters. One was his biological sister, Zheng Wuyu's beloved concubine, the other was his adopted sister, who was married to the Zijin Emperor. Maybe the other authoritative voice belonged to one of the 3 Heavenly Imperial Guardians. He didn't appear again after that, so he might have been dispatched to Hope Town. In the future, you have to be especially careful of the people from the demonic palace. They might treat you as their next target. Old General Ma patted Yue Yang's shoulder. I can't help you with anything. I can only say one thing. If you need anything, Old Ma and the 3,000 Hurricane Elites owe you their lives. You can move anytime. Old General Ma jumped down from the rock, waved his hand and left without looking back. From afar, he could see it. A few meters away, the 3,000 Hurricane Elites all saluted Yue Yang in unison. Then, they carried their injured comrades and walked into the teleportation circle, leaving this place of death. 1 day later, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were captured by the eagle-eyed Sha Hu Wei Lai to do some kind of mission. Yu Bing and Inan were brought to see the principal by the old cunning fox. It was said that they were going to be scribes, but they never came back. Yue Yang was bored, so he learned the basics of teleportation from the old cunning fox. At this time, the old cunning fox became cocky. He kept saying, "What? You can't even do such a simple thing. A genius like you can't even do such a simple thing." Yue Yang was choked speechless by him. It was precisely because he didn't know how to do it that he wanted to learn from him. If he knew how to do it, he would have kicked him into the clouds long ago. After the old cunning fox attacked Yue Yang for a long time, he felt very satisfied. He gave Yue Yang a book on space theory and asked Yue Yang to memorize it. Then, he whistled as he went to attend the banquet in the palace. "I've never seen such a bastard teacher in my life. I curse this old fellow to die on the street." Yue Yang didn't know how to use undead curses. Otherwise, he would have thrown a few curses at the old cunning fox's head. Yue Yang's mood was very bad. Fortunately, it turned for the better very quickly. This was because the Thief Guild had sent a messenger to deliver a message from City Mistress Fallen Flowers. She said that she was already waiting for him at the ruins of Hope Town and asked him to come over as soon as possible. When Yue Yang saw this, he was in a very good mood. His blissful sexual life had arrived. If he didn't have the time to push down Inan, he could push down this City Mistress Fallen Flowers. As the thought of wolves came to his mind, he recalled the wonderful feeling he had when he carried City Mistress Fallen Flowers on his back. That feeling, Yue Yang's body suddenly surged with waves of heat, as if his body was on fire. It was as if there was an electric current flowing through his skin, bringing with it a kind of restlessness. It seemed that if he didn't push down City Mistress Fallen Flowers, sooner or later he would be suffocated to death. Yue Yang immediately opened the teleportation scroll that set the target at the ruins of Hope Town. Bringing along Wei Tai Lang, he rushed out like a wisp of smoke and shouted, "Girl, I'm here, quickly smile for me." What appeared in front of Yue Yang was not only the smiling City Mistress Fallen Flowers, but also the mysterious beauty who always carried a book. Yue Yang was instantly petrified. Seeing her again was supposed to be very exciting. But now, there were two of them. It was too exciting. Yue Yang felt that his heart couldn't take it anymore. The difficulty of pushing down one girl was already very high. Pushing down two girls at the same time, that difficulty, was definitely 100 times, or even 1,000 times more difficult than pushing down one girl. If he wanted to push down City Mistress Fallen Flowers, he just had to find a suitable time and place to do it with a bit of romance, a bit of surprise, a bit of violent stripping and flirting. Maybe he could succeed, but if all these were to be done under the gaze of the mysterious beauty, even a fool would know that it was impossible. Push down two girls at the same time. Do you want to have a threesome? Yue Yang felt that the success rate of this was even lower than him killing two Marquis of Zijin in one move. You guys know each other. Yue Yang had a feeling that these two girls knew each other and purposely came to find him together so that he wouldn't be able to succeed. Luckily he didn't bring Yu Bing and Inan along. Otherwise, it would be even more lively. I don't know her. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty denied together. Who are you trying to fool? Yue Yang was going crazy. If they didn't know each other, why would they coincidentally wait for him here? I really don't know her. Student Yue Yang, who is she? Introduce her to me. City Mistress Fallen Flowers smiled. There was a hint of killing intent in her smile. Her gaze was like a knife, ready to cut Yue Yang's flesh. I don't know who she is either. Yue Yang couldn't introduce her, because he had never seen the mysterious beauty's face before. He also didn't know her name. Then what you mean is that she's a passerby? City Mistress Fallen Flowers had heard Yue Yang say that she was a passerby, but she had forgotten. She's just a passerby. The mysterious beauty's memory was very good. She remembered it very clearly. She even knows that she's a passerby. Do you dare to say that you don't know her? City Mistress Fallen Flowers grabbed Yue Yang's collar. This action was similar to Princess Sissy's Rouge Tiger Eyes. However, other than grabbing Yue Yang's collar, that royal swordswoman also liked to stare at Yue Yang's eyes with her Rouge Tiger Eyes. She always tried to see through his inner world. It was a pity that when Yue Yang's counterfeit inherent skill leveled up, Princess Sissy's 6 records inherent skill became a tragedy. This, Yue Yang felt that if he couldn't answer her properly now, his blissful sexual life would be finished. For his blissful sexual life in the future, Yue Yang clenched his teeth. I've decided, I'll tell a lie. Chapter 167 Inches. Actually, she's my wife. She already has my baby in her stomach. I never dared to tell you. Yue Yang pretended to be a heartless person. The mysterious beauty was stunned. Ha 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 ha. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was dumbfounded for a few seconds before bursting into a burst of laughter. She laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled. In the end, she laughed so hard that tears came out. She patted Yue Yang's shoulder with her small hands and said while suppressing her laughter, "She's still a virgin, how could she have a baby? Can your joke be any funnier?" "City Mistress, how do you know that she's a virgin?" Yue Yang asked, pretending to be ignorant. "Didn't you notice that she and I both have a very nice virgin body fragrance?" "I say, Yue Yang, if you want to lie, you have to look at who you're talking to." City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed. "There's really a virgin body fragrance, let me smell it." Yue Yang moved closer to the mysterious beauty. "Smell your head." The mysterious beauty hit Yue Yang to the ground. "I found out, your skin is thicker than the city walls." City Mistress Fallen Flowers bent down and used her little finger to lift Yue Yang's chin with a smile. Her lips were a few centimeters away from Yue Yang's lips. Her breath smelled like orchids, and her movements were very ambiguous. "Actually, you don't have to be nervous. It doesn't matter what kind of relationship you have with her. I'm just a little concerned about my future guard captain's lifelong happiness." "Don't misunderstand. I've already misunderstood." No, I mean I want to misunderstand." "No, I mean the misunderstanding has already been resolved. I'm not nervous." Yue Yang spoke incoherently. "Your heartbeat seems to be a little fast." City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to have a mischievous smile in her eyes. "This proves that my life force is strong." In this position, Yue Yang could see the snow-white skin under the collar of City Mistress Fallen Flowers' brocade robe. His soul had almost drowned in that wonderful and unfathomable cleavage. In this situation, if his heart didn't beat faster, only Dongfang Bubai wouldn't. "Your face is also a little red," City Lord Fallen Flowers asked again. "This proves that my body is healthy and my complexion is very good." Yue Yang answered fluently. "Why is the tip of your nose sweating?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers blew a breath of fragrance on Yue Yang's face, almost melting Yue Yang's bones. Flirting in this kind of ambiguous position, if Yue Yang's heart didn't palpitate, face didn't blush, ears didn't heat up, and nose didn't sweat, then he would have to change his name to Lu Xiaowei. The most terrible thing was that there was a mysterious beauty watching from the side. The double stimulation made him feel very uncomfortable. There were a few times when Yue Yang was prepared to just push down one of them. In any case, it didn't matter which girl he pushed down. However, his heart was greedy enough. He felt that they were all good girls, and he couldn't let them go cheaply to others. He had to take all of them. Of course, it would be even more difficult to take all of them, so Yue Yang couldn't act like a wolf. He had to pretend to be a gentleman and lower their vigilance. Yue Yang said with certainty, "The tip of my nose sweats because the weather is too hot." Just as he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew snow all over the sky. It floated down. The mysterious beauty suddenly turned around and sneezed so hard that even a mosquito wouldn't be scared away. She muttered to herself, "The weather is really too hot. Don't be afraid, my clothes are warm." When Yue Yang saw that there was a chance to curry favor, he hurriedly jumped up and took off his outer leather coat, wrapping it around the mysterious beauty's body. "Your movements are so practiced." City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked Yue Yang up and down, giggling as she asked, "Can you take off another piece?" "If I take it off again, I'll be naked. But if you want it, then of course I'll give it to you. My pants haven't been washed for half a month, is that okay?" Yue Yang prepared to take off his pants. "Who wants it?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers reached out her hand and touched the leather coat draped over the mysterious beauty's body. She said this out of the blue, making Yue Yang's heart almost jump out of his chest. City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to have no intention of doing so as she said in surprise, "This is wyvern skin. Is it the wyvern that I fought with you in the pavilion in the sky? The leather is not bad, I didn't expect it to be made so quickly. Did you fight a wyvern with her in the pavilion in the sky?" This time, it was the mysterious beauty's turn to stare at Yue Yang with a gaze as sharp as a knife. "Definitely not. The wyvern that I fought with City Mistress Fallen Flowers last time wasn't made yet because the two old men were too particular about it. I fought a venom wyvern with that silly girl, Princess Sissy, at the Eagle's Cry Valley in Guijianzhou." Yue Yang hurriedly tried to explain himself. When the two girls heard this, they immediately revealed a look of realization. Ah, so you fought it with Princess Sissy. Yue Yang immediately sweated profusely. Oh no, why did he drag Princess Sissy into this? This time, he really couldn't wash his name clean. Seeing that the two girls' gazes had turned into knives, Yue Yang immediately raised his hands in surrender. Beauties, please don't misunderstand. I actually don't have any relationship with Princess Sissy at all. Although I fought monsters with her in the Eagle's Cry Valley, I didn't take liberties with her on the way, nor did I touch her chest. I didn't even know that her chest was bigger than both of yours, nor did I know her waist. In short, I was very obedient, I didn't do anything, so I don't know anything. Continue. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' hands began to accumulate aurora light. I think I can believe. You, the mysterious beauty, also prepared to summon an ice storm. Heavens, I'm really innocent, who can prove it for me? Wei Tai Lang, say that I'm innocent. Yue Yang was about to cry to death. Why was it that the more he tried to explain, the worse it got? When Wei Tai Lang heard its master's words, it immediately used its newly learned foreign language and meowed. It then nodded its head proudly, proving that its master was innocent. Yue Yang fell to the ground. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty clapped their hands and laughed coldly as they praised him. Not bad, even your pet has been trained to help you lie. Yue Yang almost fainted. He explained while sweating. I really didn't do anything to Princess Sissy. That silly girl glares at people with her tigress eyes, she's very scary. She also uses a sword to slash people. She's so fierce, not as gentle as you guys, how could I dare to take liberties with her? It's more likely that she took liberties with me. There's really nothing between us, the heavens can testify for me. I can also testify for him. Behind Yue Yang, a clear voice rang out, very sincerely confirming, he really didn't do anything to me, other than riding on my body and tearing my clothes to shreds. Yue Yang turned around and suddenly discovered that the royal swordswoman, Princess Sissy, was standing behind him. He thought that he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes. When he finally realized that it wasn't an illusion, he immediately sweated profusely. City Mistress Fallen Flowers asked curiously, what happened after you tore your clothes to shreds? He stretched out his wolf claws. Princess Sissy, who was wearing a suit of silver armor, nodded very frankly, admitting the fact that she was attacked by Yue Yang's wolf claws. No, I was only tricking a carrion crow at that time. I promise I didn't touch it. Yue Yang hurriedly defended himself. Yes, he didn't touch it. Princess Sissy confirmed Yue Yang's defense and nodded. He stretched out his wolf claws to grab. What happened after he grabbed it? At this time, the mysterious beauty suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Nothing happened after he grabbed it. No, he didn't grab it. Nothing happened after that either. No, the enemy appeared. We were busy fighting the enemy, we didn't have time to do anything else. Yue Yang recalled that day when he was pressing down on Princess Sissy. Did he really grab it with his wolf claws? At that time, he was too nervous. It felt like he really did touch it, but his memory wasn't very clear. Did he grab it or not? Yue Yang couldn't be sure. He felt that the whole process was muddled. Yes, the enemy did come. About 2 hours later, Princess Sissy's words were too easy to misunderstand. If the enemy only came after 2 hours, then what should be done should have been done. What shouldn't have been done should have been done too. What did you do in these 2 hours? City Mistress Fallen Flowers asked. Nothing. Yue Yang felt that even he wouldn't believe his words, let alone them. Do you feel uncomfortable? The mysterious beauty asked. It seemed that she suspected that Princess Sissy was pregnant with Yue Yang's baby. My body is fine, it's just that after that, it hurt for a few days. Princess Sissy's words made Yue Yang fall head first onto the ground. If Jun Wuyu heard this, he would probably chop off his own head. Damn, these words were too ambiguous. She was obviously hinting that he had forced himself on her, so she hurt for a few days. Yue Yang felt that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Moreover, there was no Yellow River in the Soaring Dragon continent to jump into. Alright, I admit it. I wanted to do it, but I didn't dare to do it. Yue Yang felt that if he didn't tell the truth, he would have to prepare his will and epitaph. I feel that this prisoner's confession isn't very trustworthy. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was like a strict judge. What's the reason why you didn't dare to do it? The mysterious beauty asked, sounding like a lawyer. Cowardly. Yue Yang replied, yeah, I can prove that his courage is very small, just a little bit bigger than the sky. Princess Sissy, this royal swordswoman, made things worse the more she tried to help. She was a troublemaker. You can pronounce the sentence. City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked like she was ready to sentence Yue Yang to death. Wait a minute, I want to say my last words. Yue Yang coughed lightly and cleared his throat. I regret it very much. When 3 beauties laid in front of me, I had the chance to push them down easily, but I missed it. Now, it's too late for regrets. If the heavens give me 3 more chances, I will sincerely tell those 3 beauties that I want to push them down, and I want to push each of them down 10,000 times. The world quietened down. Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He should be fine now. Although he wanted to push them down, it hadn't happened yet. This crime shouldn't be punishable by death. After a few seconds, the mysterious beauty suddenly opened her mouth, giving Yue Yang the urge to commit suicide. Only now did he realize that City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Sissy weren't his natural enemies. The real troublesome girl was this mysterious beauty whose name he didn't even know. She was the only one who could be his true nemesis. Other than me and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who is the other girl who fainted in front of you? The mysterious beauty asked a very important question. I'll chop you to death, you evil sis Khan. Princess Sissy suddenly understood. It was obvious that she wasn't one of the 3 girls. She had never fainted in front of him before. Although she was pushed down before, she was conscious at that time. Then the 3rd girl who fainted in his arms could be Yu Bing. When Princess Sissy thought of this, she became furious. She raised her greatsword and prepared to chop him. Wait, I remember there was another female thief. She was shorter than you by a head, but her figure was very slender. City Mistress Fallen Flowers pointed at the mysterious beauty and recalled. Ah, you're talking about Brother Inan. It seemed like the mysterious beauty's understanding of Yue Yang was even more than Luo Hua's City Mistress and Princess Xianxia combined. Yue Yang fell to the ground when he heard this. She even knew about this. Was this girl stalking him every day? Seeing that the 3 girls' gazes were like knives cutting his flesh, Yue Yang hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't know that Brother Inan was a girl at all. My friendship with Inan is pure. The mysterious beauty suddenly took out a jade pendant and passed it to Yue Yang. I picked this up after we fought the Marquis of Zijin. Please use this engagement jade pendant from the 100 Flowers Valley to explain your great and pure friendship with Brother Inan. Yue Yang almost vomited blood. How did this jade pendant end up in her hands? No wonder he couldn't pick up girls smoothly these 2 days. It turned out that he had lost this lucky jade pendant. The 3 girls looked at Yue Yang curiously. They wanted to see what else he could say at this moment. Chapter 168 Inches. There's nothing to explain. Brother Inan saw that I'm pitiful that no girls like me, so he decided to introduce his sister to me. Yue Yang quickly put the jade pendant back on his neck. With the lucky jade pendant back, Yue Yang's courage grew. At least he still had Inan in his hands, so he wasn't afraid of not having a wife. As for the 3 girls in front of him, he had no choice but to fall for them. When he became stronger in the future, if he still couldn't get them, he would just force himself on them. As long as he could push them down, he wouldn't be afraid of them flying out of his palm. It wouldn't be too late to coax them after he made them his women. Picking up girls was a process of controlling both body and mind. It was best to control his heart first, then control his body. If that didn't work, he could do the opposite. Control his body first, then slowly control his heart. Of course, the latter method had to be built on a strong foundation. Otherwise, if he was too weak and tried to force himself on them, it would be a tragedy. It was very likely that the other party would cut off his little dick. Yue Yang felt that they had joined forces to deal with him. On the surface, this alliance seemed unbreakable, but no matter how strong it was, it couldn't compare to his own internal division. As long as he continued to sow dissension, their sisterly alliance would collapse sooner or later. As long as they were alone, it would be easy for him to take advantage of them. So Yue Yang already has an engagement. Congratulations. City Mistress Fallen Flowers smiled as she reached out her hand and touched Yue Yang's hair. On the surface, it looked like a city mistress caring for her subordinate, but her jealousy could be carried by the wind for 5 kilometers. Maybe she hadn't fallen in love with this silly and daring little thief, but any woman who saw an outstanding man she was familiar with being booked by another woman would inevitably feel a little jealous. This explanation is very good. It perfectly explains the great and pure friendship between you and Brother Inan. I think I can believe that you guys are pure. The mysterious beauty closed the book in her hand and disappeared with the wind in front of Yue Yang. I was just passing by. Princess Sissy didn't know how to teleport, but she had a teleportation scroll. Hey, actually, Yue Yang hurriedly called out to her. Actually, what you want to say is that I'm a silly girl who likes to stare at people with rouge tiger eyes, right? You don't have to repeat it. I heard it just now. Princess Sissy raised her leg and kicked Yue Yang's butt, sending him flying. Then, she angrily entered the portal and left. It's fine. Princess Sissy is an impatient person. Her temper flares up quickly, but it subsides even faster. Luo Hua's city mistress giggled as she pulled Yue Yang up. She reached out her hands and patted his clothes. Her face was full of smiles as she said, "Moreover, you won't lose out. Whoever kicked you will compensate you with a wife. Princess Sissy kicked you just now, so she probably won't be able to escape. Congratulations, Yue Yang, you'll get a tigress later. Ah, it's Princess Sissy. I'm gonna faint." Yue Yang realized that the three women who said they didn't know each other on the surface were sharing information. No matter what he said, the three women knew. What was their relationship? Or maybe they formed a sisterly alliance to deal with him, sharing information. He had never heard them mention each other before. From the Night Empress words, he could deduce that Luo Hua's city mistress was someone from the Tian Luo kingdom, while Princess Xianxia was the princess of the Da Sha kingdom. As for the remaining mysterious masked beauty who liked to read while stalking him, who was she? Could she be the princess of Zijin? Impossible. Zijin kingdom was famous for its strong men. Beauties were almost extinct in Zijin kingdom. Yue Yang actually suspected that this mysterious beauty was Shui Tan Lang's sister, the Miss Shui from the pitiful guy's marriage. But thinking about it, Miss Shui from the Shui family must have hated the pitiful guy to the bone. Towards an imposter like him, she should have beaten him up. Why would she risk her life to save him? Especially the Marquis of Zijin, who was so strong that it made people feel despair. Before she died, she even planned to use her last breath to teleport him away. Could this kind of girl who risked her life for him really be the Miss Shui who hated him to the bone? Of course, Yue Yang couldn't be sure, but he was even more curious. Hey, although they have left, I'm still here. If you think you should chase after them, then hurry up and do it. City Lord Fallen Flowers smiled amiably on the surface, as if she didn't care at all. However, Yue Yang was sure that if he really chased after them, he would probably never see her again. Only an idiot would abandon the girl in front of him to chase after another one. Yue Yang jumped up and held City Lord Fallen Flowers' small hands tightly, pretending to be extremely loyal, reporting to City Lord, "I have agreed to your employment. I will be your personal guard captain and protect you 24/7. Furthermore, I can work overtime at night for free." When he said this, City Lord Fallen Flowers was so happy that she trembled. Finally, she looked at Yue Yang with a smile. "I dare say that you are the most thick-skinned person in the world." Then she asked with a smile, "Can you tell me, how many girls have you coaxed? 10, or 100? Yue Yang stood up straight and pretended to be serious, reporting to City Lord, 100 is my life's dream. Your personal guard captain's battle record is currently 0. End of report, please instruct me. Ha ha ha. City Lord Fallen Flowers put her small hands on Yue Yang's shoulders, laughing so hard that she almost collapsed into his embrace. The fragrant and delicate body was right in front of him, the fragrance of a virgin, refreshing his heart. If one were to say that City Lord Fallen Flowers was the sexiest, it would be when she laughed out loud. Her laughter was not as indecent as other women's. On the contrary, it was natural, energetic and frank, making people feel that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Her laughter was not concealed, nor was it fake. It was real and magnanimous, with a kind of delicateness that others did not have. It was extremely beautiful. Yue Yang really wanted to hug this City Lord Fallen Flowers who loved to laugh, hug her tightly, fiercely kiss her cherry lips, and suck the sweetness and happiness in her mouth. His hand moved slightly, but stopped in the end. Now was not the time yet. There would be a day when she would take the initiative to hug him and press her cherry lips on his, entangling with him endlessly. As long as he could make her fall in love with him completely, this little girl Fallen Flowers, he must not let her slip away from his palm. He must chase her, and he must make her fall in love with him. Well, I've decided to hire you as a temporary personal guard captain. The probation period is 1 month. After the probation period, if the results are not good, then I'll dismiss you. City Lord Fallen Flowers finally stopped laughing and pretended to be serious. She said to Yue Yang, "My personal guard captain, I'm tired of walking. This is the wilderness, and there are no signs of human habitation for dozens of miles. Do you have any good ideas now? The good idea is, Yue Yang put City Lord Fallen Flowers on his back, held her legs with both hands, lifted her small fragrant buttocks up, and then strode away. City Lord Fallen Flowers felt that this kid used a bit too much force when he separated her legs, and when he lifted her buttocks on his back, the friction was uncomfortable. Her white jade-like face suddenly blushed, and she felt a burst of heat rising from the friction. She bit him lightly and was about to struggle down. However, she felt that being carried by him like this gave her an indescribable sense of comfort and satisfaction. She simply lay on his back carefully, and at first, her chest did not touch his back, and her body was half suspended. After a long time, she felt that it was very tiring to do this all the time. Her arms kept changing their movements, trying to find the most comfortable position. Finally, she slowly hugged his neck, and slowly lightened her body. Her whole body was stuck to his back, and her whole body was naturally relaxed, allowing him to carry her forward. City Lord Fallen Flowers found that this position was actually not as uncomfortable as she had imagined. Instead, it gave her a special sense of security. She remembered that as early as in the space pavilion on the flying peak, she had let him carry her like this. Now that she remembered it, it felt very warm. Although this kid was a bit of a playboy, he was really bad, unlike those hypocrites who had a fake face that made people feel disgusted. Thinking back to all the things she had experienced with him, and the scene just now, City Lord Fallen Flowers couldn't help but laugh secretly. When Yue Yang looked back curiously, City Lord Fallen Flowers asked a question that she had never thought of before. When you carried me to escape from the Sky Pavilion, did you ever touch me secretly? Yue Yang was shocked, and his wolf claws uncontrollably pressed on City Lord Fallen Flowers' fragrant buttocks. However, he hurriedly explained, I've never tried to touch you secretly like this. I've never even thought about it. Then what are you doing? City Lord Fallen Flowers was sweating profusely. How many times had this kid touched her? His movements seemed to be very familiar. I lost control just now, I really lost control. Yue Yang was also sweating profusely. Why were his hands so disobedient? How much longer do you want to lose control? City Lord Fallen Flowers felt that if this kid continued to rub her, she would become a soft dough man. If you don't mind, I want to lose control for a while more. Yue Yang couldn't bear to let go. That kind of wonderful feeling, he wouldn't let go even if he killed himself. Especially when he heard the beauty's soft breathing in his ear, listening to her heartbeat, that kind of flirtatious feeling simply made his wolf blood boil. If he carried her like this all the way down, he would rather walk for the rest of his life than let go. Annoying, you're too presumptuous, your performance is not up to standard. City Lord Fallen Flowers' body slightly twisted a few times to show her protest, but Yue Yang completely took it as encouragement. If I don't perform well, deduct my salary. I will perform better and better. Yue Yang felt that he was about to be burned by the fire of passion. He turned back and wanted to kiss City Lord Fallen Flowers, constantly searching for her fragrant lips that smelled like orchids. City Lord Fallen Flowers dodged at first, not letting him kiss her. But as Yue Yang's naughty hands continued to move more forcefully and stubbornly, he had to kiss her no matter what. She slowly raised her head. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes that were filled with wine ripples, her hot cherry lips slightly trembling. She gently moved closer, her lips like a blooming flower. Kiss her. Even if the heavens fell and the earth split, he still had to kiss the beauty. Just as Yue Yang was about to kiss her fiercely, a breeze suddenly blew past him. He and City Lord Fallen Flowers were both shocked. They raised their heads at the same time and searched their surroundings, thinking that the mysterious beauty had come. After a long time, they didn't find anyone, but they were almost scared to death in their hearts. When Yue Yang wanted to kiss her again, City Lord Fallen Flowers bit his earlobe lightly, then laughed out loud, "Little rascal, you wish." The slight pain in his earlobe strongly stimulated Yue Yang. His wolf blood was boiling. He really wanted to push her down, but he was sure that if he turned into a wolf, not only would City Lord Fallen Flowers not be pushed down, he would also be watched by a hidden female thief. Maybe that royal swordswoman who left angrily would also come and join in the fun. Forget it, doing bad things in the day would easily expose him. Let's wait until night time. He would be able to take down Fallen Flowers sooner or later, but he shouldn't be too hasty. Rice must be eaten one bite at a time, tofu must also be eaten one bite at a time. Just as Yue Yang was planning on how to attack City Lord Fallen Flowers at night, a teleportation door suddenly opened behind him. Princess Sissy waved her giant sword and rushed out with a rumbling sound. Yue Yang was shocked. What happened? Could it be that the mysterious beauty told her about him molesting City Lord Fallen Flowers? This tigress caught him in the act, and now she wanted to kill him. Who knew that Princess Sissy's delicate shout made Yue Yang's heart skip a beat, because Princess Sissy shouted, "Run!" Chapter 169 Inches. What's going on? When City Lord Fallen Flowers saw that it was Princess Sissy, her jade face blushed. She hurriedly came down from behind Yue Yang. When she saw Princess Sissy's anxious expression, she was shocked and hurriedly asked for the reason. Above the ruins of Hope Town, there are 2 Earth Demon-level fallen warriors preparing to ambush us. Let's go. Princess Sissy hurriedly rushed over. In less than a second, she took out a silver axis gold pattern teleportation scroll and opened a large team teleportation door. She then hurriedly pulled Yue Yang and City Lord Fallen Flowers, wanting to bring them away from this dangerous situation. At the moment when they were about to enter the teleportation door, Yue Yang's hand moved. The crescent blade in his left hand slashed towards the teleportation door with a soaring purple flame, while the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in his right hand slowly and unstoppably stabbed into Princess Sissy's back. The teleportation door shattered with a loud bang. After Yue Yang comprehended the Yang ability to control fire, the power of the purple flame increased by more than 10 times. The teleportation door that was previously difficult to destroy now disappeared in Yue Yang's hands with just one slash. At the same time, Princess Sissy's back was stabbed by the dagger. The dragon-slaying dagger pierced through her back and came out through her chest. Not only Princess Sissy, even City Lord Fallen Flowers was stunned. Why did Yue Yang want to kill Princess Sissy? Just because Princess Sissy kicked him before, he wanted to take revenge and kill her. Princess Sissy screamed and fell to the ground. She painfully clutched her chest that was spewing blood. Her eyes were full of confusion, as if asking Yue Yang, why did he do this? What are you doing? Fallen Flowers was furious. If she kicked you, at most, you would have slapped her. If not, you could have taken off her clothes and spanked her. Why did you have to kill her? Humans weren't guardian beasts. Once they died, they couldn't be revived anymore. City Mistress Fallen Flowers knew that Yue Yang definitely had his reasons for doing this, but she still felt very angry. He killed Princess Sissy without saying a word. This was too ruthless. Actually, I can explain. Just give me some time. Yue Yang revealed a bright smile. He was proud of himself, and his lips were red and his teeth were white. Speak. City Lord Fallen Flowers suppressed her anger. She felt that if this brat couldn't tell her the reason, she would bite him to death. She's a fake Princess Sissy, Yue Yang said with certainty. It's fake. Luo Hua's city mistress was immediately suspicious. I'm not, quick save me. Princess Sissy painfully stretched out her bloody hand, struggling to beg City Lord Fallen Flowers to save her life. Do you know how many flaws you have? Too many. Moreover, ever since the incident with the real and fake Elder Tien Suo, I've been looking for clues. The same trick won't work in front of me. Yue Yang swaggered in front of the fake Princess Sissy and shrugged his shoulders. Although your appearance has become exactly the same as Princess Sissy, in front of me, you're like a flawed clown. You're exposed everywhere. Which part of me doesn't look like it? The fake Princess Sissy suddenly stood up and coughed softly. The bloody hole in her chest quickly shrunk, closed, and improved. However, the demon heart that Yue Yang had pierced through with the dragon-slaying dagger couldn't be recovered, causing her unbearable pain. Firstly, Princess Sissy has the 6 records inherent skill. Her Rouge Tiger stare is very powerful, but I don't have that kind of feeling when I'm on your body. Secondly, Princess Sissy's body is storing a powerful and mysterious beast. I'm sorry, there's nothing in your body. Thirdly, Princess Sissy's running habit is not to hold her greatsword horizontally like you do, but to drag her greatsword backwards. Her attacks belong to the type that reaches first, slashes from behind, which is much faster and more powerful. Yue Yang smiled indifferently. Hearing this, the fake Princess Sissy was dumbfounded. So there were so many flaws. I also felt that it was a little strange, but I really didn't notice that the way she held her sword was wrong. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that Yue Yang was indeed very meticulous. Princess Sissy rarely runs with her sword in hand, because she prefers to keep her sword in its sheath for a surprise attack and a fatal strike. Yue Yang gave another example. Yes, that's right, City Mistress Fallen Flowers nodded in confirmation. Could it be that she encountered a battle before? The fake Princess Sissy didn't think that it was also a mistake for her to pull out her greatsword. Of course she can, but you don't know the changes after she pulls out her sword. Her sword sheath is on the side of her left shoulder. Once she pulls out her sword, the sword sheath will move extremely quickly to the right side, and with the help of her hands, she will swing her greatsword. Right now, your sword sheath is still on the left side, which doesn't conform to Princess Sissy's habit of pulling out her sword. You should know that if a habit is formed from a young age, it won't change under normal circumstances. Yue Yang sneered. The fake Princess Sissy really didn't know that the position of the sword sheath would change after the real Princess Sissy pulled out her sword. There's an important flaw. Princess Sissy's sword is a weapon, but your sword, because you couldn't find a similar greatsword to imitate, you used a warbeast to transform it. Because it's a warbeast, it has a close mental connection with you, and Princess Sissy's sword is only a weapon to increase its owner's combat power. After Yue Yang pointed, the fake Princess Sissy really turned the greatsword in her hand into a silver python. Are there any other flaws? The fake Princess Sissy seemed to be ready to make a move. Of course there are. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was dumbfounded when Yue Yang said this. It didn't even take half a minute from start to finish, and this brat actually found so many flaws. The fake Princess Sissy's patience had reached its limit. She stared at Yue Yang and sneered, "What other flaws did you see?" Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. His smile was like a gentle breeze brushing against a willow, giving people the urge to beat him up. You have a weakness that you will never be able to imitate Princess Xianxia. Hence, no matter how much you try to act like her, you will still be seen through immediately. The last and most fatal flaw is that you're not a virgin. You don't have the delicate fragrance of a virgin that Princess Xianxia has. Before you try to lie to me, can you please find out how good my nose is? City Mistress Fallen Flowers listened with great interest at first. She felt that this brat's performance was too cool. But in the end, when she heard that he could distinguish people by their body fragrance, she immediately gave him a small fist in embarrassment. The fake Princess Sissy's face was very bad. She darkened and snorted angrily, "Are you done? If you're done, then you can die." She waved her hand and something flew out. It was a small black ball that exploded beside Yue Yang and Luo Hua City Mistress, feet with a "pa" sound. Black light spread all around, forming a dark space. The fake Princess Sissy disappeared from her original position, leaving only Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was about to summon her grimoire when she suddenly realized that her spiritual energy had been cut off. She was shocked and screamed, "Pollution Ball! This is the pollution ball specially used by the demon abyss to destroy summoning." This pollution ball was originally dark green. How did it disguise itself like this? It's really cunning. A snake silently descended from the sky and sinisterly bit towards City Mistress Fallen Flowers' head. Yue Yang waved his blade and it quickly turned into a giant sword. Clang! The two swords clashed and made a loud noise. At the same time, in the darkness, the fake Princess Sissy stretched out a hand with the spider poison ring and grabbed the back of City Mistress Fallen Flowers' neck. A shield quickly expanded on City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body, sending the fake Princess Sissy flying. City Mistress Fallen Flowers held her grimoire and smiled proudly, "You think I can't even deal with a pollution ball? This is just a small trick. You think you can assassinate us with just a pollution ball? I alone might not be enough, but the two earth demons know that the plan has failed and will rush here immediately. They only need a minute to get here. At that time, the two of you will die without a burial place. Do you know how they will kill you? With their methods, if they don't torture you for 10 days to half a month, you won't easily swallow your last breath. At that time, you won't be able to live or die. I want to see if you can still be proud and arrogant." The fake Princess Xianxia hid in the darkness, her sneer like that of an owl, appearing and disappearing from time to time. "Is that so? But I don't need a minute to end this battle, I only need 10 seconds. Yue Yang's figure flashed and pounced to the left. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger shot out in the opposite direction. With a "foo" sound, the proud fake Princess Sissy screamed and fell to the ground after being hit by the dagger. If it was a normal weapon, it would not be able to hurt the fake Princess Sissy who had fused with the shapeshifting beast. However, the dragon-slaying dagger was an exception. This treasure would cause headaches even for the big shots, let alone the fake Princess Sissy. "I'm Princess Sissy, do you really want to kill me?" Suddenly, the fake Princess Sissy, who had fallen to the ground with a dagger in her chest, shed tears and pleaded weakly, I'm your lover, how can you bear to kill me? My heart hurts. In order to please another woman, in order to please her, you cruelly killed me. Nonsense, you're a fake, why are you still pretending to be pitiful? Yue Yang's heart was definitely made of iron. He stepped on the fake Princess Sissy's chest. I'm your favorite fallen flowers, do you think I'm beautiful? The fake Princess Sissy suddenly flashed with a black light, and her body actually turned into the city mistress of fallen flowers. Moreover, her whole body was naked, without a single piece of clothing. The beauty of her body was clearly visible, making Yue Yang almost drool. At the same time, she also made all kinds of exaggerated seductive poses, making Yue Yang's blood boil. The city mistress of fallen flowers was furious. He actually dared to pretend to be her and do such obscene actions. Looking at Yue Yang, who was dancing with joy after being seduced, she was sweating profusely again, almost losing her strength. This move was really vicious. This move might be useless against other people, but against the big pervert Yue Yang, it was definitely effective. She originally wanted to remind this brat that the real one was behind her, and that her body was not like that at all, only her face had changed. Suddenly, she saw Yue Yang stretch out his wolf claws, grabbing down excitedly, and fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it, this big pervert actually took it seriously. Didn't he think that she would lie on the ground naked and make those postures to seduce him? How could that be possible? He was really an idiot. Just when the city mistress of fallen flowers was about to send Yue Yang flying with an aurora light and blast the impostor into pieces, she was dumbfounded to see Yue Yang's claw deeply penetrate into the impostor's chest, forcibly pulling out the other demon heart in that slut's chest. His hand was covered in blood, his appearance was not at all like his previous frivolous and lecherous appearance. Instead, it was a little disdainful and mocking. His expression was extremely arrogant, but it was also extremely cool. The city mistress of fallen flowers immediately felt a burst of joy in her heart. It turned out that this brat did not fall for her trick at all, but beat her at her own game. Chapter 170 Inches You, the fake fallen flowers city lord screamed, you're so cruel. You flatter me. Yue Yang casually threw the demon heart to the side. Grey Wolf came up to sniff it, but the always gluttonous wolf didn't eat it. Die with me. The impostor roared with a malevolent expression. Come in, she's going to self-destruct. City Lord Fallen Flowers realized something was wrong and hurriedly called for Yue Yang to come back. Yue Yang waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He continued to look down at the fake woman. The woman's appearance gradually faded. A black light flashed, and the beauty of City Lord Fallen Flowers disappeared. What replaced it was an ugly woman with wrinkles all over her face. She was very old, her skin was loose, her eyes were heavy, her neck was big like a lump, and her chest was extremely shriveled. Two things that looked like sacks were twisted and drooped on her dry chest with obvious ribs. It was obviously extremely disgusting. Her stomach, which was already swollen like a drum, quickly swelled up like a ball, faintly revealing strange black spots. Her two thighs quickly withered, turning into withered dry bones. Grey Wolf was scared and ran, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't run out of the dark space field. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't enter City Lord Fallen Flowers' shield, he didn't dare to hide alone, so he pitifully hid behind Yue Yang. His two big heads were on the ground, his front paws trying to protect his eyes, but he could only protect the left side of his head, not the right side, which made him extremely distressed. When the fake woman screamed and wanted to self-destruct with Yue Yang kicked Grey Wolf into City Lord Fallen Flowers' shield, and then he flashed in. Behind him, there was a loud bang. The sky was filled with dirty blood and flesh. On the shield, there were spots, but they were immediately bounced off by the shield, all falling to the ground. The dark space field disappeared without a trace, and the world returned to normal. Other than the dirty blood and flesh, it was as if nothing had happened. Yue Yang looked around and frowned. What's wrong? City Lord Fallen Flowers asked with some concern. What's wrong? There are no earth demons chasing after us at all. Yue Yang's tone seemed to be a little regretful as he sighed. You idiot, ha 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 ha. City Lord Fallen Flowers burst into laughter when she heard this. She laughed inexplicably and punched Yue Yang's chest before saying, silly boy, let me tell you, no one will immediately chase after us after their plan fails. They won't come. Think about it, if they had absolute confidence in killing us, why would they need to resort to tricks? Besides, it's hard to say if this devil slave was sent by the demonic palace. The demonic palace is arrogant and crazy enough, but they're definitely not a bunch of fools. Do you think that this shape-shifting monster wasn't sent by the demonic palace? Yue Yang had already guessed this from his observation just now, but he didn't expect City Lord Fallen Flowers to be able to see it too. This kind of monster is called Devil Slave by normal people. It's not very strong, the strongest is only around the level of a level 5 Grandmaster. However, it's very crazy. It can abandon everything, even its own life, for its beliefs. Devil slaves are monsters cultivated by some kind of secret technique from the demon abyss. There are both males and females, and they are extremely loyal and not afraid of death. They are willing to die for their master at any time. Another thing is that they are good at disguising themselves. Although this kind of exquisite shapeshifting technique is rare, it still exists. This kind of devil slave isn't only available in the demonic palace, many countries in the Soaring Dragon continent have them. City Lord Fallen Flowers' expression became serious. They usually don't reveal their identity, but their abilities are limited. For example, that devil slave just now had probably used her shapeshifting ability more than 10 times. Her body's essence is greatly damaged, and she's almost dead. That's why she chose to explode herself crazily, intending to kill us together. How did you guess that she wasn't sent by the demonic palace? Yue Yang nodded and asked again. Don't test me. City Lord Fallen Flowers glared at Yue Yang. She knew that this brat had actually seen through it, but he was just curious how she knew. She couldn't help but give him another punch. If you can't even tell this, how can you still be a city lord? If she was really from the demonic palace, she wouldn't have mentioned the 3 words, demonic palace. Since she said it, it's very likely that she wanted to shift the blame to the demonic palace. Especially after the plan failed, if she was really from the demonic palace, she should have married someone else. Then who would want to shift the blame to the demonic palace? Yue Yang could think of that, but he couldn't guess who would do such a thing. It's hard to say. I think it's... City Lord Fallen Flowers hesitantly stretched out her finger and wrote 2 words on Yue Yang's palm, shocking Yue Yang. Yue Yang's mouth moved, but he didn't ask why in the end. He just nodded his head silently. Seeing his pondering expression, Luo Hua City Mistress curiously asked him back, how did you guess it, you silly brat? Yue Yang also grabbed her small hand, as if he wanted to write on her palm. However, City Lord Fallen Flowers was afraid of tickling, so she insisted on not letting him do it. Yue Yang's writing was fake, his real intention was to take advantage of the Latin American's hand. City Lord Fallen Flowers' small hand was soft and smooth. Once Yue Yang grabbed it, he couldn't bear to let go. When City Lord Fallen Flowers realized this brat's intentions, she couldn't break free even if she wanted to. In order to divert City Lord Fallen Flowers' attention, Yue Yang hurriedly told her about his observations. I saw the same symbol on the black winged Tan Wu Fang and the luminous demon Ding Zhang. It seems like it's the symbol of the demonic palace. Yes, that's the demonic inscription. Every corrupted warrior has one. City Lord Fallen Flowers' attention was successfully diverted by him. However, I didn't see the same demonic inscription on the fake demon slave just now. At that time, I suspected that she wasn't from the demonic palace. There's another point. The people from the demonic palace, no matter if it was the black-winged Tan Wu Fang or the luminous demon Ding Zhang, or the other corrupted warriors, they all don't have demon hearts. This is the demon heart that only the demon generals in the demon abyss would have. However, the weirdest thing was that Wei Tailang originally liked demon hearts very much, but now he ignored them. It was obvious that this demon heart was also fake. It didn't have the power and energy of a real demon heart, so Wei Tailang didn't eat it at all. Thirdly, those who have 2 demon hearts are demon commanders. The demon commander Ma Liang from last time also had 2 demon hearts. His strength was not bad. However, the fake who also had 2 demon hearts was trash. The demon heart in her body was just a fake, to make people think that she was strong, but in fact, she was trash. Therefore, I don't think that she's from the demonic palace. Furthermore, if the people from the demonic palace wanted to ambush us, they would have chosen this place to be more suitable than teleporting to another place. Yue Yang didn't let go of City Lord Fallen Flowers' small hand as he spoke out the speculation in his heart. The place that I wrote to you just now has been nurturing demon slaves for a long time. I don't understand why they would do that, but I can be sure that it's not a good thing. No matter if it's the demonic palace or the people from that place, we have to be more careful. Alright, the danger has passed. Please let go of my hand. City Lord Fallen Flowers tried to pull her hand away, but Yue Yang didn't let go. Instead, he used his long arm to pull her back. He carried her on his back again. At first, she was still a little angry at his unreasonable actions. She stood with her legs together, refusing to let him carry her. However, when he pulled her legs with his wolf claws, she felt that his actions were extremely dangerous and indecent. If she were to tangle with him, she would be too ashamed to show her face, so she quickly relaxed and lay on his back. She lightly pounded his head with her small fists, expressing her anger and wanting to punish him. However, her strength couldn't even kill a mosquito. She pouted coquettishly and said, "Fail, this kind of personal guard captain is too bad." Yue Yang laughed slyly, "Deduct my salary then, I don't plan on taking it anyway, ha ha ha." Luo Hua's city mistress felt that Yue Yang's scorching hot wolf hand was about to do something bad again. She hurriedly stretched out her hand and slapped it down. Hey, losing control once is enough. Are you trying to do something bad so brazenly? Got it, next time I'll be sneaky and do bad things. Yue Yang's reply made City Lord Fallen Flowers snicker non-stop. This brat really had a glib tongue, she really couldn't do anything to him. Seeing that his master was immersed in happiness, Wei Tai Lang also moved closer to City Lord Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox, preparing to curry favor. He was learning from his master. Who knew that the three-tailed snow fox's taste in choosing friends was extremely high? It completely ignored Wei Tai Lang, proudly raising its soft tail and taking small, graceful steps, following behind its master. It didn't even glance at Wei Tai Lang. This arrogant look made Wei Tai Lang salivate, his eyes shining. To pick up girls, one must pick up such an arrogant one. Wei Tai Lang hurriedly followed, walking side by side with the snow fox. He used his most proficient foreign language to strike up a conversation with the beauty. "Ah woof, woof woof, woof woof woof." The three-tailed snow fox turned her head, indicating that she didn't understand this foreign language, so don't waste your saliva. Meow. Wei Tai Lang used his newly learned foreign language again. The three-tailed snow fox was still indifferent when she heard it. Wei Tai Lang's foreign language attack failed. The snow fox was a fox, not a cat or dog. It would be strange if she could understand the language of cats and dogs. Don't be noisy, don't disturb me picking up girls. Yue Yang realized that his romantic two-person world had been destroyed by Wei Tai Lang's barking, and became furious. Seeing his master's anger, Wei Tai Lang was so scared that he quickly pretended to be an obedient child. In the end, after seeing his funny look, City Lord Fallen Flowers laughed out loud. Even the three-tailed snow fox seemed to be secretly laughing. 2 days later, at the foot of the Cloud Peak Lake in the Despair Abyss. Because it was inconvenient to climb the cliff, Yue Yang left Wei Tai Lang and the three-tailed snow fox at the foot of the mountain. He repeatedly told Wei Tai Lang to protect the three-tailed snow fox's safety, while he and City Lord Fallen Flowers climbed up the cliff. The Bloody Queen could fly thousands of meters up the cliff, but she couldn't bring City Lord Fallen Flowers or Yue Yang to the top of the cliff. There was a formless pressure on the cliff here. Even City Lord Fallen Flowers didn't understand the reason. In order to climb to the top of the cliff, the Bloody Queen, who could easily fly more than 10,000 meters high, had to stop at 500 meters below the 3,000-meter peak. She also needed to use her hands and feet to climb up, and couldn't fly straight up. If she left this Cloud Peak Lake, her flying ability would immediately return to normal. It was as if there was a space here, with a formless restriction. City Lord Fallen Flowers was tired from climbing, so Yue Yang simply used a sling to tie her to his back. Since her body was very light, it wasn't strenuous for Yue Yang at all. He climbed to around 2,000 meters high and found the Bloody Queen waiting for him on a small platform. She pointed at the cloudy cliff, screaming non-stop. Yue Yang hurriedly climbed up to the small platform. When he looked up, he realized that there were some huge words above his head. However, he didn't recognize any of them. This is a summoning rune. This should be an ancient summoning rune formation. In God's ruins, there are these kinds of words everywhere. City Lord Fallen Flowers took out a silk handkerchief and wiped Yue Yang's sweat. She said softly, "Rest for a while, I'll record these summoning runes and see if I can decipher its mysteries in the future." Just a few words concealed a whole space. Yue Yang felt that the power of summoning was very terrifying. Furthermore, it wasn't limited to animals and plants, even space, light, spirit and soul were included in the summoning. There were even words and formations. the ordinary warriors in the soaring dragon continent had only grasped the surface of summoning. It's said that these were left behind by human warriors in ancient times. The ancients were really too strong, we are only looking for their footprints. City Lord Fallen Flowers nodded her head affirmatively. This is also the wisdom left behind by the ancients. It's a pity that we have no one to inherit it. Just as Yue Yang was about to speak, he suddenly felt his mind shake, as if something had broken out of his body. In City Lord Fallen Flowers' eyes, she saw an inconceivable miracle. A miracle was born right in front of her. Chapter 171 City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw a beam of colorful light flashing above Yue Yang's head, shooting straight towards the ancient rune circle. She couldn't see clearly what it was. Maybe it was just a ray of colorful light, or maybe it was the figure of a guardian beast. Just as City Mistress Fallen Flowers was about to ask Yue Yang, she found that his eyes were closed, and his body was slowly floating in the air. His breathing was gentle, as if he was sleeping. She didn't see where his summoning grimoire was, but she saw the summoning grimoire's protective shield rising up. Golden light continuously emerged, forming a light pillar that was tens of meters tall, pointing straight at the center of the giant rune circle on the cliff. At this moment, the giant rune circle suddenly made a strange and mysterious sound. From the rune circle, white light shot out like an aurora, incomparably gorgeous. When the golden pillar of light connected with the center of the runic circle seemed to have received an energy boost. The white light exploded 10 times brighter, so bright that Luo Hua's city mistress and the Bloody Queen couldn't even open their eyes. Following a magical and beautiful sound of nature, the giant rune circle suddenly started to spin. City Mistress Fallen Flowers used her small hands to block the light. Between her fingers, she found that there were countless golden or white runes falling from the sky like raindrops. The white runes were huge like the ones on the cliff, shrinking rapidly. On the other hand, the golden runes were extremely small at first, but after coming into contact with the golden light pillar, they became bigger. Countless strange-shaped runes formed a musical melody, dancing in the sky. With their unique rhythm, they spiraled down. Finally, they entered Yue Yang's body one after another, disappearing without a trace. Only a very small number of runes floated onto City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body. They collided back and forth, but did not enter into City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body like how they entered Yue Yang's body. Most of them bounced off and floated away again. Among these runes, there were a few that successfully entered City Mistress Fallen Flowers' forehead, heart and palm. City Lord Fallen Flowers felt her body tremble. Several types of enormous and pure energy erupted from his forehead, heart, and hands. They quickly linked up within his body and completely cleansed his entire body. The energy was so abundant that it almost burst out of his body and finally condensed in his lower abdomen. She felt that in her spiritual world, there were giant runes flashing, continuously combining together, giving her a kind of feeling that she didn't really understand, and she didn't really understand. Previously, Luo Hua's city mistress who couldn't break through her bottleneck felt that her mind was suddenly enlightened. Everything that she had learned in her mind suddenly became clear, as if she had been enlightened. The summoning grimoire automatically floated out and a golden light suddenly appeared. A protective shield quickly rose up and absorbed some of the runes that were bounced back. City Lord Fallen Flowers felt her soul tremble again, and she couldn't help but faint. His figure also slowly floated in the air. However, her floating height was less than a meter, not even 1/10 of Yue Yang's height. In the instant that City Lord Fallen Flowers fainted, she realized that there were two figures with familiar auras hugging her. One of them even cried out in surprise. She immediately felt relieved. With these two people here, she, who was exhausted and wanted to sleep, could finally sleep peacefully. On the other side, the Bloody Queen raised her hands up high, holding a few golden runes formed from pure energy. Her expression was incomparably shocked. Yue Yang was currently surrounded by countless runes. Suddenly, he automatically made a special hand gesture in midair. A 7-colored rune condensed in his hands and floated between the Bloody Queen's eyebrows. The Bloody Queen let out a high-pitched scream that had never been heard before. She spread her wings and flew up to the sky. When she landed again, her body was burning with raging flames. There was also a golden light that extended from her feet to her head, then from her head to her feet. Finally, it condensed on her wings. Then, the feathers on her body shattered with a bang, turning into millions of light spots. Millions of golden light spots danced upwards and floated into Yue Yang's body. They then formed a platinum-colored light pillar and flowed into the Bloody Queen's head. The Bloody Queen's entire body, from top to bottom, looked brand new. Her flame-like hair instantly turned into platinum-colored. It draped softly behind her shoulders and hung down like a waterfall, reaching her buttocks. The platinum-colored wings grew out again. It looked more powerful, more agile, and more perfect. This change made the Bloody Queen so happy that tears streamed down her cheeks. She knew that she had leveled up from gold rank level 5, directly leveling up. She had crossed the heavenly moat that almost all beasts couldn't cross and leveled up to platinum rank level 5. This evolution was equivalent to her rebirth. She had surpassed gold ranked and reached platinum ranked. Then, what awaited her would be another realm, a realm that all beasts dreamt of. Only by crossing this heavenly moat could she truly enter the world of intelligent life. Only by surpassing the king tier could she truly be called a saint among beasts. The Bloody Queen knelt down with tears streaming down her cheeks. All of this was given to her by her master. Although he was her master, he had never enslaved her like those ugly humans in the legends. Even though he knew that she was a guardian beast and would never die, he was still unwilling to let her be in danger. As the Bloody Queen covered her face and cried bitterly, 2 golden light pillars rose up from both sides of her body. The 2 light pillars rose higher than City Mistress Fallen Flowers, getting closer to Yue Yang's body. One of them was even directly connected to Yue Yang's body. Many runes floated down. The Bloody Queen felt that even though she had leveled up to platinum rank level 5, she still felt a strong sense of oppression. It was as if there were 2 stronger guardian beasts roaring soundlessly behind her, declaring their strength. Following that, a shadow jumped down from the sky, shaking the small platform. It was the barbarian cow shadow. Ah man. It was unknown when she came out, but there was a golden rune on her forehead that was similar to the Bloody Queen's. At the same time, her body was also slowly changing shape. Just as the Bloody Queen wanted to straighten her back, she suddenly felt an even stronger pressure, forcing her to bend her back in order to resist that invincible power. In the sky, there seemed to be a gigantic figure that was more than 10 meters tall shining for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, in the center of the runic circle, there was a heavenly cry, followed by another cry. This cry had no sound, but it could shake one's soul. The Bloody Queen hurriedly knelt down and crawled on the ground, showing her respect to that unparalleled existence. After the 2 heavenly cries disappeared, the gigantic runic circle on the cliff wall slowly stopped rotating. The white light gradually disappeared, returning to its original appearance. It was almost exactly the same, except that all the runes had moved once, and their positions were different from before. All the runes rotated faster and entered Yue Yang's body. The light pillar disappeared. Yue Yang, who was floating 10 meters in the sky, slowly floated down, as light as a feather. The Bloody Queen was about to reach out her hand to catch him, but she realized that her master's most beloved Lamia was hugging him and swimming down from the void. The most peculiar 7-colored rune on her forehead was slowly disappearing between her brows. Bloody Queen hurriedly bowed and reached out her hand to catch City Mistress Fallen Flowers. On the other side, the barbarian cow shadow, Ah Man, who had reconstructed her body for the 3rd time, reached out her hand to catch the other 2 shadows and gently placed them on the ground. Yue Yang felt that he had had a very long dream. There were countless people and stories in the dream. He could even hear people talking and laughing beside his ears, and from time to time, there was even a silvery bell-like laughter. But when he opened his eyes, he couldn't remember anything from the dream. That feeling was clearly right in front of him, as if he could catch it if he reached out his hand, but he just couldn't remember it. It was very strange. He turned around and sat up, and realized that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was lying on him, sleeping soundly. This was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Yue Yang was prepared to reach out his wolfish hands and take advantage of the fact that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was sleeping soundly to push her down. Inadvertently, he glanced to the side and realized that the Bloody Queen was looking at his hands without blinking. Her eyes were filled with some kind of light. It looked too much like a human's eyes, and not like a beast's eyes. It was filled with intelligence and intelligence. Looking at her forehead again, in between her brows, there was a mystical golden rune, making her look exceptionally different. When he looked carefully, he realized that the Bloody Queen's entire body had undergone a huge change. Her wings had actually turned into platinum feathers. What's going on? Yue Yang was stunned, unable to understand. Rune, summoning, rebirth, leveling up, the Bloody Queen stuttered as she spoke. After a long time, Yue Yang still didn't understand. How did you know how to speak? Ah, That's not right. You already knew how to speak in the past. When did you learn the soaring dragon continent's language? What's going on with your hair and your wings? Yue Yang reached out his hand to touch the bloody queen's platinum hair and her wings. He realized that her face had actually turned red, revealing a woman's unique shyness. He was immediately even more confused. I have already leveled up, platinum ranked, level 5, the bloody queen stuttered more and more. In the end, she lowered her head and shyly avoided Yue Yang's gaze, unwilling to speak anymore. You're platinum ranked level 5 now. When Yue Yang heard this, he was both surprised and happy. What kind of tonic did this bloody queen eat to level up so quickly? Even if she had leveled up, gold ranked level 5 would only be platinum ranked level 4. Now that she had leveled up to platinum ranked level 5, she must have eaten a very good tonic. Could it be that City Mistress Fallen Flowers gave her to eat? What did City Mistress Fallen Flowers give her to eat? Could it be the beautiful demonic flower that he had fought in the space pavilion? Summoning his silver grimoire, he flipped it open and realized that the bloody queen's picture had disappeared. Didn't they say that guardian beasts wouldn't betray him? Immediately after, he realized that the bloody queen must have moved. She must have moved from the silver grimoire to the divine grimoire. The barbarian cow shadow that was left behind, Yue Yang was surprised to realize that her body was currently being reconstructed. Looking at the thorny flower demoness, it was the same. She had become a silver-ranked, rune demon body thorny flower demoness. He couldn't summon the barbarian cow shadow and the thorny flower demoness anymore. On the quintet seeking golden mice's picture, there were different runes arranged in different ways. Yue Yang's head started to hurt. He completely couldn't understand how so many runes could enter his silver grimoire. Moreover, there was one for every beast. Even the mysterious golden beast on his wrist had one. Sweat. Yue Yang summoned little Wen Li. He strangely realized that there was no rune on the little Loli's forehead. When little Wen Li came out, she yawned cutely, as if she hadn't slept enough. Forget it, let the little Loli sleep for a while more. Yue Yang was about to let her go back to sleep when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the little Loli. Why did she seem to have grown a little taller? Using his level 3 divine vision, he realized that the little Loli had actually leveled up. Originally, no matter how many monsters he killed, the little Loli serpent demon had no reaction at all. There was no sign of leveling up at all. But now, she had magically leveled up. The most confusing thing was that Yue Yang didn't know how she leveled up at all. This was really strange. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had woken up unknowingly. She looked at Yue Yang with a smile. What's going on? What happened when I was unconscious? Of course, Yue Yang wanted to know the cause and effect. Otherwise, his curiosity could kill a cat. I was unconscious the whole time. I woke up even later than you. How would I know? I don't know anything. I don't even know that your bloody queen had leveled up from gold rank to platinum rank. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers said this, Yue Yang almost fell into the abyss. This boast was even worse than what he had said. This girl definitely said this on purpose to take revenge on him. She definitely did it on purpose. Yue Yang knew that he wouldn't be able to get any information out of City Mistress Fallen Flowers. He thought to himself, if you don't say anything, I won't find the reason myself. You flatter me. City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to be trying very hard to hold back her laughter. Her shoulders shook, but she just didn't laugh out loud. Who were you talking to just now? Yue Yang suddenly asked her. He remembered that in his dream, he seemed to have heard a few girls chattering beside his ears. From time to time, they would even let out bell-like laughter. The bloody queen had just learned how to speak, so she was still a stutterer. Little Wen Li was still young and didn't know how to speak, so they definitely couldn't join in. Since that was the case, then who was it that was chatting with City Mistress Fallen Flowers just now? Chapter 172 Inches You're definitely dreaming. City Mistress Fallen Flowers nodded her head with certainty. Yue Yang knew that he wasn't dreaming, because he was having another dream at that time. There was no reason for a person to have two dreams at the same time. Even if City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't say, Yue Yang could guess that it was probably the mysterious beauty who had been following him. Even Princess Sissy, the royal swordswoman, might have come together. The three of them said that they didn't know each other, but in reality, they were most likely friends. Moreover, they were close friends. What made Yue Yang feel the most strange was that he couldn't sense the mysterious beauty with his senses. She should be hiding outside of his sensing range, not too far away, but just enough that he couldn't sense her. This was really strange. How did she know his sensing range? This mysterious beauty was really mysterious. Could it be that it was her inherent skill? Yue Yang had many suspicions in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. After resting, they climbed up the Cloud Peak Lake again. After spending half a day, Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers climbed up the Cloud Peak Lake that was suspended high up in the sky. In Yue Yang's eyes, this was actually the accumulated water of an extinct volcano. Because it had been around for a long time, it had become a giant mountain lake. The Cloud Peak Lake wasn't very big. Even with the mist, they could still see the other side clearly. The entire lake was shaped like an irregular oval, with a maximum distance of a few kilometers. Circling around it, it was estimated to be more than 10 kilometers. Are there water monsters here? Yue Yang had heard many rumors about water monsters in the Cloud Peak Lake. Of course, that was before he transmigrated to this world. What are you talking about? Large-scale fish-type beasts. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't have any concept of water monsters, because there were all kinds of strange beasts everywhere in the Soaring Dragon continent. There were too many monsters. Pretend I didn't ask. Yue Yang wasn't very interested in water monsters right now. Because he had seen so many different kinds of beasts running around the streets, and at the same time, he had personally killed many of them, Yue Yang was no longer curious about monsters. The starlight serene indigo grass was not in the cloud-top lake, but on a higher mountain peak. The precipitous peak pierced the clouds, and the precipice was smooth and barren. Yue Yang spent a lot of effort to carry City Lord Fallen Flowers up. City Lord Fallen Flowers could also climb by herself, but she was weak and had poor patience. After climbing for a while, she had to rest. In addition, the mountain wind was extremely cold, whistling like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Yue Yang was very worried about this little girl, so in the end, he still tied her to his back. The highest cliff was bare. Apart from a small amount of snow, there was nothing else. Yue Yang was originally a little discouraged. It seemed like the starlight serene indigo grass had already been taken by someone else. In the end, it was all for naught. Luo Hua's city mistress, on the other hand, started to search carefully. In the end, she found a crack in the stone entrance. There seemed to be a hole inside, and the stone crack could barely fit a single person. The two of them used their hands and feet to climb down more than 10 meters, and found a protruding cliff at the bottom. There was a strange flower that shone faintly like the stars. Looking up, there was a line of starry sky, and below was a cave sheltered from the wind. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged at one place, and it was a divine creation. Only such a treasure land could grow such a magical flower. Starlight serene indigo grass. Yue Yang had looked through the records of the medicine encyclopedia more than once, and found that it was extremely rare. According to the classification, it was a ranked 6 elixir. It was unknown where it would grow, but it would definitely grow on a high cliff. Moreover, it would be bathed in the starry sky, and its height would not be covered by any plants. Within a radius of 100 meters, not even a single blade of grass would grow. According to the records of the medicine encyclopedia, this starlight serene indigo grass was a product of the outer realm of Tong Tian Tower. 10,000 years ago, it was brought back by a starlight princess. This starlight princess liked to be alone, but she also loved to be noble and pure. She liked to live deep in the mountains, accompanied by hundreds of flowers. After the starlight princess was assassinated, her blood dyed the hundreds of flowers, and her soul fused with the hundreds of flowers. Among them, the serene indigo grass that the starlight princess liked the most obtained the most spiritual energy. From then on, people called this serene indigo grass that contained the starlight princess's spiritual energy as the starlight serene indigo grass. This starlight serene indigo grass was no different from its owner's loneliness and purity. It would not bloom unless it was in the vast starry sky, and could not be plucked unless it was a virgin with a pure heart. As long as a man stretched out his hand to pluck it, the spiritual energy would immediately dissipate, and the grass would wither. City Lord Fallen Flowers was extremely excited when she saw this starlight serene indigo grass. She pulled Yue Yang to the side and repeatedly warned him not to approach it. Before she approached the high cliff, she even stepped into the small pool on the cliff and bathed for a long time. She washed her body clean of Yue Yang's masculine scent. Only then did she walk towards the small cluster of starlight serene indigo grass with excitement. It was just a few stalks, but it gave off a feeling that it was as resplendent as the stars. Your Highness Starlight Princess, please bestow 3 stalks of starlight serene indigo grass to Fallen Flowers. Fallen Flowers does not dare to ask for more, but I ask for 3 stalks. Before plucking it, City Lord Fallen Flowers even closed her eyes and prayed devoutly. Why does it feel like something's wrong? Yue Yang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. There were no strong beasts in this cave. Because the starlight serene indigo grass grew in a natural stronghold, no strong beast seemed to have discovered its existence. However, Yue Yang still felt that something was wrong, and his heart felt uneasy. Just as Yue Yang was searching the cave with a heart full of doubts, a delicate shout sounded from the top of the cave. Following that, there was a loud rumbling sound, as if there were people fighting fiercely on the top of one-line paradise. At the same time that Yue Yang turned around to look, a scorching flame shot out from the small cracks on the rocks, aiming straight for City Lord Fallen Flowers. Yue Yang's heart trembled. He was very familiar with this kind of flame. This was the luminous demon Ding Zhang's hellfire. As expected, the luminous demon Ding Zhang did not give up and followed behind him. However, at the top of the cave, who discovered that the luminous demon Ding Zhang was preparing to ambush him and stopped him. Could it be Princess Sissy? Yue Yang had a special impression of Princess Sissy's delicate shout in battle. Her delicate shout was different from the others. It was especially crisp and clear, full of heroic spirit, and had a kind of heroic spirit. Although he did not hear it very clearly just now, he could still feel it. Furthermore, he also realized that there was a great danger. With Princess Sissy's strength, she might not be the luminous demon Ding Zhang's opponent in a one-on-one fight. Now that the battle was going on fiercely, the luminous demon Ding Zhang still had the strength to release hellfire to attack City Lord Fallen Flowers and burn the starlight serene indigo grass. This meant that the luminous demon Ding Zhang was not alone, he definitely had a helper. Danger! Yue Yang anxiously wanted to jump up the cliff to protect City Lord Fallen Flowers. Don't come over, please don't come over. City Lord Fallen Flowers hurriedly summoned her grimoire and raised her shield to block the scorching flames. In her heart, the starlight serene indigo grass was more important than anything else. Even if she was injured, she was not willing to see these unique flowers wither. Another earth-shattering sound came from the cave above. The earth shook and the mountains shook. No one knew how the battle was going. Yue Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. He quickly climbed up and prepared to help Princess Sissy, who was fighting a bitter battle outside. At the bottom of the mountain, Wei Tai Lang leisurely accompanied the 3-tailed snow fox, trying to communicate with it using various foreign languages. Unfortunately, his foreign language skills were not good enough. Let alone the 3-tailed snow fox, even dogs and cats might not understand what he was saying. Actions were the most practical. From time to time, Wei Tai Lang would catch a snow rabbit, hoping to please the little beauty. He did not know that the 3-tailed snow fox was a vegetarian just like its master. If Wei Tai Lang gave it a wisdom fruit, or a hoarfrost truffle, it would definitely like it more. As for the bloody snow rabbit, the 3-tailed snow fox did not like it at all. It elegantly wrapped its long tail around itself and slept comfortably on the snowy ground, quietly waiting for its master to return. In comparison, Wei Tai Lang was much more active. Of course, it was also waiting for Yue Yang, but it did not forget to entertain itself. When it saw a snow rabbit, it would chase after it. When it saw a snow pheasant, it would not let it go either. While the snow foxes were sleeping, it even chased a group of noisy level 3 snow wolves 10 kilometers away before returning. It also killed a few giant spiders it met along the way and dug out the demon cores of the poison spiders. Wei Tai Lang could not bear to eat it and kept nagging along the way. It proudly trotted back and prepared to use it to please the snow fox. However, when it returned to the mountain pass, the horrifying scene in front of it made it go crazy. The whole snowy field was covered in blood. The snow fox had already transformed into a giant 6-tailed fox spirit. Its body was covered in wounds and it was being attacked and bitten by a few beasts. It was screaming in pain. In front of it, there was a corrupted warrior holding a dark green ball of pollution in his hand. He was trying to stop the 6-tailed fox spirit from releasing the spiritual fragrance to increase its power. He had also inserted a huge metal rune pillar into the ground. The black metal rune pillar released a black halo that continuously spread outwards, greatly suppressing the 6-tailed fox spirit's power. 3 bronze rank level 6 hyenas used their terrifying sharp teeth to bite the 6-tailed fox spirit's body. Every time they bit, a piece of flesh would be torn off from the six-tailed fox spirit's body. The wounded and bloody six-tailed fox spirit could not fight with its full strength. The power in its body was suppressed by the black halo of the metal rune pillar, and the spiritual fragrance was expelled by the ball of pollution. Its speed was now 10 times slower than usual. Although it was still very fast, it could not escape from the attacks of the 3 hyenas. Furthermore, its enemies were not just the 3 hyenas. There were also 3 other beasts that were stronger than the hyenas attacking the six-tailed fox spirit at the same time. They were 2 silver rank level 5 thunder leopards and a silver rank level 6 manticore. The 6 beasts opened their bloody mouths and surrounded the six-tailed fox spirit, preventing it from escaping. At the same time, they attacked it crazily. Ha 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 ha, baby, you belong to me now. Come, come, what a beautiful and intelligent white fox. Only I, Lai, am worthy to be your master. I will definitely train you into a holy beast. Come to me, your master. Ha ha ha. The corrupted warrior, whose body was covered with totem tattoos, took out a contract scroll and opened it. A white light appeared and a chain-like contract light shone on the six-tailed fox spirit's head. The six-tailed fox spirit was already in so much pain that it wanted to die. When the contract light shone on it, it felt even more pain. Its footsteps were staggering as it struggled in the light of the contract. Woof! The 3 hyenas and the 2 thunder leopards took the opportunity to bite the six-tailed fox spirit. They tore off pieces of bloody flesh from its body. Roar! The most sinister manticore hooked its scorpion-like tail and pierced it deeply into the six-tailed fox spirit's front leg, trying its best to release its poison. Although the poison did not have much effect on the six-tailed fox spirit, this attack made the six-tailed fox spirit even worse. The six-tailed fox spirit fell to the ground. The hyenas, thunder leopards and manticore pounced on the six-tailed fox spirit at the same time and bit it crazily. Blood splattered everywhere and the white fur of the fox flew everywhere. Even one of its long tails was torn in half. Fresh blood covered the ground. It was a tragic sight. The six-tailed fox spirit used the last of its strength and screeched as it jumped crazily. In midair, it jumped down like lightning and pounced towards the corrupted warrior. It closed its mouth and quickly crushed the scroll of opportunity, refusing to contract with him. With a sweep of its 6 blood-stained tails, it sent the thunder leopard flying and the corrupted warrior tumbling on the ground. The corrupted warrior's ball of pollution also fell to the ground. The corrupted warrior touched his face and realized that his face was swollen after being hit by the fox's tail. His nose was bleeding. He immediately became furious. He picked up the metal rune pole and smashed it on the six-tailed fox spirit's head. He then swung it again, sending the six-tailed fox spirit flying more than 10 meters away. He roared, "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Bite me to death." At that moment, Wei Tai Lang, who had used all his strength to rush over from the mountain pass, saw this scene and went berserk. Chapter 173 Inches Awu. Wei Tai Lang let out the loudest howl of its life. Its howl shook the earth and shook the valley. Its red eyes almost popped out of its eye sockets. It was so angry that its chest was about to explode. The black flames on its body erupted like a volcano and exploded in all directions. Just as the hyenas, thunder leopards and chimeras were about to tear the six-tailed fox spirit into pieces, Wei Tai Lang leapt up the mountain wall like a demon king. He then jumped down again, crossing tens of meters and knocked the fastest thunder leopard away like a meteor. He then landed firmly in front of the six-tailed fox spirit that was on the verge of death. Currently, it was only silver rank level 4, but it could completely ignore its opponent's higher level suppression. Its 4 wolf eyes were filled with rage that could burn the heavens and the earth. Black flames soared to the sky as demonic energy exploded. With a roar, the 6 higher-leveled beasts all retreated in fear. That corrupted warrior was shocked by Wei Tai Lang's ferocious roar. At first, he thought that it was a gold king beast and his hands trembled. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was only a silver rank level 4 two-headed demon wolf. Furthermore, it was not contracted. He was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, looks like I, Lai, have gotten a great bargain. The information was right, that Brad really has a spiritual two-headed demon wolf. It was the right choice to stay and ambush him. Haha, good, compared to six-tailed fox spirit, I prefer two-headed demon wolf. The 3 bronze rank level 6 hyenas realized that Wei Tai Lang was only powerful, but its level was not as high as theirs. They immediately let out a cry and rushed forward. They opened their bloody mouths and used their sharp teeth that could crush a bison's skull to bite at Grey Wolf. The other thunder leopard was very cunning and did not fight Wei Tai Lang head-on. Instead, it went around it and jumped onto the mountain wall nimbly. With a jump, it prepared to jump onto the unconscious six-tailed fox spirit and finish it off. Seeing the enemy attack, Wei Tai Lang's body started to burn with black flames. Wei Tai Lang leapt up high and turned into a meteor, crashing into the thunder leopard's ribs. The silver-ranked level 5 thunder leopard was sent flying by it. He smashed into the mountain wall with a loud boom, causing the snow on the mountain wall to scatter and rustle down. Grey Wolf didn't wait for the thunder leopard to scream. It pounced on the thunder leopard as soon as it bounced back. One of its jaws opened wide, directly locking onto the thunder leopard's throat, while the other bit onto the thunder leopard's spine. His foreclaws dug deep into the stone wall, and at the same time, he smashed the thunder leopard against the stone wall. This not only deepened the depth of the bite, but also increased the bleeding. It could also stop the thunder leopard from struggling. This was a hunting skill that Yue Yang had taught Wei Tai Lang. He had told it before that many beasts had the ability to feign death. Biting its opponent's throat might not necessarily kill it. The best way to kill it was to attack its throat and spine at the same time, inflicting heavy damage on its opponent. Wei Tai Lang had two heads anyway. In the process of attacking, regardless of whether the enemy struggled or not, he had to increase the damage, bite his teeth deeper, and use his bite force to its fullest. It turned out that Grey Wolf had not been able to control it well. Yue Yang was very dissatisfied with this and even scolded it as a stupid dog. Now, it was in a dangerous situation. The hunting skill that it had learned in the past was immediately unleashed. The fresh blood that flowed out from its prey's wound had deeply stimulated Wei Tai Lang's killing intent and comprehension. It had even killed its opponent in a way that exceeded Yue Yang's expectations. It had taught itself how to kill its opponent. Even if it was a thunder leopard that was a higher level than it would not be able to retaliate at all under its attack. At the same time, the hyenas that did not have strong jumping ability and the thunder leopard that was limping after being hit by Wei Tai Lang looked at Wei Tai Lang, who was more than 10 meters above the ground. They could only watch with folded arms, unable to do anything. They could only watch as Wei Tai Lang trampled on its companion, unable to save it. They could only roar at Wei Tai Lang crazily, provoking it. The silver-ranked level 6 manticore spread its wings and flew clumsily. It was prepared to use its scorpion tail to stab Wei Tai Lang. As long as it was poisoned, Wei Tai Lang's battle power would be greatly reduced, and it might even die. Without waiting for the manticore to fly closer, Wei Tai Lang swung its head and threw the thunder leopard in its mouth towards the manticore. The thunder leopard was nailed to the manticore's tail, and it let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the valley. Wei Tai Lang turned around and jumped onto the manticore's back. It started to crazily bite the ugly wings on its back and used its sharp claws to tear them apart. The manticore was originally too big and heavy, so its flying ability was clumsy. It was first affected by the weight of the thunder leopard, and then by the pressure from Wei Tai Lang. It had already reached its limit. As soon as its wings were injured by Wei Tai Lang, it immediately fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! The manticore and the thunder leopard rolled heavily on the ground. So smart! The corrupted warrior was completely dumbfounded. This two-headed demon wolf was 100 times smarter than he had imagined. Awoo! Wei Tai Lang continued to press down on the manticore. It spun in midair, its four claws firmly planted on the manticore's head. Only when the manticore fell into the snow did it loosen its claws and use the momentum to jump up, reducing the impact of the fall. The three hyenas immediately pounced on Wei Tai Lang ferociously and opened their mouths, wanting to bite Wei Tai Lang. However, it was already too late. Grey Wolf had already shot towards the heavily injured thunder leopard, who had suffered a series of attacks. Its throat was bitten, its spine was injured, and its abdomen was pierced by the scorpion tail. At the same time, it was smashed into the ground. If it wasn't silver rank level 5, this thunder leopard would have died long ago. Just as it was about to struggle and run back to its master's side, Wei Tai Lang whizzed towards it and sent it flying. Once again, it slammed the thunder leopard against the stone wall. Wei Tai Lang's left head firmly locked onto the thunder leopard's throat for the second time. At the same time, it sucked the blood that flowed out from its throat, speeding up the thunder leopard's death. On the other hand, it used its claws to tear open the thunder leopard's abdomen, crazily tearing it apart. Wei Tai Lang remembered that Yue Yang had once told it, when facing a group of enemies that were hard to defeat, it should start with the weakest one and kill it with a single strike. Wei Tai Lang did not understand what Yue Yang had said, rather than injuring 10 fingers, it is better to break one finger. However, it understood Yue Yang's previous demonstrations, which was that it must kill one of its enemies, and it must kill it until it was absolutely dead. The thunder leopard was on the brink of death. On its body, a burst of electricity flashed crazily, making crackling sounds. At the brink of death, it used its last life-saving move to shock its opponent with electricity. Although it was more proficient in condensing electric balls in its mouth to bombard its opponent, it did not have the chance to do so right now. It could only release electricity from its entire body, hoping that Wei Tai Lang would let go. The electricity exploded, causing Wei Tai Lang's entire body to sizzle and emit smoke. However, Wei Tai Lang was determined. Once it bit down, it would not let go. Even if its entire body was charred black, it would not let go. The other thunder leopard condensed a ball of electricity in its mouth and shot it towards Wei Tai Lang. Wei Tai Lang nimbly jumped up and dodged it. Seeing that it could not succeed, the thunder leopard used its extreme speed to pounce towards Wei Tai Lang in order to save its comrade. It tightly bit onto Wei Tai Lang's hind leg and cooperated with its comrade to release electricity, vowing to save its comrade. The two thunder leopards attacked from the front and the back, causing Wei Tai Lang's entire body to emit smoke. The three hyenas and the manticore that were preparing to attack Wei Tai Lang hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. Hiss! Enduring the pain of being electrocuted, Wei Tai Lang's sharp claws and teeth finally tore open the thunder leopard's abdomen after hundreds of times of tearing and biting. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the brightly colored intestines were also pulled out by Wei Tai Lang. Right at this moment, a runic metal pillar descended from the sky. The corrupted warrior called, "Lai Lai," swung the rune metal pillar and slammed it down heavily, smashing the rune metal pillar onto Wei Tai Lang's spine. This guy knew very well the weaknesses of wolves, dogs, foxes and cats. The weaknesses of small and medium-sized beasts were very obvious. Firstly, they were afraid of having their throats locked. Secondly, they were afraid of having their spines smashed. If Wei Tai Lang had not evolved into an ironback demonic wolf before, his spine would probably have been broken immediately after being smashed. Right now, he roared furiously like thunder. After being smashed, not only did he not fall, he even bent his waist and shook the runic metal pillar away. Both of his heads tore at the thunder leopard's body from both sides, his sharp claws pressed down on the middle, and he pulled with all his might. The thunder leopard's abdomen was split open, and countless of its innards flowed out onto the ground. Wei Tai Lang was still afraid that the thunder leopard would not die, so he even forcefully tore out its beating heart and ate it in one bite. In 3 minutes, Wei Tai Lang had killed its first enemy, the silver-ranked level 5 thunder leopard. Damn it, the corrupted warrior called Lai Lai had the strength of a level 6 beginner elder. When he saw Wei Tai Lang, he flew into a rage. He raised his metal rune pillar angrily and swept it horizontally. With a heavy blow, Wei Tai Lang was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Wei Tai Lang, who was tumbling in midair, fell heavily onto the snowy ground. His foreclaws left deep marks on the ground, and fresh blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were burning with anger as he stared coldly at the corrupted warrior. The manticore's scorpion tail sneakily attacked. With a whoosh sound, it hit Wei Tai Lang's right hind leg. Wei Tai Lang did not panic. He turned his body and used his claws to press down on the scorpion tail. His two wolf heads madly bit the manticore's tail. The manticore felt the pain and swung its tail, slamming Wei Tai Lang heavily onto the ground. An opportunity had come. Ever since he saw Yan Po Jun's flaming lion, Yue Yang had taught Wei Tai Lang, "Stupid dog, do you know what a lion's weakness is? Its hind legs don't have enough strength, so it can't stand on its hind legs, and it can't jump. Its body is too tough, so it can't turn nimbly, so it's hard for its front claws to attack the enemy behind it. At this moment, what you need to do is to break its anus and injure its innards, understand? It's best not to fight the lion head-on, you need to attack from the back. Of course, you need to see if it's a male lion or a lioness. A lioness is far more agile than a male lion, so this move is very difficult to execute. I'm talking about a male lion, which is Yan Po Jun's flaming lion. Stupid dog, do you understand?" At that time, Wei Tai Lang didn't understand, but now he understood. With his master's teachings and his natural instincts, he bit the manticore's hind legs with both of his heads, and pierced his claws deeply into the manticore's anus. He used all of his strength to smash the innards into pieces, and then crazily dug them out. Blood splattered everywhere, and the manticore let out a sorrowful cry towards the sky. Behind him, the corrupted warrior Lai Lai, who was about to smash the metal rune pillar, was completely stunned. What a cunning beast! The scene in front of him was simply unbelievable. A silver rank level 4 two-headed demon wolf was actually able to heavily injure a silver rank level 6 manticore. Furthermore, all of this was under his control. Bastard, you're looking for death. The corrupted warrior, Lai Lai, who had regained consciousness, raised the metal rune pillar angrily, and crazily smashed it towards Wei Tai Lang. Wei Tai Lang bit the manticore's hind legs tightly without making a sound. His claws pierced through the manticore's anus hundreds of times, and dug out all kinds of innards time and time again. The manticore was not dead yet, but it was currently in a state worse than death. It had already betrayed its master long ago, and only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. However, Wei Tai Lang did not let it go, and swore to kill it. The 3 bronze rank level 6 hyenas whimpered, and pounced forward to bite the manticore a few times. However, this scared the crazy Wei Tai Lang out of his wits, and they all retreated far away, not daring to attack. The corrupted warrior, Lai Lai, did not know how many times he had raised the metal rune pillar and smashed it. Finally, he fiercely smashed it on Wei Tai Lang's spine. Finally, Wei Tai Lang let go. Although the manticore in front of him had not breathed its last, it was not far from death. A large pile of innards was dug out by Wei Tai Lang. Wei Tai Lang's entire body was drenched in blood. There was the blood of its enemies, and also its own. It staggered towards the 6-tailed fox spirit. The corrupted warrior Lai Lai was also panting heavily. He was extremely tired. He had never seen such a tenacious demon wolf before. In 10 minutes, Wei Tai Lang killed its second enemy, the silver rank level 6 manticore. Go, kill it. The corrupted warrior Lai Lai pointed at the heavily injured Wei Tai Lang, who was vomiting blood non-stop, and ordered the thunder leopard and the 3 hyenas to bite it to death. Awoo! Wei Tai Lang raised its head and howled. Even though it was heavily injured, it was still able to scare the thunder leopard and the 3 hyenas into retreating. All of you are trash. The corrupted warrior Lai Lai raised his metal rune pole angrily. Just as he was about to smash Wei Tai Lang to death, 6 bloodied fox tails suddenly swept towards him, sending him flying far away. The 6-tailed fox spirit's body expanded by 10 times. Its spiritual power exploded, and its 6 tails moved without any wind. A strange fragrance filled the air. It spat out a ball of pure light from its mouth, which landed on the heavily injured Wei Tai Lang's body. In an instant, Wei Tai Lang's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its black flames exploded, and it howled towards the sky. Its voice rumbled and resounded throughout the entire valley. Its life force had recovered, and it turned back into the unkillable Wei Tai Lang. After the 6-tailed fox spirit released its light, its body quickly shrunk, and returned to the form of a 3-tailed snow fox. Its eyes quietly closed, as if it had already passed away. Wei Tai Lang went berserk. It pounced towards the corrupted warrior Lai Lai with all its might. This time, its target to kill was this powerful human. This powerful human, no matter what, must die. Kill it. I hate this kind of gaze the most. The corrupted warrior Lai Lai realized that under Wei Tai Lang's gaze, an unfamiliar fear welled up in his heart. Awoo! Wei Tai Lang rushed forward recklessly. It only had one target, and that was this human. 5 minutes later, the thunder leopard that was blocking its way had its spine bitten off by Wei Tai Lang. This was the 3rd enemy that Wei Tai Lang had killed. Half an hour later, Wei Tai Lang's entire body had been bitten until it was a bloody mess. There was not a single part of its body that wasn't injured. Even the head of the wolf on its left had been smashed to pieces. However, all of the hyenas had fallen in front of it, torn to pieces by it. This was the 6th enemy that it had killed. Furthermore, it was the 6th enemy that it had killed under the joint attack of the corrupted warrior Lai Lai. In front of Wei Tai Lang, there was only Lai Lai, who was drenched in sweat and covered in blood. His hands that were hugging the rune metal pillar were trembling. This was the first time that he had been scared by a beast that he had never thought highly of. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. If this silver rank level 4 two-headed demon wolf was just a little stronger, the one who would have died today would not have been it, but him. Lai Lai was a famous beast-taming grandmaster in the demonic palace. His understanding and taming of beasts was 100 times better than a normal warrior's. In his life, Lai Lai had seen countless strong beasts. However, he had never seen a two-headed demon wolf with such a strong will. Never. According to its injuries, this two-headed demon wolf should have died a long time ago. However, it didn't die. It even wanted to kill him. With its injuries, it shouldn't have been able to stand. It could only quietly wait for its death. However, it was still fighting. I don't care if you are a two-headed demon wolf or a three-headed Cerberus. I don't believe this. I must kill you today. Lai Lai was terrified. He felt that if he didn't kill this two-headed demon wolf today, he might not need to tame beasts anymore. Right now, as long as he closed his eyes, he would see this two-headed demon wolf's terrifying eyes. They were blood red and filled with killing intent. If he didn't kill it and get rid of this demon in his heart, Lai Lai suspected that he would go crazy in the future. Wei Tai Lang couldn't stop vomiting blood. It only had the strength to attack one last time. If it was in its normal state, it would have died long ago. However, for revenge, it must kill this human in front of it. Even if it had to die together with him, it must kill him. You want to kill me? No way. You want to kill me in your current state? Lai Lai laughed coldly. He knew that Wei Tai Lang was already exhausted. As long as he attacked one last time, Wei Tai Lang would die in front of him. Lai Lai raised the metal rune pillar and gathered all his strength. It smashed down with a thunderous force. Boom! Just as Lai Lai raised the rune metal pillar and used all the strength he had in his life to smash down on Grey Wolf's remaining head, a thunderous boom rang out. A huge figure used its body to cover Wei Tai Lang. This was the six-tailed fox spirit that had feigned death just now. After it had woken up from its feigned death state, it saw that Wei Tai Lang was about to be smashed to death by Lai Lai's heavy blow. It immediately leapt forward and used its body to block this fatal blow for Wei Tai Lang. Wei Tai Lang saw the huge body of the six-tailed fox spirit fall to the ground in front of him. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. It didn't roar, nor did it cry out in pain. It only used the last of its strength and angrily leapt towards the corrupted warrior Lai Lai. It opened its mouth and directly locked onto his throat. 10 minutes later, with one of its front legs broken and one of its heads smashed, Wei Tai Lang spat out Lai Lai's head from its mouth. It then crawled towards the six-tailed fox spirit with great difficulty. Behind it, there was a long trail of blood. In front of it, the six-tailed fox spirit had turned into a three-tailed snow fox with its head smashed to pieces. At this moment, it was still under the blood-stained metal rune pillar. In the end, it blocked the fatal blow for Wei Tai Lang and collapsed on its own. Fresh blood dyed its originally snow-white body red. Wei Tai Lang no longer had the strength to pull the heavy metal rune pillar away. He had no strength to save the three-tailed snow fox. He could only use his wolf's mouth to bite the pillar and pull it with all his might. Yue Yang's words to him to take good care of the three-tailed snow fox seemed to echo in his ears. Suddenly, tears of blood flowed from Wei Tai Lang's eyes and dripped down. It faced the sky and let out a long and sorrowful howl. Its voice was heartbreaking and made people cry. The sorrowful howl reverberated in the valley for a long time. The unkillable Wei Tai Lang collapsed on top of the metal rune pillar. As it slowly closed its eyes, the blood-red world disappeared from its consciousness. The originally black metal rune pillar suddenly emitted a weak white light. The light became stronger and stronger. Finally, a clear rune diagram appeared. It rose from the metal rune pillar and floated in the white light. A few golden runes entered Wei Tai Lang's body, while the white runes entered the three-tailed snow fox's body. After an unknown amount of time, the white light gradually weakened and disappeared. The metal rune pillar shattered with a "pa" sound. It shattered into pieces on the ground. The sound woke Wei Tai Lang up. Its eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 174. On the high cliff of the mountain, in the Heaven's Line Cave. Yue Yang was preparing to climb out of the Heaven's Line Cave to save Princess Sissy. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor from above. The sound was as loud as the thunder god's roar, and gravel rained down. Amidst the flying gravel, a figure fell down like a meteorite. It seemed that he was no match for his opponent and was blasted down the cave. Seeing that the person was about to crash onto the rocks, Yue Yang hurriedly flew over and hugged the person's waist. As a result, the falling force was too great. Yue Yang couldn't completely dissipate the force even after using all his energy. The two of them couldn't help but crash onto the rocks, and the rocks shattered. Yue Yang felt his vision turning black. This was after he had dissipated most of the force of the fall. If he didn't, his ribs would have been broken. He looked at the person in his embrace. As expected, It was Princess Sissy, the royal swordswoman. Without hesitation, he took out his Wei Jin magic blade. Idiot, I'm real. Princess Sissy was afraid that this brat would attack her. She hurriedly glared at him with her tiger-like eyes, warning him not to act recklessly. Didn't you already return to the palace? Why are you following behind me? Yue Yang hugged the beauty and couldn't bear to let go. He moved his nose closer and sniffed the fragrance of Princess Sissy's virginity. He sighed in his heart that having a girl in one's embrace was indeed better than having a kingdom in one's hands. Could it be that so many wolves were willing to die under a peony flower? Stay away from me. Princess Sissy realized that this brat actually didn't forget to take liberties with her and sniffed around. Instantly, her face turned red. She jumped up and pushed Yue Yang's wolf hands away. A wave of hellfire came crashing down from the sky. This time, its target was not City Mistress Fallen Flowers, but Princess Sissy. Princess Sissy didn't retreat but advanced instead. Facing the sky full of flames, she waved her sword and slashed. The flames split into two halves. The sword Chihi unleashed soared into the sky and struck the rocks on the ceiling of the cave, cutting deep into the rock. Princess Xianxia was worried that Yue Yang would be burned to a crisp by the hellfire, but when she turned around, she found that this brat was squatting behind her, using her body as a shield. He was safe and sound, and there was even a sneaky smile on his face that was asking for a beating. This made Princess Xianxia very angry. What are you doing? Yue Yang was admiring Princess Sissy's beautiful curves and perky buttocks. Usually, most of them were covered by her silver armor, so it wasn't too obvious. Just now, she had forcefully waved her sword to defeat the enemy. Her movements were very big, and her curves were completely exposed. Of course, although Yue Yang appreciated it, he wouldn't say it out loud. In his heart, he had wanted to say that he wanted to hide from the flames here, but he didn't expect to be glared at by that tigress, and the words that came out of his mouth were, "I'm here to enjoy the scenery. How's the scenery?" Princess Sissy flew into a rage. "It's not bad. It's just that I can't see it clearly. It might be better if I take off my armor." Yue Yang was daydreaming in his heart, and accidentally said the truth. "Then I'll let you see it clearly." Princess Sissy lifted her buttocks, and her body suddenly slammed backwards. Her buttocks smashed into Yue Yang's face, sending him flying a few meters away. Yue Yang covered his nose in pain for a long time. In his heart, he thought that his luck with women wasn't easy to enjoy. If she had slammed into him naked, it would have been fine, but she just had to wear a solid silver armor. It was really terrible. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't have time to care about the two of them. She was currently looking at a stalk of starlight serene indigo grass that couldn't be protected outside the protective shield. Under the hellfire, it quickly turned into ashes. That flower turned into specks of starlight, and disappeared from the cave. As a flower lover, she was extremely angry in her heart. However, she had no choice but to endure it first. She plucked the remaining starlight serene indigo grass into the jade box that she had prepared beforehand. A series of loud noises came from the top of the cave. Broken rocks the size of millstones flew down. When Yue Yang and Princess Sissy dodged them, they discovered that the enemy above had already forcefully opened a huge crack in the stone crevice of the heaven-lined cave. Then, he arrogantly jumped into the cave. The person who came was the luminous demon Ding Zhang. He didn't dare to be careless against the joint attack of Yue Yang and Princess Sissy. Once he descended, he immediately summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. Unlike him, the luminous demon Ding Zhang's companion was extremely arrogant. It was a giant that was as strong as an ox. His muscles were overflowing, and his body was extremely tall and sturdy. Both of his arms were strangely shaped gloves that looked like giant hammers. The glossy black iron gloves were cast with countless wolf fang barbs. Not only did it look terrifying, it also had shocking killing power. If anyone were to take a punch from him, even if they didn't die, their whole body would probably be broken. The giant was abnormally confident. The skin on his upper body was exposed, and he didn't wear any armor at all. Even his legs were only wearing black leather pants. As soon as he landed, he crushed the huge rock beneath his feet, causing the entire cave to tremble. Yue Yang discovered that this giant's strength seemed to be stronger than the luminous demon Ding Zhang. Furthermore, it was a pure strengthening type beast, a mad warrior. There was a gold-ranked beast in his body, and his battle power was extremely terrifying. Although he couldn't compare to that abnormal Marquis of Zijin, this giant definitely couldn't be underestimated. If there were only two people, then it would already be a tough battle. However, in reality, there were far more than two enemies. There was a masked skinny man who was as skinny as a bamboo pole. He landed on the rock soundlessly. Jumping down from a height of tens of meters, his feet didn't even make a sound. This kind of light body lifting technique made Yue Yang frown. He would rather fight two strength-type opponents like the giant than fight an agility-type opponent like the masked skinny man. The fourth person was an old man wearing a bamboo hat. He held an emerald green fishing rod in his hand and carried a huge gourd on his back. He looked like a fisherman from the countryside, but his strength should be the strongest among them. There was also a fifth person who floated down from the cave roof. This was a woman with fresh flowers on her head and heavy makeup. She had a sexy figure, and her breasts were protruding like balls, almost tearing her clothes apart. At the same time, they were extremely bouncy. When she landed on the ground, her pair of huge breasts trembled non-stop. Although Yue Yang's eyes were bulging and he was drooling at the sight, he was extremely vigilant in his heart. This was a gorgeous woman who dared to fight with the enemy while wearing a long dress. If she was a weakling, she would have died long ago. The most important thing was that when she landed, the skinny man and the old man immediately distanced themselves from her. Even the brute force giant hurriedly took 2 big steps forward, pretending to get closer to Yue Yang and Princess Sissy. In fact, he was distancing himself from this terrifying woman who was lightly kissing her phoenix fairy nails and smiling alluringly. Yue Yang also felt that she might not be the strongest, but she was definitely the scariest among the 5. If he took a punch from the giant, he might only be heavily injured, but if he took a claw from this woman, he would definitely die. This battle was 5 against 3, and the enemy had the upper hand. Yue Yang realized that the enemy's combination was simply perfect. Among the 5 of them, there were 2 enhancement-type rankers. One was strength-type and the other was agility-type. One was the main attacker and one was the sneak attacker. This was already enough to deal enough damage. In addition, there was the element-type luminous demon Ding Zhang's Hellfire. As for the old man, his skills were profound. Just by looking at the long emerald green fishing rod, one could tell that his battle skills were extraordinary. He coordinated and commanded from the center, and the 4 of them worked together as one. Lastly, there was the most deadly gorgeous woman. She looked like a slut on the surface, but she was actually as venomous as a snake or scorpion. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sissy, and this student titan who has intentionally concealed his real identity. Today, I am very honored to introduce you to our demonic palace companions. The luminous demon Ding Zhang's sharp voice rang out. You are all the most promising youngsters. The 10 great sky demons have ordered that we must obtain you at all costs, even if it's just a corpse. Today, we have risked our entire army to invite you to join our demonic palace with great sincerity. Although the name of our demonic palace is not very pleasant to the ears, other than that, we are actually the most outstanding, freest, and even the happiest warriors in the world. As long as you join us, you will experience a whole new and exciting world. You will never be able to know more secrets in the rigid soaring dragon continent, because those old fellows keep saying that they will tell you in the future, and that you will understand once you reach that realm. They will never tell you the truth, but we are completely different. Our strongest rankers will pass on important information to their subordinates every year, allowing everyone to improve quickly. The Falling Kang Mountain is not a place of demons and depravity like you have imagined, but a paradise of happiness, a world of bliss. Well said. Yue Yang casually clapped his hands twice and yawned again. It's just that it's a little too long. Princess Sissy kept staring at the chest of that gorgeous woman. It was obvious that she was a little jealous of that pair of blood-curdling breasts. City Mistress Fallen Flowers did not even raise her head. She only quietly and gently plucked the starlight serene indigo grass, as if the starlight serene indigo grass would hurt if she used even the slightest bit of strength. She lovingly placed each stalk of starlight serene indigo grass into the jade box. Even the flower buds that had not bloomed were no exception. When the war breaks out later, even if she did not pluck them, these starlight serene indigo grass would not be able to escape. It was precisely because they were destined to be extinct that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was so sorrowful. Towards Yue Yang's sarcasm, the luminous demon Ding Zhang was not angry. He pointed at the 3-meter-tall giant and introduced, our demonic palace's Hercules is known for his brute strength, Xing Meng. He once smashed the skull of a battle kodo beast with his bare hands, twisted the tusks of a mammoth, killed a giant iron-skin crocodile, headbutted an iron-horn wild bull, and tore apart a bronze-bodied forest boa. he is currently ranked 38th in the demonic palace, and is known as the mountain-breaking demon. Yue Yang nodded and clapped his hands. Not bad, he's made for hard labor. The 3-meter-tall giant Xing Meng's expression changed greatly when he heard this, his eyes almost spitting fire. The luminous demon Ding Zhang turned a deaf ear to Yue Yang's words and introduced himself. This is Ji Yu Zhui. If you think that his rank in the demonic palace's 30th is not high enough, you can go and take a look at the Soaring Dragon Continent's assassin ranking. There are a total of 10 people with a bounty of 1,000 gold in the vengeance hunt. Among them, the one who is ranked first in the blood ranking is Ji Yu Zhui. Following the luminous demon Ding Zhang's introduction, that strangely tall masked skinny man gracefully bowed towards Princess Sissy. I am interested in hunting down the princess, please forgive me for offending your highness later. Princess Sissy's character was really unyielding. Her reply was a cold and arrogant, thank you, princess. That masked skinny man called Ji Yu Zhui smiled sinisterly. The bloodthirsty evil glint in his eyes flourished, but he had been suppressing it, as if he was waiting for the best opportunity to explode. The luminous demon Ding Zhang introduced the old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a fishing pole. He smiled respectfully and said, ranked 26th in the demonic palace, Duke Xian, who was known by everyone 100 years ago, had a battle record of 3,681 victories in his life. This record is something that we, the younger generation, cannot look forward to. The number of warriors who died in the hands of Duke Xian is innumerable, even a few kings. If I remember correctly, 2 of Princess Sissy's uncles, the extraordinarily intelligent Prince Xian and Prince Yi, had also died in the hands of Duke Xian. These are all small matters of the past, it's not worth mentioning. The old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a fishing pole smiled complacently. Old man, don't be too arrogant, because no matter if it's your name or your appearance, it's really asking for a beating. Yue Yang couldn't stand it at all. It's fine if this old man didn't hide away and retire, but he was still so arrogant. How could the younger generation live like this? Aren't you going to introduce me to this little handsome guy? That incomparably flirtatious big-breasted girl threw an electrifying glance at Yue Yang. When the luminous demon Ding Zhang heard this, he actually nervously wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He nodded and said, who doesn't know our impatience? Your beauty is world-renowned. After talking for so long, you still can't get to the point. That flirtatious big-breasted girl blinked her electrifying eyes at Yue Yang. Little handsome guy, my name is Feng Xian. I don't look that good, and can't be compared to the little princess beside you. However, my service skills are still sloppy. Let's try it out when we're free, then you'll know how good I am. Little sweetheart, don't worry. You're so handsome, I can't bear to hit you. If I were to hurt your face even a little, my heart would ache to death. Why don't you listen to my advice and bring your little princess over to our side? Isn't it good for everyone to be happy together? I hate fighting and killing the most. As the flirtatious girl said this, she used her pink tongue to lick her sexy lips. Her gaze was soul-stirring, and her power was limitless. As she spoke, she twisted her demonic body that made people want to vomit blood. Her shockingly large breasts bounced up and down, causing Yue Yang's eyeballs to almost pop out. Princess Sissy was very angry when she saw this lad's useless look. She didn't reach out to pinch him like a normal girl, but in a very unique way, she reached out and slapped Yue Yang's buttocks hard, rewarding him with a heavy slap. She then snorted coldly, wipe your saliva, that girl is a little sky demon, one of the 8 little sky demons other than the 10 major sky demons. These 4 fellows added together can't even compare to her. It's said that she has sucked more than 1,000 men dry. If you want to die, go over and let her suffocate you with her big breasts. It can't be, she's really a little sky demon. How is the little sky demon judged? Based on her 3 sizes. When Yue Yang heard this, he was stunned. No one in the entire demonic palace dares to challenge the little sky demon. Only when more than half of the 10 major sky demons agree can one be promoted to a little sky demon. The number of people this witch has killed is more than the number of ants you have stepped on. Do you think she's the weakest? She's just hiding it well, stupid. Princess Sissy gave Yue Yang a crash course of knowledge in time. Not bad. Yue Yang realized that he couldn't see through the witch's true strength with his level 3 divine vision. He had actually been deceived by her fake strength. He was greatly shocked. Fortunately, he used his level 3 divine vision to observe carefully and discovered this girl's weakness. His lips curled into a smile again. This woman was extremely hard to fight. He couldn't see through her strength, but she was probably very close to the Marquis of Zijin after he fought with Grandma Kai. However, if he could grasp that weakness, he should be able to put up a fight. At this moment, Yue Yang was glad that he had that divine vision inherent skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died in this battle. Little handsome brother, where are your eyes looking at me? So annoying. I'm not that strong, I'm only ranked 55th in the demonic palace. I'm so much weaker than the four of them. When we fight later, little handsome brother, you have to be lenient with me. Don't touch the places on my body that you shouldn't touch. The flirtatious Feng Xian twisted her slender waist, her huge breasts trembling as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Yue Yang couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw this. This reaction made her laugh uncontrollably. The pair of huge breasts on her chest shook even more violently, causing people who saw it to have a nosebleed violently. Let's stop talking about love. Princess Sissy raised her huge sword and shouted, if you've identified your opponent, then let's fight. I haven't identified my opponent yet. Yue Yang realized that all of his enemies were extremely strong. It would be hard for him to fight any one of them. Even if you haven't identified your opponent, you still have to fight. How much time do you think the enemy will give you? The reason why they didn't attack when they came in was because they were cautiously checking to see if we had set up an ambush. Now that they have discovered that we haven't, they will immediately attack us. Before Princess Sissy could finish her words, the giant, Xing Meng, had already pounced towards them with an unstoppable force. He raised his huge wolf fang gloves and smashed it towards Yue Yang's face like a thunderbolt. Chapter 175. Facing giant Xing Meng's heavy punch, Yue Yang could not dodge. Behind him was Princess Sissy. If he dodged and let her take the punch, even if she was fine, she would probably hate him for the rest of her life. Yue Yang could not dodge, but he was not stupid enough to fight against a 3-meter-tall giant whose arms were thicker than his entire body. He first kicked Princess Sissy's perky little butt, sending her flying. He then borrowed the momentum to bounce up and turn his body in midair, cleverly dodging the heavy punch, and at the same time, kicked giant Xing Meng's face. Yue Yang's kick, with the support of the giant shadow, was powerful enough to break a bison's neck. However, giant Xing Meng, who was hit in the face, was completely fine. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, waving his giant wolf teeth gloves, intending to smash Yue Yang's small body. Roar! Speaking of strength, giant Xing Meng's terrifying brute force was indeed above Yue Yang's. If Yue Yang did not have the support of the giant shadow, he probably would not even be a match for one of giant Xing Meng's fingers. As for his defense, giant Xing Meng's thick skin was comparable to a giant mammoth. Yue Yang had never seen an enemy completely ignore his full-strength kick. However, according to Stephen Chow's movie, in the world of martial arts, there is nothing that cannot be broken, only speed cannot be broken. Fighting was not something that could be awesome just by having strength and thick skin. Real combat skills did not mainly rely on the toughness and strength of the fist, but reaction, technique, and speed. If one were to compare reaction, technique, and speed, Yue Yang could beat up giant Xing Meng while teasing the little girl, and in between, he could even find time to eat, take a bath, change his clothes, and so on. When giant Xing Meng threw out a thunderous punch, Yue Yang would be able to dodge it and return 10 kicks, or even more. If the enemy was only the giant Xing Meng, then he would be a tragic figure that would be beaten to death. Giant Xing Meng's might could only be displayed to its fullest under the cooperation of the skinny Ji Yu Zhui and Duke Xian. The skinny Ji Yu Zhui summoned a human-shaped skeleton with a pair of bone wings on its back, and wrapped himself in the skeleton's bones. Faster than lightning, he appeared behind Yue Yang in a flash. The bone wings on its back were like the tail of a poisonous scorpion, stabbing towards Yue Yang's back. His hands were ready to strike. Get lost. Princess Sissy had already rushed back to help. Her giant sword was launched later but arrived first, chopping towards the back of the skinny Ji Yu Zhui's head, intending to split him into two halves. Duke Xian rushed over and waved his emerald green fishing rod. There seemed to be hundreds and thousands of spears dancing in the air, and the shadows of the spears were like a forest. The space seemed to have been pierced through, emitting a hissing sound. When Yue Yang saw this, he immediately jumped up from giant Xing Meng's face. He spun his body and dodged Ji Yu Zhui's fatal stab. Facing Princess Qian's sword, he slid down like a swimming fish. Opening his arms, He hugged Princess Xianxia and pounced towards the ground, bringing Princess Xianxia along as they escaped from the battle. Although they fell into the pool in a sorry state, the two of them managed to escape the battlefield unscathed under the pincer attack of 3 people. Is this the Yue clan's spear technique? Princess Sissy was shocked by the Yue clan's spear technique that Duke Xian used with his emerald green fishing rod. Hehe, it was so hard back then. I only managed to get this information from a Yue clan's disciple who could take a beating. If I remember correctly, his name was Yu Guan. The Yu Guan that Duke Xian mentioned was actually Elder Yu Hai's uncle. Yu Guan was originally a genius warrior that the Yue clan had placed their hopes on. However, he went missing during a meeting and was never heard from again. The Yue clan suspected that he was killed by his enemies and pursued him for 10 years, but they could not find the murderer. They did not know that he was actually plotted against by the demonic palaces, Duke Xian. Yue Yang realized that this Duke Xian was not only proficient in the Yue clan's spear technique. His true strength was still deeply hidden. Could it be that this old fellow knew a battle technique that was even more profound than the Yue clan's spear technique? To be able to use a light fishing rod to execute a spear technique battle technique, his skills were indeed terrifying. Yue Yang turned his head to look and discovered that the rock that Princess Sissy was originally standing on had a row of small holes. These were the effects of Duke Xian's spear wind. The spear wind was already so terrifying. If that gold-ranked treasure, emerald green fishing rod, pierced her body, she would probably die miserably. When Yue Yang thought of this, his eyebrows twitched slightly. The change in his expression was noticed by Princess Sissy. She stretched out her small hand and lightly wrote a word on his back. Understood. Yue Yang knew that both sides were just probing each other at the beginning. The following battle would be the real battle to the death. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had already finished harvesting the starlight serene indigo grass and started to condense aurora. If they could leave, City Mistress Fallen Flowers would have already called Yue Yang and Princess Sissy into her barrier and teleported away. The problem was that there was a black pillar of light floating in the air above the cave. The entire space was disrupted and teleportation was impossible. If they wanted to leave this place, they could only fight to the death. The winner could leave, while the loser would stay in this cave forever. Not only did Yue Yang, Princess Xianxia and Luo Hua's city mistress have a serious look on their faces, even the giant Xing Meng, the skinny Ji Yuzhui, the old man Duke Xian and the luminous demon Ding Zhang didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. This was because in the probing just now, they did not manage to gain any advantage at all. These 3 youngsters were definitely not easy to deal with. The only one who still had a smile on her face was the beautiful phoenix fairy beauty who was swaying her breasts. She was currently sitting on a horizontal rock in the middle of the cave, extremely elegant. One of her small hands was holding a custom-made high heel, and her delicate, smooth and white feet were bare. She looked at the situation below while leisurely swinging her feet, a smile on her face. Tenfold muscle strengthening, Giant Xing Meng roared. A cloud of black smoke was spat out from his mouth. It transformed into a black minotaur and fused with Giant Xing Meng. In an instant, the muscles on Giant Xing Meng's body quickly changed shape. They bulged explosively and stacked on top of each other. On the surface of his skin, a layer of black iron-like metallic light appeared. After strengthening, his strength and skin's defense would increase by more than tenfold. With just one strike, he could break mountains and split rocks. This was also the reason why he was called Mountain Demon Breaker. Ji Yuzhui did not summon anymore. He only used his feet to make a strange dance. Those who were familiar with Ji Yuzhui would know that this was his dance of death. The faster he danced, the higher his speed would increase. Under Ji Yuzhui's strange dance, his afterimage split into 2, then from 2 to 4. In the end, the afterimages became more and more numerous, as if there were more than 10 Ji Yuzhui dancing on the surface of the rock at the same time. Duke Xian summoned a shrimp-like beast, and gently led it onto the fishing hook. Yue Yang's eyes turned cold when he saw this. This seemingly harmless shrimp was the most fatal one. He remembered that among the 10 great ferocious beasts in the Beast Encyclopedia, there was a shrimp that Yue Yang did not expect. This deep-sea crossbow shrimp's size was not big, but the water arrows it shot could easily pierce through 3 mammoths lined up side by side. At the same time, it could produce a high temperature of 3,000 degrees due to friction. In the deep sea, it could easily kill a king cuttlefish. Yue Yang could not confirm whether this shrimp was a deep-sea crossbow shrimp or not, but he would definitely not be careless. The luminous demon Ding Zhang no longer shot his hellfire at Yue Yang. The opponent he chose was City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Hellfire. Against City Mistress Fallen Flowers, he was slightly passive. This was because Yue Yang was unable to attack her as she was inside the protective shield. On the other hand, Luo Hua City Mistress could attack without restraint. The target of her Aurora Light was the Phoenix Fairy Beauty who was sitting on top of the rock. The luminous demon Ding Zhang was forced to protect Impatience, and he had to use 2 waves of hellfire to defend against the opponent's Aurora. Fortunately, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora was much slower than his. The pillar of light was incomparably blazing. It pierced through the air and shot straight towards the enchanting Impatience. Impatience acted as if she did not see anything and turned a deaf ear to it. On the other hand, the luminous demon Ding Zhang continuously waved his big sleeves and sent out 2 waves of hellfire towards the Aurora. Boom! After the Aurora and hellfire collided, there was a huge explosion that was deafening. The whole mountain shook, and rocks fell down. The huge explosion in the cave, as well as the echoes, caused everyone's eardrums to feel a piercing pain, as if their heads had been hit by a stick. The heatwave from the explosion of hellfire and the arrow of light formed before the dissipation of the Aurora rushed towards Xingmeng, Yue Yang and the others who were on the ground. At the moment of the huge explosion, everyone moved at the same time. Princess Sissy leapt up high, and slashed down towards Giant Xingmeng. When Giant Xingmeng was about to receive the attack, and Ji Yu Zhui was about to launch a sneak attack, Yue Yang grabbed her left leg, and with a flick, he skillfully threw her behind Duke Xian. With a reverse slash, Princess Sissy slashed Duke Xian into 2, Duke Xian's afterimage disappeared, and his real body appeared behind Yue Yang. He laughed sinisterly. Too slow. He let go of the curved emerald green fishing rod in his hand, and like a soft whip, it lashed at Yue Yang's waist. When Yue Yang lost control and fell towards the ground, Giant Xingmeng acted as if he had already practiced it thousands of times. He swung his fist in unison, and coincidentally hit Yue Yang's head, causing Yue Yang's entire body to fly out like a cannonball. Yue Yang was still flying in midair when Duke Xian waved the fishing rod in his hand, and a long fishing line shot out like lightning. The little shrimp that was attached to the fishing hook suddenly became bigger, and shot out a strange water column. The water column pierced through Yue Yang's body with immense power, and even shot out a transparent hole on the mountain wall with a "pa" sound. The mountain wall that separated the cave from the outside was at least 10 meters thick, but this water column was able to pierce through it in one shot. If this kind of terrifying shooting power were to hit Yue Yang's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yue Yang, who had been attacked by his enemies in unison, fell into the pool of water with a loud bang, and couldn't get up. Countless blossoms of blood could be seen spurting out. Princess Sissy wanted to rush over to help, but was forced to retreat step by step by the tens of bone-all phantoms that were simultaneously stepping on the dance of death. She couldn't even protect herself now. Something's strange. Although Duke Xian had killed Yue Yang in one move, there wasn't any joy on his face. Standing on a rock by the side of the pool, he looked down at the surface of the water, as if he was feeling extremely puzzled. In his heart, that cunning brat was the scariest opponent, and was even more of a headache than Princess Sissy. How could he be killed in one move? However, Giant Xingmeng was disdainful. If that pretty boy can still survive, unless he has an immortal body, then he's dead for sure. Ah, my eye, my eye. His right eye suddenly burst like a bubble, and blood splattered out, drenching Xingmeng's hand red. Duke Xian was shocked, and hurriedly used his emerald green fishing rod to protect his body. At the same time, he looked around for the enemy. A voice as clear as a spring rang out from behind him, as if it was a friendly greeting from a good friend. "Old devil, are you looking for me?" Duke Xian turned around, and saw that Yue Yang's upper body was bare, and his smile was as bright as the sun. He slowly extended his hand towards him, and in his hand was a gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger. Duke Xian wanted to quickly retreat, bounce away, and avoid this stab, but he found that his body was as heavy as a rock, and he couldn't move at all. He wanted to raise his fishing rod again, and use Yue Yang's spear technique, and pierce dozens of bloody holes on his opponent's body, but his hands were like cast iron, and no matter how anxious he was, he couldn't move an inch. It was as if there was an invisible rope that was tightly binding him. Duke Wei was terrified. "No one can take advantage of me. You are no exception. This is what I'm returning to you." "That's right, there's still interest." Yue Yang stabbed the gold-ranked dagger into Duke Xian's back, and with a twist, he pulled out the dragon-slaying dagger. At the same time, he swiped his hand across Duke Xian's neck, cleanly cutting off his trachea and carotid artery. Blood soared to the sky. Chapter 176. By the time Ji Yuzhui attacked, Yue Yang had already disappeared without a trace. Ah! Duke Xian fell on the rock in pain, fresh blood splattering from his chest and neck. Different from Xing Meng, who quickly stopped his bleeding and recovered his strength, Duke Xian's legs twitched, as if he had died in an instant. This time, it was Princess Sissy's turn to frown. This old fellow seems to be pretending to be dead. Your trick just now failed. How was it? How did you get beaten up? Yue Yang appeared behind her in a flash. He shook his head, indicating that he was fine. In reality, his waist was lacerated. There was a deep wound on his waist, almost to the point that his bones could be seen. There is a shadow on this brat's body that everyone can't see. It should be a guardian beast. Other than secretly attacking Xing Meng's eyes, it can also grab Duke Xian's hands and feet. It can even replace its master to block attacks. Everyone, be careful. Ji Yuzhui immediately realized that something was wrong and reminded his companions. Aurora, City Mistress Fallen Flowers shot a destructive aurora towards Duke Xian's corpse from the high cliff. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The aurora destroyed all the rocks around the pool. A large area of the rocky ground caved in with a loud rumble. Water flowed in and formed a new pool. After the aurora disappeared, there was a shadow standing at the edge of the pool. Green head, golden back, black tail. There was a humanoid old turtle standing there. Duke Xian's voice came out from his hawk-like mouth. It's been a long time since I revealed my original body. Youngsters nowadays really can't be underestimated. Alright, in order to repay you, and to quell the anger in my heart, I have decided to torture the three of you to death, then eat you alive, 1,000-year green hat turtle. Yue Yang cried out involuntarily. After fighting for so long, this guy wasn't even human. I want to ask, if we die, will you still be able to recognize me in your next life? Princess Sissy reached out her hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Yue Yang's mouth. She changed her tigress look and asked gently, if you are still a great beauty, I guarantee that I will be able to recognize you with one look. Yue Yang nodded with absolute certainty. What if it's an ugly woman? Princess Sissy asked. Even if I know him, I'll pretend that I don't, Yue Yang said honestly. Before he could finish, he was punched by Princess Sissy. All of you will not have a next life, because Duke Xian has the soul-absorbing pearl. All of you will be imprisoned in the soul-absorbing pearl forever, until your souls are destroyed. The luminous demon Ding Zhang laughed sinisterly. These little thieves are easy to deal with. I can get rid of them with one hand. You guys go, I'll send you out. Yue Yang stretched out his hand and lifted Princess Xianxian up, and threw her towards the hole in the ceiling with all his might. At the same time, he raised his Wei Jin magic blade and slashed at Ji Yuzhui, who was rushing towards him. His legs rotated like a windmill and kicked Xing Meng's injured eye, forcing the two of them to retreat. Duke Xian, who had a human head and a tortoise body, appeared behind Yue Yang at an extremely fast speed and sent Yue Yang flying with a claw. Yue Yang flipped his body in midair, stepped on a rock and flew up. A black shadow flashed in the sky and Duke Xian appeared again. His long iron tail whipped Yue Yang away. Ji Yuzhui seized the opportunity and shot out a bone spike, piercing deeply into Yue Yang's left shoulder and nailing him to the rock. When Xing Meng's heavy fist came crashing down, Yue Yang disappeared. He appeared within City Mistress Fallen Flowers' protective shield and lifted up City Mistress Fallen Flowers' fragrant body with both hands. Idiot, I'm not leaving. I'm not a strengthening type warrior like Princess Sissy, I can't escape. Let go, I want to stay and fight alongside you. City Mistress Fallen Flowers screamed. I'm a man, I have the final say. Yue Yang used all his strength to throw City Mistress Fallen Flowers into the Heavens Line cave. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body was involuntarily thrown onto the topmost rock. She still wanted to jump down, but she didn't expect Princess Sissy to jump back and hug City Mistress Fallen Flowers' waist. She looked deeply at Yue Yang with her tiger-like eyes, gritted her teeth and jumped out of the Heavens Line cave. In the cave, only Yue Yang was left. He had to face 5 enemies alone. Do you know why we didn't stop them from leaving? The luminous demon Ding Zhang laughed out loud, because we still have people outside. From the top of the cave, rumbling sounds could be heard. Terrifying wolf howls and women's tender shouts could be heard one after another. The loud sounds of battle traveled to the cave below, echoing for a long time. The luminous demon Ding Zhang stretched out a finger and nodded at Yue Yang in an extremely serious manner. You don't know how much importance the 10 great sky demons have placed on you. In order to hunt you down, they have not only sent out large amounts of bait to attract the attention of Da Sha and Tian Luo, they even sent out a little sky demon, 4 earth demons and 5 human demons, a total of 10 people. They let us, this powerful formation that we have never seen before, come and annihilate you. You are our first target. If you don't surrender, you must die. As for Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, under the combined attacks of the 4 human demons, I believe they won't be able to hold on for long. By the way, let me tell you something, the demonic palace has placed too much importance on you. Including your 2-headed demon wolf and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' 3-tailed snow fox, we have specially sent a human demon to hunt them down. You will definitely not have the chance to escape. From today onwards, all traces of you will disappear from the world, forever disappearing from the memories of the world. Yue Yang raised his eyebrows, his expression abnormally serious and serious. You want my life? Then take out a sufficient price to exchange for it. Duke Xian, who had a human head and a tortoise body, opened and closed his eagle-like mouth and laughed coldly. Junior, you have no chance. Just this old man alone can kill you 100 times over. Xing Meng, who had one of his eyes blinded by Yue Yang, pounced forward crazily, waving his fists and smashing randomly. Until now, he still didn't understand how Yue Yang had silently shattered his eyeball. Actually, it wasn't just him, everyone else didn't understand, including the impatience who was sitting on a rock. She also frowned. She couldn't see clearly, but the moment when Yue Yang was hit by Xing Meng, this brat must have done something. However, she couldn't see how he did it. Not only was he fine after being hit by Xing Meng, he even blinded Xing Meng's eye. This was too strange. He raised his Wei Jin magic blade. Under Yue Yang's control, the spiraling, spherical beheader turned into layers of blade towers, cutting through the surrounding space. Xing Meng raised his huge wolf fang gloves to block. Sparks flew everywhere. At first, he could still use brute force to block, but Yue Yang's hands rotated like a river wheel, causing Xing Meng's arms to rotate to the left and right. The Wei Jin magic blade slashed wildly, and Xing Meng cried out in pain. However, his defense was extremely strong, and he could only feel pain without being injured. Instead, he hugged Yue Yang, using his iron head to fight against Yue Yang. I'll let you be awesome. Yue Yang was even crazier than Xing Meng. His fists had already rained down on Xing Meng's head and face, especially on his injured eyes. Yue Yang's elbows and knees followed up with a series of punches. Finally, he crazily smashed his head into Xing Meng's face, making a loud bang. Duke Xian, Ji Yu Zhui and the luminous demon Ding Zhang were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone fight against Xing Meng head-on. What a lunatic! Even someone as strong as Xing Meng was forced to retreat step by step by Yue Yang. When Yue Yang sat cross-legged and locked onto Xing Meng's throat, lifting his head with both hands, Duke Xian, Ji Yu Zhui and Ding Zhang could hear Xing Meng's neck bones cracking, as if they were about to break. Roar! Xing Meng waved his huge arms, exerting strength again and again. Finally, he managed to pull Yue Yang, who had almost broken his neck bones. He breathed in painfully. Then, he used his brute force and smashed Yue Yang heavily onto the rock surface. He raised his huge legs up high, preparing to stomp Yue Yang into meat paste. A roar that was even louder than Xing Meng's exploded. Roar! Yue Yang was like a demonic god. Both his hands grabbed onto Xing Meng's calves, and used his strength to raise Xing Meng into the air, before smashing him heavily onto the ground. Yue Yang's actions were as if he was holding onto a sack filled with cotton. He raised Xing Meng, who was many times larger than his body, and smashed him wildly, causing the rocks to explode and debris to fly everywhere. In the end, he still felt that it was not enough. He smashed Xing Meng onto the rock wall, causing the cave to shake and almost collapse. Duke Xian, Ji Yu Zhui and Ding Zhang were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen Xing Meng being beaten so badly. Xing Meng's brute force was invincible. How was this possible? Could it be that this brat's strength was even greater than Xing Meng's? Bastard, I can't move, and you guys aren't coming to help. Xing Meng painfully struggled out of the broken rock wall. He shook his dizzy head and loudly complained about his companions' inaction. This brat has the ability to temporarily lock onto other people's movements. Duke Xian immediately became alert. He had suffered from this before. It was not that Xing Meng's strength was inferior. It was just that his movements were locked, and he was unable to struggle. That was why he was beaten up so badly by his opponent. Hearing that Yue Yang's final trump card had been exposed by his companions, the masked Ji Yujui's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. It was time to act. He stepped on the dance of death, and transformed into dozens of afterimages. Their movements were different as they encircled Yue Yang. In comparison, Duke Xian's attack was more direct. The gigantic shell of the golden tortoise directly smashed onto the top of Yue Yang's head. The afterimages of Yue Yang disappeared with a whoosh, and appeared on top of the broken rocks. With a heavy blow towards the air, rumble, a shadow was smashed into the ground by him. The afterimages that were attacking Yue Yang had all disappeared, and Ji Yujui's real body fell onto the ground with a bang. He can see through invisibility. Before Ji Yujui could finish screaming, Yue Yang had already pounced on his body. His body was tightly pressed against Ji Yujui's waist, and his hands twisted Ji Yujui's head backwards, intending to break his neck bones. At the same time, he snorted coldly and mercilessly, "If you answer correctly, I'll reward you with a dead head." The skeletal wing bones on Ji Yujui's back pierced onto Yue Yang's body like raindrops, and blood splattered everywhere. However, Yue Yang did not care about it. He only pressed Ji Yujui firmly, and twisted Ji Yujui's head with both hands. That neck bones let out terrifying cracking sounds. Compared to Xing Meng, Ji Yujui's defense was much weaker. Moreover, he mainly relied on his speed to launch sneak attacks. Once he was entangled by Yue Yang, it was equivalent to exposing his biggest weakness to Yue Yang's demonic hands. If Yue Yang used Wei Jin magic blade or dragon-slaying dagger to attack him, Ji Yujui would not be afraid, because his bone armor could defend against blades and swords. However, Yue Yang chose the most direct method. Break his neck bones, twist off his head. He was not a 1,000-year-old tortoise like Duke Xian, but a human warrior. If his head was twisted off, it would definitely not grow back. Save me. Ji Yujui wanted to struggle, but he found that he could not even move a finger. Only his summoned beast, the fallen angel skeleton, defended against the twisting neck, and used its bone wings to attack, hoping to force the enemy to retreat. Duke Xian waved his claws and struck heavily. His inner strength exploded like a mountain torrent, imprinting itself onto Yue Yang's back. Yue Yang's body suffered a thunderous blow, but his body was completely unharmed. However, on the contrary, it was Ji Yujui's mouth and nose that were spurting blood. The luminous demon Ding Zhang hurriedly shouted, "This brat knows how to divert force, and can even disintegrate my hellfire. Duke Xian, you have to use external force to directly destroy his body." "Let me do it." Xing Meng raised his huge fist and smashed it down like a meteor, hitting Yue Yang's back. His skin and flesh split open, and blood splattered everywhere. He then grabbed Ji Yujui and lifted him up in midair, smashing and hitting him randomly. He intended to knock Yue Yang unconscious, and save Ji Yujui. After hundreds of deafening and crazy smashes, even Xing Meng was so tired that he was panting. He threw away Ji Yujui and Yue Yang in his hands, feeling that Yue Yang was definitely dead, and had definitely been smashed into pieces. Duke Xian and Ding Zhang saw that the two of them had become a bloody mess, and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Only the impatience, who was sitting horizontally on the stone cliff, continued to frown. "Is he dead?" Ding Zhang asked Xing Meng. "He's definitely dead." When Xing Meng said this, he actually did not have much confidence in his heart, and was just being stubborn. "Still not dead after this? What a joke. Under his brute force, even a giant mammoth would die. How could a young brat survive?" Xing Meng felt that even Ji Yujui, who had the protection of the fallen angel skeleton, could be smashed to death by him. "I can prove that Ji Yujui is dead, completely dead. As for me, it seems that I am still alive." Yue Yang, who was covered in blood, suddenly sat up. He raised Ji Yujui's head, which was bleeding from all 7 of its orifices, and handed it over to Xing Meng. A devilish smile appeared on his face. "It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for me to break that brat's head. That brat's fallen angel skeleton can both attack and defend. I almost suffered a great loss." Xing Meng did not know whether it was out of fear or anger, but his entire body was trembling. "Next, it's your turn." Yue Yang was covered in wounds, and there were bloody holes made by Ji Yujui all over his body. But he ignored them, stood up, and pointed at Duke Xian. "The second one to die is you. Brat, what right do you have?" Duke Xian stood proudly. Although he saw that Ji Yuzhui was killed by this brat even when he was trying to save him, and his mind was in a mess, he still believed that he had trained for many years, and his skills were profound. Moreover, the defense of his tortoise shell was invincible, and he did not need to fear his opponent. He was not Ji Yuzhui, and he wanted to twist his head. As long as he retracted his head, all his moves would be useless. Just because I'm younger than you, and I can take more hits than you. The bloodied Yue Yang walked in front of Duke Xian. He did not smile, but his eyes revealed an unusually cold smile. Before you die, I'll tell you a big secret. Yu Guan is not the only one in the Yu clan who can take hits. Hearing this, Duke Xian's heavy claws struck towards Yue Yang's chest. Yue Yang turned around agilely, and threw Duke Xian into the pool with a suave shoulder throw that stunned Ding Zhang and Xing Meng. Then, he jumped into the water and chased after Duke Xian. The luminous demon Ding Zhang was overjoyed. This brat is looking for death. He wants to compete with Duke Xian in water. In the demonic palace, Duke Xian is the strongest in water battles, other than Lord Sky Dragon. No one can compare to him. This brat is dead for sure. Xing Meng saw that the water in the pool seemed to be boiling, and blood continuously floated up. He really wanted to go down and help Duke Xian, but he thought to himself that he was not proficient in water techniques, so going down would be asking for a beating. Raising his head again, he saw that the impatience was still calm and collected, and his heart calmed down. With this poison lady around, even if this brat could fly, he would not be able to escape from her grasp. After a few minutes, the terrifying muffled sounds in the water gradually quietened down. Xing Meng and Ding Zhang both saw Duke Xian's tortoise-like figure slowly floating up, and simultaneously cried out in joy. Duke Xian lives up to his reputation as the #1 in water techniques. He is indeed powerful. The giant Xing Meng was overjoyed, and rushed to the side of the pool to welcome Duke Xian's return. Honestly speaking, he was already a little fearful of Yue Yang, this unkillable cockroach. He had never seen such a strange and crazy man like him. It was one thing to fight 3 against 5, but he was still sending 2 of his companions away, fighting 1 against 5. Thinking of how he had forcefully broken Ji Yuzhui's head under everyone's desperate rescue, Xing Meng was a little unhappy. He hated people who had a stronger will to fight than him the most. Duke Xian's body emerged from the water with a whoosh. Xing Meng stretched out his hand to stop him, and pulled Duke Xian's entire body onto the shore. Just as he was about to say a few words of flattery, he suddenly shouted in fear. Ding Zhang's heart trembled, and he asked anxiously, "What happened?" "Duke Xian doesn't have a head." Xing Meng's face was full of fear. "Why not? It's right here." Yue Yang slowly floated to the surface of the water, and raised the green human head in his hand high up. He threw Duke Xian's head up, and with some difficulty, he climbed up the shore. "I spent a lot of effort to fish it up, don't tell me it's not there." "That's right, I don't have much energy left. Which one of you wants to come up and die first?" Hearing this, Ding Zhang and Xing Meng were so frightened that they swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They were so nervous that their throats were extremely bitter. It was only now that they understood why the 10 great sky demons, other than sending out 4 earth demons and 5 human demons, still felt that it was not enough, and added a little sky demon at the last minute. So, this brat was really that abnormal. Chapter 177. Just by looking at the injuries on the surface, even if this brat had 10 lives, he would have died long ago. But he was still alive. The most terrifying thing was his eyes, which contained a kind of cold killing intent. It was like a blade, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, and more like the Devil's claws. Giant Xing Meng and Luminous Demon knew what to do. Should they join hands and kill him? Or should they wait for the little sky demon impatience to attack? Ji Yuzhui's head was broken by this brat in front of everyone's eyes. Duke Xian, this 1,000-year-old tortoise, who killed people like scything flax, finally died in the water. How did he die? No one knew how his head was cut off by this brat. This brat was full of mysteriousness, and no one could see through him. Among them, the one who felt this the most was Impatience. She had been observing her opponent calmly, and realized that this brat had been hiding his true strength. He seemed to have never thought of failure, and never placed his main enemies on Duke Xian, Ji Yuzhui, Xing Meng and Ding Zhang. It could be seen that the target he truly feared and wanted to kill was herself. He was willing to suffer injuries just to hide his true ultimate move. When a tragic howl came from outside the cave, Impatience's expression changed slightly. "What's going on?" Ding Zhang and Xing Meng's expressions changed greatly. They were clear that this was not the voice of Princess Sissy or City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Instead, it sounded like a companion. Could it be that even 4 against 2 would fail? All 4 of their beasts were used to restrain Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. How was this possible? The enchanting and beautiful Phoenix Fairy Beauty sighed slightly. She kissed her beautiful Phoenix Fairy nails lightly and blew softly. The hunting plan has failed. I agree to give up on the mission. Both of you can leave. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Ding Zhang and Xing Meng until they were tongue-tied. The plan had failed. Give up on the mission. She had not attacked yet. If they gave up on the mission and returned, wouldn't the 10 great sky demons throw them into a wok and fry them? This brat had already reached the limit of his limits. Even if they did not attack, he would bleed to death. There would definitely be no problem if the 2 of them attacked together. Were they really going to give up on the mission now? Another miserable howl came from outside the cave. It was even clearer than the previous one. Furthermore, this voice was completely different from the previous one. This was another companion. Outside, Princess Sissy and Fallen Flowers fought 2 against 4. Not only did they win, they even managed to kill 4 human demons whose beasts countered each other so quickly. Ding Zhang and Xing Meng both felt that today's events were incomparably bizarre. They were perplexed no matter how they thought about it. There were mysteries everywhere. Suddenly, the cave entrance of the heavens line became completely quiet. It was a deathly stillness, as if no one had ever fought above. The luminous demon Ding Zhang and Xing Meng looked at each other, both secretly guessing if Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers had perished together with their 4 companions. A gust of cold air blew in soundlessly. The luminous demon Ding Zhang and the giant Xing Meng could not help but shiver. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes revealed a look of fear. To be able to make them shiver from the cold, and in such a soundless manner, what kind of rancor would be able to do that? What kind of beast would be able to possess such power? Ding Zhang and Xing Meng realized that frost had formed everywhere around them. The pool of water had also started to freeze, accumulating a thick layer of ice. When they spat out a mouthful of white air, the 2 of them realized that the entire cave had turned into a cave of ice and snow in less than a minute. This place had turned into a world of ice and snow. Impatience smiled charmingly, her gigantic breasts trembling as she giggled. So you guys still had a hidden expert, no wonder you were so calm. It's set in stone, Yue Yang corrected. What? Impatience was confused by Yue Yang's strange tone. You're not dead yet. At the top of the cave, Princess Sissy's voice came in. She was incomparably angry. Look at you, you only have 1 mouth left. You still want to flirt with women. Not only can I flirt with women, I can even consummate our marriage tonight. When Yue Yang heard Princess Sissy's voice, he lost control and fell to the ground. His 4 limbs stretched out, as if he had fainted. Xing Meng was overjoyed. He leapt over and raised his fist, wanting to beat Yue Yang into meat paste. As for Princess Sissy, Xing Meng felt that Ding Zhang's hellfire could completely restrain her pure close combat strengthening type rancor. Leave it to him. Just as the giant Xing Meng was about to make his move, suddenly, at the top of the heavens line, 2 black figures fell. They fell onto the rocks with a thud, breaking into countless pieces. One of the ball-like pieces rolled to Xing Meng's feet. Xing took a quick look, and realized that it was the frozen head of his comrade, who had died with grievances. Those dead fish-like eyes stared straight at him. Just like Ji Yu Zhui and Duke Xian, it was extremely disgusting, and extremely terrifying. The luminous demon Ding Zhang also looked at the broken piece in bewilderment. He recognized that it was the broken upper body of another comrade. Although it was already broken beyond recognition, he could still barely recognize that it was indeed his comrade. Now, Ding Zhang could confirm that the 4 comrades outside had all died in battle. At least 2 of them had died under the ice. The opponents were not 3, but 4. There was also a mysterious expert who was proficient in ice. This was something that they had not anticipated before they set off. This expert's concealment ability was practically elusive. It seemed that no one, including the Impatiens, had discovered that this person had always been hiding outside. Now, he understood. Why did this brat send Princess Sissy and City Lord Fallen Flowers out in such a hurry? That was to attract the attention of the 4 people who were lying in ambush outside. He had long known that there were people lying in ambush outside, so he would attract their attention instead. Then, he would let the hidden expert outside ambush the 4 people, cooperating with Princess Qian and Luo Hua's city mistress to kill them. The four comrades outside had been completely annihilated. It was not that they were not strong enough, but they had been double-schemed by this brat and the hidden mysterious expert. Princess Sissy once again carried City Lord Fallen Flowers in from one-line heaven. Her silver armor was so broken that it was almost impossible to cover her body. Her body was drenched in blood, and her wounds were as many as Yue Yang's. Her thighs and shoulders were deeply pierced by broken blades. Ding Zhang recognized that these were the weapons of the 100-soldier demon. The 100-soldier demon, that specialized in countering City Lord Fallen Flowers, was killed by Princess Sissy instead. As for the other beast, the 1,000-winged human demon, that specialized in countering Princess Sissy's close combat, his mithril arrow had pierced through City Lord Fallen Flowers' chest. The 1,000-winged human demon let out a miserable howl before it died. It seemed that the heavily injured City Lord Fallen Flowers had used Aurora Light to kill it. As for the other two, Wolf Soul Human Demon and Demon Spirit Human Demon, they had been frozen into two ice sculptures by the mysterious expert. They could not use their demon spirit telekinesis to interfere with City Lord Fallen Flowers' accumulation of spiritual energy to release Aurora Light, nor could they use their wolf soul to trap Princess Sissy. Their abilities could counter Princess Sissy and City Lord Fallen Flowers, but against the mysterious expert who specialized in freezing ice power, it was a tragedy. Ding Zhang's mind flashed as he thought about many things. He could almost imagine the battle between Princess Sissy and City Lord Fallen Flowers. Suddenly, Ding Zhang saw Impatience make a hand gesture. This was a hand gesture that only the strong warriors of the demonic palace who possessed summoning grimoires would know. That was the demonic escape. Without summoning grimoires, no matter how strong they were, the demonic palace would not nurture them to the last step. This was because no matter how strong they were, no matter how much potential they had, they would not be more valuable than those who possessed summoning grimoires. If they could not win, the demonic palace's 10 major sky demons would allow those who possessed summoning grimoires to retreat and conserve their strength. The luminous demon Ding Zhang knew that although he was not the strongest in the entire team, he was definitely the most important person in the entire team. This was because he was the only one who possessed summoning grimoires. The demonic escape was to quickly leave this place. This was the new mission that Impatience had secretly given to Ding Zhang. In the eyes of giant Xing Meng, this hand gesture had another meaning. That meant that Impatience had decided to personally take action. Let's go. Ding Zhang knew that the mysterious expert was still waiting for him outside. It was impossible to escape alone, so he had to find a scapegoat. As expected, giant Xing Meng immediately leapt up and left the battlefield to Impatience. He was one step ahead of Ding Zhang, leaping towards the entrance of the Heaven's Line cave. Xing Meng was not an idiot. He felt that according to the habits of his opponents, no matter if it was that cunning brat or Princess Sissy, they would be more willing to intercept Ding Zhang. This was because killing Ding Zhang was the most valuable. As for himself, a strengthening type beast, his strength and defense were extremely strong. Even if that brat and Princess Sissy were stupid, they would not take the initiative to intercept him. Really? Stupid. Ding Zhang secretly mocked. Ding Zhang had never thought that Yue Yang and Princess Sissy would chase after him. Even if the two of them still had battle power, they would save it for later to deal with Impatience. Xing Meng and Ding Zhang, one in front and one behind, leapt towards the Heaven's Line cave. At the entrance of the cave, an ice storm suddenly erupted. Almost at the same time, Ding Zhang summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. He was safe and sound in the ice storm, but Xing Meng had turned into a lump of ice and crashed onto the ground. A shadow dressed as a thief looked at Ding Zhang with an ice-cold gaze. He gave up on attacking Ding Zhang and pounced towards the frozen Xing Meng like a storm. If he didn't have a summoning grimoire, Ding Zhang felt that he would definitely be dead. He had met an enemy whose attributes countered his. The opponent's ice storm, coupled with his terrifying speed, precise timing and terrifying battle sense, was like a natural enemy to him. If he didn't have a summoning grimoire, he believed that the opponent's first target would be him. Ding Zhang wiped off his cold sweat. He looked down and saw that Impatience was making a gesture to leave. His heart calmed down and he secretly swallowed his saliva. He hurriedly jumped out of the cave and ran out of the high cliff. With another leap, he flew towards the cliff. He summoned the wind wing beast and successfully fused with it. A pair of giant wings grew on his back and he glided down against the wind. Only now did he realize that he had really gotten his life back. As he floated down, Ding Zhang suddenly discovered a big black dog with wounds all over its body. It was talking to a small white fox. Its foreclaws dug deep into the rocks as it climbed up the cliff with difficulty, bit by bit. He was extremely shocked in his heart. A bad premonition flashed through his heart. Could it be that the 100-beast demon Lai Lai, who was guarding the bottom of the valley, couldn't even defeat a two-headed demon wolf and a three-tailed snow fox? That guy who could squeeze into the top 100 in the demonic palace was actually defeated by a wolf and a fox working together. What kind of beasts were these? Terrifying. Ding Zhang couldn't help but shiver. When he landed on a small platform, he immediately retracted his wings and took out a teleportation scroll. He opened it and escaped from this place. He didn't dare to stay here a moment longer. Ding Zhang believed that if he stayed a moment longer, his life would be in danger. That brat was not only abnormal himself, even his beasts were incomparably abnormal. Inside the cave, Princess Sissy placed the fainted city mistress of Fallen Flowers beside Yue Yang. She smiled at Yue Yang apologetically. Fallen Flowers' arrow was originally shot at me, but she insisted on blocking it for me. Luckily it didn't hit her heart, otherwise her little life would be over. You guys rest for a while. Wait for me to kill her, then I'll come back and treat your injuries. You summon your grimoire first. Without him, we can't win. Get him up immediately. The mysterious beauty didn't seem to have any injuries on the surface, but the black cloth covering her face was soaked with blood. It was obvious that her internal injuries were extremely serious. I've already said, without a guy, you guys can't do anything big. Yue Yang stood up shakily and took out the golden bell that he had gotten from the Ares temple and handed it to Princess Sissy. If you don't treat it, the blood will dry up. Do you know how to use this thing? Idiot, it can't be used. We need a suitable person's blood to unseal it. Princess Sissy could tell at a glance that this was a treasure that was sealed. By a curse, if it wasn't unsealed, it couldn't be used. What a pity, this is a treasure that can heal, The mysterious beauty flew over in a flash, and when she took it from Princess Xianxia's hands, a white light immediately spread out from the golden bell, as if it had a life of its own, and then an extremely strong white light shone, illuminating the entire cave. What's going on? Princess Sissy was puzzled. There was no reaction when she took it, but why did it shine when she took it? I don't know either. The mysterious beauty could only feel that the white light had greatly nourished her body. Her originally serious injuries were rapidly recovering. Impatience looked at the mysterious beauty. At first, she was shocked. Then, she revealed an expression as if she had seen a treasure. Her expression was one of ecstasy and regret. Her gaze was very complicated. Princess Sissy and Yue Yang's injuries were also improving. Their injuries that were bathed in the white light healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a minute, except for City Mistress Fallen Flowers who was still unconscious due to the heavy arrow in her chest, Yue Yang, Princess Sissy, and the mysterious beauty's injuries had mostly recovered. The mysterious beauty coughed a few times. There were traces of blood that came from her lungs. Princess Sissy clenched her teeth and pulled out the broken blades from her shoulders and thighs, allowing the wounds to heal faster under the white light. Yue Yang originally wanted to pull out the mithril arrow, but the mysterious beauty reached out and stopped his reckless action. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' injuries were too serious, and the white light was about to disappear. If she couldn't heal in time, the white light of the golden bell gradually disappeared, turning into a dark gray bell. Yue Yang didn't have time to look at it. He stored it in his lich ring first. The three of us will take turns to attack. You'll be the main attacker, I'll support you. Xian, look after Fallen Flowers first. You'll attack when we're in danger. You're a strengthening type beast anyway. Summon your grimoire first and rest for a while. The mysterious beauty gave Yue Yang the task of being the main attacker. She's a minor sky demon, and her hands are poisonous. You'll die if you touch them, and you want me to be the main attacker. Yue Yang didn't seem very satisfied with this assignment. I suspect that she's not a minor sky demon at all. She might be a sky demon pretending to be weak. The mysterious beauty was even more daring than Yue Yang. Why don't you suspect that I'm one of the three great sky demons of the falling Kang Mountain, Sky Law? Impatience smiled slightly. Her words were like a bolt from the blue. It exploded in the eardrums of Yue Yang, the mysterious beauty, and Princess Sissy, shocking them. Chapter 178 Sky Law. Sky Law was one of the three most famous rankers in the demonic palace of the falling Kang Mountain. Together with Sky Execution and Sky Wrath, they were known as the three great sky demons. It was said that Sky Law was a female. She was ranked second among the 10 great sky demons, and her strength was second only to the strongest ranker of the demonic palace, Sky Execution. Sky Law was in existence comparable to the heavenly imperial guardians. If a level 6 elder or below were to encounter her, they would only be killed instantly. Right now, Yue Yang, Princess Sissy and the others were covered in injuries. How could they fight against such a terrifyingly strong great sky demon with their weary army? Yue Yang felt his heart sink. He had felt that something was wrong from the start. Even the old fox could not deceive him, but this little sky demon impatience could. Logically speaking, she could not be stronger than the old fox, unless she was really Sky Law. The mysterious beauty reacted and immediately shook her head. Impossible, you can't be Sky Law. All the rankers in the world have an agreement that forbids them from killing each other's descendants with potential. If you are Sky Law, and you kill us, then the heavenly imperial guardians of the 3 countries and the rankers of the 4 major sects will all come to your falling Kang Mountain and destroy your demonic palace. If you are Sky Law, you would not join in the hunt for us. We are just juniors, you should be fighting with the rankers of the demon abyss in the 7th or 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Why would you come here to hunt us? Feng Xian might be your fake name, but I dare say that you are definitely not Sky Law. The enchanting impatience giggled. Don't be nervous. Even if I am not Sky Law, I am the little sky demon Feng Xian. You are not my opponent. Princess Sissy's expression became slightly better after hearing this. Heavens, if she was really one of the 3 great sky demons, Sky Law, then there was no need to fight this battle. Only Yue Yang, at this moment, still maintained the suspicion in his heart. I want to ask, why didn't you summon your beasts? Are you afraid that I'll see through your trump card? Impatience smiled at Yue Yang. Her voice was as sweet as if she was acting coquettishly with her lover, but the sweeter she smiled, the more fierce the cold sweat on Yue Yang's forehead became. From the start of the battle until now, Yue Yang would rather be injured than summon a single beast. It was because there was an indescribable fear in his heart that this impatience would see through his secrets. No matter if it was the fusion of the Bloody Queen in the shadow, or the reconstruction of the barbarian cow shadow, or the existence of the serpent demon Little Wen Li, they were all secrets. If he was seen through by the enemy, then even if he won this battle, he believed that he would attract endless enemies. 3 guardian beasts, life force sharing, skills sharing, these were all things that people could not hope for. As long as the impatiens made this public, or reported it to the demonic palace, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yue Yang did not have the confidence to kill the impatiens, who was at least at the level of a little sky demon. If he wanted to defeat her, he had to take advantage of her weakness. If she was really Sky Law, and that weakness was purposely exposed by her to lure the enemy, then he would die a horrible death. After killing Ji Yuzhui, Yue Yang secretly observed this impatience and found that she was completely indifferent. She looked as if he had stepped on an ant in her house. Then, she killed the strongest person in the team, Duke Xian. She hid in the water and used her innate sword chi to cut off Duke Xian's head. However, this impatience remained calm until Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty joined forces to kill the 4 people outside. Only then did she slightly change her expression. Whether she was Sky Law or not, this woman was definitely not easy to deal with. Hopefully, her disguise was only the ability of her beasts, and not her own control over her aura. Yue Yang would never summon Little Wen Li out even if he was beaten to death. Little Wen Li was his biggest secret weapon. No matter what, he could not let such a strong enemy know. If he could not defeat her, Yue Yang guessed that this impatience would take him and Princess Sissy as captives to the demonic palace at Falling Kang Mountain. At worst, he would wait for the heavenly imperial guardians of the 3 kingdoms, Grandma Wu Teng and the old fox to come and rescue them. His real trump card could only be revealed to 2 kinds of people. One was people who would never betray him and would keep his secret, and the other was dead people. Even if he would never betray his family, he could not let them know easily, because it would not be beneficial to them. I heard that when you are angry, your power can increase by several times, even 10 times, come, use your greatest strength to attack me. The enchanting and beautiful impatience stretched out her slender lily-white hands towards Yue Yang. Her fingernails, which had been smeared with immortal juice, pointed towards Yue Yang. Her 5 fingers closed slightly, and Yue Yang actually flew towards her involuntarily. Yue Yang spun in midair and raised his Wei Jin magic blade, purple flames bursting out. The blade slashed down, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. However, he was shocked to see a terrifying scene. The spherical beheader that he had used his greatest strength to slash down was actually caught by Impatience's other slender lily-white fingers. Good person, you can use a bit more strength, I can still take it. Impatience revealed a smile, but her hands were merciless. With a twist, she threw Yue Yang's entire body onto the rocks. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire cave shook. Yue Yang only felt that his vision had turned black, his head was buzzing, and his back and sternum were in extreme pain. It was as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. A large piece of rock beneath Yue Yang cracked open like a spider web, extending all the way to the feet of the dumbstruck Princess Sissy. The frozen pond's ice surface also shattered with a loud rumble. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was lying on the ground, actually bounced up from the shock. The mysterious beauty hurriedly reached out her hands to hug her. Impatience bent down, exposing her huge breasts to Yue Yang's vision. She smiled and asked, "Is it very painful? Are you a bit angry now? Young man, don't be too rational. It's not right to scheme against others for everything. You should be angry, and be impulsive like a raging bull. That's how a young man should be." Yue Yang was so angry that he wanted to curse. Before he could curse, Impatience grabbed him with one hand and threw him towards the opposite stone wall, making him smash into the mountain wall like a meteor. Yue Yang bounced off the mountain wall and quickly counterattacked. Using all of his strength, he used Wei Jin in his hands to fill the sky with purple flames. He used Twin Fish Circle Slash and his newly mastered fire ability to slash towards Impatience. Impatience stretched out her jade hand and grabbed Yue Yang's wrist. Yue Yang's Wei Jin magic blade was less than 3 centimeters above her eyebrows, but it couldn't move an inch. At this time, Impatience raised her enchanting jade face and asked with a smile, "Why don't you try that binding ability of yours? Is that your inherent skill? But why do I feel that your eyes are shining so brightly, making people feel uneasy? I'll kill you." Yue Yang was furious. He felt that if he didn't kill this Impatience, she would definitely dig out all of his secrets. His binding inherent skill burst out, countless golden sword chi condensed into the strongest innate sword chi and shot towards Impatience's heart. This kind of sword could even pierce through Demon King Ha Xin's palm. If this Impatience was only a small sky demon, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. But when Yue Yang used his strongest sword, he was shocked to find that his binding inherent skill had already lost its effect. Not even a second had passed. Demon King Ha Xin had also lost less than a second. But little Wen Li's binding inherent skill had not leveled up at that time. Now that it had already leveled up, how could it still lose less than a second to this Impatience? She was definitely not a small sky demon. Heavens, she was really Sky Law. Yue Yang felt his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. He braced himself and used his strongest sword to stab at Impatience's chest. Impatience was surprised at first, but then she smiled triumphantly, as if she had confirmed something. In a flash, her whole body had slipped into Yue Yang's arms, easily dodging Yue Yang's strongest sword. She nibbled on Yue Yang's ear. "You're so cruel, little sweetheart. How could you bear to hurt such a beautiful baby? Go to hell." Yue Yang pressed his elbows together and attacked Impatience's temples, shooting out innate sword chi from his elbows. "Good girl, I'll reward you with a kiss." Impatience first pecked Yue Yang's lips, then floated up and stuck out her huge breasts, hitting Yue Yang's face. If it was a normal girl, Yue Yang would at most feel a little stuffy. However, when this Impatience's breasts hit Yue Yang's body, that strong elasticity actually sent him flying. He fell like a meteor onto the ice of the pond, smashing into pieces and splashing water. Yue Yang was faster than lightning as he shot out from the pond. He rushed to Princess Xianxia's side and instantly summoned his silver grimoire. He turned his head and shouted towards Princess Xianxia and the mysterious beauty who was hugging Luo Hua's city mistress, "You guys can leave now. Don't turn into ugly girls in your next life, otherwise I will really pretend that I don't recognize you guys. We lost. This damned girl is really Sky Law. I can't beat her. You guys can't beat her either. Go, use light wind teleportation, and bring them away. I only have one last attack left. Forget it. If she really is Sky Law, we won't be able to escape." Princess Sissy took out her giant sword. "Who knows what will happen in my next life, maybe I'll become a man." "Damn, if you become a man, do you think I'll have sex with you?" Yue Yang sweated profusely. "Can't you become a woman?" Princess Sissy's thoughts were very strong. Since that's the case, You carry fallen flowers, I can't bring her away, I can only go alone. The mysterious beauty passed City Lord Fallen Flowers to Yue Yang. Hey, you're really going? Princess Sissy was stunned. I'll make a move first. The mysterious beauty flew towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty. In midair, lightning flashed in her left hand and ice in her right, bringing with it an earth-shattering hailstorm as she charged towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty. In midair, her voice floated over, I can freeze her for 10 seconds at the same time, you guys go. With a loud rumble, the entire space was covered in frost. The mysterious beauty was indeed frozen together with the enemy. Princess Sissy's eyes turned red, she raised her giant sword, ready to rush out and fight, but Yue Yang held her back tightly. The ice did not last 10 seconds, only 3 seconds. Impatience floated out of the ice, holding the unconscious mysterious beauty in her hands, and smiled at Yue Yang. Should I say that you're stupid, or smart? Your companion sacrificed herself to create an opportunity, but you gave it up without even trying. Little guy, you're too calm, aren't you angry now? What if I do this? Her fingernails that were smeared with immortal juice danced lightly, and then her 5 fingers deeply pierced into the mysterious beauty's heart. When Princess Sissy saw this, she went crazy. She waved her giant sword with the force of a thunderbolt, and slashed at Impatience. Impatience stretched out a slender jade palm, and lightly shook on Princess Sissy's chest. Princess Sissy shot into the opposite stone wall like a meteor, countless pieces of silver armor, and blood, danced in the air. Be angry, little guy, let me see how strong you really are, do you hate me? Then come and kill me. Impatience flew to the front of Yue Yang's barrier, and the jade hand that was stained with the mysterious beauty's blood, penetrated through the barrier, and slowly reached in. Under Yue Yang's gaze, she pulled out the mithril arrow from City Mistress Fallen Flowers' chest, and pointed it at City Mistress Fallen Flowers' face. Aren't you angry? I'm going to kill another little lover of yours, look at her beautiful face, I'm going to cut her into an ugly monster, I'm going to stab her brains out, do you want to see her die in front of you? Be angry, stop me, or else, I'm going to kill all your relatives, kill all my relatives. Yue Yang's mind was already blank. When he heard these words, Fourth Mother's face flashed across his mind, followed by Yu Bing and the little girl, followed by little Wen Li and Inan, as well as City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sissy and the mysterious beauty. Yes, do you want to see me kill all your relatives? I will twist off their heads, just like how you twisted off Ji Yuzhui's head, I will twist them off while they are still alive. The Impatience had a smile on her face. Her voice was as gentle as a gust of wind, yet also like the voice of a demon from the heavens, endlessly tempting Yue Yang. Be angry, don't you hate me in your heart? Pounce on me and kill me. Press me to the ground and bite me to death. Don't you want to dig out my heart? Ah! Yue Yang had completely gone crazy. The berserk state on his body exploded 10 times, 100 times stronger. He felt that something in his head had shattered, as if it had broken through something. It was like a meteor crashing into a planet, and then completely smashing that planet into smithereens. His entire mental world exploded. His rationality had collapsed. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to kill. Kill. He must kill this woman in front of him. No matter what, he must kill her. Yue Yang's consciousness had completely disappeared. Both of his eyes were completely red. At first, a dark golden rune appeared on his forehead. Following that, densely packed runes appeared all over his body, forming a mysterious and profound rune circle. As if it had a life of its own, it wandered around his body. The crazy Yue Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, drenching both of his hands. The strange thing was that the blood immediately turned into flames, blazing endlessly, ancient runes in Nirvana's flame. Impatience's face revealed a look of fear for the first time. This time, it's a little too big. Luckily this brat doesn't know how to use these powers, I'll kill you. Yue Yang raised both of his hands that were burning with Nirvana's flame, preparing to smash down on Impatience's head. Not good, San I'm your fourth mother. Yes, I'm your fourth mother. I'm your little mother. What are you trying to do? Shuang is still young. As her brother, can't you give in to her a little? If she's naughty, I'll spank her little butt. Do you want to kill Shuang? Quickly put your hands down. Be good, you're tired. Go to sleep. When you wake up, everything will return to normal. Go to sleep obediently. Impatience gently held onto Yue Yang's hands and gently pulled them down. Using a gentle voice that only a mother would have, she tried to hypnotize Yue Yang. In her eyes, ancient runes flashed from time to time and were imprinted into Yue Yang's red eyes. The red in Yue Yang's eyes gradually dissipated and returned to normal. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into Impatience's embrace. The Nirvana's flame on his hands also gradually disappeared. The runes on his body had completely disappeared. Impatience gently placed Yue Yang on the ground. Looking at her own charred hands, fear appeared on her face again. This brat's Nirvana's flame can actually burn my body to this extent. I'm only a level 1 innate now. If I let you cultivate it, how powerful would you be? If she raised her hands, she could easily kill the sleeping Yue Yang. The charred hands pierced between Yue Yang's eyebrows and suddenly stopped. Impatience slowly retracted her hands and blew on the charred hands. The charred hands quickly disappeared and the smooth and white skin reappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Impatience looked at Yue Yang with a complicated expression, as if finding an excuse for herself. Forget it, he's just a kid who has only trained for a dozen years. He's only a level 1 innate when he goes berserk. He's at most a level 6 junior elder. There's nothing to be afraid of against such an opponent. I'll kill him when I'm bored of him. Such a handsome boy, it would be a pity to kill him. Facing the sleeping Yue Yang, Impatience suddenly bent down and kissed Yue Yang's lips with an unusually loud voice. I can't bear to kill you. This is the first time I've softened my heart. So, give me your first kiss. Ha, it's a pity that the few beauties don't know about this. If not, they would be so jealous of me. La la la, I'm a bad person, I'm a bad woman. Impatience was preparing to give Yue Yang an even more exciting kiss when her expression suddenly changed. She waved her hand and teleported out of Heaven's Lion's cave. On the cliff at the top of the cave, there was a girl with her back facing them. She was wearing a snow-white, tight-fitting dragon skin suit. Her smooth and round shoulders were bare, and a palm-sized six-winged angel was flying around her. When Impatience saw her, her expression immediately changed. There was a little fear, a little resistance, and a little indignation. In the end, she still called out in a low voice, "Sister." The mysterious girl with bare shoulders snorted lightly. "If I see you in the soaring dragon continent again, I'll kill you, even if you're my sister." I'm curious, why doesn't anyone care about that brat? So you're his introducer. So annoying, you're always like this. Since young, you've always snatched the best things from me, the best beasts, the best treasures. Now, you even want to reserve the best person. Impatience suddenly screamed crazily. Wrong, I gave you the most suitable beasts and the best treasures. It's just that you think that what I've given you is not good enough and is never satisfied. That's why you feel that the whole world is unfair to you. I'll say one last thing, I reserve him because I have the ability to nurture him. He's a little boy who can surpass me, surpass all the warriors in the soaring dragon continent, and even surpass his ancestors. He has endless potential that you will never be able to see through. If your people have any ideas about him again, then the demonic palace can disappear. I'll only say this once. Next time, I'll kill you directly. The mysterious girl with bare shoulders waved her hand and directly cut through space, disappearing in a flash. Impatience stomped her feet frantically. I hate you the most. Why do the best things belong to you? This time, I definitely won't let you. You have the ability to nurture him, don't tell me that I don't. You don't even talk to me face to face, and you still say that you're my sister. Who wants this kind of sister? Hateful. A gust of wind blew past. Impatience thought that her sister had reappeared. She was so scared that she quickly drew a magical runic circle with her jade-like hands, opened up space, and hurriedly left. The mysterious girl with bare shoulders did not appear. Only after Impatience left, a faint sigh suddenly came from the void. Chapter 179. Inside the cave, the ice and snow slowly melted. The giant Xing Meng suddenly let out a loud roar. The ice and snow on his body exploded, and he fell to the ground, frozen stiff. It took a long time for him to recover. When he stood up, he found Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers lying on the ground, unconscious. He was ecstatic, and shouted, "In the end, I, Xing Meng, still completed this mission. Haha, Ji Yu Zhui and Duke Xian both died in battle. Ding Zhang is just a coward, he doesn't deserve to share the victory with me." He jumped in front of Yue Yang, raised his wolf fang gloves, and prepared to attack. Suddenly, he found someone behind him, and was startled. Turning his head to look, he discovered that there was a cute little Lamia loli blinking her big eyes at him. She looked very cute, but the power of her attack scared Xing Meng out of his wits. In the hands of the cute little loli, there were two small and exquisite frost blades. With just a light slash, Xing Meng found that his right leg had silently fallen off, and the wound quickly froze. Roar! Xing Meng was stunned. He had never seen his body so weak. His leg was actually cut off by someone. How was this possible? Even a mountain-splitting axe shouldn't be able to cut his skin. No, this was a divine weapon. Xing Meng was so scared that he ran for his life. He jumped on one leg, and used his arms to climb the rocks. He ran out of the Heaven's Line cave, afraid that the little lamia would chase after him. The little lamia did not chase after him. Instead, she took out a dark golden bow that was even larger than her body. She plucked the bow with her fingers, and countless bolts of lightning condensed, forming a crackling ball of lightning. It whistled as it flew towards Xing Meng's back. There was a deafening rumble. Xing Meng was like a bolt from the blue. He was blasted into the air, and the flesh on his back was split open. His body was charred black. He dizzily fell from the sky and rolled on the cliff. He bumped into snow and rocks along the way. When he came to his senses, he was about to fall into the Heaven Lake. He was so scared that he hurriedly grabbed the rock wall with both hands to reduce the force of his fall. With great effort, Xing Meng finally climbed down from the cliff. He looked at himself beside the Heaven Lake and discovered that he had become a roasted pig, the kind that was scorched, because all of his skin had turned into charcoal. I will definitely take revenge. Xing Meng was determined. He was prepared to take revenge as soon as he recovered from his injuries. He would definitely not let the enemy off. If he couldn't win in the open, he could report to his family and friends in secret. Anyway, he would make a move when the opportunity presented itself. Anyway, with someone providing him with information, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. Xing Meng gritted his teeth in hatred, especially when he saw his only eye and broken leg. Woof! Suddenly, a strange barking sound came from behind him. Damn dog, get lost! Xing Meng discovered that there was a demon wolf with wounds all over its body behind him. Perhaps it had smelled the blood on his body, but its eyes were filled with bloodlust. Xing Meng flew into a rage. A bronze-ranked level 3 demon wolf dared to have designs on him. If not for the pain in his wound, he would have killed it with a single slap. Meow! The demon wolf, which was covered in wounds, suddenly meowed like a cat and took 2 steps forward. It's good for me to eat some dog meat to nourish my body. Xing Meng sneered. He stood up and prepared to punch the heavily injured demon wolf to death. Awoo! Suddenly, a dark golden summoning rune appeared on the demon wolf's forehead. There were also mysterious runes flashing in its eyes. Its body quickly changed shape and became huge. A wave of black flames burned fiercely. Soon after, a dark golden pillar of light rose up and turned into a giant golden battle wolf, entering the demon wolf's body. Following a deafening roar, the black flames exploded like a storm. Its aura was like a mountain torrent. Even the giant Xing Meng, who was standing on one leg, couldn't help but take a step back from the shock. The black smoke curled up and dispersed. The hell's black flames, which were faintly glowing with a dark golden color, gathered together and continued to burn. What appeared in front of Xing Meng was a 3-headed demon wolf with 3 heads. The dark golden hell's black flames burned on its neck and back. The middle head was the largest, while the 2 sides were slightly smaller. There were different summoning runes on its forehead. Its aura was released. As if a demon king had descended, this wolf can actually transform itself. Is this a gold-ranked level 5 Cerberus? No, that's not right. This should be an ancient world exterminating demon wolf. Although it has 2 more heads, it is indeed an ancient demon wolf. Xing Meng felt that his hair was about to explode. It was better not to provoke an ancient demon wolf that knew how to hide its strength and transform itself. Fortunately, its level was a little low. Otherwise, he would have become dog food. Woof! Meow! Awoo! The cries of the 3 heads were different. However, the 6 wolves' eyes were filled with bloodlust. They all expressed the same wish, which was to eat. Xing Meng hurriedly jumped 2 steps back and tried his best to slow down his voice. Gently and carefully, he took out a large magic crystal and threw it on the ground. Be good, paparazzi. Eat the magic crystal. Human meat is not tasty. 1 is not enough. I'll give you another 1. However, that terrifying demon wolf didn't even look at the magic crystal. It swept the magic crystal away with its claws and pounced forward like lightning. What followed was a series of tragic screams. Heaven's Line cave. When Yue Yang woke up, he realized that the wounds on his body had already healed. His body was filled with spiritual energy and his strength was extremely strong. When he woke up, he realized that there was a kind of uncontrollable power. The moment he touched the ground, he would be bounced into the air. It took him a long time to barely control himself to land. He remembered that he had gone berserk when he saw the impatiens kill the 3 girls. Why didn't he die? Instead, he had a breakthrough. Yue Yang realized that there was a kind of uncontrollable power in his body. It was as if he could shake a mountain with one move and make a river collapse with one stomp of his foot. Yue Yang landed on the ground. He didn't control his strength well and both his feet actually broke the stone surface. His feet sank deep into the rock. The hard rock was as soft as tofu. Yue Yang's body swayed and he almost fell. He reached out his hand to support the rock arm. He didn't use any strength, but the rock immediately shattered, leaving behind 5 deep claw marks. Yue Yang saw the mysterious beauty on the ground and wanted to rush over to save her. However, he exerted force with both his feet and shot into the rock wall like a cannonball. With a rumble, he sank deep into the rock. This flying speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Yue Yang couldn't smoothly control his newly acquired power. At the same time, he was very surprised. When did he become so strong? Was this done by the impatiens? They are fine. Come up, I have something to say to you. A clear voice came down from the top of Heaven's Line Cave. When Yue Yang heard it, he felt that this voice was very familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he heard it. With a leap, Yue Yang didn't have time to turn around. With a bang, he smashed the rock and directly broke out of the cave. He jumped out of the rubble in a sorry state. Only then did he realize that there was a mysterious woman standing in front of him. She was wearing a snow-white, tight-fitting dragon skin suit with her delicate shoulders exposed. Although he could only see her back, Yue Yang's heart suddenly lit up. He suddenly realized something and shouted, "It's you." This mysterious woman was the mature beauty with extremely beautiful breasts that Yue Yang met at Shangwu Camp before he entered Tong Tian Tower. She was the one who gave Yue Yang a crystal card. At the same time, she was also the one who introduced Yue Yang into Tong Tian Tower. This was an extremely mysterious woman. No matter who Yue Yang asked, he was unable to find out anything about her. Everyone who knew about her would change their expression and change the topic the moment she was mentioned. Even the old cunning fox only laughed it off and didn't say a word about it. Who exactly was she? The Night Empress was the heavenly imperial guardian of Tian Luo Kingdom, but she was jealous of her. From this, it could be seen how mysterious this mature beauty with huge breasts was. I know that you are looking for me and have a lot of questions in your heart. The mysterious mature beauty didn't turn her head and only spoke softly. There are many things that would be a burden in your heart if you knew about it now. That's why I didn't tell you about it. However, if you want to hear about it, I can tell you about it. It's just that if you heard about it, you might not be as happy as you are now. Then let me ask you a few questions. Yue Yang didn't want to bear any responsibility if he knew the truth. He was just a little curious and asked, "Can you tell me, who are you?" "I am your Tong Tian Tower's introducer." The mysterious mature beauty replied softly. "What's an introducer?" Yue Yang didn't understand. An introducer is equivalent to a master and a teacher. However, you don't need to acknowledge me as your master. I will guide you in whatever you think you need. It's completely free, there's no compensation, and there's no forced learning. If you think that one day, you don't need me as an introducer anymore, you can break away from this relationship. Actually, all rankers have a predecessor as an introducer. You're not the only one. The mature beauty nodded slightly. But you didn't teach me anything. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Wasn't this kind of introducer a little too irresponsible? In the past, I had a smart and quick-witted younger sister. Her potential was also very good. From the bottom of my heart, I hoped that she would be able to level up as soon as possible so that she wouldn't take the wrong path and become a peak ranker as soon as possible. Thus, I arranged a path that was most suitable for her to train on. I gave her the most suitable beasts and the best treasures. I gave her the best of everything and satisfied her with everything. However, in the end, she walked on a path that I didn't expect. After she leveled up to become a peak ranker, she immediately broke off relations with me and became enemies. She felt that my arrangements were a mistake, that she didn't have freedom in her life. It made her feel like everything was arranged by someone else. After that time, I reflected deeply. Maybe she was right, freedom is the most important thing in this world. I didn't give you anything, but I gave you freedom. You don't need to accept my arrangements, you don't need to accept my missions. You have complete freedom and will to live. You don't need to train to a certain realm at a certain time, and you don't need to bear the pressure of ranking competition like others. I hope that you are happy, live happily, train happily, and do whatever you want. No matter if it's right or wrong, I won't interfere. Your improvement is all because of your hard work. In this way, I'm not very responsible as an introducer, but you are free. The mature beauty slowly gave an example, her voice gradually becoming softer. Freedom is good, but not saying anything at all isn't too good either, right? Yue Yang felt that freedom was definitely good, but having someone to guide him wasn't bad either. What do you want to know? The mature beauty asked. For example, what's going on with my current body? Yue Yang felt that his strength had increased greatly, but he didn't know how to control it. It was a headache. Your current state is that of an innate level 1 foot. In this state, you will be very distressed if you live in the soaring dragon continent. Because if you touch anything, it will be destroyed. If you want to hug your loved ones, they might break their bones. So after you reach the innate realm, if you don't know how to control it, you won't be able to live in the soaring dragon continent. The mature beauty suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very soft, but it was exceptionally pleasing to the ears. It was like a cool breeze caressing one's face, soft and gentle, making one feel refreshed both physically and mentally. Then what should I do? Yue Yang now felt that it was very important to have an introducer. If he had to rely on himself to comprehend it, who knows when he would be able to comprehend it. Normal people would first learn how to control it, then learn hidden breath before slowly climbing to the innate realm. You are a little different from them. You are still a child, you don't know anything, yet you have already become an innate. Moreover, you have reached innate level 1 in one go, that's why it's like this. You now have the power of a level 9 saint, but you still use the level of a level 6 elder to control it. Of course it won't work. The mature beauty didn't turn her head, she only stretched her jade-like hand back, her white finger lightly touching the space between Yue Yang's eyebrows. A wave of thoughts flowed into Yue Yang's mind, making him feel as if he was suddenly enlightened. So it's like this, a brand new method appeared in Yue Yang's mind. At the same time, he combined it with his own situation, and in the end, it turned into an enlightenment. Yue Yang circulated his innate qi and tried using this hidden breath method. He immediately discovered that all the power in his body seemed to have been perfectly sealed in his body, quietly sleeping, waiting for him to wake it up when he needed it. His body instantly returned to its previous state, and the feeling of being able to control it all returned. He moved his limbs a little, and discovered that being a normal person was much more blissful. After becoming an innate, even rocks would shatter with just a touch. This kind of life was really too terrifying. Luckily it was outside. If it was in the Ivy Academy or at home, pulling Yu Bing or touching Yu Shuang might cause them to get hurt. It was best to be like this now, and be a normal person during normal times. When it was time to fight, he would need to unseal his power, then unseal it and fight with the power of an innate. This was really killing two birds with one stone. Actually, there are some things that I won't tell you. You might feel confused. However, if you slowly explore and improve on your own, you can also comprehend them. In addition, you will meet all kinds of people in different realms and environments. You can interact with them, learn from them, and slowly learn. That way, you can also slowly learn. Isn't that a more interesting process? Moreover, you are a little man, and have your own pride. You probably don't want others to control you too much. So, if you have something that you want to ask, I will tell you then. Train well, I will come and find you after a year. The beautiful mature beauty seemed to be preparing to leave. Wait, beautiful teacher, what's your name? Yue Yang hurriedly asked for the beautiful mature beauty's name. My name is not in the introductory list. If you want to know, you can go to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. You will see a ranking of warriors, and the number 1 is my name. The beautiful mature beauty almost ignited Yue Yang's curiosity. Then how strong are you exactly? Yue Yang felt that if she was very strong, then he could also bask in her light. In the future, if he saw any impatience, he could throw out his name to scare them. Wasn't it just Sky Law? His own teacher was the number 1 person in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The beautiful mature beauty smiled. She seemed to have seen through Yue Yang's thoughts, and laughed. In the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there is also a ranking. You are still number 1. Yue Yang was so shocked that he almost fainted. That ranking doesn't have a number 1, because the people who are ranked at the top have never officially fought against each other. Let me put it this way, I am one of the people who are ranked at the top. The beautiful mature beauty's words almost made Yue Yang fall to the ground. What was the difference between this and being number 1? One last question, beautiful teacher, do you have a boyfriend? Yue Yang was very suitable to be a part-time paparazzi, because his gossipy nature was very strong. If there is a human man who has broken through the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and entered the 11th floor, I might consider it. After all, I have been living alone for 1,000 years. The beautiful mature beauty's words had a strong hint, almost stealing Yue Yang's soul away. However, what made Yue Yang faint was that the beautiful mature beauty in front of him, who didn't seem to be more than 20 years old, was actually 1,000 years old seductress. Forget it, Bai Susan had also trained for 1,000 years to become a white snake. Moreover, compared to Queen Vivian Li, it wasn't considered much. Queen Vivian Li could wake up for 10,000 years, she was even more awesome. Seeing the beautiful mature beauty use her lily-white hands to cut open space and disappear, Yue Yang was no longer surprised, because his heart was already numb. In comparison, the Demon King Ha Xin, who was still restricted by space, was a little tragic. Yue Yang felt that it was fine even if the Demon King Ha Xin was tragic. Anyway, this guy was his opponent. The beautiful mature beauty was active in the 9th and 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The Demon King Ha Xin was probably only working in the 7th or 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He was happy that he could see the beautiful mature beauty's skirt. However, after Yue Yang calculated, he felt that even if he had the strength of a level 1 and 8, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the arrogant Demon King Ha Xin. However, according to the summoning grimoire, this guy was a level 8 Demon King. Could it be, he was an innate level 8? That Ha Xin guy wasn't that strong, right? Yue Yang hurriedly denied it. If it was like what Grandma Wu Tang and the Night Empress had said, according to the Tong Tian Tower standard, a level 9 saint would be considered as an innate level 1. Yue Yang felt that the Demon King Ha Xin's strength would at most be an innate level 4 or 5, maybe not even. Yue Yang desperately slandered this strong opponent in his heart. He wished that he could curse the Demon King Ha Xin into a pitiful little dwarf. This was mainly because the impact that the Demon King Ha Xin gave to Yue Yang was too great. Currently, only he and the Impatiens could penetrate the summoning grimoire's protective shield. The others, such as the Marquis of Zijin, simply couldn't do anything to the summoning grimoire's protective shield. This was the difference between them. When I reach innate level 5 or 6, I'll go to the Demon Abyss and kill that Demon King Ha Xin guy. Whatever concubines or princesses, I'll capture them all and make them my female slaves. As Yue Yang was daydreaming, he suddenly heard a weak moan coming from the cave. It seemed that Princess Sissy had woken up. Yue Yang hurriedly slipped in. He could deal with the female slaves later. Right now, he had to take care of this royal swordswoman who had a pair of tiger-like eyes. This was related to his future blissful sexual life. As soon as he came down, he discovered that the mysterious beauty who had her heart pierced by the Impatiens had sat up, clutching her chest as if she was in pain. Don't move, I'll help you take a look. Yue Yang volunteered himself. Was this guy pretending to be kind, or was he really a pervert? No matter what, the mysterious beauty was speechless towards him. Chapter 180. Yue Yang moved closer. He really wanted to show the mysterious beauty the wound on her chest. The mysterious beauty was embarrassed. If it wasn't for his anxious face, she would have already sent him flying with a book. She reached out to block Yue Yang and tried to soften her voice. I'm fine, my heart isn't injured, there's no danger to my life. I was hypnotized just now, my whole body is weak and I can't move in a semi-conscious state. It's good that you're fine. Yue Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. So Impatiens was just scaring him and didn't really kill the mysterious beauty. She was just trying to provoke him. He was provoked to the point of going berserk and completely losing his mind. What happened after that? Was it the mysterious beauty with big breasts who chased Impatiens away? Did he break through to innate level 1 because he went berserk? From the looks of it, Impatiens didn't seem to have done anything bad. She only used her unique hypnotic ability to incite his anger and stimulate him to break through to innate. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was not related to him at all, so why would she do such a thing? Yue Yang couldn't understand, but he felt that Impatiens's big breasts were really scary. She could send him flying with just a pair of big breasts. He was really speechless. I'm leaving. Seeing that Yue Yang was deep in thought, the mysterious beauty suddenly opened her mouth, indicating that she wanted to leave. You have suffered a serious internal injury, you need to rest well. Don't go anywhere. Yue Yang obviously couldn't bear to let the little beauty leave. He didn't even know her name. Maybe this girl was Miss Shui. If that was really the case, then he definitely had to explain to her that the annulment of the marriage was caused by someone else and he didn't even know what was going on. Yue Yang felt that regardless of whether the pitiful guy wrote the divorce letter or not, he wouldn't admit it. In any case, he definitely couldn't let this girl go. He definitely couldn't let her slip away from his hands. Don't worry about me. The mysterious beauty was a little resistant to Yue Yang's concern. She then softened her tone and said, I'm fine now. You should go and see xianxia and fallen flowers. Wait, can you tell me your name? Yue Yang guessed that this girl wouldn't say it, but he still couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to know more about this mysterious beauty who liked to read books and stalk him. Who was she? Was it Miss Shui or someone else? Was it because he was engaged to the pitiful guy, or was it because he was curious? Did someone send her, or did she follow him of her own accord? Everything was a mystery. Yue Yang hoped to see the light and understand the truth. Even if he knew something about her, it would be better than guessing in secret. Of course, he also knew that with this girl's personality, she most likely wouldn't say it out loud. However, every little bit of secret he could dig out was a little bit, and he couldn't let it go no matter what. As for Yue Yang's question, the mysterious beauty stood up, turned around, and left as if she hadn't heard anything. Yue Yang blurted out again, why did you save me in the first place? Why didn't you tell me your secret? Everyone has their own secret. The mysterious beauty turned around and smiled. That kind of smile didn't have any sound, and didn't have much of an expression either. The smile that came out from her eyes that were as clear as a spring, filled Yue Yang's heart with happiness. He had never thought that her smile would emit such a moving charm. It was as if he had suddenly seen the light of dawn in the darkness and loneliness, illuminating his heart. Yue Yang's heartbeat sped up by 100 times. It felt like his first love. He always wanted to say something to her, but his mouth was clumsy and couldn't say anything. He could only stare at her blankly. The mysterious beauty turned around and waved her jade-like fingers lightly, bidding farewell. Her body emitted a gentle breeze, and disappeared in front of Yue Yang. She was like a wind-snow fairy that came and went without a trace, and also like a mysterious fairy that could bring light to Yue Yang's life at any time. This kind of girl, he definitely couldn't miss it. He definitely had to push her down and take her into his harem. Yue Yang clenched his fists and made up his mind. If you can't bear to let her go, you can chase after her. Let me and fallen flowers die here. Princess Sissy's voice was very weak, but the jealousy it contained could practically drown the entire cave. It could even drown Yue Yang alive. Your Highness, are you all right? Yue Yang only just realized that Princess Sissy was still stuck in the stone wall. He hurriedly flew over to help her. Don't come over. Help me find some clothes. It wasn't that Princess Sissy couldn't come out. She only let the impatience break her clothes. Although she had a forthright personality, she couldn't possibly bear her little butt in front of Yue Yang. Hence, she remained in the cave wall. Of course, her injuries weren't light. She was so tired that she almost collapsed, and didn't have the strength to move much. Yue Yang hurriedly took out a set of Yu Bing's clothes from his lich ring. It might not fit her, but it was better than nothing. According to Yue Yang's real thoughts, a naked Princess Sissy would be better. However, he reckoned that this wish of his would be a little difficult to fulfill. If he saw a naked Princess Sissy, he would either kill her to keep her secret or cry and drown the soaring dragon continent with her tears. Of course, Yue Yang wanted to push her down. However, it was still a little difficult now. The best way was to pretend to be an obedient child and lower her psychological defenses. If he wanted to push this Rouge Tigress down, he had to lower her psychological defenses to the lowest level. At the same time, he had to make her lose her vigilance. Close your eyes. Princess Sissy warned Yue Yang not to peek. Otherwise, she would let him taste the power of her little white teeth and see if she could bite him to death. Don't worry, I'm very obedient. I promise I won't peek. Yue Yang expressed that he wouldn't peek. He wasn't peeking, he was peeking out in the open. Princess Sissy knew that this brat was a pervert. Her little hands had already covered her breasts and lower body. Other than glaring at him with her tiger-like eyes, she also showed her little white teeth as a warning. She thought that Yue Yang wouldn't be able to see clearly if she hid in the darkness of the cave. It was a pity that she didn't know that Yue Yang and Queen Vivian Li had the ability to see things in the dark. Yue Yang obviously pretended not to see. He passed the clothes to Princess Sissy, hoping that this rouge tigress would take her hands away. Put down the clothes and scram. Princess Sissy saw that this brat was about to drool like a waterfall. She knew that she was at a disadvantage. So this brat could see. I didn't see anything. I didn't see your slender waist or long legs. Yue Yang wanted to prove his innocence. Wipe your saliva. Princess Sissy couldn't stand him anymore. He was obviously a big pervert, yet he still wanted to pretend to be an obedient child. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Yue Yang was afraid that this rouge tigress would hold a big stone and smash it on his head. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He threw down the clothes and hurriedly slipped away. Returning to City Mistress Fallen Flowers' side, he carried the sleeping City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Suddenly, his expression changed. He realized that City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't have a heartbeat. God, this Fallen Flowers girl can't die. I still want to be the first one to push her down. Yue Yang was scared half to death. He hurriedly placed City Mistress Fallen Flowers' soft body on the flat rock surface. He stretched out his hand to check her breathing. It seemed that she wasn't breathing either. It seemed that City Mistress Fallen Flowers' injuries were too serious. She hadn't been treated for a long time, so she was too weak and her heart had stopped beating. If he didn't perform CPR and CPR now, this girl would die. Don't scare me, wake up quickly. Yue Yang was so scared that his heart almost burst. He was so anxious that he almost went crazy. Did he have to watch City Mistress Fallen Flowers die? Yue Yang punched himself. Calm down, think about what to do. CPR, I can do it. Yue Yang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Yue Yang first laid Luo Hua's City Mistress, body flat on the ground. As he recalled the method of CPR, he opened Luo Hua's City Mistress, lower jaw with his trembling hands and pinched Luo Hua's City Mistress, nose. He took a deep breath of air and quickly blew into her small mouth. After blowing a few mouthfuls, Yue Yang saw Luo Hua's City Mistress, chest rising and falling. He quickly stopped. He remembered that he couldn't blow too much. The ratio of blowing air to chest compressions was 230. The number of times he did artificial respiration just now seemed to be too many. As for the hand gestures for chest compressions, Yue Yang was so anxious that he didn't even remember how they were done. It seemed like the palms were crossed and the fingers were interlocked. He couldn't remember anything else. Yue Yang found that his hands were shaking badly. He quickly took a deep breath and controlled himself. He didn't want to use too much force and break City Mistress Fallen Flowers' sternum. Wake up, Fallen Flowers girl. You can't be so bad. No matter what, you are a City Mistress. Don't die like this. Wake up, don't you like flowers? I will give you a lot of flowers in the future. You can have any flowers you want, as long as you wake up. Don't die, please, don't scare me. Yue Yang pressed twice and found that it was soft and couldn't bear the force. He quickly increased his strength. While pressing, he shouted at City Mistress Fallen Flowers, hoping to wake her up. After pressing a few dozen times, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' heart didn't respond. He did another round of CPR, but she still didn't improve. Her heart and breathing were completely gone. Yue Yang found that her heart had stopped for too long, and his hands were trembling. He remembered that the knowledge he had learned before mentioned that the brain had insufficient oxygen supply. In a state of hypoxia for more than 10 minutes, it would cause irreversible damage. Don't die, please, can't you be a little stronger? Yue Yang tried to use true qi to stimulate City Mistress Fallen Flowers' heart, but it only nourished the heart's vitality, and it didn't beat strongly. Yue Yang was about to go crazy. Why didn't the stimulation of innate true qi work? Was he really going to despair now? No, City Mistress Fallen Flowers must not die. There's nothing I can't do. I can definitely save you, I can definitely do it. Yue Yang took out the dragon-slaying dagger and tore the front of City Mistress Fallen Flowers' clothes with one hand, preparing to cut a bloody hole on her snow-white chest, reach in, and massage the heart in her chest. Two flawless jade-like breasts popped out from the torn clothes. The snow mound was round, and the red plum blossom was slightly blooming. It was pink and peerless. However, Yue Yang didn't have time to care about this at this time. His mind was only focused on saving people. As long as she could live, Yue Yang was willing to bear all the notoriety. What big pervert, as long as she could live, she could call him whatever she wanted. as long as she could live, he didn't care about anything. She must live. In order to snatch City Mistress Fallen Flowers back from the hands of the god of death, Yue Yang was so anxious that his eyes were red, and his mind was almost out of control. A hand reached out and blocked Yue Yang's wrist. It was Princess Sissy. Princess Sissy saw Yue Yang holding the dragon-slaying dagger and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yue Yang said anxiously, "I'm not killing her, I'm saving her. I'm saving her, do you understand? I'm going to cut open her chest and massage her heart. Fallen Flowers already has no heartbeat, and she's not breathing. You have to do artificial respiration. She can't die, I definitely won't let her die like this." "Oh right, do you know how to summon a beast to release electricity?" "Just a weak one, don't overdo it, I only have one summoned beast, and that's my guardian beast." Princess Sissy was shocked by Yue Yang's craziness and said, "Electrocute. Cut open her chest, are you sure this is the way to save her? Electrocute her heart, this can make her heart beat again." Yue Yang couldn't explain to Princess Sissy, nor did he have the time to explain. But, before Princess Sissy could finish, Yue Yang picked up the dragon-slaying dagger again. Without electrocute, he could only open her chest and do a hard massage. If he delayed any longer, City Mistress Fallen Flowers wouldn't be able to be saved. She definitely couldn't die, he definitely couldn't watch her die like this. Princess Sissy grabbed Yue Yang's wrist tightly and shouted anxiously, "Idiot, idiot, she's faking her death, resting in peace to reduce the damage to her body. It's not what you think, you idiot, don't open her chest." When Yue Yang heard this, his original anxiety, horror and madness turned into a burst of surprise. It turned out that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was just faking her death, and her life wasn't really in danger. Although Yue Yang didn't know much about faking her death, he only knew that some beasts had this special skill, but he immediately felt relieved. He looked at Princess Sissy excitedly and asked in surprise, "Really?" When Princess Sissy nodded seriously, Yue Yang immediately felt a burst of relief and ecstasy. He was so happy that the world was spinning. His whole body relaxed and fell on the stone floor. He was so touched that he closed his eyes. "So she didn't die, that's great, you idiot." Princess Sissy was angry and amused at the same time, but when she saw Yue Yang's relaxed expression after being anxious, she was moved again. Although this brat was a bit stupid and liked to lie, his heart was sincere. He really wanted to save her. It's just that his method was too embarrassing. When she thought of him using the dragon-slaying dagger to cut open City Mistress Fallen Flowers' chest to massage her heart, Princess Sissy didn't know what to say to him. In the end, she reached out her hand and caressed his chest. She used a gentle tone that she had never heard before to comfort him. "It's okay, don't be nervous, everyone will take care of themselves." At the end, Princess Sissy suddenly felt that she couldn't treat this brat too well. She fiercely punched him. "Idiot, I've never seen an idiot like you, and I've never heard of such a boring method of cutting a hole in the chest to massage the heart. Are you killing people or saving people? You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Yue Yang also realized that he was in big trouble this time. He was so scared that he turned over and ran away. He waved his hands repeatedly. "There really is such a way to save people, it's not my own invention. I really didn't mean it, I just wanted to save people." Wah! When he saw that Princess Sissy was about to go crazy, he quickly ran out of the Heaven's Line cave. Looking at his fleeing figure, Princess Sissy suddenly smiled. She gently covered the chest of City Mistress of Fallen Flowers who was pretending to be dead, and said very softly, "He seems to be really worried about you." 10 minutes later, Princess Sissy carried City Mistress of Fallen Flowers out of the Heaven's Line cave. Yue Yang gathered his courage and stretched out his hand to feel the pulse of City Mistress of Fallen Flowers' carotid artery. He found that it was weak, but it had not disappeared. In his heart, he was sure that City Mistress of Fallen Flowers' body was fine. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and explained to Princess Sissy, "I really didn't mean it just now. Maybe my method of saving people was wrong, but there really is such a method. Anyway, I didn't mean to tear her clothes, it's useless to explain." "I'm sure, you're a big pervert and a cis-con." Princess Sissy snorted lightly. "Gosh, it's fine if you say I'm a big pervert, but I'm really not a cis-con." Yue Yang felt that he was wronged. Why did she say that? Then why do you have Yu Bing's clothes? Princess Sissy glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. Didn't we come here to train previously? I was afraid that she wouldn't have any clothes to change into, so I bought it for her. Yue Yang felt that he was a good brother. Did he have to be criticized for this? How do you know what kind of underwear she wears? Princess Sissy asked. Yue Yang was speechless. He couldn't say that it was because he had been educated in some Japanese action movie. He had done a lot of research on women's bodies, and as long as he saw it, he would be able to estimate it accurately. For a girl like Yu Bing who had not developed much, it would be strange if he bought the wrong underwear. Yue Yang couldn't defend himself, so he could only softly deny, I'm really not a cis-con. Can you say it even more guiltily? Princess Sissy found that she really liked to see him like this, because his expression was really interesting. She had to use all her strength not to laugh. Chapter 181. Returning to the lakeside of Tianchi Lake, Yue Yang was shocked to find out that Wei Tai Lang had regressed from silver rank level 4 to bronze rank level 3. Wei Tai Lang, who originally had 2 heads, had now become 1. Its entire body was covered with wounds, looking like it was on the verge of death. Other people's beasts would become more ferocious the more they fought, and their levels would rise higher and higher. However, it had directly dropped from silver rank to bronze ranked. In front of Grey Wolf was the giant Xing Meng. From the looks of it, giant Xing Meng fled here and fought with Grey Wolf. In the end, this powerful mountain breaker demon was tragically killed by Grey Wolf. Was it this Xing Meng who beat you up like this? Yue Yang was a little surprised. It didn't seem like it. Grey Wolf's body was riddled with scars, new wounds on top of the old. It seemed to have fought more than once. Furthermore, he had clearly instructed it to protect the 3-tailed snow fox at the foot of the mountain. When did it sneak up? When Yue Yang saw that the 3-tailed snow fox wasn't around, he hurriedly asked Grey Wolf, "Where's City Lord Fallen Flowers' snow fox?" Hearing Yue Yang ask about the 3-tailed snow fox, Grey Wolf lowered its head in shame. Yue Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the 3-tailed snow fox had died? This time it was really over. When the City Lord Fallen Flowers woke up, how was he going to explain this to her? Grey Wolf limped to the front of Yue Yang. It was prepared to receive a furious beating from Yue Yang. Looking at its pitiful appearance, Yue Yang's heart softened and he put down his fist. You're just a wolf, I shouldn't ask you to do better. It's already good enough that you're still alive. Yue Yang extended his hand and sent some vital energy into Grey Wolf's body, helping it to quickly recover from its injuries. This moved Grey Wolf greatly, and he almost howled to the sky to express his gratitude to his master. As Yue Yang transferred his innate chi to Grey Wolf, he suddenly had a new discovery. He discovered that there were golden and white runic diagrams faintly appearing on his hands. Could it be that this was a phenomenon unique to innate level 1? Yue Yang was confused. The most miraculous thing was that the runic circle on his arm could rotate freely, changing its shape and changing its runes from time to time. Yue Yang was dumbfounded, unable to understand what it meant for a long time. What was even stranger was that Yue Yang knew that these runic circles had a special effect of strengthening his innate chi. After strengthening his innate chi with the runic circles, the healing effect would increase by at least 10 times. Grey Wolf's body and mind felt extremely comfortable, and he couldn't help but howl. A dark golden rune appeared on its forehead, and the rune formation on Yue Yang's arm began to change in its eyes. A burst of golden light was emitted from its body. This phenomenon gave Yue Yang a huge fright. In the end, he was astonished to discover that Grey Wolf could transform. It could even hide its true strength. Yue Yang was puzzled. Grey Wolf had actually leveled up to gold rank level 5, but its appearance looked like a bronze rank level 3. If it wasn't for the healing effect of the runic circle, he wouldn't have been able to tell. If even his level 3 divine vision couldn't tell, Yue Yang reckoned that if it was a normal warrior, they wouldn't be able to tell that Grey Wolf was a gold rank level 5 demon wolf. Could it be that Grey Wolf had become crafty after following him for a long time, so it learned how to disguise itself? What's up with this dog? Princess Sissy, the royal swordswoman, was also very curious. However, she wasn't curious about Grey Wolf's transformation, but the rune on Grey Wolf's forehead. Princess Sissy knew that Grey Wolf was at the foot of the mountain, so it shouldn't be able to obtain the rune. It hadn't even signed a contract with Yue Yang, so how could it have the summoning rune? Yue Yang thought that Princess Sissy was talking about Grey Wolf's transformation from bronze rank level 3 to gold rank level 5, so he explained, I'm not too sure either. However, Grey Wolf was originally a silver rank level 4, maybe it had some kind of breakthrough and became gold rank level 5. I guess that it had learned some kind of skill, so it could hide itself to be bronze rank level 3. I don't know the exact situation. Grey Wolf can't speak, so there's no way to know the truth for now. Hearing this, Princess Sissy sweated profusely. Idiot, high-level beasts with intelligence would always hide their strength. The higher their intelligence, the better they would be at hiding their strength. What's so strange about that? However, this big dog of yours, it's not that it knows how to hide its strength, it's those runes that are secretly helping it to hide its strength. Ah, there are runes. Grey Wolf, have you been contracted by someone? Yue Yang was shocked. Woof. Grey Wolf hurriedly denied it, and put on a loyal look. You can't even differentiate between a contract and a rune. The one on its forehead is a summoning rune that was left behind from the ancient times. It's just like a beast, it can help its owner increase their strength. Don't you also have an ancient rune on your body? Princess Sissy felt that Yue Yang should have studied in the academy for 100 years, otherwise he would become a big joke. Hey, don't compare me to it. No matter what, I'm still its owner. Yue Yang felt that if he compared himself to Grey Wolf, it would be easy to misunderstand him as a big pervert. It's a stupid dog, you're a pervert, you're the same kind of trash. As expected, Princess Sissy had categorized Yue Yang as a pervert. Yue Yang pitifully squatted in a corner and drew circles, looking very dejected. With this kind of vigilance and defense, it wouldn't be easy for him to push down this royal swordswoman. According to what Mr. Hu Yuan had said, the road ahead is long, I will search from top to bottom. Yue Yang thought to himself, when will it become? Her breasts are big and alluring, I will search from top to bottom. This was too difficult. However, picking up girls was a skill. Other than the right time, the right place, and the right people, it also required a bit of skill. Yue Yang didn't believe that if he used the 36 tactics to pick up girls, and 108 ways to pick up girls, he wouldn't be able to take down this Princess Sissy who had the eyes of a pervert. So what if she was a princess? Princesses were born into this world to be pushed down by him, Yue Yang thought in his fantasies. From afar, a shadow flashed. Yue Yang saw a ray of silver light coming towards him at an extremely fast speed. It was as fast as a comet streaking across the sky. Even with his level 3 divine vision, he almost couldn't see clearly what was approaching. In an instant, it had already shot in front of Yue Yang. The silver light went from an extremely fast speed to an extremely still state in less than a second. Yue Yang looked carefully and realized that it was City Mistress Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox. So it hadn't died yet. Yue Yang happily picked up this little thing. Just as he was about to throw it into the air to cheer, he suddenly felt his hands become light. The three-tailed snow fox had already arrived on Princess Sissy's back. It rushed towards City Mistress Fallen Flowers and used its small tail to gently brush its master's face. It looked extremely gentle and intimate. Wei Tai Lang hurriedly tried to learn this kind of technique to please its master. It also ran to Yue Yang's side and used its big tail to sweep the ice and snow. You're looking for death. Yue Yang couldn't stand it anymore and kicked it 10 meters away. Woof. Wei Tai Lang finally understood that it was fated to be beaten. It didn't have the natural conditions to be intimate with its master. Furthermore, this tail that was harder than an iron broom was indeed uncomfortable when it swept its master's body. Compared to the soft little tail of the snow fox, the difference was like heaven and earth. Wei Tai Lang hurriedly lowered its head in shame and pretended to be obedient. At night, City Mistress Fallen Flowers finally woke up. The three-tailed snow fox brought its master a bouquet of flowers that had bloomed on a high cliff. City Mistress Fallen Flowers happily stroked its little head, feeling extremely happy. When Wei Tai Lang saw this, it realized that it also knew how to please its master. It searched for a long time but couldn't find any flowers. It only found a very loose dog's tail grass and excitedly brought it back to Yue Yang. Yue Yang was furious and immediately shouted, "Scram, scram further away from me." Only then did Wei Tai Lang understand that its master was not interested in flowers and grass at all. He was different from the three-tailed snow fox's master. Seeing its actions, Princess Sissy laughed so hard that she bent over. She gave Yue Yang a thumbs up, like master, like dog, that's right. Yue Yang was angry when he heard this. Tigress, what did you say? Princess Sissy laughed out loud. Nothing, I just said that your dog is very smart, maybe it's not far from evolving into a holy beast. If you bring it to the 12 zodiac palaces to clear the trial and obtain the wisdom bestowed by the ancient code, maybe it will evolve into a holy beast, the 12 zodiac palaces. Yue Yang's heart palpitated when he heard this. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Sissy had leveled up their grimoire since they were young. Their own levels and titles were also very high. They had already surpassed level 5 a few years ago, but he hadn't. He, who wasn't used to summoning his grimoire to battle, was only a level 2 braveman. If he could clear all the 12 zodiac palaces, not only Wei Tai Lang, even the thorny flower demoness would probably become a holy beast. As for the Bloody Queen, Yue Yang wasn't worried about her anymore. The Bloody Queen could already speak. Even if she wasn't a holy beast, she wasn't far from it. Yue Yang's goal was to nurture the Bloody Queen into a holy beast that could contract a grimoire. I'm exhausted from this trip, I need to go back and rest well. But I've gained quite a lot. City Mistress Fallen Flowers took out a stalk of starlight serene indigo grass from the jade box and put it into another smaller jade box. She then gently stuffed it into Yue Yang's arms. She looked at Yue Yang with a gaze that made Yue Yang want to transform and howl like a wolf. Although she didn't say it out loud, that gaze was very gentle. When Yue Yang went to the Tian Kai to take a bath and check if there were any Tian Kai water monsters, Princess Sissy told City Mistress Fallen Flowers about Yue Yang saving her previously. It was because she heard about Yue Yang's clumsy act of saving her that City Mistress Fallen Flowers' eyes gradually brightened, revealing a trace of gentleness when she looked at him. You want to kiss me goodbye? No need to look at me. Princess Sissy turned her head and pretended to give Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers a chance to kiss goodbye. Xianxia, you, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was extremely embarrassed, her cheeks turning red. Yue Yang actually wanted to kiss this Fallen Flowers girl in his heart. If it wasn't for Princess Sissy causing trouble at the side, he still wanted to take advantage of the good atmosphere and push down this Fallen Flowers girl. But now that she said it, everything was over. He couldn't eat the noodles, nor could he drink the soup. Towards Princess Sissy, this royal swordswoman who only knew how to destroy things, Yue Yang was extremely annoyed. He really wanted to kick her into the Tian Kai. City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to want to hug Yue Yang to express her gratitude, but after hearing Princess Sissy's words, she felt embarrassed. Opening a teleportation scroll, she waved her lily-white hands towards Yue Yang. I'm leaving. Yue Yang's heart was about to break into pieces. The original goodbye kiss was ruined by Princess Sissy's words. She must have done it on purpose. No, after City Mistress Fallen Flowers left, he must kiss her 100 times to make up for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Before entering the teleportation gate, City Mistress Fallen Flowers suddenly stretched out her hand, her lily-white fingers caressing Yue Yang's lips. There was a feeling of electricity that immediately spread throughout Yue Yang's body. His heartbeat sped up by 300 beats. His wolf blood instantly boiled, almost causing Yue Yang to howl towards the sky. Friction could indeed produce electricity. Yue Yang discovered that his entire body felt like it was being electrocuted. It was both uncomfortable and comfortable. There was an indescribable wonderful feeling in his heart. In any case, it was extremely comfortable, as if he was suffocating in happiness. Isn't it just touching your lips with your fingers? Look at how useless you are. Come, come, this princess will bestow you even more friction, even more than my fingers. When Princess Xianxia saw Yue Yang's face full of happiness, her heart was especially sour. She took off her shoes and raised her flawless little foot, preparing to give this brat's face a flying kick. She wanted to see if he would still dare to show that kind of pig brother's happy expression in front of her. Hey, I already knew that you were up to no good. Yue Yang's eyes and hands were sharp as he grabbed onto Princess Sissy's ankle that was flying towards him. He used his strength to lift her up, preparing to press her against the mountain wall and take liberties with her. Who would have thought that Yu Bing's clothes, which originally didn't fit on Princess Sissy's body, would be torn open with a rip sound when Yue Yang used his strength to lift her up, revealing a large piece of snow-white skin. Both of them didn't expect this and were stunned. Yue Yang and Princess Sissy looked at each other for a long time, not knowing what to do. Chapter 182. After a while, Yue Yang finally reacted. He turned his head away from Princess Sissy's face, afraid that she would feel awkward. He comforted her. Actually, I didn't see anything. Princess Sissy really wanted to bite this despicable fellow to death. After staring for a long time, his eyeballs were about to fall out, yet he still said that he didn't see anything. You really didn't see anything? Princess Sissy was a little flustered. This brat's gaze was a little unbearable. She hurriedly retracted her long legs from Yue Yang's shoulders. It was so dark that I really didn't see anything. Yue Yang hurriedly defended himself. What? Princess Sissy felt that his words were too ambiguous. What dark? He was really spouting nonsense. I didn't mean it that way. I was saying that there wasn't enough light. Actually, I couldn't see anything clearly at first glance. Furthermore, your legs were so white and dazzling. I really didn't see anything clearly just now. Yue Yang replied, trying to hide his intentions. What did you say? Princess Sissy screamed crazily. I really didn't see it clearly. I didn't even see that you were wearing a white lace underwear. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, Princess Sissy had already pounced on him like a little tigress, pinning Yue Yang to the ground. She opened her small white teeth and bit down on Yue Yang's shoulder. Yue Yang was in pain, but his wolf-like blood was boiling. With a flip of his body, he pressed Princess Xianxia under his body. Just as he was about to stretch out his wolf-like hands to skin this royal swordswoman into a little lamb, and then carry out the legendary push, ouch. Unexpectedly, Yue Yang was too impatient and used too much strength. He flipped over and pressed down on Princess Xianxia's body. At the same time that Princess Xianxia cried out in pain, the snow and ice below them couldn't bear the weight of both of them. With a crashing sound, the two of them fell into the heaven lake involuntarily. Because a certain wolf's actions weren't gentle enough and used too much strength, the layer of ice shattered. The push failed. Princess Sissy really wanted to kill Yue Yang. Not only did her butt hurt from being thrown by him, her ribs were also almost broken by him. In the end, she even fell into the lake to take a cold bath. He had never seen such a perverted and savage fellow. I still have a set of Yu Bing's clothes. Put it on, don't catch a cold. After Yue Yang pulled Princess Sissy out of the water, he hurriedly fawned over her. Secretly, he had experienced failure before. It seemed that if he wanted to push her down successfully, he really couldn't be too rough. What was he so anxious about? It was such a good opportunity just now. Maybe if he didn't push her down, this tigress would have taken the initiative to push him down. Now that everything was ruined, she even had the heart to kill him. What a waste of an opportunity. I hate people like you. Princess Sissy originally wanted to leave in a huff, but thinking that she would return home drenched and butt naked, it would be even worse if other people knew about it. She could only take the clothes with hatred and scold Yue Yang angrily in embarrassment. Yue Yang hurriedly expressed his apologies and patted his chest, promising, "Tigress, don't be angry, I will take responsibility for you." When Princess Xianxian heard this, she almost fell headfirst into the heaven lake. Who wanted him to take responsibility? He wanted to take responsibility. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Princess Sissy really wanted to cry in her heart. When Princess Sissy came out after changing her clothes, she discovered that this brat's upper body was bare and that he was roasting fish with a small pile of firewood. She really wanted to pick him up and roast him like a fish. However, when he passed the fragrant roasted fish to her, Princess Sissy realized that she was really a little hungry. She didn't stand on ceremony and decided to eat until she was full first, then settle the score with him. This matter must never be mentioned to anyone in the future, especially to fallen flowers. If she finds out about this, I will kill you to silence you. Princess Sissy first gave a gag order. She had no other choice. If she wanted to beat him up, she couldn't beat this brat up. If she wanted to scold him, this brat's skin was thicker than the city walls, what could she do to him? Princess Sissy was sulking in her heart, but she couldn't flare up. If she didn't pounce on him and bite him just now, arousing his beastly nature, this probably wouldn't have happened. But unfortunately, he wasn't the only one at fault. She seemed to be a little too. Princess Sissy sighed in her heart. All the men in the world were scared half to death when they saw her. Why was this brat not afraid of her? Could it be that this brat was her nemesis in life? When she thought of this, Princess Sissy couldn't help but raise her small fist and hit Yue Yang's body twice. It's fine if you hit me just now, but what's the meaning of these two punches? Yue Yang was puzzled. Why did Tigress suddenly hit him? This is interest. Princess Sissy immediately rolled her eyes at him. Did he even need a reason to hit him? Where is the interest from? Is it interest from looking or touching? Yue Yang was very serious, just like a banker, insisting on figuring out the origin of the interest. What interest from touching? Did you touch me just now? Princess Sissy was puzzled when she heard this. Why didn't she feel anything? No, I wanted to touch but didn't have the chance. I don't mind paying the bill or even paying the interest first before touching, Yue Yang answered very sincerely. When Sissy heard this, she was immediately shocked and hurriedly retreated. She thought that it would be best not to let this wolf get the chance. When Yue Yang pounced on her, she quickly retaliated and sent Yue Yang flying into the sky with a punch. Before she could be proud of herself, she fell down next to the bonfire with a "pa" sound. This fall was not a big deal, but when she tried to prop herself up with her left hand, it was stuck in the burning charcoal. It was so painful that she jumped up with an "ah ya" sound, holding her small hand and shaking it. Yue Yang felt that his blissful sexual life was cursed by someone. He hadn't even started to enjoy it when he was hit by ice and fire. He hurriedly suppressed his lust and grabbed Princess Sissy's hand, using some innate chi to heal her injuries. Actually, to a martial artist like Princess Xianxia, this small burn was simply a trivial matter. She would recover almost instantly. However, she enjoyed Yue Yang's gentleness. She pretended to be unhappy, but in her heart, she happily watched as he nervously healed her injuries. She even pouted at him coquettishly. "I don't need you to care about me, let go." Yue Yang thought that today might not be an auspicious day, so he shouldn't push her down. Touching and pushing her down, he should wait for a suitable opportunity in the future. He didn't believe that a big soft bed wouldn't be able to push down this royal swordswoman, as long as Yue Yang thought of the spring scenery he saw just now, and the wonderful feeling he felt when he pressed down on Princess Sissy, he couldn't help but have an urge to boil his beast blood. "Pervert, wipe your saliva." Princess Sissy saw Yue Yang grabbing her hand and revealing a perverted look. She immediately fainted. She unfurled her scroll and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she turned around and stretched out her finger like city mistress Fallen Flowers. Could it be that she was going to caress his lips like city mistress Fallen Flowers? Yue Yang swallowed his saliva. It would be best if he could kiss her goodbye. If he kissed her until the sky darkened, then there would still be hope for him to push her down. Princess Sissy's fingers seemed to want to caress Yue Yang's lips, gently rubbing his cheeks. Electricity flowed through his body again, and a warm current rose from his lower abdomen, turning into a raging flame. He almost exploded and turned into a Super Saiyan wolf. "Look at your perverted appearance." Princess Sissy pinched Yue Yang's face with her finger and burst into laughter. "In your dreams. Do you think that I will kiss you goodbye like fallen flowers? Dream on." "Really?" Yue Yang hugged Princess Sissy with lightning speed and kissed her forcefully. Whether it was a dream or not, he had to do it first. Bang! Yue Yang's actions were too forceful again. His lips and nose collided with Princess Sissy's. Both of them bent over in pain. Yue Yang's first reaction was to sigh. Today, he was cursed. It was indeed not suitable to push her down. Princess Sissy pouted in pain. "I've seen idiots before, but I've never seen an idiot like you. Pig head, idiot, I'm ignoring you." She stormed into the teleportation door and left. Yue Yang then realized that his body would often be in a state of losing control. Following his thoughts, his body would often unintentionally unleash strength that was close to an innate. This was different from usual, so it was out of his control and estimation. If it was a normal day, pushing her down and kissing her goodbye would probably go smoothly. Now, if he had to blame something, he could only blame Yue Yang for not being able to use the strength of an innate level 1 as he wished. This strength was hidden, but as long as Yue Yang made a move, it would be unleashed involuntarily. Although it wasn't as strong as an innate level 1, it was still much stronger than what Yue Yang was used to. Picking up girls and pushing them down is a skill. That's true. Yue Yang laughed out loud. Although he failed this time, he had actually succeeded half the time. Princess Sissy was almost pushed down. However, she didn't blame him for being lecherous, but blamed him for being rude. This proved that she liked him a little. He didn't succeed this time, but after today's incident, it shouldn't be difficult to push her down again. As long as he found a suitable time and place, with a good atmosphere and provocation, this rouge tigress wouldn't be able to run away. Yue Yang's mood improved. He grabbed Xing Meng's corpse and returned to the cave. He placed Xing Meng's, Ji Yujui's and Duke Xian's corpses together and summoned the little thorny flower demoness. The little thorny flower demoness seemed to have grown a little more. The biggest change was that the vine that was holding onto her pink and tender butt had disappeared. As soon as it was summoned, it ran around with great vigor. Originally, Yue Yang wanted to give her a set of clothes, but who knew that this little demoness didn't like to wear clothes and didn't know how to wear them. She clumsily wore her pants over her head. Yue Yang was sweating profusely when he saw this. He quickly helped her wear it, becoming a nanny for once. The secondary stock swallowed Xing Meng's and Ji Yujui's corpses. As for Duke Xian's corpse, even the secondary stock didn't seem to like it. The little demoness hesitated for a long time before finally summoning a spore. She let the spore parasitize Duke Xian's corpse, turning it into a level 3 giant thorny flower. It then extended its roots to connect with the secondary stock. Duke Xian's corpse could only grow a giant thorny flower. Yue Yang sweated profusely. No matter what, it's still a 1,000-year tortoise spirit. It took me a lot of effort to kill it. Even if it doesn't taste good, you can't waste it. Yue Yang almost wanted to smack this picky thorny flower demoness's little butt. After staying in the cave for half a day, other than letting the little thorny flower demoness use up some of her excess energy. At the same time, Yue Yang also tried to control his innate level 1 strength. There was no problem in hiding it, and he could also release it freely. It was just that he would sometimes use it unconsciously, so he needed to strengthen his control. Yue Yang practiced for a while and summoned the Bloody Queen again. He taught her how to speak while he tried to find out the location of the mysterious treasure that she knew about. The Bloody Queen was still stuttering when she spoke. Her ability to express herself was completely lacking and she couldn't give a proper explanation. Yue Yang gathered all the information he had and deduced that there was a teleportation circle in one of the secret passages in the space pavilion that led to a secret treasure trove. However, the monsters in the treasure trove were extremely strong. The Bloody Queen couldn't describe them, so she probably hadn't been there before. Only her mother had been there before. After completing all these, Yue Yang brought Wei Tai Lang, whose body was disguised as a bronze rank level 3, back to the academy. Grandma Wu Teng wasn't there. The old cunning fox wasn't in the academy either. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers had already followed the eagle-eyed Shahu Wei Lai to train. Yue Yang decided to bring Yu Bing back home. He was prepared to create a scene in front of the entire Yu clan to let Yu Shuang successfully contract a grimoire, and win back the 4th branch's dignity. Previously, his strength wasn't enough, and he didn't have enough understanding of the Soaring Dragon Continent's world of rankers, so he couldn't show off to his heart's content. Now that he was already an innate level 1, if his first uncle Yu Shan, second uncle Yu Ling, or anyone else with ulterior motives dared to jump out and cause trouble, then don't blame him for being impolite. For 4th mother, he must create the biggest miracle in the world and shock everyone. Looking at the majestic Yu clan castle, a smile appeared on Yue Yang's lips. Chapter 183. Returning to the Yu clan castle, Yue Yang couldn't find 4th mother. Elder Yu Hai wasn't at home, the deer-riding 5th grandfather wasn't there either. The substitute clan master Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling were preparing for the 100 school elite competition in Shangjing. Even the eldest son Yu Tian and his nemesis Yue Yang had gone to Tong Tian Tower for their final training. In the entire Yu clan castle, other than a few elders and collateral elders who didn't go out, there was only a large group of servants. When Yu Bing asked around, she found out that her mother had returned to White Stone City. Furthermore, after Yue Yang left with her, she had already gone back. Strange, didn't she want to stay behind to take care of 4th uncle? Yue Yang felt that something was wrong. Speaking of which, Yue Yang hadn't seen 4th uncle yet. He only knew that he was being taken care of by Miss Feng. As for how 4th mother usually interacted with him, Yue Yang had never thought about it for her. Could it be that 4th mother was mistreated and returned to White Stone City? Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Yue Yang and Yu Bing already had a certain level of strength. Even the substitute clan master Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling wouldn't dare to offend her easily. There was no reason for someone to provoke 4th mother. What was going on? Yue Yang was confused and couldn't understand. 4th madam said that Miss Feng was taking care of 4th master, so she was at ease. She also said that the house in White Stone City hadn't been closed for a long time, so she brought Uncle Nan and Aunt Shu back. 4th master's illness seems to fluctuate. Miss Feng said that she would bring him to get some medicine so that he could recover quickly. I'm not sure about this. An external deacon quickly reported to Yue Yang, afraid that he would anger this abnormal 3rd young master. The current Yue Yang wasn't the useless 3rd young master of the past. Furthermore, the impression he gave to the servants was that he could kill people without batting an eye. One wrong move and his head would fall to the ground, so this external deacon was especially cautious. If that's the case, then we'll go. Yue Yang understood a little. It wasn't that 4th mother didn't want to stay behind to take care of him, but Miss Feng had brought 4th uncle away. It seemed that 4th uncle was really poisoned. Yue Yang originally wanted to find out what kind of medicine Miss Feng had gone to get, but when he saw the external affairs deacon's confused look, he knew that he didn't know. Bringing along Yue Bing, Yue Yang went to the Yue clan village and teleported to Shangjing. He then teleported to the Red Cliff City and then to the White Stone City. Although the process was complicated, it did not take too long. It was just that it was a little expensive. Yue Yang brought Yue Bing home excitedly. Compared to the Yue clan castle, Yue Yang still preferred the warm little home in White Stone City. He had also walked out of this little home, so he had no feelings towards the Yue clan castle or the people inside. Only fourth mother, Yue Bing and Yue Shuang were Yue Yang's relatives. As for the others, Yue Yang would never acknowledge them as his relatives. At most, they were not strangers. As soon as he entered the house, Yue Yang smelled blood. His expression immediately changed as he rushed in. He discovered that there were bloodstains in the house. A few servants who were hiding in the cellar had died on the spot, their blood splashing everywhere. Among the pile of corpses, Yue Yang did not find fourth mother and Yue Shuang's corpses. He also did not find the old servant Uncle Nan and the quiet Aunt Shu. Only then did he calm down a little. Maybe fourth mother and Yue Shuang were captured by the murderer and were not killed. Yue Yang felt that his anger was about to explode. He almost lost control of his body. However, he clearly realized that if he lost control and went crazy now, it would be the most stupid thing to do. He had to get fourth mother and Yue Shuang back immediately. The fresh blood stains on the ground and the corpses that had not completely stiffened showed that they had not been killed for more than 24 hours. Yue Yang suppressed his anger and checked the livor mortis and corneas of the servants. He estimated that the servants had been killed for around 10 hours. Where did fourth mother go? Were they taken away by Uncle Nan, or were they captured by someone else? Who did this? How could they be so daring to lay their hands on the Yue clan and fourth mother? Was it a thief who broke into the house to rob, or a murderer with ulterior motives? Yue Yang felt that his mind was in a mess. He could not understand. Fourth mother had only returned home for a few days and she had already met with such a disaster. This matter was really suspicious. However, because Yue Bing was trembling non-stop in fear, Yue Yang first made up a story to comfort her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Fourth mother has already escaped. There are no corpses of fourth mother and Shuang inside. We will immediately follow the clues to save them. Bing be good, don't cry, don't cry. You must be strong, let's go and get your mother back together. Yue Bing was so scared that she almost fainted. Her body was light and her legs were soft. She could not even walk anymore. She was so scared that her whole body was trembling non-stop. Yue Yang hurriedly carried her on his back and rushed towards the assassin guild. Vengeance hunt. He had to find out who the culprit was, only then would he know the true whereabouts of fourth mother and Shuang. Right now, he definitely couldn't delay the time to save them. Yue Yang's heart was filled with anger. He really wanted to kill everyone in White Stone City, but he also understood that the more it was at this time, the more calm he had to be. The reward was not his goal. Yue Yang's main goal was to find out who broke into the house and killed people. In the end, the name of the murderer made him extremely stunned. He had heard of this name before, but he did not pay much attention to it. This name was Chong Dao. When he killed Tai Kuang, Yue Yang had heard the big-breasted tavern lady mention the names Xie Huo and Chong Dao. Wu Yi and Xie Huo were both killed by Yue Yang in the Merry Forest. After that, Yue Yang went to Tong Tian Tower to look for Yue Bing, then brought his sister and fourth mother to the Yue clan castle. He had indeed missed out on killing Chong Dao. However, how could Chong Dao know that he was the murderer who killed Tai Kuang, Wu Yi and Xie Huo? Why would he break into the house and kill people, and kidnap fourth mother and the little girl? Could it be that there was someone instructing him from behind the scenes? Yue Yang recalled the big-breasted tavern lady's introduction. This person's blade is very fast. He could kill more than 10 people with a wave of his hand even when he was sitting and drinking wine without moving his body. Normally, this person would not come to White Stone City very often and would appear and disappear unpredictably. However, this Chong Dao has a very obvious characteristic. That is, the right hand holding the blade is much bigger than the left hand. I estimate that the right hand is at least twice as big as the left hand. Chong Dao, as long as he could find Chong Dao, Yue Yang summoned his silver grimoire and searched for traces of Chong Dao on the Bloodrose map. On the Bloodrose map, the Bloodrose dagger and Chong Dao's name quickly marked out an area. That place was not White Stone City, but the Starved Dog Ridge that was more than 100 kilometers away from here. The Starved Dog Ridge belonged to one of the mountain ranges of the Cloud Mist Mountain. Because it looked like the spine of a skinny dog, the mountain terrain was dangerous and it was rarely visited by people. In addition, there were many wild dogs roaming around, so the mercenaries called it the Starved Dog Ridge. This was a place where even mountain bandits would find it hard to survive. Inside the ridge, other than the steep cliffs that could not be climbed, there were also many valleys of different sizes. It was said that an extremely tragic war had broken out in the Starved Dog Ridge. Tens of thousands of people died at the foot of the Starved Dog Ridge. In the valley, there were still piles of white bones. Even after the soldiers died, they could not be reincarnated and became resentful spirits. The Starved Dog Ridge was an extremely famous haunted place. Why would this Chong Dao come to this kind of place? Could it be that he was the one who captured Fourth Mother and the little girl and brought them to the Starved Dog Ridge? Yue Yang suppressed the suspicions in his heart and comforted the trembling Yu Bing softly. Don't be afraid, Fourth Mother was not harmed. I found the culprit. His name is Chong Dao, he is Xie Huo's accomplice. I think he was the one who captured Fourth Mother and Shuang. Fourth Mother should be somewhere in the Starved Dog Ridge. I will go and save her immediately. You are not in a good state right now, why don't you go back to the academy and wait for my good news? Don't worry, I will definitely bring Fourth Mother and Shuang back safe and sound. No, brother, I want to go too, I want to go too. Yu Bing grabbed onto Yue Yang's shoulders tightly, not willing to let go. She was even more unwilling to get off his back. Then you must listen to me obediently and stop crying. Only by not alerting the enemy can we save Fourth Mother and Shuang. Yue Yang felt pity for his little sister who had a hard life and Fourth Mother who had died a hard death. This disaster was caused by him. If someone wanted to find someone, they should find him. How could he let them suffer? Yue Yang suppressed the anger in his heart and comforted Yu Bing softly. Yu Bing tried her best not to cry. She did not want to be a burden to her brother. However, she was unable to control the fear and sorrow in her heart. She sobbed and wiped her tears. Looking at her trembling hands, looking at her helpless expression and pale face, Yue Yang swore in his heart that he would save Fourth Mother even if he had to kill his way into the 18th level of hell. If Fourth Mother and the little girl were to lose even a single hair, Yue Yang decided to kill everyone related to them to avenge them. He would not stop even if he became a demon who killed people like scything flax. Of course, if he could save Fourth Mother, Yue Yang would not hesitate to pay any price. Wei Tai Lang, go. Yue Yang gave Wei Tai Lang a kick and signaled him to follow the smell and lead the way. Teleporting from the White Stone City to the Black Forest City was closer to the Starved Dog Ridge. However, the Starved Dog Ridge was too big. If the Vengeful Blood Flower map was not in the city, it would not point to a specific location. Therefore, although the teleportation was closer, he could not find the exact target. That would waste too much time saving people. It was better to let Wei Tai Lang follow the smell and track them. If it really did not work, he could teleport to the Black Forest City and change the route to the Starved Dog Ridge. Furthermore, letting Wei Tai Lang lead the way had another advantage. It would mainly smell Fourth Mother and the little girl's smell. If its target was not in the direction of the Starved Dog Ridge, it meant that they had not fallen into Chong Dao's hands. It would not be too late to go to the Starved Dog Ridge to kill Chong Dao after finding Fourth Mother and the little girl. Wei Tai Lang was like an arrow, leading the way in front of them. Their destination was the Starved Dog Ridge. Yue Yang suppressed his anger that was about to go out of control. He carried Yu Bing on his back and chased after Wei Tai Lang, crazily flying out of the city. When the sky darkened, the White Stone City was preparing to close the city gate. Yue Yang had nowhere to vent his anger. Seeing that the city gate was blocking his way, he immediately roared angrily, "Those who block my way shall die." His voice was like thunder exploding in the sky. Yue Yang flew up like a dragon piercing through the sky. He punched the city gate fiercely. Instantly, the huge city gate exploded into millions of splinters of wood. The huge shock wave caused the guards on the city wall to fall to the ground. Only when Yue Yang rushed out of the city gate like a hurricane and disappeared into the darkness did the guards stand up, trembling. They looked at each other in dismay. They still did not know what had happened. The White Stone City master was sitting at home leisurely drinking tea. Suddenly, he heard a deafening sound. His hands trembled and the tea splashed on his luxurious clothes. When his subordinates hurriedly came to report, he frowned. What is going on? In the White Stone City, who would smash the city gate for no reason? Besides, other than me, only Master Golden Blade has this kind of ability. This is really strange. Wait, there's another person, could it be that? Something happened to that brat. Heavens, please don't. The White Stone City Master did not bother to order his subordinates anymore. He personally took action. He directly soared into the sky, leapt over the high walls, swept over the roofs and flew away. By the time he landed in Yue Yang's courtyard, Master Golden Blade had already arrived one step ahead of him. Master Golden Blade's face was incomparably solemn. Disaster has come knocking. The Yu clan's servants were all killed. The fourth mistress and the children are missing. This is big trouble. The White Stone City Master trembled when he heard this. Who would be so daring? This is impossible. Who would dare to touch the Yu clan's people? Besides, the fourth mistress had only returned a few days ago. Even if she was a burglar, she wouldn't be that accurate. Could it be that this was premeditated? It's over. This matter has really pierced through the heavens. If it was for the Yu clan, then it would be fine. I'm afraid that it was for the Hua sisters. That would really be a disaster. Master Golden Blade's voice was extremely bitter. How could it be? There shouldn't be anyone who knows the fourth mistress' identity. The White Stone City Master trembled when he heard this, his face dripping with sweat. Chapter 184. Yue Yang had never rushed like this in his entire life, but he didn't feel tired at all. Even if he carried Yu Bing on his back and sprinted along the mountain path for tens of kilometers, Yue Yang didn't feel anything. He could endure it in one breath. On the other hand, the anger and anxiety in his heart made him feel more and more uncomfortable. Nothing must happen to Fourth Mother and the little girl. Otherwise, Yue Yang thought that he would really become a murderous demon. Yu Bing started to lie on Yue Yang's back. When she saw that Yue Yang was exhausted and sweating profusely, she suppressed her sadness and got down from the ground, running together with her brother. However, she wasn't fast enough and couldn't keep up. Her small hands were pulled by Yue Yang, but she still had a hard time keeping up. In the end, Yue Yang summoned the Bloody Queen and let her carry Yue Bing. Although the Bloody Queen couldn't fly very fast, Yue Bing's weight wasn't that heavy. She could still keep up with Yue Yang's speed. When the Bloody Queen slowed down, Yue Yang would carry her on his back for a while. This long-distance running made Yue Yang realize that he still lacked a beast, which was a mount. He didn't need a mount normally, but he would need it when he needed it. After a few hours of non-stop running and searching for their scent, Wei Tai Lang brought Yue Yang and Yue Bing straight towards the Starved Dog Ridge. Just when the Starved Dog Ridge was in front of them, the sky was filled with dark clouds and it started to rain heavily. Wei Tai Lang's scent search gradually disappeared as it was washed away by the heavy rain. It lost its sense of direction and couldn't find Fourth Mother and the little girl anymore. Brother, what should we do? What should we do? Yue Bing cried bitterly as she hugged her brother tightly in the rain and cried loudly. There must be a way, there must be a way. Yue Yang also hated this damned god, but he would never admit defeat. For Fourth Mother, he would never give in. Even if the opponent was the heavens, Yue Yang would fight to the end. This was not a battle. If he were to fight against the impatience, defeating her might not necessarily put his life in danger. Because if a person like her wanted to kill him, she wouldn't need to waste so much effort. She could have killed him in an instant long ago. It was precisely because Yue Yang knew that the impatience would not kill him that he temporarily gave up fighting. And conserved his strength. That way, he would still have a future. However, if he gave up on saving Fourth Mother, then their lives would be in danger. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't give up. Furthermore, he had to save Fourth Mother and the little girl. They could only win this battle, they could not lose. The smell had disappeared, and the traces of Fourth Mother and the others had also disappeared. What should he do now? Yue Yang turned around a few times and summoned Little Wen Li. Little Wen Li, can you understand what I mean? What I mean is, treat this tracking as a part of your battle. Use your battle instincts to find Fourth Mother and Little Shuang-er, do you understand? We will follow your battle instincts and find Fourth Mother. If that doesn't work, then we will have to search for that Chongdao. However, I hope to find Fourth Mother first. I saw traces of a horse carriage on the road, and it was very deep. Someone must have saved her. Maybe it was Uncle Nan or Aunt Shu, but I dare say that someone must have saved Fourth Mother. Yue Yang's words were also meant to comfort Yue Bing, because it was also possible that Chongdao had kidnapped Fourth Mother and left on a horse carriage. However, he still tried to let Little Wen Li understand and let her use her battle instincts to find Fourth Mother. Try to sense it, use your natural instinct. Think carefully about where they are. then point us in a direction, do you understand? Yes, yes, little Wen Li seemed to understand, but the direction she pointed was towards White Stone City. No, that's not right. I know that Fourth Mother's house is in White Stone City, but Fourth Mother has already been captured. Captured, do you understand? We must find her, find Fourth Mother and little Shuang-er. Try to sense it, carefully sense it, where is Fourth Mother? Yue Yang felt that if he couldn't find little Wen Li, then he should quickly enter his dream and ask the Heavenly Sword Goddess. No matter what, he must find Fourth Mother. Little Wen Li's finger still pointed towards the direction of White Stone City stubbornly. Heavens, no, no, that's White Stone City. We just came from there, we are going to the Starved Dog Ridge. Do you see the mountain in front of us? Fourth Mother should be inside, sense it carefully and see where she is. Yue Yang was really anxious. Little Wen Li closed her eyes and sensed for a long time. Her finger still pointed towards White Stone City. What should we do? Brother, what should we do? Yu Bing was in a dilemma. Wei Tai Lang led the way to the Starved Dog Ridge, but little Wen Li felt that Fourth Mother and the others were still in White Stone City. Is she really in White Stone City? Or is she on the way? Is it far? Yue Yang was also in a dilemma. His rationality told him that it was best to believe in Wei Tai Lang. After all, he didn't make any mistakes along the way. However, little Wen Li definitely wouldn't cause trouble for Yue Yang at this moment. She had always been very obedient, and her battle sense was extremely strong. Her judgment was extremely accurate. Yue Yang felt that he should believe in little Wen Li even more. However, if he turned back, he might make a huge mistake. Yue Yang stomped his feet and made a decision to bring Yue Bing back to the academy. He decided to ask the old fox to go to the Starved Dog Ridge to save Fourth Mother. It would be best if he could catch Chong Dao. He himself would use a teleportation scroll to return to White Stone City. If Fourth Mother was still hiding in White Stone City, it would be perfect for him to return. Yue Bing was at a loss. When she heard what Yue Yang said, she naturally agreed with Yue Yang's idea. When the old fox wasn't in the academy, Yue Yang almost went crazy. He was so angry that he even smashed the old fox's house. In the end, he thought that if he couldn't find the vice principal, the principal would also be fine. Anyway, he just needed to find an expert to help him. Yue Yang hurriedly brought Yue Bing and rushed towards the small building where the principal's office was located. Strange formations, stone pillars, as well as all kinds of flowers, grasses and trees that were trimmed to the point that they looked like a maze were blocking Yue Yang's way. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be difficult to walk through. However, Yue Yang didn't have the time to take a detour now, he couldn't care about anything else. He exploded with his power and directly destroyed everything. He forcefully barged into the building and destroyed the entire outer area of the small building. When he was rushing up the stairs to the second floor, he realized that the gravity increased by a lot with every step he took. When he reached the second floor, the gravity had increased by almost 10 times. Yue Yang was shocked. It seemed that this principle was really not simple. However, Yue Yang didn't care too much. Since he couldn't push the door open, he took out his Wei Jin magic blade and directly cut the door into pieces. However, it was as if he had entered a mirage. He still couldn't enter the door. It was as if there was an invisible barrier protecting the room on the second floor. Is it so hard to meet the principal? Yue Yang was furious. He prepared to release his innate power and destroy this barrier. Just as he raised his Wei Jin magic blade madly and prepared to release his innate power to break open the space, a soft and sweet-sounding voice suddenly sounded from inside. "Student Tai Tan, do you need something from me?" Yue Yang felt the pressure disappear. His whole body couldn't help but fall forward, and finally fell onto the floor with a thud. He raised his head and saw a skinny and weak girl leaning on the table, copying something. Her long black hair hung down like a waterfall, covering half of her face. Yue Yang could only see her neat bangs. Because of the angle, he couldn't see her face. However, from her snow-white skin and her small jade-like hands, Yue Yang could feel that her temperament was different from others. She was like a serene white orchid, noble and pure. She exuded a unique scholarly aura and tranquil indifference, making her look as pure as a fairy from a painting that didn't eat the food of the mortal world. "You're the principal." Yue Yang had heard that the Ivy Academy's principal was a beauty that none of the students had seen before. However, he didn't expect her to be so young. She was practically the school's beauty, or a bookworm with good grades. With her personality and hobbies, She was a bit similar to the mysterious beauty who read books anytime and anywhere. However, her voice and hairstyle were a bit different. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have suspected that they were the same person. Yue Yang didn't have the heart of a wolf right now. He only wanted to save people. He hurriedly explained his purpose to the principal who was copying on the table. My fourth mother and sister were captured. Following their scent, they were at the Starved Dog Ridge. However, we encountered a heavy rain on the way, so the trail was cut off. I tried to use my telepathy to show my fourth mother in Whitestone City. I'm here to ask for your help. I hope that you can lend me a hand. No matter if you go to Whitestone City or Starved Dog Ridge, I hope that you can lend me a hand and split up with me to save people. The old fox, no, the vice principal isn't here. Grandma Wu Tang and teacher Hawkeye aren't here. I can only come to you. I hope that you can help me. As long as you can help me save fourth mother, I will definitely do anything you want me to do next time. I understand. After I raise my hand, call out to your fourth mother and sister sincerely. I have the telepathy inherent skill. I need you to use your telepathy inherent skill to confirm their location. The beautiful principal who was bending over the table slowly raised her hand. Her hand was as soft as an orchid, white and flawless. Her voice was soft and transmitted into Yue Yang's ears. Start calling out now. The more sincerely you call out, the more accurate the response will be. Fourth mother, Yue Yang didn't know whether it would work or not, but he was willing to believe in the principal's inherent skill and shouted loudly. Waves of light appeared on the beautiful principal's palm. Immediately, it turned into countless images. Yue Yang saw that in front of a horse carriage, Uncle Nan and Aunt Shu were pushing fourth mother onto the carriage. Before he could see it clearly, the image had already disappeared. The beautiful principal suddenly coughed lightly. Your heart is not calm enough. You need to maintain an empty state and sincerely call out again. My inherent skill can only be used 3 times in a month. Don't waste any more chances. Okay, fourth mother, Shuang Yue Yang tried his best to calm himself down. He remembered that fourth mother had taken care of him in every possible way. He tried his best to dispel the distracting thoughts in his heart and only thought of fourth mother wholeheartedly. When he shouted out, the entire space shook. It was as if there was a formless shockwave that spread out soundlessly. The light in the beautiful principal's hand shattered. Immediately after, it reformed and turned into more images. There were 2 horse carriages running together on the road. One turned in the direction of Red Rock City, while the other fled towards Black Forest City. The image flashed and the horse carriage that was escaping towards Red Rock City stopped. Fourth mother, who was wearing commoner's clothes, got off the carriage hurriedly. There were 2 women who looked familiar to Yue Yang, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. They supported fourth mother and walked to a small bridge. They boarded a bamboo raft and left while the horse carriage continued to move forward. Yue Yang suddenly realized that fourth mother did not escape towards Starved Dog Ridge. Instead, she went to Red Rock City and got off the carriage halfway. The smell that Wei Tai Lang smelled was that Uncle Nan and Aunt Shu had purposely used clothes to lure the enemy. It was probably because they were afraid that the enemy would follow their scent. I'm not sure yet. Shout out again. This is your last chance. The beautiful principal coughed painfully. It seemed that this kind of spiritual call had a huge impact on her body. Fourth mother, Yue Yang shouted out loudly. His head buzzed, as if something had ruthlessly hammered his soul. Countless images broke apart and rushed into Yue Yang's mind. Not only could he see it with his eyes, even Yue Yang's mind had the same image reflected. The beautiful principal's hand formed even more mystical images. He could clearly see that there were enemies chasing after them. Furthermore, it wasn't just one, there were more than 10 of them. Some of them were even experts. They easily caught up and ruthlessly killed everyone in the horse carriage. Some enemies continued to move forward, some enemies went against the current, some enemies went down with the current. They split up and chased after them. On the other side of the image, Uncle Nan and Aunt Shu, as well as the woman disguised as fourth mother, were all captured. Finally, Yue Yang saw a shadow in the sky pouncing towards the bamboo raft. Other than seeing fourth mother's frightened expression, he seemed to have heard the little girl Yu Shuang's terrified scream. Brother, Yue Yang's whole body trembled as he sweated profusely. Outside the window, Yu Bing was anxiously waiting and calling for him. If she didn't call for him, Yue Yang wouldn't have been able to escape from the illusion of telepathy. I can sense that fourth mother has been captured not too long ago. A woman who can fly has caught her, and that woman is flying towards the direction of the Starved Dog Ridge. You should quickly go to the Starved Dog Ridge to save her. I will go and save your sister. She should still be in White Stone City. The person your fourth mother is hugging is not your sister at all, because she did not respond to your call. The beautiful principal waved her hand, and Yue Yang felt an oppressive feeling as if he had been shot out of the window. Are you all right? Yue Yang saw the beautiful principal lying on the table. He couldn't see her face, but she seemed to be in great pain. At the same time, drops of blood dripped onto her clothes, splashing bright red on her pure white clothes. It was like a blossoming plum. It was a ghastly sight. The beautiful principal waved her hand and said with a vague voice, "This is an old illness of mine, it's not a big deal. I will leave after resting for a while. You should quickly go and save your fourth mother." Yue Yang's heart was indescribably touched. This beautiful principal was not related to him at all, but she was willing to help him find fourth mother. She was even willing to use the telepathy inherent skill even if her body was injured. Although he didn't know why she was willing to help him, maybe she was this kind to all her students, or maybe it was because of other reasons, but Yue Yang's actions really moved her at this moment. True feelings are revealed in times of crisis. When he needed help the most, she didn't ask any questions and just helped him find fourth mother. This kindness, he must repay her in the future. If her body was sick, no matter what kind of sickness it was, he must find the best medicine to cure her. If it wasn't for this sickly beauty, then Yue Yang really wouldn't have any way to find out more about fourth mother. He wouldn't even know if fourth mother was alive or dead. Now, at least he knew that there was a woman who could fly that captured fourth mother. She brought fourth mother to the Starved Dog Ridge, and fourth mother hid that little girl Yu Shuang long ago. However, the little girl that fourth mother was carrying, who was that? Whose child was that? Who knew that the enemy would come to capture fourth mother and specially went to save her? Those women seemed very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. Who were they? Yue Yang's heart was in a mess as he jumped down from the window. Yu Bing pounced on him and hugged her brother nervously. She looked at Yue Yang in fear, afraid that he would bring back bad news. Fourth mother is fine now, let's go and save her immediately. The principal promised to help us save our sister. The little girl is still hiding in White Stone City. The principal will go and save the little girl. We only need to save mother now and everything will be fine. Yue Bing, don't cry. We must be strong. We cannot surrender to fate. We can win, we can definitely save mother. We can definitely do it. Yue Yang carried Yue Bing on his back and opened a teleportation scroll. Yes, we can definitely save mother. We can definitely, mother. Yue Bing screamed excitedly with tears streaming down her face. Her voice resounded through the sky. Chapter 185 Inches Wait, you guys are really here. The old cunning fox suddenly appeared not far away and shouted, I have been searching for you guys for a long time, quick, help me save them. Yue Yang shouted and rushed over to grab the old cunning fox's collar and dragged him into the teleportation door. Stupid, let go, we have already saved them. You are carrying your sister to save them, aren't you just fooling around? The old cunning fox hurriedly pulled Yue Yang, this impulsive boy. Yue Yang and Yue Bing were stunned when they heard this. Fourth mother was already saved. Could it be that the old cunning fox saved them? How did he know that fourth mother and the little girl were kidnapped? Nonsense, if I leave her behind, what if the enemy is still here and attacks Yue Bing again? You are not here, how can I leave her alone? Yue Yang did not think that leaving Yue Bing behind was a good idea. Although it was inconvenient to save them with her, it was better than leaving her behind. If he left Yue Bing behind, she would be frightened and easily let her imagination run wild. She would be easily attacked by the enemy. Yue Yang would not leave his sister behind no matter how tired he was. As for fourth mother, she was already saved. That was obviously the best news. Yue Yang and Yue Bing did not look into the process of saving fourth mother. They were overjoyed and hugged each other and cheered. After confirming again and again, Yue Yang realized that the old cunning fox was not lying. He immediately felt a wave of fatigue. He did not help at all and even ran around for half a day. But no matter what, fourth mother was finally saved. The old cunning fox did not take the credit and waved his hand, I did not save her. It was His Majesty and Marshal Yu who brought people to rescue her. When I heard the news, she was already saved. I was only responsible for finding you two. The person who wanted to kidnap fourth mother was Thousand Goblin King's subordinate. He was very strong. Marshal Yu and General Feng Kuang were both slightly injured. Luckily His Majesty was fine. Let's go, your fourth mother is waiting for you. This time, it was really dangerous. If not for the state grandmaster's reveal inherent skill, Thousand Goblin King would have succeeded. I didn't expect the Thousand Goblin King's power to be so great. When mentioning the Thousand Goblin King, the expression on the old fox's face became a little serious. Grandfather and General Feng Kuang are both injured. Who is this Thousand Goblin King? Yu Bing was shocked. In the Soaring Dragon continent, Elder Yu Hai, who was a great elder, might not be the strongest ranker, but he was extremely famous. He was almost invincible on the battlefield. He had once fought against an army of 200,000 with 500 soldiers and defended a solitary city on a precipice for an entire month. Although it was a natural stronghold, this battle record of defending the isolated city to the death was something that the marshals and generals of the world could only look up to. It was precisely because of this battle that Elder Yu Hai was given the nickname, Iron Wall Yu. That battle was the battle that made Elder Yu Hai famous. After that battle, Elder Yu Hai lost his left hand. However, Elder Yu Hai did not retreat from the merciless battlefield just because he was injured. On the contrary, he shone brilliantly and became more and more powerful. He had fought more than 1,000 battles in his life. Other than a few battles with the demon abyss where he retreated due to the great disparity in strength, he had never lost a battle in his life. He was the most trusted marshal of the Da Sha Empire. As for Feng Kuang, there was no need to mention him. Although he was not as good at commanding troops as Elder Yu Hai, he was more powerful than Feng Kuang. Just from his nickname, 10,000 Withered Bones, one could tell what kind of person Feng Kuang was. Whether it was the human soldiers of the Soaring Dragon continent or the demons and demons of the Demon Abyss, he had killed more than 10,000 people. That was why people gave him the nickname, 10,000 Withered Bones. Even with Elder Yu Hai, General Feng Kuang and the Da Sha Emperor Zheng Wuyu's combined forces, they still managed to return after injuring 2 people. It could be seen how terrifying the enemy's strength was. However, he had never heard of the name Thousand Goblin King before. Who was he? Was he the Demon King of the Demon Abyss, the Lich King? Or was he the nickname of a human ranker? Or was he the alias of some small country's king? When Yue Yang thought of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Especially the old cunning fox's solemn expression, it made Yue Yang's heart tremble. A person that even the old cunning fox felt was troublesome to deal with, it seemed like he was definitely not simple. Thousand Goblin King is a terrifying demon. He was a human ranker 3,000 years ago. Because slaughtering was his second nature and the techniques he cultivated were extremely evil, the warriors at that time joined hands to seal him. However, his followers had always been fanatically and firmly following Thousand Goblin King. It was passed down from generation to generation, accumulating their strength. Every once in a while, when they felt that they had the confidence to break the seal, they would launch an attack. Almost every 100 years, there would be a bloody battle to release Thousand Goblin King. The descendants of Thousand Goblin King's disciples worked together with the Demon Abyss and had a close relationship with the Demonic Palace. Their survival ability was very strong and it was very difficult to eradicate them. Moreover, it was said that they had already reached the innate realm, their hidden strength was very strong. In the past 100 years, more than 10 years ago, they had already tried to make a move, but failed. Now, it seems like they are finally launching an attack. If we let these evil fanatics open the Heaven Stairway, and find the Resurrection Heavenly Crystal, then Thousand Goblin King will be able to break the seal and revive in this world. At that time, I'm afraid that the human world will become hell and blood will flow like a river. When the old cunning fox spoke, he glanced at Yu Bing intentionally or unintentionally. Yue Yang felt a little strange. The old cunning fox didn't say why Thousand Goblin King's disciples would attack Fourth Mother, but he looked at Yue Bing instead. What was going on? Could it be that Fourth Mother had something to do with Thousand Goblin King, the great demon's unsealing and revival? Through the old cunning fox's teleportation gate, Yue Yang and Yue Bing arrived at a hall in the Imperial Palace and saw Fourth Mother who had just survived a calamity. Fourth Mother looked like she still had a lingering fear in her heart, her face was pale. Her whole body was wrapped in Zheng Wuyu's scholar's robe. Her bare arms, bare feet and slightly protruding breasts all showed that she was not wearing any clothes underneath. Could it be that she had been bullied by a murderer? Yue Yang's heart suddenly jumped. He felt extremely uncomfortable and extremely angry. When Fourth Mother saw Yue Bing pouncing towards her, she immediately opened her arms and hugged her daughter tightly, crying loudly. "Mom!" Yu Bing hugged her mother tightly, crying so hard that she almost couldn't catch her breath. Sigh. Elder Yu Hai couldn't help but sigh. Lightly, he turned his face away as he couldn't bear to watch this scene anymore. Fortunately, the rescue was made in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Little Yu Yang, this is not your fault. Instead, it is our negligence. Thousand Goblin King's subordinates are extremely cunning. They had actually buried a chess piece in the Yu clan. When we found out that something was wrong, they had already made their move. Because of the incident with the fake Elder Tian Suo in the medical center, Yu Yang's performance was outstanding. Therefore, General Feng Kuang had a very good impression of Yu Yang. He, who had always been a quiet person, took the initiative to tell Yu Yang about what had happened. Those few tavern girls are your people, right? They were extremely vigilant. Once they received the news, they immediately took action and rushed to rescue Fourth Mother. If it wasn't for them, Fourth Mother would have already lost her life. All of you should stay in the palace for a period of time. I don't dare to say about other places, but this palace should be relatively safe. Yu Yang knew that Zheng Wuyu didn't have the airs of an emperor. However, he never thought that Zheng Wuyu would take the initiative to go out of the palace to chase after the culprit and rescue Fourth Mother. Yu Yang had a good impression of this emperor. An old man with white hair and beard carried a little girl into the palace. The little girl was crying non-stop. When she saw Yu Yang, she immediately jumped down and threw herself into Yu Yang's embrace. When the little girl started to cry, she let out her voice and wailed without caring about anything else. Unlike Fourth Mother and Yu Bing, who were hugging each other and wiping their tears, she cried as loud as she could. Especially when she saw Yu Yang, she cried so hard that the entire palace almost collapsed. She cried out all the fear and grievances in her heart. Don't cry, little darling, don't cry," Yu Yang hurriedly coaxed her. "My sweetheart, Shuang come quickly, let mother hug you." Fourth Mother hurriedly let go of Yu Bing and snatched the little girl over to hug her. Brother Shao-san. Who knew that the little girl would twist her body and refuse to let go of her little hands no matter what? She insisted on hugging Yu Yang and wouldn't let go no matter what. Everyone thought that the little girl was usually crazy playing with her brother. At this moment, even her mother couldn't do anything. Shuang mother thought that I would never be able to see you again. Fourth Mother hugged Yu Yang in her arms and cried loudly. Yu Bing also threw herself over and hugged her brother and mother tightly, crying together. Fourth Mother, where are your clothes? When Yu Yang realized that Fourth Mother was hugging and crying together with the little girl, he had a strange feeling. She obviously didn't have any undergarments. Could it be that she was really raped by bad people? Cough cough, your Fourth Mother is fine. We arrived just in time. It's just that her clothes are torn. Feng Kuang stretched out his hand and lightly patted Yu Yang's shoulder. I have already killed the criminal who intended to commit murder for you. In this battle, it was all thanks to your few loyal and devoted subordinates. They protected the carriage until the very last moment. Only when they saw me save your Fourth Mother, did they breathe their last breath in relief. Although they did not come from a good family background, I admire them very much. They can be said to be heroes among women. My subordinates. Yu Yang was stunned. When did he have any subordinates? A ball of doubt appeared in his heart, like a dark cloud covering the sun. He felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't know what was wrong. Was it the timing of the appearance of the Thousand Goblin King's subordinates? Or was it their goal? Or was it the process of rescuing them? Even his own subordinates had an indescribable strangeness to them. Yu Yang felt that his mind was in a mess. He even felt a little dizzy. He couldn't think of the reason. His head hurt like hell. He couldn't help but close his eyes. He tried his best to use his innate chi to get rid of the dizziness and pain in his head. Who knew that when his innate chi reached his head, it made his head feel even more pain? It was as if there were countless needles piercing his brain. It was extremely uncomfortable, especially his eyes. The most vulnerable and sensitive eyes were pierced by the innate chi needles. Yu Yang suddenly understood something amidst the extreme pain. Innate invisible sword chi had a special state called Open Heaven's Eyes. This Open Heaven's Eyes was not that simple. It couldn't be opened just because he wanted to. He had to train to an extremely high level to be able to open it. Yu Yang didn't think that he could open it now. Although it was only the most basic level, it was still extremely rare. Most importantly, if this Heaven's Eyes was opened, it would definitely complement his divine vision inherent skill. It might even be able to combine the two into one and become a new ability. The first level of Open Heaven's Eyes was Naked Eye Connection. Accurately speaking, this most basic level was to increase the acuity of one's vision. It was not the true Open Heaven's Eyes yet. This was just the beginning. Yue Yang covered his eyes and felt a golden light flashing in his eyes. In the end, it was as if something had burst out of his eyes, causing him to scream in pain. Everyone was shocked by him. Could it be that this brat couldn't control his temper and was going to flip out again? Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang looked at him nervously. The current Yue Yang was not the brat who had killed his way into the Yu clan castle that day. The current him had already improved by leaps and bounds. It wasn't something that could be easily stopped. Even Zheng Wuyu was a little vigilant towards Yue Yang's actions. If this brat went crazy, he was also prepared to stop him. He definitely couldn't let him destroy the imperial palace. What's wrong, San-er? Fourth mother was shocked and took 2 steps back. She immediately went forward and asked with concern. I understand now, fourth mother, let's go home. I will pack up the things in the house and then move to a place where no one knows. Yue Yang hugged the little girl who was still sobbing in his arms tightly. This little thing didn't care about Yue Yang's reaction. She just hugged him and didn't let go. Go back. Fourth mother is scared. San-er, why don't you go back and pack up before we move? Fourth mother was still scared out of her wits. You guys don't go back. I will ask someone to send the things over. You guys can stay in the imperial palace. Zheng Wuyu thought that Yue Yang was going to flip out, but who knew that this brat just wanted to leave. He quickly urged him to stay. The Dasha Imperial Palace doesn't have the same rules as other places, don't worry. San-er, let's stay here. Fourth mother also quickly persuaded Yue Yang. Brother, Yu Bing knew that Yue Yang didn't like to receive other people's kindness. Furthermore, her mother had taught him to constantly strive to improve himself. Hence, she didn't object to it. She only felt that it was a bit impolite for His Majesty and grandfather to leave without saying thanks after saving her mother. Bing-er, move away a bit. Here, carry the little girl and wait for me at the side. Yue Yang pulled down the little girl who refused to let go no matter what and stuffed her into Yue Bing's arms. The little girl wriggled a few times, but she didn't resist in the end. She only opened her little mouth and cried loudly, looking as if she was frightened by Yue Yang. Everyone felt strange. Why did this brat insist on persuading fourth mother to leave the imperial palace? San-er, I know you are very stubborn, but you have to listen to His Majesty and your grandfather. After all, you are still young. Fourth mother wiped her tears. Don't say any more, you fake. I have suspected you since a long time ago, but I didn't have the ability to see through you just now. Now, I can see that there is a cunning female demon hidden in fourth mother's outer shell. Yue Yang took out his Wei Jin magic blade and pointed it at the stunned fourth mother, his killing intent exploding. His words shocked everyone present, including Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and Great General Feng Kuang. Even the white-haired state grandmaster frowned. The fourth mother that was rescued was actually a fake. This fake fourth mother was an enemy. If that was the case, then where was the real fourth mother? Yue Yang had just come in. How could he be so sure that fourth mother was a fake? San-er, don't joke around. I'm not a fake, I'm your fourth mother. Fourth mother saw the Wei Jin magic blade and trembled in fear. Stop pretending, you have too many flaws. Even if I didn't see through your disguise, I would still suspect that you're not a fake. Yue Yang stretched out 3 fingers. Firstly, I just received a revelation from the principal's soul cry. She told me that fourth mother had just been captured not too long ago, while you had been rescued for more than an hour. My fourth mother was captured on the bamboo raft, and you were rescued in front of the horse carriage. I can confirm this with General Feng Kuang's words. You are not my fourth mother. Second, Shuang-er's reaction. No matter how clingy Shuang-er is, she would never reject her mother's hug. Mother will always be her first choice. As for you, Shuang-er doesn't have any natural reaction towards you. You look like a stranger, so I suspect you even more. Third, you don't look like fourth mother at all, do you understand? You've only changed into her appearance, but you don't have her inner qualities. My fourth mother would definitely not wear another man's clothes. She would definitely not keep herself naked and only wear a coat. She is a chaste woman. If the enemy wanted to humiliate her, She would definitely bite her tongue and commit suicide at the first moment. She wouldn't drag out an ignoble existence. She is a good mother who is usually timid and calm when faced with big problems. Even if I fight until I'm covered in blood, even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as Bing Shuang and I are present, she is also a mother. She is also a great mother who holds up the sky for us. She would definitely not be moved easily like you, crying and shouting. At home, normally, she would definitely listen to my words, because she thinks that I am the little man in the family. In front of everyone, she is my mother. She would definitely not allow me to be disrespectful to the elders. Furthermore, she would definitely not easily abandon that warm little home. If she really is fourth mother, unless Yu Bing and I are both willing to stay, she would definitely not stay in this palace. But you didn't even think about anything and decided to stay. You even pretended to persuade me. As for your appearance, there's no need to talk about it. You are a completely different woman. I can even see through the fake princess Sissy who I'm not familiar with. Let alone fourth mother who raised me up. How could I mistake her for someone else? Yue Yang shouted as he raised the ashes in his hand high up. Ha 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 ha. The fake fourth mother suddenly changed her voice. A ball of black light flashed and enveloped her body like a fog. When the fog-like black light entered her body again, the fake fourth mother had already turned into another bewitching woman. She was much taller than fourth mother, even taller than Yue Yang by a head. Her voice was filled with bewitching charm. She pointed her sharp black fingernails at Yue Yang. Sect leader told me to be especially careful of you. I didn't pay much attention to it at that time. But looking at it now, it seems that sect leader wasn't lying. You, this child, are indeed a very difficult character to deal with. Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other. They seemed to know this woman, and their expressions gradually became serious. The white-haired state Grand Master smiled and said, I was guessing who it was. So it's the 100 Transformations Demon Elder. No wonder you managed to fool us. I always felt that something was wrong, but my reveal inherent skill didn't react at all. If it wasn't for little Yue Yang discovering it in time, we would have been fooled by you. The old cunning fox who had been silent all this while also nodded his head in agreement. That's right. It's really shameful. We are already so old, yet we can't even compare to a child. How shameful. Indeed, you disguised yourself very well. Furthermore, you purposely didn't wear any clothes, so that we wouldn't dare to look at you indecently, so that we wouldn't get suspicious. Feng Kuang snorted angrily. Tell me now, where is the real fourth mother? Although the 100 Transformations Demon Elder is one of the 4 great demon elders of the 1000 Goblin sect, if you want to leave this place, you better think about your own strength first. You guys have the advantage in numbers, of course I can't defeat you guys. But if I want to leave, you guys can't make me stay. Other than the 2 old bastards who can keep up with me, you guys are not even worth a fart in my eyes. If it wasn't for the Ranker's agreement not to kill you emperors and not to disturb the country, I would have killed all of you elders and overlords long ago. Why are you acting so arrogant in front of me? No matter what, I am still a little innate. The 100 Transformations Demon Elder glanced at Feng Kuang disdainfully, as if she could completely ignore the old cunning fox and state Grand Master in her eyes. A little innate who relied on external help, why are you so arrogant? Yue Yang was furious. He released his power layer by layer, raising his right hand which was shining with runic circles, shining with rainbow lights and flowing with spiritual chi. He strangled the 100 Transformations Demon Elder's throat and smashed her hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, the whole palace shook. At the same time that the 100 Transformations Demon Elder screamed, Yue Yang ruthlessly stepped on her towering chest, mercilessly and coldly. The 100 Transformations Demon Elder spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Elder Yu Hai, Zheng Wuyu and Feng Kuang's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Even the old cunning fox and state Grand Master were dumbfounded. This brat killed the level 8 intermediate emperor minor innate realm, the 100 Transformations Demon Venerable. What kind of power did he need? Furthermore, even if he was an innate ranker, he wouldn't be able to defeat the 100 Transformations Demon Elder in one move, right? The 100 Transformations Demon Elder was a fierce person who had been famous for more than 200 years. 200 years ago, she was a witch who sucked all men's yang energy, a witch who made warriors tremble in fear. Was she really defeated by this brat in just one move? She couldn't even resist. This was really hard to believe. Tell me the whereabouts of my fourth mother immediately, and I will grant you death. Yue Yang increased the strength in his foot. The 100 transformations demon elder's chest bones cracked, as if they were going to break at any time. Otherwise, you will wish you were dead. You are an innate, you can't kill me. According to the agreement between innate rankers are not allowed to attack those who are below the innate rank, especially killing them. I am an elder of the Thousand Goblin Sect, the sect leader of the Thousand Goblin Sect. I had participated in your agreement before. If the Thousand Goblin Sect does not kill your people, you innate rankers also cannot kill our people. If you violate the agreement, it will be a world war. You will become the public enemy of all innate rankers. At that time, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. You definitely cannot kill me. Furthermore, you must let me go. The 100 transformations demon elder screamed anxiously as she spat out blood. Innate, you are actually the 7th innate in Da Sha. State Grand Master almost fainted. No wonder sect leader Ming Xin said that he was not older than 30. What did she mean by not older than 30? This brat was only 20 years old. You really hid this old man's identity from me. Elder Yu Hai's entire body was trembling. He didn't expect that the innate who had shaken the whole nation was actually his own grandson. Furthermore, he was the one who had the most useless performance. His most outstanding son, Yu Chu, was not even able to reach the innate realm. He didn't expect that his own grandson, who had endured for more than 10 years, had finally reached the innate realm that no one in the Yu clan had been able to reach in the past 1,000 years. He was the first young innate in the whole of the Soaring Dragon continent. A 20-year-old innate, he muttered. No wonder that girl Xianxia looked at him differently. Oh no, this is going to ruin the seniority. Wouldn't I be one generation lower than Brother Hai? This is really messed up. Don't talk about the innate alliance agreement. I have never signed it before. I have never even heard of it. If I want to kill you, even 10,000 innates would be useless. Mother F***CKER, you actually dared to change into fourth mother's appearance to trick me. If you don't want to talk, then fine, I will grant you the most miserable way to die. The more Yue Yang spoke, the angrier he got. He stomped heavily on the 100 transformations demon elder's chest, breaking her ribs one by one. Chapter 186. A red double ring rotating teleportation gate appeared in the 100 transformations heavenly venerable's right hand. Yue Yang was startled, thinking that she was trying to escape. He sneered, raised his right hand that was covered with mysterious runes, stretched out his body, and grabbed the 100 transformations heavenly venerable, the demoness, by her throat, lifted her up, and threw her to the other side. Rumble. The entire palace shook again. The sound of the 100 transformations heavenly venerable's body hitting the ground echoed for a long time. The white stone floor cracked like a spider web, extending outwards. When the old fox saw the appearance of the red double ring teleportation gate, he immediately brought Yu Bing and the little girl away. As for Zheng Wuyu, the state grand master, Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang, their faces were filled with wariness, as if they were worried that a strong enemy would come after hearing the news. Surprisingly, they did not stop the teleportation, nor did they destroy the red double ring rotating teleportation gate. The 100 transformations heavenly venerable was very strong, but ever since Yue Yang officially reached innate level 1, he realized that he had the power to shake the heavens and shake the earth. Especially with the support of the runes and the giant's shadow, his power was unimaginable. The level 7 overlord and level 8 emperor that he thought were very strong seemed to be not invincible. Under the effect of his terrifying strength and binding chains inherent skill, Yue Yang, who had unsealed his strength, discovered that he could easily beat up a level 8 ranker. Aiya, the 100 transformations heavenly venerable cried bitterly in her heart. She knew that her opponent was an innate, and her heart was filled with despair. No matter if the opponent was young or old, as long as he was an innate, she would not be able to defeat him. Of course, at first, she did not think that she did not even have the ability to escape. She felt that even if she could not defeat him, she could definitely escape from the Da Sha palace. However, this brat in front of her made her give up the moment he made his move. This brat had a skill that could bind people. Forget about escaping, she could not even struggle to resist. Meeting such a pervert, she was really unlucky. Her only hope now was to hope that the innate alliance could bind him. Speak, or else you will regret living in this world. Yue Yang was extremely angry because Fourth Mother had fallen into the enemy's hands. He twisted the 100 transformations demon venerable's right hand, starting from the fingers, one by one, he broke all the bones in her right hand, causing the 100 transformations demon venerable to be in unbearable pain. Of course, this was only the beginning. The real pain came from Yue Yang's junqi, which was flowing along the nerves of the broken bones, attacking upward. The 100 transformations demon venerable had never experienced this kind of soul-searching and bone-eroding pain in her entire life. Yue Yang would not show mercy just because his opponent was a woman. In his eyes, an enemy was an enemy, regardless of gender. Even if it was a perverted transvestite, he would still kill it without hesitation. Falling into your hands, I admit defeat, but I really don't know the whereabouts of your fourth mother. That's not my mission, that's the mission of 100 Wings and 100 Eyes, it has nothing to do with me. My mission was only to attract your attention and kidnap Yu Bing and Yu Shuang, I really don't know. The 100 transformations demon venerable was very stubborn at first, but she quickly realized that her persistence was meaningless in front of Yue Yang. This was because Yue Yang was prepared to break all the bones in her body, and then take her down alive. When Yue Yang heard this, it didn't seem like she was lying. He raised his right hand and snorted, "If that's the case, you can die now." Not being able to get any useful information from the 100 transformations demon venerable, plus the fact that he was in a hurry to save fourth mother, Yue Yang decided to give the 100 transformations demon venerable a blow, and immediately set off. A voice came from behind Yue Yang, "You're very arrogant, brat. If you don't know the rules of the innate alliance, then I can teach you." A big hand that was flashing with golden light reached out from behind, and grabbed onto Yue Yang's raised wrist. It was fiercer than a thunderbolt, and faster than lightning. Yue Yang's left fist carried the power of a thunderbolt as he punched back. When he attacked, he showed no mercy, and used his full strength against his opponent. Boom! The dull sound of the collision made people feel like vomiting. Yue Yang was sent flying backwards by an irresistible force. He first broke a pillar, then crashed into a wall, and almost broke out of the wall before he managed to stop himself from bouncing back. The entire wall of the palace was sunken in deeply. The bricks were pushed backwards, and cracks spread all over the place like a snake. On the ground, there was also a deep and long drag mark. That was the result when Yue Yang tried to use his legs to stabilize himself. If he wasn't an innate, if he didn't use his full strength, he would have been sent flying out of the palace by his opponent. His opponent, a golden giant, also took 5 big steps back in a row. His footprints were deeply imprinted on the white stone floor. The golden giant was stepping on a brilliant halo, and his armor was shining with the golden brilliance of a gold-ranked excellent ranked set. Under the spiral-horned helmet, a golden mask covered the person's face. There was a huge sword at his waist and a cloak that fluttered in the wind. It was impossible to determine his identity. Only the silver moon double star emblem on his chest could determine his strength. The silver moon double star emblem indirectly showed that this person was at innate level 2. Behind the golden giant, there was a shadow that no one could see clearly. It seemed to be very blurry, but one could vaguely see that it was a human shape. If one didn't pay attention, they would think that this shadow was the golden giant's beast. In reality, Yue Yang realized that this faintly discernible shadow was the real terrifying enemy. Yue Yang couldn't see what realm this faintly discernible shadow was at even with his level 3 divine vision and his naked eyes. However, he knew that the golden giant couldn't even compare to this faintly discernible shadow with a single hand. This difference should be the same as the difference in strength between him and the Impatiens. "We salute you, your majesty Zheng Wuyu. We have no intention of intruding into your palace, and even more so, we have no intention of interfering with your political affairs." The faintly discernible shadow bowed slightly towards Zheng Wuyu, and spoke with an indescribably strange voice, "Regrettably, we have to do that. We can't just watch a ranker who was about to step into the ranks of innates be forcefully killed in your palace. Maybe she made a mistake, but according to the agreement between us innates and the other countries, we have the right to redeem our outstanding juniors. As long as there is hope of stepping into the ranks of innates, we have the right to protect them. So, please state your conditions. We will not disregard the ancient law and the emperor's dignity that was bestowed upon you by our ancestors. However, please understand our difficulties. Even if you declare war on Da Sha, I will not agree to release her. This is because this is not your innates' matter, but our soaring dragon continent's national matter. You innates can freely do whatever you like in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above. However, the soaring dragon continent has been protected by the ancient laws since ancient times. Our national matters are not controlled by innates. You innate rankers cannot interfere with our decisions. Unless you declare war on us and kill us all, you cannot bring the 100 transformations demon elder away. Zheng Wuyu was surprisingly unyielding. Even though he was only a level 7 overlord, he did not show any signs of weakness in front of an innate ranker. So long-winded. Do you think you can stop us from bringing her away? The golden giant sneered. He stomped his feet heavily and shook both his hands. A golden shockwave spread outwards from his body. Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang were all pushed back a few steps by the shockwave. The only one who did not move was the white-haired state grandmaster. When the golden giant bent down and was about to reach out to grab the 100 transformations demon elder, a foot heavily stepped on her spine. It was Yue Yang. The golden giant's hand froze. He did not notice when Yue Yang, who was sent flying, came to his side. This unexpected action made him extremely angry. An innate level 2 ranker was actually forced by an innate level 1 brat in front of him without any reaction. Wasn't this a disgrace? Courting death. The golden giant slowly straightened his back and spat out these 2 words. Idiot. Yue Yang sneered in agreement, but his fist had already landed heavily on the golden giant's face. A loud boom resounded. The golden giant completely used his mask and face to resist Yue Yang's fist. He sneered, "You only have this little bit of strength." Yue Yang's binding chains, inherent skill and strength burst out at the same time. He punched the golden giant and sent him flying, crashing into the wall of the palace. When the golden giant fell to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, Yue Yang spat indifferently, "It's enough to deal with you." Roar, "You're courting death." The golden giant jumped up angrily. He had never suffered such a grievance before. Clown. Yue Yang charged forward. His body flashed and he appeared behind the golden giant. The golden giant had 100 ways to turn around and attack, but he could not move at all. He could only watch as Yue Yang used all his strength and landed a heavy blow on the back of his head. He was extremely angry and depressed as he flew out, crashing straight into the wall and finally breaking out. Not bad talent, the misty shadow praised. Since you're already an innate, then I have a reason to kill you. Die. A black beam of light shot out from the misty shadow's finger. It had an extremely strong penetrating power like a laser, but the thin beam of light was strangely black. Yue Yang dodged, wanting to dodge, but to his surprise, he found out that the black light of death could still turn. Just as he was about to use his sword chi to block it, an incomparably old and withered hand reached out from behind him. Facing the black light of death, the hand lightly grasped it, as if it was catching a black snake. The hand rubbed and the black light disappeared without a trace. However, black smoke came out of the hands and they became charred, as if they had been burned by a soldering iron. The smell of burnt skin spread out. Slowly, an ordinary old man walked out from behind Yue Yang and said calmly, "You're just a child. If you don't give an explanation for killing a child like this old man will take it that you're declaring war on the Great Xia dynasty. Also, are the other friends who are here to watch the show interested in fighting with this old man? In terms of strength, this old man might not be able to compete with you. In terms of national strength, the Great Xia dynasty is even more inferior. However, in terms of fighting, the men of the Great Xia dynasty will never lose to others. Fight or retreat, it's up to you all." On the other side of Yue Yang, there was a tall and skinny old man. He looked gentle and refined, just like a scholar. He always had a polite smile on his face. However, his words did not sound like a scholar at all. Instead, he sounded like a fierce-looking butcher. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he snorted, "Are you trying to bully the Great Xia dynasty? All of you, come on up. No matter if it's a one-on-one fight or a group fight, we'll fight you to the end." What innate alliance treaty, isn't this bullshit? Just one sentence, either you get lost or we'll start fighting. Can the 1,000 Goblins sect scare people? Can the demonic palace scare people? Do you think we're 3-year-old kids? The tall and skinny old man who looked gentle and spoke in a straightforward manner pressed on Yue Yang's shoulder with one hand, as if hinting Yue Yang not to speak first. "My 2 heavenly imperial guardians, please don't be angry. We have our reasons for this matter. No matter where we put it, they won't be able to reason with us." The state Grand Master smiled as he tried to persuade them. "Do you Great Xia barbarians know how to reason with us? What a joke. What's your reason?" In the Great Xia Palace, an innate wanted to kill a lesser innate. Not only did you not stop him, you even helped him secretly. What kind of reason is this? According to the Innate Alliance Treaty, other than the Heavenly Imperial Guardians, no one else can interfere with the development of the soaring dragon continent. They can't simply kill people, especially the younger generation with potential. If not, they would be the public enemy of the innate realm. You all had also signed this non-interference agreement. Now, you all go back on your words. You all pretend to be gentlemen on the surface, but behind our backs, you're doing something else. What's wrong with us saving people? Furthermore, we still respect your great Sha kingdom and wanted to redeem the 100 transformations demon elder. You all forced us to do this, is this also reasonable? At this moment, a giant man with a silver mask appeared beside the misty shadow. He refuted the state grandmaster's words very clearly. There's a good show to watch. Ha, don't mind us. We're just here to watch the show. A few red and black shadows appeared everywhere in the Great Hall. We, the demonic palace, are neutral in this matter. However, we won't rule out the consequences of breaking the alliance treaty. A few other innate rankers who were emitting green, blue and purple light appeared at the side of the Great Hall. 3 against 4 is not fair. The Thousand Goblins sect only has 3 innates while the Da Sha kingdom has 4. I've decided to help the Thousand Goblins sect. A man who looked like a demon walked to the misty shadow's side. He had a huge curved horn on his head, sharp claws and a long tail. His body was burning with a strange black hell flame. He said that he would do anything for his friend. Scram, you demon has no right to interfere in the matters of the soaring dragon continent. Zheng Wuyu shouted, Your Majesty Zheng Wuyu, please don't be angry. I don't represent the demon abyss. As everyone knows, I've already made a clean break with the demon abyss. Although I'm not human, I prefer to live in the human world. If my looks are not good, or my identity is not to your liking, I'm sorry. Maybe you'll like an innate beauty from the elf tribe. Unfortunately, I'm not one. Ha ha ha. The demon innate ranker bowed slightly to Zheng Wuyu. He didn't seem to care at all. Yue Yang wanted to say something. However, the tall and skinny heavenly imperial guardians wrote a few words on his back, telling him not to say anything for now. Regarding our little titan wanting to kill the 100 transformations demon elder, not only me, even your majesty, the 2 heavenly imperial guardians, Marshal Yu and General Feng Kuang felt that it was not wrong. The reason is very simple. Because the 100 transformations demon elder wanted to kill his family, he had the right to kill the murderer who harmed his family. This is the same for all of you. Secondly, he had just become an innate, he had never signed the innate alliance contract before. He didn't even know who his introducer was. Maybe no one had told him about the innate alliance contract. That's why it was normal for him to kill the 100 transformations demon elder. Let me ask you, how would a young man who had reached the innate realm know about the innate alliance contract without any introducer? If it wasn't because we captured the 100 transformations demon elder today, we wouldn't even know that he was a new innate ranker. If you guys don't want to declare war on Da Sha, then please leave. If you want to break the innate alliance contract and declare war on Da Sha, then please don't be courteous. If you have the ability, kill all of us, including your majesty. We, Da Sha, have no grudges even if we die. We definitely believe in the strong. When the state grand master finished speaking, he waved his hand and a shockwave spread out from his hand. The golden giant who wanted to stride towards Yue Yang was pushed back 9 big steps by the state grand master. The 2 heavenly imperial guardians, Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang, walked out and stood together with the state grand master. They stood in front of Yue Yang, facing the many strong enemies together. Yue Yang was touched. He knew that if this battle really started, people like Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang would probably lose their lives. As for 3 innates against 4 innates, even if he joined them, they might not be able to win. The most terrifying thing was that there were still the demonic palace's innates eyeing them covetously. Once one side lost, they would probably hit them while they were down. This included those people who were watching the show. They would definitely not just watch from the sidelines, they would add fuel to the fire and plunder the spoils of war. Even though they knew that this battle was a lost battle, the unyielding attitude of Zheng Wuyu and the Da Sha rankers still shook Yue Yang's heart. In the Celestial Empire on Earth, Yue Yang had seen a lot of friendly societies, friendly neighbors, separated by a strip of water, common development and such things. Those spokespersons from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs only said empty words like strong condemnation, solemn protest, deep regret and so on. They did not have the unyielding attitude of, atomic bombs are just words. From a few decades ago, and they did not have the imposing attitude of, those who openly offend the strong will be punished no matter how far they are. From 2,000 years ago, now that he heard it, he realized that although the Da Sha kingdom that he did not really care about was not strong, their attitude was definitely awesome. If you want to fight, I'll fight. Even the emperor would risk his life. No wonder even the most powerful enemies would first pay their respects to Zheng Wuyu. The reason was that this emperor was worthy of the respect of the strong, worthy of everyone's respect. He might not be the best emperor, but he was definitely the most unyielding, the most courageous and heroic emperor. If the emperor was not afraid of death, would the generals and soldiers be afraid of death? If the emperor dared to risk his life, would the generals, soldiers and even the citizens not dare to risk their lives? Fight. Yue Yang's blood was boiling in his heart. His strength continued to increase, getting closer and closer to a berserk state. He was prepared to be the first to charge forward and kill that golden giant. He might not be able to kill other innates, but he could definitely fight against this golden giant whose strength was the closest to his. Yo, little fellow, you're being mischievous again. Causing trouble again. I've just returned home to take a bath, and you've already created such a big mess. It was unknown when impatience had appeared behind Yue Yang. Her jade-like arms wrapped around Yue Yang's shoulders and neck. Her cherry-red lips were also blowing a pink fragrance into his ears. Her voice was as soft as a lover acting coquettishly. Sky La, you know him. Many innate rankers were very surprised. When they saw impatience appear behind Yue Yang and act so intimately, the expressions in their eyes became even more unpredictable. This is my little lover. If any of you hurt him, I want you to compensate me. Impatience giggled, as if she was telling the truth. Scram further away from me. Yue Yang was not in the mood to flirt with her. He did not manage to save Fourth Mother, and the appearance of this impatience was not a good thing. In the entire palace, Yue Yang estimated that there were two strongest innates. One was that blurry and illusory figure. That was the strongest enemy. The other was impatience. This girl was one of the three great sky demons of the demonic palace. She would definitely not help the Da Sha Empire's rankers. She might even cause trouble in the dark. Hence, her appearance had caused Yue Yang to be annoyed. He did not give her any face at all. Impatience pretended to be sad and wanted to cry. I just let you do that, and you're so cold to me. I'm so sad. Everyone's expression suddenly became a little enlightened. No wonder this brat was so powerful. He was actually Impatience's little lover. Of course, there were also people who were suspicious. Sky La, is this true? An extremely handsome man from the demonic palace stood up and asked. Please don't meddle in my private affairs, okay? Sky Dragon, if you want to meddle in other people's affairs, wait until you're ranked top 3. No, it's impossible for you to be ranked top 3. Wait until you're ranked top 5 before you talk to me again. Impatience berated this person mercilessly. She did not even look him in the eye. Okay, the extremely handsome man's face changed a little when he heard this. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shot out a light that was as sharp as a sword, as if it wanted to pierce through Yue Yang's heart. Thousand Goblins Sect Leader, please apologize to His Majesty solemnly and compensate Da Sha in accordance with our wishes. Finally, explain clearly why you used the exterminating light on our little titan to silence him. Only then can you leave. Otherwise, we will start a war at all costs. The expression on the state grandmaster's face became serious. His identity and his words represented the will of the Da Sha kingdom. That was to never be bullied or humiliated. Even if they had to fight to the death, they would still defend their country's dignity. He is already an innate, and he forcefully stopped us from saving him. There's nothing wrong with sect leader killing him. You said that he doesn't know about the alliance treaty, but where's the proof? You said that he didn't have an introducer. He didn't have an introducer, how did he become an innate? The silver-masked giant retorted with a cold smile. Let me say a few words. This brat's innate was unintentionally triggered by me yesterday. As for who his introducer was, I don't know. Sect leader wanting to kill my little lover seems a little unreasonable. If I didn't hear wrongly, in the Soaring Dragon continent, innates are strictly forbidden to kill outstanding juniors, especially if it's a destructive attack. Sect leader, as a senior, didn't do a good job. I feel very uncomfortable hearing this. Sect leader, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Impatience pinched Yue Yang hard to stop him from speaking. This was not a battle of bravery. This was related to the balance of power in the entire Soaring Dragon continent and Tong Tian Tower. Is it really only 2 days? Becoming an innate just 2 days ago is already so strong. I don't believe it, this is definitely impossible. The silver giant couldn't believe it at all. There's no place for you to speak here. If you interrupt again, I'll bring you to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and kill you in front of everyone. Let's see who can save you then. Pay attention to your identity. In front of so many rankers, so many people didn't say anything, but you, the weakest fellow, kept talking. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm asking your 1,000 goblins sect leader, not you. A hint of disgust flashed past Impatience's face. The silver giant hurriedly retreated 2 steps and hid behind the faintly discernible shadow of the sect leader. He lowered his head and didn't say anything, but anger flashed past his eyes. Sky Law, can you not scare my people? No matter what, we are still in an alliance. The shadow-like sect leader said indifferently. The one who is in an alliance with you is the demonic palace, not me. Impatience smiled and said, don't use an alliance to pressure me. Even if you are Sky Execution, don't even think about talking to me like this. It's fine if I don't care. Who asked this little sweetheart to be so cold to me? My little sweetheart, I'm heartbroken now, I don't care anymore. I'll just watch you get bullied by a bunch of bad guys. Who asked me to be a weak girl? I can't do anything even if I wanted to. A large group of people rolled their eyes when they heard this. She was considered a weak girl. If she was a weak girl, then there wouldn't be any rankers in this world. In the Soaring Dragon continent, no matter how you ranked her, she would definitely be ranked in the top 10. If she was a weak girl, then everyone wouldn't even want to live anymore. Of course, looking at her words, it seemed that she wanted Yue Yang to beg her. Everyone felt that there was still room for discussion. Although they had beaten him up, it seemed that it was impossible to pursue the matter. The sect leader brought his subordinate away and bowed to the Da Sha Emperor. This matter was considered settled. If they wanted to pursue the matter to the end, the Da Sha Empire would definitely fight with all their might. It was still uncertain who this Sky Law would help in the end. If the rankers from Tian Luo and Zijin heard the news and came over, the situation would probably change and move towards another unknown direction. Do you want to bully a child? I can't stand it. Tian Luo, Da Sha and Zijin are also in an alliance. If you touch Da Sha, it's the same as touching the 3 of us. How about I suggest, since you don't want to fight or apologize, then let's fight one-on-one. The stronger one will be respected and the winner will be decided. If the Da Sha Empire's little innate wins, then you guys apologize and hand over the person. If you guys win, then we will return the 100 transformations Demon Elder to you. This is the fairest battle. Sect leader, if you don't agree, please don't blame me for helping Da Sha. Night Empress' voice suddenly sounded. It's the Night Empress. Many people were secretly shocked. She really came. If any innate ranker from Tian Luo came, they wouldn't care as much as the Night Empress. This Night Empress was not someone to be trifled with. She was the same as Sky Law, the kind of rankers that could be ranked in the top 10. In fact, she could even be ranked in the top 5. Although the Night Empress did not say anything to help Yue Yang, as an innate ranker, no one was a fool. They knew that she was actually very protective of this kid. One-on-one was indeed the fairest, but this way, she would unknowingly help this kid who had just entered the innate realm to avoid punishment and death. Because in a one-on-one fight, no matter who went on stage, it was impossible to kill someone in front of everyone. This was because in the most critical moment, their own people would help them. At most, they would be defeated, but there was no real chance of killing the opponent. Now, many innate rankers wanted to kill this young man who had just entered the innate realm. Looking at the ancient rune circle on his body, if he was allowed to grow in the future, he would probably be another innate ranker who could squeeze into the top 10. So, no matter what, they had to think of a way to get rid of this kid. Good idea, let's do it this way. The faintly discernible shadow of the sect leader slightly hesitated. He gave up on sending the silver giant up and sent the stronger gold giant to fight against Yue Yang. Get angry, as long as you get angry, you will win. The opponent only has a hard shell, he is very easy to deal with. Impatience kissed Yue Yang's earlobe and gave him another idea. What are all of you doing here? Suddenly, a voice that was colder than ice rang out, Scram, all of you scram back to Tong Tian Tower. Those who do not abide by the alliance will be killed without mercy. Many of the innates were so scared that they trembled. Even the strongest sect leader hurriedly bowed slightly to show his respect. We have no intention to violate the innate alliance treaty. It's just that the Night Empress suggested a one-on-one supreme battle. The young man from Da Sha Empire will fight against our Thousand Goblins sect's demon lord Tu Cheng. That cold voice was like a cold current, blowing through the entire palace. With a single sentence, all the innates' hearts froze. Fight between the supreme warriors. Are you guys bullying him because he doesn't have an introducer? Let me tell you, his introducer is me. If you guys kill him, the Thousand Goblins sect will be exterminated. If I don't want to be fair, you guys can find someone else. Before I leave, I will give you one last warning. If I find any of you appearing in the Soaring Dragon continent again, violating the innate alliance and interfering with the country's affairs, no matter who you are, I will kill you all without mercy. All the innates felt dizzy. They thought that they had picked up someone easy to bully, but who knew that they were almost scared to death. This brat was actually the introducer that she personally came to be. No wonder he was already an innate at such a young age. No wonder the Night Empress would protect him secretly. No wonder Sky Law would try so hard to tempt him. The sect leader, who was as elusive as a shadow, muttered to himself for a while. He bowed slightly to Zheng Wuyu. Da Sha Emperor, we will leave your palace and return to Tong Tian Tower. We will not interfere with anything anymore. I wish you all the best. What he meant was that he would not bring the 100 Transformations Demon Lord away, but he would also not order his disciples to send forth Mother back. He would pretend that he did not see her and not care about her. On the surface, he was very polite and showed respect to Zheng Wuyu, the emperor. However, they had actually schemed against him. At the very least, his disciples had captured Fourth Mother, and there was no news of her until now. Brat, enter the dimension of duel. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you have a good introducer. The golden giant opened a teleportation scroll. Yue Yang was even more worried about Fourth Mother. He was not willing to fight now. However, a familiar voice suddenly came into his ears, calming him down. This voice made Yue Yang focus on the duel. She did not guarantee anything else, but Yue Yang believed that the owner of this voice would definitely protect Fourth Mother's safety on his behalf. Moreover, he also believed that she had the ability to do so. With her around, Yue Yang could definitely fight with peace of mind. Yue Yang wanted to defeat the Golden Giant, not only to save Fourth Mother, but also to fight for Da Sha Empire's dignity. Wasn't it just a level 2 innate? Without batting an eyelid, Yue Yang walked into the dimension of duel with his head held high. Not only him, the Impatiens, the two heavenly imperial guardians of Da Sha Empire, Zheng Wuyu, the State Grand Master, Elder Yu Hai, Feng Kuang and the others, as well as the innates from the other side, all entered the dimension of duel to watch the duel. This duel was very important. If Da Sha Empire won this duel, they would rise again. If they lost, it would be the beginning of the Thousand Goblins sect's comeback. The Thousand Goblins sect had been hiding for many years. They had accumulated their strength for thousands of years, but they only had 3 innates. If the Golden Giant lost, it would be a huge blow to their comeback. Both sides could not lose, they had to win. One-on-one, Supreme Warrior Duel. Impatiens volunteered to be the judge. She raised her hand up high. Da Sha Empire's Yue Yang, Titan Yue Yang, will fight against the Thousand Goblins sect city-slaughtering demon lord Bai Li Tu Cheng. The duel will be decided no matter the time, no points, no pauses, no help is allowed, until the loser dies in battle, or until the loser kneels down and begs for mercy. If both sides have no objections, come out and fight. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, the duel begins. When Impatiens waved her hand down, the Golden Giant had already flown out and charged towards the duel. At the same time, Yue Yang also flew into the air and charged towards the Golden Giant. Chapter 187 Innate Level 2 vs Innate Level 1. Although the difference was only 1 level, it was an insurmountable gap. Among the group of innate rankers, even the Thousand Goblins sect leader, who was the most cautious, did not think that Yue Yang, who had just become an innate 2 days ago, could defeat the experienced Tu Cheng. One had not even mastered his innate strength, while the other had fought in the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower for many years. One was a young boy with insufficient skills, while the other was an outstanding innate with profound skills and excellent beasts. No matter how they compared, Yue Yang was far from the famous Tu Cheng demon elder who had trained for more than 200 years. Even Zheng Wuyu, the State Grand Master, Elder Yu Hai and the others did not have 100% confidence in Yue Yang. They supported Yue Yang for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was the Night Empress' suggestion. The Night Empress would definitely not harm Yue Yang. Secondly, It was because of Sky Law's hint. Sky Law was the one who had inspired Yue Yang's potential and allowed him to become an innate. She should be the one who knew Yue Yang's strength the best. Since she did not object and even felt that Yue Yang could defeat Tu Cheng, Zheng Wuyu and the others would not object. The thing that made Zheng Wuyu and the others feel the most at ease was that Yue Yang's introducer was her. That, her, was Yue Yang's introducer. Just this point alone filled the people who supported Yue Yang with confidence. Although he might not win, they believed that he would not lose either. In this battle, even if it ended in a draw, the 20-year-old Yue Yang would be able to defeat the famous Tu Cheng who had been fighting for 200 years. It would be a significant victory for a level 1 innate to defeat a level 2 innate. Yue Yang was still young and had unlimited potential. On the other hand, the famous Tu Cheng had already reached the peak of his strength. His potential had been dug out, and there was no possibility for him to improve anymore. Ha! Tu Cheng, who was leaping in midair, suddenly yelled out loudly just as Yue Yang was about to attack him. His body turned sluggish, and he pushed his hands outwards. A powerful shockwave exploded, and a golden halo spread out from his palms. It was as powerful as a big explosion, and it sent Yue Yang flying. Tu Cheng knew that Yue Yang had an innate ability to bind people. Previously, he had been careless, causing him to lose his bearings. Right now, he had already thought of a way to deal with Yue Yang, and that was to attack from a mid-range. At a close range, Yue Yang's binding inherent skill was very powerful. However, such a powerful inherent skill could not be used endlessly, nor could it be used from a super long distance. Tu Cheng reckoned that Yue Yang's inherent skill could only be unleashed when it came into contact with his body or at a super close distance. Therefore, he decided not to give Yue Yang any chance, and directly used the shock wave to defeat his opponent from mid-range. Although he couldn't kill his opponent, he had 100 sinister ways to cripple him. One of them was to completely destroy his opponent's fighting spirit and attack his willpower. As long as this brat lost the heart of a strong warrior, he would become a coward who couldn't even lift his fist and trembled in fear. Then, no matter how much potential he had, it would all be in vain. Tu Cheng had seen many young geniuses, but they all became cowards and trash after a huge setback. Now, he wanted to destroy this arrogant brat. You want to become an innate ranker? Pay me some tuition fees first. Tu Cheng, who had detected a safe distance, was overjoyed. He flew behind Yue Yang and summoned his platinum grimoire the moment Yue Yang swung his fist. A shield of light rose up and sent Yue Yang flying. He was prepared to use an extremely precise and ingenious grimoire summon to make Yue Yang, who was completely unable to attack, feel despair. At the same time that Yue Yang was sent flying, Tu Cheng summoned a strengthening type ancient giant beast that was as big as a small mountain. The golden ancient giant beast roared towards the sky and fused with Tu Cheng's body. Instantly, Tu Cheng's body became many times bigger. Now, Tu Cheng's body was at least 10 meters tall. One of his fingers was as big as Yue Yang's thigh. He could completely cover Yue Yang's entire body with his open palm. Summoning a strengthening type ancient giant beast was not enough. Tu Cheng decided to use his strength to make Yue Yang feel inferior and hopeless, completely crushing his fighting spirit. The second summoned beast was summoned in a flash of golden light. This was a giant golden dragon. Yue Yang had seen wyverns before, but it was his first time seeing a giant dragon. Second reinforcement. Tu Cheng let out a loud roar, and the majestic golden dragon transformed into a burst of intense golden light, fusing with him. Giant dragon wings grew out from his back, his hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail grew out from his back. This made Tu Cheng look like a giant humanoid dragon. The innates who were familiar with Tu Cheng knew that if the first strengthening of the ancient giant beast only increased his strength and size, then the second strengthening would increase his battle power by leaps and bounds. At the same time, the giant golden dragon's skills coercion, dragon's breath, and soar would be increased. With these three skills, Tu Cheng would definitely be undefeatable. His opponent's level, realm, skills, and beast were even more inferior. Just the skill, coercion, could already reduce his opponent's battle power by more than half. In addition to the dragon's breath, which was even more terrifying than hellfire and the ability to soar, the enemy would not be able to escape. This battle would be won even without a fight. Almost all the innates on the other side thought this way. Only Impatience, who stood out alone, had a mysterious smile on her face, as if she was mocking Tu Cheng's foolish action of wasting his energy. The handsome youth in the purple brocade robe from the demonic palace saw the smile on Impatience's face, and the hatred in his eyes towards Yue Yang deepened. However, he did not show it openly, just like a venomous snake that had hidden itself. Roar, I'll turn you into a roasted pig. Tu Cheng pounced towards Yue Yang. With a distance of 10 meters between them, he opened his huge mouth and spat out a wave of dragon's breath. Yue Yang did not retreat, but advanced instead, charging straight towards Tu Cheng. Yue Yang summoned his silver grimoire in an instant. A protective shield rose up, reflecting all the dragon's breath that was coming towards him. Everyone was stunned. This brat could actually summon his grimoire instantly. If it wasn't for the fact that his summoning grimoire was a silver grimoire, no one would have believed that he was just a 20-year-old brat. This instant grimoire's control skill was not something a young man could learn. Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai were the most shocked. They knew that Yue Yang had actually just contracted a grimoire not long ago. It had only been half a year, but he had already learned how to summon his grimoire instantly, something that others might not be able to learn even after 20 years. It was not that they had never seen geniuses before, but they had never seen someone this terrifying, the difference between half a year and 20 years. Furthermore, someone who could learn it in 20 years was considered a genius. This really made people speechless. Thinking about how this brat had always behaved like a useless trash, Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai were even more speechless. This brat was too good at pretending to be a useless trash. Tu Cheng, who originally wanted to burn Yue Yang into charcoal, was hit in the face by his own dragon's breath. He cried out in pain. The other innates frowned when they saw this. This brat's timing was too good. Using his protective shield to reflect the dragon's breath, he would not be able to reach Tu Cheng if he was a meter away, but if he was a meter away, Tu Cheng would be bounced away. The distance was just right. If it was them, could they have done better? No one said the answer, but the answer in everyone's heart was the same. That was, I couldn't have done better. Windstorm. Even though Tu Cheng had been hit by his own dragon's breath, he was only in pain and not injured. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. His body and hands started spinning like a windmill, creating a tornado that revolved rapidly around the protective shield. The grimoire's protective shield was connected to its owner's mind. A small amount of damage would not affect its owner. However, long-term damage and tremors would affect the grimoire's owner. If it was a ranker below level 6 attacking the grimoire, even if it was continuously attacked for an hour, a bronze grimoire contractor of the lowest level probably would not be affected much. However, Tu Cheng was an innate. Although the power of his tornado might not be able to damage the protective shield, it would definitely affect Yue Yang's mind after a long time. In a battle between experts, even the slightest impact would cause one to be at a complete disadvantage. Yue Yang did not hide inside the protective shield and wait for the tornado to pass. Tu Cheng could create a tornado like this anytime he wanted. He immediately kept his grimoire and unexpectedly appeared behind Tu Cheng. He grabbed Tu Cheng, who was as tall as a small mountain, and lifted him up high. Then, he threw him into the center of the tornado. In an instant, Tu Cheng was swept up into the sky. It's teleportation and binding. The other innate ranker frowned again. There was nothing strange about an innate ranker mastering teleportation. However, this brat had just become an innate not even 2 days ago. How did he learn it? The strangest thing was, how did this brat teleport out of the protective shield? Before the protective shield disappeared, the grimoire contractor could walk out with their feet, but it was impossible for them to teleport out. Could it be that he had seen wrongly? Or could it be that this brat could instantly keep his grimoire and teleport out at the same time? The tornado disappeared and Tu Cheng fell from the sky. His reaction was fast. When he was about to reach the ground, he spread his wings and landed steadily. Although he did not fall, he still felt that he had lost all his face. This brat had used the moves that he was most proud of to retaliate against him. This was even more humiliating and intolerable than fiercely slapping him in the face. Dragon's breath was reflected, and the tornado was used. The anger in Tu Cheng's heart had already reached its peak. He did not believe that with his innate level 2 strength, he would not be able to defeat this innate level 1 brat. He decided to use the most direct method, using his strongest strength and most brutal body to defeat his opponent. Could it be that this brat could reflect his fist back? Ha! Tu Cheng raised his huge fist and fiercely smashed it down on Yue Yang. With a loud bang, Yue Yang was sent flying 10 meters away. Tu Cheng was pleased. His binding chain's inherent skill was not omnipotent, and he believed that he could only use it a limited number of times. Under his terrifying attack, this brat could only kneel and beg for mercy. When he thought of this brat kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, Tu Cheng felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. The one who had the last laugh was the winner. Brat, you are still too inexperienced. He raised his huge fist for the second time and smashed it down with all his might. Of course, his mouth was full of mockery. Brat, did you not drink enough milk? Why do you only have so little strength? Ha ha. The group of innate rankers on the other side all felt that there was no suspense in the outcome of a level 2 innate ranker against a level 1 innate. The difference was obvious. This was not something that could be made up for with skills. The faintly discernible Thousand Goblins sect leader had a bad premonition when he saw this. He looked at Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai. He realized that although their faces were a little anxious, they were still far from panicking. This proved that the new innate brat still had some strength left and could not be defeated easily. When he looked at Impatience again, his heart trembled even more. At this moment, the smile on Phoenix Fairy Beauty's face was even wider than before. Her expression was as if she had seen a tiger cub that didn't know how to hunt and had just caught a wild buffalo. She was continuously practicing her hunting skills, as if she couldn't bear to eat the prey in one go. A strange thought flashed through his mind. Before this, that brat was sent flying by Tu Cheng's punch. He was sent flying tens of meters away, smashing through a pillar and almost collapsing the wall. Now, Tu Cheng was doubly strengthened and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. When he used his full strength to attack, this brat was only sent flying 10 meters away. What did this mean? It meant that this brat was continuously improving and becoming stronger during the battle. His strength had improved from being unable to withstand a single blow just now to the point where he could almost fight against Tu Cheng, who was doubly strengthened. If they continued to fight, Tu Cheng would continue to exhaust his strength while this brat continued to improve. Under this situation, Tu Cheng, who was a level 2 innate, would most likely be defeated by his level 1 innate. This brat must have some kind of inherent skill that allowed him to learn and grow during battle, otherwise, the Night Empress would not have suggested for him to fight against Tu Cheng in a one-on-one supreme battle. Sky Law would also not agree and would not stand out to be the judge. When the Thousand Goblins sect leader thought of this, he was extremely angry. He felt that he had been schemed against by the Night Empress and Sky Law. Most importantly, that Sky Law would also agree to this one-on-one supreme battle. This proved that this brat's inherent skill was not binding. This could be a special skill of some kind of beast. This brat's real inherent skill was definitely to learn and grow during battle. Boom! The Thousand Goblins sect leader saw that Yue Yang was still sent flying with the second punch. He carefully counted the number of steps that Yue Yang had retreated. Just now, it was 10 steps, which meant that he had retreated 10 meters. Now, it was 9 steps, which meant that he had retreated 9 meters. Just now, Yue Yang's footsteps were so deep that they had broken the ground. Now, the first 2 steps were still very deep, but the last 2 steps were obviously shallower. Brat, use all your strength. Ha ha ha, where did your power go? Tu Cheng was very powerful now. He felt that he could completely suppress his opponent with his strength. Every punch of his was solid. He estimated that after another 10 punches, this brat would fall to the ground, heavily injured and vomiting blood. Fighting against an innate was different from fighting against a normal warrior. In a defenseless state, as long as an innate ranker landed a punch on him, he would immediately fall to the ground. If this brat's body was completely exhausted after receiving a punch from the double-strengthened giant fist, all the bones in his body would probably be shattered. Even if he could be saved, his future would probably be bleak. Tu Cheng's face was filled with pride. He raised his giant fist high up, preparing to smash it down with the force of a thunderbolt, forcing Yue Yang to face it head-on. Wait, Tu Cheng, we admit defeat in this battle. Don't fight anymore. The Thousand Goblins sect leader would definitely not be so stupid as to let his subordinates train for someone else. Furthermore, this brat's potential was extremely strong. If he allowed him to improve, then his own position in the top 10 might even be pushed back. He decided to give up on this battle. Losing the battle didn't matter, but he definitely couldn't let this brat grow stronger. What? Everyone couldn't believe it and looked at the Thousand Goblins sect leader in astonishment. HMPH, what a shrewd fellow. Only Impatience was a little dissatisfied, but she snorted as if she had expected it. You want me to admit defeat? You want me to kneel down and beg for mercy in front of this brat? Tu Cheng was even more shocked. If the person who spoke was not the Thousand Goblins sect leader, Tu Cheng would probably have punched him already. Never in his dreams would he have thought that his most respected sect leader would actually ask him to admit defeat. What was the point of admitting defeat? It was equivalent to kneeling down and begging for mercy in front of so many familiar faces to a 20-year-old brat who was also the enemy who had humiliated him. If he kneeled down like this, would he still be able to stand up straight in the future? He was an innate, not a commoner. No matter how strong the enemy he faced, he would always stand proudly. But now, he was actually asked to kneel down. I feel that it's best to end this battle as soon as possible. Even if you admit defeat, no one can deny your strength. No matter who you kneel down to, it will not change. The Thousand Goblins sect leader sighed softly. You are an innate, I respect your decision. But if the battle continues, you might regret it. No, even if I die in battle, I will definitely not regret it. Tu Cheng almost crazily shouted, I would rather die than kneel down. Up to you. The Thousand Goblins sect leader knew that he couldn't forcefully stop him. Now, he kind of understood the reason why the Night Empress suggested a one-on-one supreme duel. No one could forcefully stop a supreme duel. Once the duel started, there must be a victor. The reason why the Night Empress suggested a supreme duel was not to attack Tu Cheng, but to target herself. She had already calculated that he might stop it, so she suggested a supreme duel instead of a battle of honor. In Sky Law, this cunning woman had used the condition of kneeling down and begging for mercy. She had schemed against Tu Cheng. Sky Law knew Tu Cheng's temper and character. In front of everyone, Tu Cheng, who cared about his reputation, would definitely not admit defeat. Because admitting defeat meant that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Tu Cheng was an innate, but he was not the kind of rancor who could endure humiliation. He was just a raging bull with strength. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was in a bad mood. Firstly, it was because he could not see through Yue Yang's strength. Secondly, it was because the Night Empress and Sky Law had joined hands to scheme against him. Thirdly, his subordinate Tu Cheng did not listen to his orders 100%. However, with his forbearance character, he did not show it. On the contrary, he pretended to respect Tu Cheng's opinion. Although his performance was still unclear to everyone, he had unknowingly turned the tables. If Yue Yang really won, then everyone would have more respect for him because of his foresight. If he failed to massacre the city, then the impact would be reduced to a minimum. Sect leader, please forgive Tu Cheng for disobeying your orders. This is the first time I have disobeyed your orders, and it will also be the last time. From now on, Tu Cheng dares to guarantee that he will never disobey your orders. But today, please allow Tu Cheng to have a duel with this brat. I am not convinced, and I do not believe that I will lose. He is an innate level 1, and with the help of the ancient runes, his strength is not much different from mine. But sect leader, Tu Cheng really has the confidence to defeat him. Because Tu Cheng's third strengthening has already been completed, Tu Cheng turned around and knelt down on one knee towards the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Falling out with the sect leader was not a joke. Tu Cheng was not that kind of fool. He was very clear about the sect leader's strength and temper. However, Tu Cheng was not convinced. Even if the brat in front of him had great potential and was highly valued by the Night Empress, Sky Law and was extremely cunning and had extremely fast reflexes, he had just become an innate, and was only innate level 1. On the other hand, Tu Cheng was an innate who had trained for more than 200 years. Not long ago, he had already achieved the third strengthening. The power of the third strengthening was already infinitely close to that of an innate level 3. Could it be that with the power that was infinitely close to that of an innate level 3, he still could not defeat an innate level 1 brat? Even if you beat him to death, Tu Cheng would not believe that he would lose. He would rather disobey the sect leader's orders and defeat his opponent, so that he could regain his pride. He would definitely not kneel down to someone who was weaker than him. What right did this brat have? Hey! Impatience laughed when she saw this. She looked as if she had seen her prey foolishly falling into her trap. Third strengthening. Yue Yang really wanted to see the power of the third strengthening. Just now, Yue Yang had learned the true twofold strengthening from Tu Cheng's body. When he superimposed 2 giant shadows onto his own body, he discovered that his strength had increased so much that he could almost contend against Tu Cheng. This threefold strengthening, how powerful would the superimposition of 3 giant shadows be? Originally, the giant shadows needed 5 shadows to merge together to become one. Now that he had learned the second strengthening, Yue Yang realized that he only needed to use one more shadow to stack the effect of 2 giant shadows. Could he also use one more shadow to stack the effect of the third strengthening? Yue Yang was really looking forward to Tu Cheng's third strengthening. What kind of changes would there be in his body? The combination of level 3 divine vision and naked eye technique would come in handy. He could learn the third strengthening that Tu Cheng had painstakingly trained for 200 years. In this battle, Yue Yang felt that if Tu Cheng knew the truth, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. He would also be so regretful that he would break his ribs. It seemed that other than the Thousand Goblins sect leader, who seemed to be able to see through his improvement, no one else had noticed the difference in him. Maybe some people had noticed it, but these guys who were extremely scheming did not show it. The only one who had any expression on his face was the purple-clothed guy from the demonic palace. Could that guy be one of Impatience's pursuers? Yue Yang looked at Impatience. He did not manage to push this girl down, but had instead attracted a lot of love debts. Waves of jealousy rose in the sea, and he had unknowingly gained another enemy. How annoying, little sweetheart, don't look at me, focus on the battle. Impatience even blew Yue Yang a kiss in a flirtatious manner. Yue Yang was speechless. Damn it, when that extremely handsome purple-clothed guy saw this scene, he almost couldn't suppress his anger. Horns seemed to grow out of his forehead, and his mouth also gradually split towards his ears, slowly turning into the appearance of a dragon-head monster. Only when Yue Yang looked at him did he instantly return to his original handsome appearance. Yue Yang was suddenly enlightened. So this guy wasn't a human, but a monster like Duke Xian, that 1,000-year-old tortoise spirit. It's just that he couldn't tell what kind of 1,000-year-old demon this guy was. He was called Sky Dragon. Could he be a 1,000-year-old giant dragon? Tu Cheng's threefold strengthening became even more powerful. He summoned a ball of red light and shot it towards the ground. The ground immediately shook and rose up high, as if lava was flowing out of a volcano. Under everyone's gaze, Tu Cheng jumped into the volcano's lava. Raging flames soared to the sky. When the threefold strengthening was completed, it was as terrifying as a solar storm. The shockwave spread outwards with a loud rumble, forcing everyone to retreat half a step. Even though Elder Yu Hai, Zheng Wuyu and Feng Kuang were holding hands, they were still forced to retreat a step and a half. It could be seen how powerful this threefold strengthening was. Yue Yang, who was in the middle of the arena, moved his hands gently like a young girl caressing a willow tree. The shockwave and raging flames around him all turned into a mysterious flame ring, revolving around his body. No matter how strong the shockwave was, it was tamed like an obedient kitten. When the Thousand Goblins sect leader saw this, his heart trembled. He could see that this was definitely not a skill that a young man who had just become an innate could do. In the past, he, who was known as an exceptional genius, had spent 30 years to learn this skill. If it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to master it without spending 100 years. There were even a few innates who were unable to do this until now. But now, this brat was so young, yet he was already so proficient in controlling his strength. That girl, what kind of skill did she teach him? If it was a normal skill, this brat would definitely not be able to do this. Just now, the Thousand Goblins sect leader only suspected that Tu Cheng would lose and was unwilling to let him become Yue Yang's training target. But now, he was 100% sure that Tu Cheng would definitely lose this battle. Chapter 188. Yue Yang could clearly see the state of Tu Cheng's body after triple strengthening. However, he wasn't sure if he could achieve the same effect with his shadow, because Tu Cheng was using a completely different kind of strange beast. Volcano was supposed to be an element-type beast. How could it fuse with an ancient beast and a giant dragon? Yue Yang felt that it was very strange, but Tu Cheng did it again. With the truth in front of him, Yue Yang couldn't help but be suspicious. Tu Cheng, who was covered in flames, looked like a flaming giant. He raised his giant fist and smashed it down. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't take it head-on, so he retreated. Flaming spear. Tu Cheng condensed the flames on his body into a flaming spear and threw it towards Yue Yang. Taking advantage of Yue Yang's evasion, he instantly moved behind Yue Yang. He didn't punch Yue Yang's body, but hit the ground with all his strength. Rumble, a loud sound. The ground cracked, and a volcano was summoned by him. Magma gushed out. If Yue Yang was dizzy from the shock just now, he would have fallen into the red magma and melted into green smoke. At the very least, he would have been sprayed by the magma. However, after Yue Yang's afterimage disappeared, his real body appeared in front of Impatience. Yue Yang angrily shouted at Impatience, "What are you doing? If you have something to say, say it in front of everyone. Why do you have to whisper in my ear and not talk about proper business? So annoying. Of course I'm whispering sweet nothings to you. It's so embarrassing to let them know." Impatience covered her mouth and laughed. She didn't care about Yue Yang's attitude at all. "I have nothing to say to you." Yue Yang felt that this girl was using him as a shield. Maybe she didn't like Sky Dragon's entanglement. On the surface, she found a boyfriend and let Sky Dragon put all his attention on her. She was so free and unfettered. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he had to take the blame. It was really annoying. Impatience blinked her electrifying eyes and smiled charmingly. "All right, I won't say any more. Little sweetheart, you can focus on your competition." Yue Yang was enraged. "Who's your little sweetheart? I have nothing to do with you. If you let me have the upper hand, that's fine. But now, I haven't gotten any advantage at all. After the fight, if you let me push you down, it won't be too late to call me little sweetheart then." When Impatience heard this, she seemed to be very aggrieved. She lowered her head and touched her two little fingers. "It still hurts there. You don't want to admit it as soon as you turn your back." Everyone pricked up their ears to listen to the gossip. On the other side, Tu Cheng took the opportunity to raise his battle prowess. He also secretly summoned a few volcanoes and hid them underground. As long as Yue Yang stepped on them, they would erupt. Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong. Why did this brat Yue Yang suddenly run over to Tianfa while they were fighting? Furthermore, he had always been calm and rational. How could he be angered so easily? Could it be that Tianfa was using her hypnosis skill on him? The two heavenly Imperial Guardians also looked at each other. They weren't familiar with Yue Yang, but they felt that Tianfa was intentionally angering him. It seemed to be related to what she said just now. Just now, Tianfa said, "Get angry. As long as you get angry, you will win. Your opponent only has a hard shell, he is very easy to deal with." Yue Yang was usually a very calm person. He was good at scheming against his opponent, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. This kind of person was the hardest to anger. But once he got angry, his explosive power would also be very terrifying. "Where are you hurting? I didn't even touch you." Yue Yang exploded in anger. He was beaten up badly by her previously, and was even sent flying by her breast. If one were to say that he was in pain, he should be the one who was in pain, right? At that time, you were angry and pressed me onto the ground. You were like a raging bull. You didn't stop even when I cried out in pain. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a good body, I would have lost my life long ago. When Impatience said that, Yue Yang almost vomited blood. He didn't even remember that he had pushed this girl down. He would be happy if this girl didn't push him down. How could he push her down? Yue Yang turned his head to look and realized that Sky Dragon's face was even darker than Lord Bao's. The flames spewing out from his eyes were 100 times, 1,000 times hotter than Tu Cheng's dragon breath. He practically wanted to burn himself to death with the anger in his eyes. Everyone on the other side had a little misunderstanding. This wasn't strange. If Tianfa loved handsome guys, it wouldn't be strange for this guy to push her down. If there wasn't any relationship, would she protect him like this? That was obviously impossible. Don't say that I didn't. Even if I really did it on the spot, I wouldn't take responsibility. Scram. Yue Yang felt that he could push her down, but he definitely wouldn't take responsibility. Who said that if he pushed her down, he had to take her home as his wife? After pushing her down, couldn't they just maintain their lover's relationship? If he pushed her down and brought her home, would he still have the blissful sexual life of a family? Like Inen, Princess Sissy, and Fallen Flowers, the city lord had pushed them down. He had a few wives and brought them home to warm his bed. This was still fine. After all, they were women that he liked. But who would want a woman like the Impatience? If he pushed her down, then so be it. He would just treat it as a one-night stand. Besides, Yue Yang also suspected that he didn't do it. If he did, it would be weird if this girl didn't suck him dry. After that, his body was filled with spiritual energy and his strength was endless. How would he have collapsed from the battle? He remembered that his clothes were neat and tidy, and there were even a few girls watching from the side. If he really did it with the Impatience, it would be weird if they didn't work together to kill him. Most importantly, that mysterious big-breasted beauty might have already arrived. If he wanted to push down the impatience, she would probably stop him. Of course, if he really did push down the impatience. That was also possible, because Yue Yang didn't remember what he did after he went berserk. Maybe he really tore off the impatience's clothes, pressed her down, and did it on the spot. Yue Yang wasn't sure, but his attitude showed everything. Whether he did it or not, he wouldn't take responsibility. As the saying goes, it's a waste not to do it, even if you do it, it's still a waste. This was his attitude. This kind of ruthlessness, he wouldn't use it on Inan, Fallen Flowers, xianxia, and that girl who loved to read books. But for the impatience, even if he did it 100 times, Yue Yang felt that it would be a waste. Anyway, she came to him looking for a beating, so why should he be polite with her? Don't be so ruthless to me. If you do this, my heart will also be broken. The impatience didn't mind Yue Yang's reaction at all. She seductively twisted her slender waist, and her delicate face moved closer to Yue Yang's lips. Her slender fingers lifted Yue Yang's chin, and her cherry lips breathed out, "I'm also worried about you. You should quickly finish the fight so that you can go and save Fourth Mother." These words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Yue Yang's mind. All his thoughts disappeared, and only Fourth Mother's smile remained. If you don't go and save her, she might meet with some mishap. At that time, you won't be able to be filial to her. You are her obedient son. You still haven't repaid her for raising you. If she gets killed, it will be too late for you to regret it, the impatience whispered into Yue Yang's ear, and blew out pink bubbles. In an instant, Yue Yang's aura changed. The innates on the other side realized that Yue Yang's aura was like a volcano, hiding a huge amount of energy, and could erupt at any time. Everyone was secretly on their guard. The Thousand Goblins sect leader protested, and lightly snorted, "TNFA, this doesn't seem to be in accordance with the rules, right? A one-on-one supreme martial artist battle, are you helping him, or are you trying to interfere with the battle?" The impatience's jade-like fingers lightly brushed past Yue Yang's eyes. Her little face flashed with a mysterious radiance, and her eyes seemed to be mocking him. "I am actually helping you guys. Aren't we allies? Just now, I saw that your people were desperately setting up the volcano seal underground. Their movements were not hidden at all, so I specially asked my little enemy to come over to talk, so that you guys could finish setting up the volcano seal first. Now that I think it's almost done, you guys have set up 10 volcano seals on this battlefield, aren't I helping you guys?" The Thousand Goblins sect leader was slightly embarrassed, and immediately explained, "Actually, the volcano is an element-type beast that both Tu Cheng and Kuang Zan share. When Tu Cheng summoned the volcano, Kuang Zan would definitely react." "You have misunderstood." The impatience elegantly shrugged her shoulders, and lightly kissed Yue Yang's cheek. "Then it's my fault, little fellow, don't die here, otherwise your Fourth Mother will also lose her life." Fourth Mother. Yue Yang's originally absent-minded eyes suddenly flashed with a lightning-like radiance. The hidden aura exploded out 1,000 times, 10,000 times more ferocious than Tu Cheng's volcano eruption. In the midst of his furious roar, Yue Yang released all the power in his body in an instant. Even the power that he couldn't control, even the power that he didn't know was hidden in his body, had completely exploded out. The ancient runes started to revolve crazily, forming a brand new runic circle. Behind him, a gigantic runic circle spread out like a halo. Following that, a smaller runic circle started to revolve inside it. The brilliant light shot out like a sharp arrow. The innate rankers tried to block it with their hands, but they realized that their palms were in pain from the light. The two people with the weakest power realized that their fingers had been grazed by the light, and they couldn't help but feel fear. This was merely the light that exploded out from his body, yet it already had such terrifying power. What would happen if they were hit by his fist? He has already reached innate level 2. The silver giant, Kuang Zan, who was standing behind the sect leader, said with a trembling voice. "No, he has already reached innate level 3, the Thousand Goblins sect leader's voice also carried a tinge of bitterness. He had never seen such a person before. He could actually raise his power to such a level in an instant. He really couldn't believe his own eyes. Furthermore, the furious Yue Yang's power was still increasing. Innate level 3 was still not his limit. A flame that could destroy everything appeared. It was thousands of times more powerful than the magma of a volcano. The pure flame caused all the innate rankers' expressions to change. Everyone had the urge to run away, because this was the nirvana flame that even an innate could not withstand. If there were only 2 balls of nirvana flame, it would have already caused the innate rankers to tremble with fear. However, they saw that on Yue Yang's body, there was a 10-meter-tall pillar of nirvana flame. That kind of world-destroying flame made everyone feel powerless. Fortunately, this pillar of nirvana flame only shot towards the sky and did not hit them directly. Otherwise, other than the 1,000 Goblins sect leader, the rest of the people would probably be killed in one hit. The 1,000 Goblins sect leader was also extremely afraid. His power had almost reached the pinnacle of the human race. There was almost no energy that could destroy his body and soul. However, among the few types of energy that could, the nirvana flame was one of them. At first, Impatience was also a little surprised. It was as if she could not believe that Yue Yang could explode to such a state after his second great berserk. She could faintly feel that her charm, inherent skill was a perfect combination with this brat's anger. As long as she used her charm on him, then he would be able to continuously improve. Every time he went great berserk, every time he exploded, he would be able to fuse with the ancient runes even more, and he would be able to unleash even more power. Furthermore, the hidden nirvana flame in his body would also be able to unleash even more power. His future was limitless. As long as his body could withstand even more charm, she believed that he would be able to improve even more. No wonder her sister would think so highly of him and take the initiative to be his introducer. So this brat really had such a huge hidden potential. Impatience realized that she still could not see through Yue Yang's true potential. How could the ancient runes in the nirvana flame be able to fuse together like this? Why was there no rejection at all? What kind of innate technique did this brat train in? This was something that no one could do. Without successfully training in it, he did not even know that he possessed such a terrifying power. Yet, his body was able to fuse 2 completely different types of destructive power. His technique should be an unparalleled mystical technique, perhaps an innate technique from the ancient era. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a mystical phenomenon to occur. Interesting brat, how many more secrets do you have? Impatience's eyes were filled with smiles. Roar. Yue Yang's roar was like a clap of thunder. All of the nirvana flame was retracted and gathered in his hands. At this moment, how would Tu Cheng still dare to fight against him? He was so scared that he hurriedly ran away. However, the enraged Yue Yang was 1,000 times faster than lightning. In an instant, he had already caught up to Tu Cheng, who was flying with dragon wings. With a wave of his hand, Tu Cheng's body, which was protected by the enormous heat of a volcano, was destroyed in the middle by the nirvana flame in Yue Yang's hands. It was split into 2 and fell to the ground. The opposing innate rankers were so scared that they swallowed their saliva. So strong, this was the genuine nirvana flame. The heat of a volcano was just a joke in front of it. The giant dragon and the ancient giant beast that had escaped from Tu Cheng's body cried out in pain. Before they could escape, they had already been punched by the enraged Yue Yang. The nirvana flame spear that was shot out from his fists pierced through the giant dragon and the ancient giant beast. Instant kill. The 1,000 Goblins sect leader's heart trembled. Even in his anger, this brat could still use the flame spear that Tu Cheng had used just now. This kind of learning ability was really frightening. Spare me. Tu Cheng felt the shadow of death looming over his heart. If he did not beg for mercy now, the only result would be death. You dared to kill my 4th mother. I will kill you without mercy. Although the enraged Yue Yang had not completely lost his mind, 90% of his mind was filled with killing intent. Begging for mercy was useless against him. He raised his right fist that was burning with nirvana flame and smashed Tu Cheng's head. None of the innate rankers on the opposite side dared to stop him, including the 1,000 Goblins sect leader. He was confident that he could defeat the current Yue Yang, but he could not guarantee that he would not be injured by the attack of nirvana flame. Furthermore, he still did not understand the meaning of the gigantic runic battle formation behind Yue Yang. If this battle formation was the legendary, world-exterminating wheel, and eternal wheel, then he would be in big trouble. Even if he could escape from the imprisonment of these 2 runic battle formations, his strength would probably be greatly reduced. If he went to save Yue Yang now, he might not even have a place in the top 10 innate rankers. Furthermore, that giggling Sky Law, if he was injured, would she really let him go so easily? There was also the Night Empress who was secretly eyeing him. When the 1,000 Goblins sect leader thought of this, his heart turned cold. The silver giant, Kuang Zan, and Tu Cheng were brothers, and they had a deep bond. However, he only took a step forward before he stopped and cried out in sorrow. His action of wanting to save Yue Yang had angered the furious Yue Yang. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill all those who harmed my fourth mother, go and die. As he went berserk again, the nirvana flame on both of his arms started to burn fiercely, and the two rotating runic battle formations behind his back actually followed his will and shot towards the silver giant Kuang Zan. Fight! The silver giant Kuang Zan was shocked to find that he was actually unable to dodge, as if he had been locked by the runic battle formation's light wheel. He could only use all of his strength to pull out his sword and furiously slash towards the light wheel formed by the runic battle formation. Without a sound, the runic battle formation's light wheel pierced through his body, and after a few hundred meters away, it dispersed into millions of runic light spots and returned to Yue Yang's body. The silver giant Kuang Zan's body was sliced into two by the runic battle formation's light wheel, and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Instant kill. All the innate rankers were filled with fear. The Thousand Goblins sect leader said with certainty, causing them to tremble even more. Because the Thousand Goblins sect leader was talking about the world exterminating wheel. Unless one was an innate level 5 or above ranker, only then would they be able to escape from the world exterminating wheel. If not, the result would be the same as the silver giant Kuang Zan, being sliced into two by the world exterminating wheel. This kind of world exterminating wheel was not something that a ranker below innate level 5 could control. How could it be used by a mere innate level 1 brat? No one could understand the answer, but no one would doubt the truth. The silver giant Kuang Zan's corpse was the best proof. I'll kill you all, kill. The furious Yue Yang flew high up into the sky. The world exterminating wheel that had originally disappeared actually condensed once again, and it was even bigger than before. There was even nirvana flame burning at the edge of the wheel. Looks like after using it once, Yue Yang's control had become even better. The innate rankers on the other side were shocked. This abnormal brat could actually use it again. Was this brat really innate level 1? Even a level 5 innate could only use it once. Furthermore, other than this brat, no one had ever seen anyone else who could use the world exterminating wheel without suffering any backlash or side effects. 500 years ago, there was a crazy innate ranker who had successfully researched runic circles and used the world exterminating wheel once. In the end, he, who was an innate level 6, suffered from the backlash and his body exploded into pieces, leaving behind only a skull. This brat was fine after using it once, but he still wanted to use it a second time. The innate rankers did not want to become the target of his massacre, so they quickly left the dimension of battle. Now that Tu Cheng was dead, if they did not leave now, the next one to die might be them, who would want to fight against an angry and abnormal little lunatic. Even the Thousand Goblins sect leader, who was the strongest among them, looked deeply at Yue Yang for a while, then also drew a runic circle, cut the space apart and left in a flash. When Yue Yang saw that all the enemies had left and he had lost his target, he suddenly could not get angry anymore. His vision darkened, the runic circle and Nirvana's flame in his hands quickly returned to his body. He lost control and fell down from the sky. Elder Yu Hai hugged him desperately. This was his grandson, let alone the fact that he did not have Nirvana's flame. Even if he had it, he would not let go. Zheng Wuyu was also extremely happy. He was the second one to rush to Yue Yang's side, clapping his hands excitedly and cheering. What's so good about it? This brat is too arrogant. He cannot use his innate strength for at least 3 months, otherwise he will suffer. Impatience floated to Yue Yang's head and bent down. Her big eyes flirtatiously looked at him. How is it, little sweetheart? Does it feel good to use your innate strength too much? Your body will be in pain for at least a month. You cannot use your innate strength for 3 months, otherwise your weak body will explode. It's all your fault. Yue Yang felt pain all over his body. He felt like he had overdrafted his energy. If he still had energy left, he would have slapped impatience away. At the very least, he would have grabbed her breasts. He would not let her off so easily. However, he felt that it was difficult to even raise his hand now. The 2 heavenly imperial guardians of Da Sha Empire took turns to comfort Yue Yang. Don't worry, your body is not used to using your innate strength at first, that's why it reacted like this. Furthermore, you had overdrafted your energy just now. There's no big problem, your body did not suffer any backlash from the world exterminating wheel, and there are no sequelae either. Your body is very good. A normal innate might need a year to recover, but you only need a month, it is already very fast. Rest well and try to comprehend the state you were in just now. It will be beneficial for you. I don't have time, I need to save fourth mother. Yue Yang panted heavily. If he did not save fourth mother, his heart would not be at peace. Beg me, only then will I consider sending you to the Starved Dog Ridge. Before Impatience could finish speaking, Yue Yang used all his energy and jumped out from Elder Yu Hai's embrace. He threw her onto the ground and grabbed her trembling breasts, shouting loudly, "Stop acting like a spoiled child in front of me, I won't fall for it." Impatience did not think that Yue Yang could still do such a perverted thing after the big battle. Startled, she who was floating in the air was thrown onto the ground by Yue Yang. Elder Yu Hai, Jun Wuyu and the others were also startled, but they immediately turned around and left. They chatted as if nothing had happened. Jun Wuyu said to Elder Yu Hai, "Today's weather is not bad." Feng Kuang replied, "Your Majesty, today's sky is blue and the sun is shining brightly. It's very suitable for fishing." As for Elder Yu Hai, he nodded in agreement, "I have a fishing boat." The two Heavenly Imperial Guardians and the State Grand Master also joined in the fun. "We haven't gone out for a long time, our old bones are about to rust." Jun Wuyu opened a teleportation scroll and invited them, "Then what is everyone waiting for? Feng Kuang, prepare some wine." They left just like that as if nothing had happened, leaving behind Yue Yang and Impatience who was pressed down on the ground. They stared dumbfoundedly at the group of old fellows swaggering away as if there was no one else around. Yue Yang's perverted hands were still pressed on Impatience's snow-white breasts. When the two of them reacted, Yue Yang pulled his hands back and realized that he had used too much force. That incomparably tender breasts had become a little red. In for a penny, in for a pound. Yue Yang felt that the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body was soft and limp, and her delicate fragrance wafted in waves. His wolfish heart was aroused, and in a moment of hot-headedness, he decided that he might as well push this arrogant girl down. "Wait, what do you want to do?" Impatience was a little flustered, especially when she saw Yue Yang tearing her clothes. She screamed even louder, "What do I want to do? What do you think I want to do?" Yue Yang felt that what she said was nonsense. Furthermore, she had already done it once, why was she still pretending? It wouldn't be much even if she did it again. "I don't mind, but don't you want to beg fourth mother?" Impatience rolled her eyes. Yue Yang immediately pulled up his pants and jumped up when he heard this. He roared angrily, "Get lost, I hate seductive vixen like you the most. You make me feel like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Next time you see me, get lost, otherwise I'll rape you every time I see you." Although Yue Yang scolded her, he felt very guilty in his heart. He had let his lust get to his head, forgetting about saving fourth mother. He hurriedly opened the teleportation scroll and raised the teleportation gate to the Starved Dog Ridge. Chapter 189. In the dual space, Impatience frowned slightly. She muttered to herself, "Why did the little guy set up a teleportation point here before he teleported away? Is it a habit? No, if it's a habit, then he wouldn't have secretly hidden it from me, he must have some secret. Could it be that he still wants to come back to collect Tu Cheng and Kuang Zan's relics? Tu Cheng's Kuang Zan's items are all items that recognize their owners, so it's useless for him to bring them here. That's strange, why don't I take a peek, but if I place a Eye of Truth here and he finds out, he'll definitely be very angry. Forget it, one day, I'll dig out the secrets on your body. Why don't you wait for him here? With his senses, it's impossible for him to discover you." The Night Empress voice rang out. "You scared me to death. Night Empress, you haven't left yet." Impatience was shocked. She patted her towering breasts cutely and complained coquettishly. "Don't act coquettishly towards me. Your tricks are useless against me. Sky La, if you don't mind me being long-winded, I would like to remind you to stay away from Yue Yang. Otherwise, you might regret it." The Night Empress voice was gentle, like a gentle breeze blowing on the surface of a lake. "Thank you for the reminder. However, you know he's dangerous, so why don't you stay away from him?" Impatience smiled enchantingly and asked. "Because he's a pair with our Luo Hua, so he's considered my junior. Of course I have to watch over him, so I definitely won't let you bring him to the demonic palace. Furthermore, it's best not to do stupid things. I could hear that your sister was really angry just now. Sky La, aren't you afraid of being captured by her and sealed in a dark room for 100 or 200 years? I remember that you were just released not long ago, right?" Do you think that you can fight against your sister just because you've made great progress? The Night Empress did not appear and her voice was indifferent. I want to live freely. As long as I'm happy, I don't care about any seals. When Impatience mentioned the seal, her expression changed slightly. It was obvious that she was not as relaxed as she said. Keep trying to show off. The Night Empress chuckled and her voice gradually disappeared. She, who was invisible, silently left the dual space. No matter what, I'm going to make a mess of this situation. In any case, I've never been a likable person. Ha ha ha, I'm a bad woman, of course I'm going to do bad things, ha 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 ha. Impatience was in a daze for a long time. Then, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that a single tear rolled down her delicate face. She laughed incessantly while drawing out a rune diagram formation. She tore apart space and disappeared without a trace. After she disappeared, a faintly discernible sigh came from the dual space. It was faint and almost inaudible. Starved Dog Ridge. At this time, the sky was covered in dark clouds. Although the rain had stopped, there were still puddles of water everywhere, making it extremely humid. Yue Yang felt pain all over his body, but with the thought of saving Fourth Mother, he forced himself to move forward. Right now, the spiritual energy in his body was not enough to summon the Bloody Queen. Luckily, he had little Wen Li, this considerate and obedient lowly. Little Wen Li also used some unknown method to enter the divine grimoire and help Yue Yang summon the Bloody Queen. At this time, the direction that little Wen Li was pointing at was not the biggest valley in the Starved Dog Ridge. Although there were some strange and noisy noises coming from the valley, as if someone was fighting, and Yue Yang wanted to go and see what was going on a few times, he still believed in Xiao Wen Li's senses. The direction that she was pointing at was the back of the Starved Dog Ridge. There were a few unconnected valleys in the middle. If they wanted to reach there, they had to go around the mountains and head towards the right side of the Starved Dog Ridge. Although the Bloody Queen could bring Yue Yang to fly in the sky, she couldn't fly for a long time. Moreover, Yue Yang was extremely anxious. He decided to let her set off first to save Fourth Mother. Every second earlier counted. Find Fourth Mother as soon as possible. If you can't report back quickly, protect her in secret. Do you understand what I mean? Yue Yang knew that there were no more innate rankers in the Starved Dog Ridge, but the Thousand Goblins sect might still have some little innates. He didn't dare to be careless. As he sent the Bloody Queen to search for Fourth Mother, he also endured his extreme fatigue and pain as he headed towards the direction that little Wen Li had sensed. Following little Wen Li's directions, Yue Yang spent half an hour to reach the back of the Starved Dog Ridge. There was a huge precipice there. On the other half of the precipice, there were jagged rocks protruding out. After circling around the precipice, there was a towering mountain ridge that reached the clouds. The name of this precipice was not very pleasant to hear. It was called Dog Leg Wall. It was not named because it looked like a dog's leg, nor was it located at the back of the Starved Dog Ridge. It was said that there was a shameless traitor who walked along this precipice during a battle between two armies and secretly lured the enemies into the valley. He then made the enemies attack the defending army in the valley from both the front and the back. In the end, tens of thousands of soldiers were completely annihilated. In order to remember the traitor's evil deeds, the later generations named this place with a hidden path as Dog Leg Wall. Whether the legend was true or not, Yue Yang didn't know. However, there was definitely a small path leading to the inside of the valley. This was confirmed by the Warrior Guild. If the Warrior Guild didn't confirm it, they wouldn't have drawn a line that represented a small path on the map. The Bloody Queen was nowhere to be seen. Yue Yang endured the pain and climbed up the smooth precipice that normal warriors wouldn't be able to climb. At this moment, he realized that there was another world above. On a slippery precipice, there was actually a cave that couldn't be seen below. Even if Yue Yang didn't have a sharp sense of smell like Wei Tai Lang, he could still smell a strong smell of blood. It was coming from inside the cave. Just as he was about to sneak into the cave, a black figure appeared behind him. Wei Jin magic blade slashed violently. It was just a hair's breadth away. When it was about to slash the other party's head, Yue Yang forcefully stopped the Wei Jin magic blade. This was because Yue Yang realized that the person who had suddenly appeared behind him was the principal who had promised to help him save his sister. Right now, she was still wearing her original clothes. Her face was covered with a white veil. Fresh blood was flowing out of her mouth like a red plum blossom blooming. Seeing this, Yue Yang felt very guilty. It was because she wanted to help him find Fourth Mother that she had forcefully overdrafted her body to use the heart call inherent skill. Now, she definitely couldn't find her sister, so she came to the Starved Dog Ridge. Yue Yang supported the beautiful principal whose body was swaying and asked softly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I wasn't injured by someone. It's just an old illness. It's not a big deal." The beautiful principal whose face was covered with a white veil comforted Yue Yang instead. "Your Fourth Mother is fine. Wuxia is protecting her secretly. Meanwhile, xianxia and Fallen Flowers are waiting for an opportunity to save her. My body is weak, so I can't help much. That's why I stayed outside to wait for you. You can go in now. Seeing that you're here, I'm relieved." The beautiful principal's body was trembling. When she spoke, the blood from her cherry lips dyed her white veil red. Wuxia, Yue Yang was startled. Was that the name of that mysterious beauty who loved to read books? Seeing that the beautiful principal's body was on the verge of collapsing, he hurriedly placed his palm on her back and used his innate qi to heal her. The beautiful principal struggled slightly and resisted. "Don't waste your energy. My illness has already reached the point where it can't be cured. You should save your energy to fight. I'll go back and rest. I didn't manage to find your sister. She should have been brought back by the state preceptor. When you see Wuxia, don't tell her that I used spirit cry. If she asks, just tell her that you've never seen me before." Before she could finish her sentence, she had already collapsed on the ground. Yue Yang hurriedly carried her in his embrace and transferred a wave of innate qi into her body. Once the innate qi flowed through her body, Yue Yang discovered that the beautiful principal's physique was so weak that it was almost unbelievable. Even a medicine pot that had been bedridden for tens of years was probably stronger than her. Most importantly, Yue Yang discovered that there was a strange energy in her body that was constantly absorbing her life force. If it wasn't for this strange energy, she probably wouldn't be so weak. Yue Yang's innate qi was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was completely absorbed by that strange energy. Only a small amount was able to nourish the beautiful principal's internal organs. The beautiful principal slowly woke up. Her first reaction was to struggle out of Yue Yang's embrace. Her second action was to touch her face to see if the white veil was still there. Only when she discovered that Yue Yang didn't touch her veil did she secretly heave a sigh of relief. Yue Yang wanted to help her up, but the beautiful principal waved her hands and refused. "Don't waste any more time on me. Quickly go and save Fourth Mother. I can go home by myself. Don't worry, I have already endured for more than 10 years and haven't died yet. I won't die so easily. You really didn't touch my veil." The beautiful principal opened a teleportation scroll. Before she walked into the teleportation scroll, she suddenly asked with a weak and trembling voice. "I didn't." Yue Yang shook his head. Actually, he had secretly looked at the beautiful principal's face just now. He discovered that other than her sickly pale face, she was really a peerless beauty. However, Yue Yang didn't recognize the beautiful principal at all. He felt that she was very unfamiliar. At first, he was a little suspicious that she was the mysterious beauty who loved to read books. However, he quickly denied it. That was because that girl wasn't as weak as the beautiful principal. Her voice sounded a little similar, but if he listened carefully, there was still a slight difference. The words and actions of the beautiful principal made Yue Yang extremely shocked. She seemed to know him long ago and seemed to have some kind of secret. She even sacrificed her body to help him find Fourth Mother. What made Yue Yang feel the most suspicious was that the mysterious beauty who loved to read books also seemed to know him very well. At the most dangerous time, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice herself to protect him. What was the relationship between the two of them? What was the relationship between the two of them and the pitiful guy? Or perhaps, they knew the parents of the pitiful guy. Were they the relatives of the pitiful guy? It's good that you didn't. It's fine now. The beautiful principal's body trembled. She was about to fall down again. She wanted to leave immediately. Yue Yang hurriedly pulled her little hand and channeled his innate qi into her. At the same time, he dispelled his hesitation and gathered his courage to ask, "Did we know each other before?" "No, we didn't know each other before. I only got to know you after you came to the Ivy Academy to study." The beautiful principal's reply made Yue Yang even more confused. However, she didn't seem to be lying. This was what made Yue Yang feel the most dizzy. The beautiful principal's lily-white hands struggled slightly. Yue Yang was afraid that she would fall down due to her weak body, so he quickly let go of her hand and supported her from afar, preparing to send her away. Before the beautiful principal entered the teleportation gate, She turned her head slightly and nodded lightly. I've heard of you before, but I've never seen you before. When I heard that you used a carriage to bring your fourth mother and sister back to the Yu clan castle, I was very happy for you. A man should be like this. Hurry up and find your fourth mother. Don't waste your time on me. I have no relationship with you. Seeing the beautiful principal's weak body disappear, Yue Yang hurriedly turned around and flew back into the cave. He didn't believe that the beautiful principal had no relationship with him at all. They definitely had. Furthermore, that mysterious beauty who loved to read books must also have some special relationship with him. Of course, if they didn't want to say, he couldn't force them. When he found fourth mother, he would ask her again. Fourth mother would definitely tell him the truth. The passageway inside the cave was winding. Yue Yang saw a huge platform in front of him. The ground was in a mess, with countless corpses and weapons left behind. It seemed that a huge battle had happened here. There were actually a few forks in the road. This made him anxious. Where should he go? Suddenly, he saw the bloody queen flying out from a small hole. Yue Yang was instantly ecstatic. In front, river, wait, the bloody queen gestured. Yue Yang couldn't understand what she meant for a moment, but when he rushed into the small hole, he saw an underground river in front of him. The bloody queen pointed downwards, hinting to Princess Sissy to chase after them. However, she didn't know how to dive, and was afraid that Yue Yang wouldn't be able to find her. She could only wait for Yue Yang outside. Yue Yang hurriedly kept her and jumped into the ice-cold water. He dove into the bottom of the water and followed the current. After more than 10 minutes, he didn't find any time to breathe. With regards to this waterway, Yue Yang frowned. If the warrior who captured Fourth Mother could hold his breath and swim, but Fourth Mother was an ordinary person, what could she do? In a cave 5 kilometers away from Yue Yang's underground river, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were fighting fiercely. Their strength was above their enemies, but the large group of enemies was mainly to delay them. 3 powerful warriors swam in the water but didn't fight. They were all experts in raising water-type beasts. They hid in an underground lake and guarded the entrance of the waterway. Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't have any water-type beasts, so they couldn't defeat them even after a long time. They waited bitterly for Yue Yang, but he didn't come. The 2 girls became more and more anxious. In an underground passage at the bottom of the lake, the situation was completely opposite. It was the enemy's turn to attack, while the mysterious beauty blocked them, swapping the roles. An evil woman with a winged demon on her back and a skinny man with wolf claws attacked crazily. The mysterious beauty who loved to read used all her strength to block the 2's pursuit. These 2 people's strength were above level 7 Overlord. They seemed to be experts from the Thousand Goblin sect. They took turns to attack, but they couldn't do anything to the mysterious beauty who knew light wind teleportation, instant summon thunderstorm, and other ultimate skills. Although the mysterious beauty couldn't fight them head-on and retreated step by step, she continued to hold on and didn't let the enemies overtake her easily. Although the 2 of them were strong, it wasn't easy to defeat her completely. Especially when she was in danger, a small golden runic circle would appear between the mysterious beauty's eyebrows, increasing her strength by 10 times. In a short period of time, she could even force the 2 of them to retreat. It was just that the runic circle would only appear automatically when she was in danger. Furthermore, it could only be maintained for a short period of time. The mysterious beauty could only use its strength to hold on, and couldn't really defend against the 2 strong enemies' combined attacks. In front, in the depths of the underground passage, about 10 kilometers away from the mysterious beauty, Inen was carrying the unconscious Fourth Mother on her back, gritting her teeth as she ran in the dark. She only had one thought in her mind. That was to hold on for 1 more minute. Because she knew that if she held on, she would be saved when Yue Yang caught up. Yue Yang would definitely rush over as fast as he could, he definitely would. The Da Xia Empire's experts would definitely rush over. As long as she held on for a little longer, she would definitely be saved. Inen had already bitten her lower lip until it bled, but she didn't feel any pain at all. She carried Fourth Mother on her back and continued to run forward, trying her best to escape from the strong enemies behind her. It was completely dark in front of her. She didn't know what was waiting for her in front of her, but she had no choice but to move forward, hold on, and win. When Yue Yang came out of the underground river, he realized that Princess Sissy was shouting angrily. She didn't know how many times she wanted to kill the enemies with her sword, but she failed because of the buoyancy of the water. The enemies had made use of a deep lake, and made use of the geographical advantage to counteract her huge attack power. Yue Yang, come quickly, Fourth Mother has already been saved by us, but this place is like the abandoned corridor, there is some kind of sealing power, we can't use teleportation scrolls, Fourth Mother is still in front, the enemies are chasing after Inan, we have to rush in and save her as soon as possible. These people are not only from the Thousand Goblins sect, there is also a large group of experts from the evil sects. They want to use Fourth Mother as a sacrifice to open the heaven stairway, we have to hurry. Inan is injured, she might not be able to hold on for long. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was unable to use her full strength here, so she was anxious. When she saw Yue Yang rushing out, she rushed over in surprise and quickly explained the current critical situation to him. Stop talking nonsense, come and help. Princess Sissy also felt relieved when Yue Yang arrived. That's great, this brat finally arrived. Chapter 190. Yue Yang took out his Wei Jin magic blade and flew up to help Princess Sissy. Although he had just battled with Tu Cheng and his entire body was sore, he was still unable to use his innate strength. However, the spherical beheader with twin fish rotation and the Yang ability with fire ability could unleash a greater power in his hands. Especially after being tempered by Nirvana's flame, the fire energy of his Yang ability was purer and more abundant. When Yue Yang lifted up his Wei Jin magic blade, the purple flames immediately turned into a flaming blade that seemed to have a substance. It slashed towards a diabolical expert riding a gold tiger shark in the lake. That person saw that the situation was bad. Substance blade, this was not someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly rode on the gold tiger shark and dove into the water. If it was any other time, Yue Yang would definitely plan and act later. However, it was too late now. He immediately summoned little Wen Li and signaled her to attack the enemy in the lake. Yue Yang didn't care too much. He grabbed Princess Sissy and threw her into the lake. He then hugged City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who wasn't very good at swimming, and jumped into the lake. He didn't want to delay for even a second. He prepared to bring the two girls and rushed to save Fourth Mother. As for these diabolical experts who were good at fighting in water, he would let little Wen Li deal with them. City Mistress Fallen Flowers screamed. She didn't think that Yue Yang would use such a barbaric method to rush over. The enemy hadn't been dealt with yet. The three of them combined might not even be a tenth of the others. Could they really rush over? Then, the stone element Medusa and storm mermaid summoned by little Wen Li were even faster than Yue Yang. Their battle power underwater was many times stronger than on land. The stone element Medusa and storm mermaid's figures flashed and had already entered the lake. They were ahead of Yue Yang, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Even little Wen Li, who was the last to enter the water, was much faster than Yue Yang. When it came to water battles, the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid were definitely the masters. As soon as the storm mermaid entered the water, she immediately blew the storm horn. The entire lake seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, and a huge whirlpool sucked in everything. Only the stone element Medusa was an exception. She held onto Princess Sissy with one hand and Yue Yang, who was holding onto City Lord Fallen Flowers with the other. Then, they quickly dove into a passage at the bottom of the water. The golden tiger shark tore through the waves and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its densely packed teeth. It was extremely terrifying. The stone element Medusa turned around and glared at the golden tiger shark. He let go of Yue Yang and Princess Sissy. She quickly knocked her bow and aimed at the enemy. That golden tiger shark was so frightened that it immediately turned around and swam away, leaping out of the water with all its might. It was as if it had seen its natural nemesis and was incomparably terrified. Another golden swordfish and a golden octopus were wandering around the periphery, not daring to approach. As for those three demonic experts, they were still resisting the whirlpool that was getting stronger and stronger. They could barely stabilize their bodies, but they were unable to move smoothly. Their subordinates, who were experts in water battles, dozens of men who were lying in ambush, were all sucked into the whirlpool. No one could escape the suction force of the whirlpool. The golden tiger shark that had leapt out of the water to avoid the stone element Medusa's attack was unable to return to the surface of the lake in time. Suddenly, the sky rumbled and a bolt of lightning struck its body. The golden tiger shark saw a terrifying image. There was a terrifying creature that was floating gracefully on the surface of the lake. It was summoning lightning, striking down on all the beasts that floated out of the lake. Heavens, it's the Thunder Naga! The three demonic experts floated out of the water. When they saw the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid enter the water, they knew that this battle was not going to be good. These two creatures were underwater killing machines. The stone element Medusa could turn all living creatures into stone and sink them into the abyss. The storm mermaids were mostly delicate, but there was one exception, and that was the storm mermaid. The delicate storm mermaid could overturn rivers and seas. Forget about beasts like the tiger shark or the swordfish, even huge beasts like the giant whale wouldn't dare to provoke it. However, what made the three people despair the most was the third terrifying creature that appeared later, the Thunder Naga. The stone element Medusa was rarely seen. They usually hid on small islands that were rarely visited by humans, or in underground lakes. They would never come into contact with humans. The storm mermaids swam freely in the endless sea. They liked to play and be free, and rarely attacked others. However, the Thunder Naga was different. They were born to kill in this world. Actually, no matter if it was the deep sea Naga or the shallow sea Naga, they were all killing machines at the bottom of the sea. They were all super battle maniacs. Once they set their eyes on a target, they would chase them relentlessly. If one were to ask what was the most terrifying creature in the sea, there would only be one answer, and that was the Naga. If one were to ask what was the most terrifying Naga, there would only be one answer. That was the Thunder Naga. The chances of a Thunder Naga being born was only 1 in 10 million compared to a normal Naga. Furthermore, once it was born, it would at least be a gold king, or even a holy beast. The Thunder Naga could easily summon lightning. No matter if it was underwater or on the surface of the water, it could use lightning to slaughter its opponents. They were not creatures from the soaring dragon continent. 10,000 years ago, the ancients had brought them from Tong Tian Tower and the demon abyss back to the ocean of the soaring dragon continent. However, even if it was a small number of Naga clans, they were still the strongest overlords of the ocean. It was common to see the king cuttlefish and the man-eating shark king being killed by the Thunder Naga, their charred corpses floating on the surface of the sea. The Thunder Naga that the ancients had brought back from Tong Tian Tower and the demon abyss were only gold king beasts. However, the Thunder Naga that appeared in this small lake was a diamond rank 1. Furthermore, she was holding a legendary treasure called the Thunder Orb in her hands. On top of the rock, dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder and lightning were summoned by the Thunder Naga, accurately bombarding the creatures floating on the surface of the lake. Those who were hit died immediately, not a single one was spared. The three evil path experts desperately escaped to the shore, escaping from the surface of the lake. If they stayed any longer, they would either be turned into stone men by the stone element Medusa and sink to the bottom of the lake, or be minced into pieces by the whirlpools of the storm mermaid. What was even more terrifying was that the lightning that fell from the sky would definitely turn them into charred corpses if they were hit by it. The golden octopus was hit by the arrow, its tentacles petrified. Under the tearing of the big and small whirlpools released by the storm mermaid, its tentacles broke into pieces, leaving only its bald head. It still wanted to escape by spitting out water, but it was sliced in half by little Wen Li. It spat out a large ball of ink, trying to hide its body. The golden beast that had unknowingly fallen off from Yue Yang's wrist and returned to its original form completely ignored the ink and drilled out of its wound, tyrannically plundering the magic crystal in the golden octopus's skull. The other golden swordfish was extremely fast. It had already escaped to the shore. Its owner anxiously wanted to recall it and keep it into the summoning crystal. A golden arrow shot out from the water and nailed the golden swordfish's tail. Following that, the Thunder Naga's lightning struck the golden swordfish's body. Another small tornado, like a water dragon, sucked the golden swordfish's slender body into the air and suddenly disappeared. With a bang, it fell heavily in front of the golden swordfish's owner. Half of its petrified tail was instantly shattered. Before that evil expert could even cry out in grief, little Wen Li shot out from the water and waved her twin blades, easily cutting the struggling golden swordfish into 3 pieces. No. The golden swordfish's owner, that evil expert, saw his most beloved beast die in front of him and cried out in grief. Let's go quickly, now is not the time to be sad, it's more important to stay alive. His companions, the other 2 evil experts, pulled him away with all their might and rushed into the underground river. With a speed that they had never experienced in their entire lives, they fled in panic. In the lake, the heavily injured golden tiger shark watched in despair as its owner abandoned it and fled. Facing the Thunder Naga's thunder ball, the stone element Medusa's golden arrow, the storm mermaid's water dragon and the slowly swimming little Wen Li, it suddenly made a very smart move. First, It betrayed them, then it surrendered. It flipped its belly and floated on the water, not resisting at all, hoping that the other party would spare its life on account of its surrender. Gold ranked and above beasts usually had intelligence that normal beasts didn't have. It was not strange for them to betray their masters when they were defeated. Bronze ranked and normal ranked beasts could also betray their masters, but they usually didn't have enough intelligence. Once they were defeated, they would only run away in panic. They might not know how to surrender to their enemies. Towards its surrender, little Wen Li raised the twin blades in her hands a few times, then put them down in the end. She didn't seem to like gold-ranked beasts like the golden tiger shark. In her eyes, the golden tiger shark was a useless trash beast. As the golden tiger shark trembled, little Wen Li tilted her head and thought for a while. Suddenly, she took out a summoning crystal, but she didn't contract it herself. Instead, she passed it to the stone element Medusa. The stone element Medusa also hesitated for a while. Finally, under little Wen Li's urging, she stretched out her hand to draw a contract rune on top of the golden tiger shark's head. After trying twice, she couldn't contract it. The stone element Medusa immediately raised her golden bow and prepared to shoot the golden tiger shark to death with one arrow. In the end, under little Wen Li's persuasion and help, the contract was finally successful on the third try. The golden tiger shark was so scared that it trembled non-stop. When the contract was successful, its huge body turned into a ball of golden light and flew into the summoning crystal. When the stone element Medusa summoned it again, the golden tiger shark disregarded its heavy injuries and immediately displayed its most loyal performance, asking for praise from its master. It turned its spear and started to slaughter the beasts in the whirlpool in the lake. However, the stone element Medusa didn't even look at it. She followed behind little Wen Li and chased after her master, Yue Yang. Die, little whore, try and stop me again. The winged girl and the wolf-clawed man surrounded the mysterious beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that she had just gone through a huge battle and her body had not recovered yet, causing her battle power to be greatly reduced, the mysterious beauty wouldn't be in such a sorry state. She gritted her teeth and defended against the attacks of the two strong enemies with all her might. She turned a deaf ear to the filthy words of the two people. As long as the two of them passed through her obstruction, she would immediately use light wind teleportation and appear in front of them again. The enemy's craziness was completely blocked by the protective shield that she summoned in an instant. In short, before she collapsed, she would definitely not let the two of them pass through to chase after Inan. Inan's strength was not enough, and she was also heavily injured. She even carried forth Mother and escaped. If the two of them caught up to her, she would definitely be killed instantly. It's about time. Bai Yi, go and chase after the two women. I'll take care of this woman. I'll summon the black smoke and you'll sneak over in the dark. I don't believe that I can't take down a little girl. The wolf-clawed man stuck out his long tongue and licked his red lips with an obscene look in his eyes. He felt that the opponent was already at her limit. If they continued to fight, they would probably be touched by his jealous companion. He felt that it would be a waste if he didn't enjoy such a beautiful woman. Hence, he suggested not to attack the opponent directly, but to summon the black smoke and make the whole tunnel filled with thick smoke. His companion would go and snatch the woman while he stayed here to enjoy himself. This girl is too spicy. Be careful not to let her kick your eggs, idiot. The winged woman laughed coldly. She did not object. In her heart, what her companion did was not important. The most important thing was to snatch the woman who could open the heaven stairway. As long as the heaven stairway was opened, she, her sister, Bai Yi and the other two could enter the heaven stairway together with the Thousand Goblins sect leader and use a secret technique to awaken the Thousand Goblin King. The sect leader had said that as long as the Thousand Goblin King was resurrected, the whole soaring dragon continent would tremble. The wolf-clawed man retreated 2 steps and took out a crystal. He didn't have time to summon it. A blade light flew towards him at a speed faster than lightning. Its target was his right hand. Who is it? The wolf-clawed man dodged the blade light and shouted. A fist had already landed on his face. At the same time, an angry voice exploded in his ears. Go down and ask the king of hell. Yue Yang took the lead and rushed over, suppressing the wolf-claw man as he furiously attacked him. Although he couldn't use his innate strength now, he was stronger than the wolf-clawed man who was a level 7 overlord. In addition to his anger, he beat the wolf-clawed man with all his might. The wolf-clawed man couldn't even break free. He could only endure the pain and defend himself with his claws. At first, The two of them were evenly matched. Yue Yang was riding on the wolf-clawed man and had a slight advantage. However, the wolf-clawed man had sharp claws and was able to recover quite a bit. However, Yue Yang's ability to defend himself was more than 10 times stronger than the wolf-clawed man. Yue Yang's skin was scratched by the wolf-clawed man, but it didn't penetrate deep. It was just a superficial wound. On the contrary, his raging fists were filled with inner strength. His innate chi exploded and seeped into his bones. The wolf-clawed man screamed in pain. His counterattack slowed down. The two of them were evenly matched, but it became 4-6, 3-7, 2-8. In the end, the wolf-clawed man was beaten by Yue Yang until he bled from all his orifices. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't escape. The flirtatious woman with wings on her back wanted to rush over to help. However, the mysterious beauty used her last bit of strength to raise a protective shield and blocked in front of Yue Yang. Princess Sissy was just a little slower. Her giant sword slashed through the air and fought against the flirtatious woman with wings on her back. You want to kill my fourth mother? Go and die, go and die. Yue Yang's fists became heavier and heavier. The wolf-clawed man's blood splattered and his teeth flew everywhere. One of his eyes was also blasted by Yue Yang. Before the wolf-clawed man died, he exploded with a huge force and sent Yue Yang flying. He wanted to escape for his life. Little Wen Li appeared in front of him in a flash. She stretched out her hand and used her binding chains inherent skill to immediately freeze him. The stone element Medusa's golden arrow pierced through the wolf-clawed man's leg. The thunder Naga's lightning struck down. Little Wen Li chopped off the wolf-clawed man's arms. The storm mermaid released a whirlwind and blew the wolf-clawed man into the air. Yue Yang, who was pouncing down from the sky, grabbed the wolf-clawed man's head tightly with both hands and twisted it. With a cracking sound, the wolf-clawed man, who was unable to resist after suffering a series of attacks, finally had his neck broken by Yue Yang. Killed 1. The wolf-clawed man's entire body fell limply onto the ground. His only remaining eye was bulging out like a dead fish. He died with everlasting regret, seeing that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived, as well as Yue Yang's murderous demon-like enemy. The flirtatious woman immediately panicked and tried to escape. She flapped her wings and flew towards the tunnel that Yue Yang had come from. Princess Sissy, the mysterious beauty, and Yue Yang all blocked her from the other side, as if they were afraid that she would chase after Inan. The flirtatious woman was overjoyed. She felt that her life was more important now, so she wasn't in a hurry to snatch Yue Yang away. When she flew 100 meters away, she thought that she had escaped from the enemy's encirclement. Suddenly, a terrifying aurora appeared in front of her. It was City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Her aurora had to be stored for a long time. However, once it was released, no matter how strong the enemy was, they wouldn't be able to withstand the destructive power of the aurora. The flirtatious woman didn't have her grimoire's protective shield. She flew backwards in fear, but her flying speed was just a joke in front of the aurora. The aurora shot out. 10 seconds later, the flirtatious woman crawled out from the rubble, her whole body burnt black in pain. She wasn't dead yet, but the pair of wings that her beast brought were completely burnt. Even with the protection of a level 7 overlord, her body was covered with cuts and bruises. Princess Sissy raised her sword. When the flirtatious woman saw it, she cried out in fear, "Spare me, spare me." Yue Yang pushed away the hesitant Princess Xianxia with one hand and grabbed the Yaoji's woman. He coldly and mercilessly snorted, "Those who dare to harm my loved ones, regardless of gender or status, will be killed." Without mercy, the flirtatious woman waved her claws in despair, stabbing towards Yue Yang's eyes. She wanted to fight to the death. "Kill!" Yue Yang shouted and threw the flirtatious woman onto the ground with a shoulder throw. Without waiting for her to struggle, he stepped heavily on her spine. Both of his hands grabbed her head and twisted it. Clean and direct. He wouldn't be soft-hearted just because the flirtatious woman was a woman. Instead, he twisted her neck and killed her like the man with the wolf claws. Originally, Yue Yang wanted to dismember this adulterous couple into thousands of pieces. However, after thinking that it would be good to nurture the thorny flower, he decided to twist her neck in the end. Isn't it better to capture her and interrogate her? Princess Sissy didn't think that killing a woman was wrong, but she didn't want Yue Yang to become an irrational murderer. Capturing her and handing her over to the interrogators for interrogation before beheading her would be better. Of course, that would be more troublesome, because the most important thing right now was to save Fourth Mother. If they captured her, they would at least have to leave someone to watch over her. Even if you don't want to kill her, she has already been killed. What's the point of thinking so much? Leaving her alive is just a disaster. Let's hurry and save fourth mother. She and Inen are both heavily injured. The mysterious beauty nudged Princess Sissy and used her last, light wind teleportation, to teleport Yue Yang 100 meters away, letting him save fourth mother first. By the time Yue Yang found Inen who was carrying fourth mother, 10 minutes had already passed. Inen and fourth mother were both hiding in the crevice of the rocks. Fortunately, little Wen Li could sense their presence. Otherwise, the anxious Yue Yang wouldn't be able to calm his heart and sense their presence. One of Inen's ribs was broken. She was hit by a flying hammer thrown by someone in the midst of the chaos. Originally, her injuries weren't too serious, but she didn't receive treatment. She had to exhaust her stamina to carry fourth mother while escaping, which aggravated her injuries. Yue Yang gently caressed Inen's hair that was wet with sweat. He helped her put the headscarf back on and gently placed it on the ground. Fourth mother's heartbeat and breathing were almost non-existent. However, Yue Yang wasn't worried at all, because he had seen City Mistress Fallen Flowers' fake death before. He knew that this was a type of self-protection secret technique. When Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty rushed over, they cried out in fear, "Idiot, it's not fake death. Your fourth mother doesn't have any contracted beasts, she wouldn't know how to fake death. Furthermore, this isn't even, When Yue Yang heard this, he felt that it was really a bolt from the blue. His heart immediately jumped wildly. What should we do? Quickly use that method of yours to save her, use that CPR. Quickly save her. The three girls cried out anxiously. They were so scared that they started to cry. They hurriedly placed fourth mother on the ground and started to tear off fourth mother's clothes, just like how Yue Yang saved City Mistress Fallen Flowers previously. Are you serious? Get out of the way. Yue Yang's hands were also trembling. Wasn't this fake death? Fourth mother really didn't have a heartbeat. Heavens, he thought she was fine just now. Yue Yang felt even more guilty when he thought about it. He pushed aside City Mistress Fallen Flowers who was in a fluster and didn't know what to do, and bent down. In this urgent situation, Yue Yang looked at fourth mother and his heart trembled again. Did he really have to do CPR? She was fourth mother. Furthermore, the other girls were watching from the side. This was really, he couldn't not save her. Time waits for no man. If he continued to hesitate, fourth mother might die without being saved. Chapter 191. After opening the lower jaw and checking that there was no foreign body in the oral cavity, Yue Yang prepared to bend down and breathe. With a thought, Yue Yang stopped and looked at Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others. He pulled Princess Sissy's hand. You do it. I don't know how to do it. Princess Sissy was so scared that she shook her hands. It's very simple. Pinch your nose, cover your lips with your mouth and breathe in. First, take a big breath, try to inhale as much air as you can, then breathe in. After 2 breaths, Fallen Flowers, start pressing your chest outwards. Put your palms together, don't use too much force, don't break your ribs, the ratio of exhalation to chest pressure is 2:30, what are you guys waiting for? Yue Yang realized that he only had one theory. Speaking of saving people, if he didn't count the time he saved City Mistress Fallen Flowers, he had never really tried to save people. I don't know how to do it either. City Mistress Fallen Flowers bent down in panic, but her hands were trembling violently, showing the panic in her heart. Idiot, do it yourself. If you don't save them, how do you expect them to save them? This is saving lives. What do you think it is, idiot? Let me do it. The mysterious beauty saw that everyone was at a loss, so she took the initiative to press fourth mother's heart. Princess Sissy also quickly bent down, but she couldn't grasp the essentials and couldn't breathe in air. Yue Yang saw that he couldn't do it, so he had to do it himself. This was saving people. He had to save fourth mother. Don't think about other things, now was not the time to think about those messy things. He took off the mysterious beauty's veil and placed it on fourth mother's lips, then bent down and breathed in to save people. Yue Yang had seen this method on television before. To prevent foreign objects or saliva from entering the dying person's lungs, he had to use a layer of tissue or thin gauze to separate them. Of course, there might not be such conditions at the scene of the rescue, so there was no hard and fast rule. Yue Yang didn't look at the mysterious beauty's face, and bent down to blow 2 breaths. After the mysterious beauty breathed out, she immediately cooperated with the massage. Her strength was very light, as she was afraid that she would break Fourth Mother's ribs. Yue Yang kept reminding her to press a little slower, but she had to use a little more strength. Princess Sissy kept telling the mysterious beauty not to use too much strength. As for City Mistress Fallen Flowers, she was massaging Fourth Mother's hands while letting Yue Yang breathe again. Hurry up, Fourth Mother's hands are very cold, you guys hurry up, we can't go too fast. Everyone, don't panic, and don't cry. You must continue with CPR. Yue Yang himself was burning with anxiety, but he knew that if he panicked now, everything would be over. He had to persist in the rescue. What other ways are there? The mysterious beauty realized that even after 2 rounds of CPR, the effect was still not great. She quickly asked Yue Yang to think of another way. Electric shock, stimulate the heart, and open the chest and massage the heart. Yue Yang knew many ways to save people, but he had never tried any of them. Thinking back to the time when he wanted to cut open City Mistress Fallen Flowers' chest with a knife to massage her heart, Yue Yang would still break out in cold sweat whenever he thought about it. That kind of method was very dangerous. He had never really learned how to save people, and had never tried to massage the heart. Once the chest was cut open, he really didn't think about the consequences. Yue Yang was afraid that the electric shock would hurt Fourth Mother, so he quickly added, don't use the electric shock too much, use your hands to release the electric shock. The contact area must be big, the contact time must be short, and a light electric shock, let me think, open the chest and massage the heart must be careful. If the wound is bleeding, then it means that there is still a heart. There must be no bleeding, then there will be no blood pressure, then the heart needs to be massaged. I actually have never tried it before. The mysterious beauty immediately rejected the electric shock. My electric shock is used to kill enemies, it can't be used to save people. The Thunder Naga can't either, we are not healers. Princess Sissy couldn't stop stomping her feet. She was anxious to save people, but she couldn't help at all. Her heart was extremely anxious. After the 3rd round of rescue, Fourth Mother still had no reaction. Yue Yang made up his mind. If he hesitated now, Fourth Mother would die. If the brain didn't have enough oxygen for 10 minutes, it would cause irreversible damage. He definitely couldn't delay any longer. He took out the dragon-slaying dagger and prepared to open Fourth Mother's chest and use his hands to massage her heart. A small hand stretched out from behind, followed by little Wen Li's small body squeezing in. Her small hand condensed a ball of gentle white light and gently placed it on Fourth Mother's body. Fourth Mother received the replenishment of this ball of white light. Her face immediately became rosy, but there was still no breathing or heartbeat. Little Wen Li stretched out her small hand and put it into Fourth Mother's clothes. Her entire body flashed with multicolored light, then gradually became illusory. That small hand seemed like it was going to fuse into Fourth Mother's body. After 10 seconds, Yue Yang and Princess Sissy could hear an extremely faint heartbeat. The mysterious beauty probed her nose and discovered that there was still no breathing, so she hurriedly asked Yue Yang to continue breathing. Yue Yang was surprised and happy, and hurriedly took 2 breaths. Little Wen Li's hand fused into Fourth Mother's body. She was continuously massaging Fourth Mother's heart until her heart started beating again. Only then did she slowly withdraw her small hand. Fourth Mother's body trembled slightly. Although her heartbeat was weak, it could already be clearly felt. Fourth Mother's breathing had also gradually turned from not being able to breathe at all. Gradually, it became as light as gossamer, then it became louder and louder, and gradually returned to normal. Her lips became rosy again, and the temperature of her hands and feet also slowly returned to normal. Yue Yang hugged little Wen Li tightly. He was incomparably grateful to this little darling. Luckily she was here, and Fourth Mother was saved. Otherwise, with his own clumsy method, he didn't know what would happen. If he really cut open Fourth Mother's chest and massaged her heart, when her heartbeat and blood pressure recovered, what would happen if she lost a lot of blood? Yue Yang really didn't dare to imagine that kind of consequence. The 3 girls hugged each other excitedly, hugging each other tightly and cheering unceasingly. Only at this moment did their tears fall like pearls from a broken necklace. Of course, these were tears of joy. When Yue Yang put down the exhausted little Wen Li, the mysterious beauty had already put on her veil again. Even if Yue Yang couldn't be bothered to look at her face, he still saw a little of it just now. Although he didn't look at her carefully, now that he thought about it, he had a little impression. This mysterious beauty looked very similar to the beautiful principal. They were almost the same person. It was just that her complexion was much better than the sickly beautiful principal. Other than the difference in hairstyle, Yue Yang couldn't tell the difference between the mysterious beauty and the beautiful principal. Could it be that they were sisters? But he had never heard that the beautiful principal had sisters. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't directly ask the mysterious beauty now. He pretended that he didn't see her real face. Good darling, well done. Princess Sissy carried little Wen Li and kissed her twice. Yue Yang was a little embarrassed. He didn't think that this violent woman would actually like children. A blush appeared on little Wen Li's tired face. She struggled a little and left Princess Sissy's embrace. She turned into a ray of rainbow light and returned to Yue Yang's body, continuing to sleep. Yue Yang was afraid that the ground was cold, so he quickly carried forth Mother. After thinking for a while, he warned the three girls, "Don't ever mention this matter again. Just treat it as if it never happened." When Princess Sissy saw that Yue Yang was talking to her, she immediately protested loudly, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not a gossiper, do you think I'll tell others? I hate this suspicious look of yours the most. Don't look at me anymore, or else I'll beat you up." She raised her little fist to protest against Yue Yang's suspicion. City Mistress Fallen Flowers hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "It's nothing, this is just saving people. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Saving people is a good thing." The mysterious beauty directly said to Yue Yang, "What nonsense are you thinking? Get rid of your evil thoughts." Yue Yang secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It was good that there was no misunderstanding, but he was afraid that the three girls would think too much. He used a belt to carry forth Mother's soft body on his back. On the other side, Princess Sissy also carefully carried Inan. The four of them looked at each other, feeling extremely tired. After a series of battles, first at the Cloud Peak Lake in the Despair Abyss, they fought a bloody battle with the demonic palace's rankers. Their bodies hadn't recovered yet, and they had to save Fourth Mother. Now that Fourth Mother was saved, the four of them felt extremely tired. Yue Yang even fought with Tu Cheng in the middle of the battle and unsealed his innate seal. His whole body was in pain. He carried Fourth Mother and walked in front. Princess Sissy carried Inan and followed tiredly. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty supported each other and walked at the back. It took Yue Yang more than an hour to reach the place where he killed the flirtatious woman and the wolf-clawed man. Yue Yang put the two corpses into his lich ring. Although the three girls were curious why he did this, they didn't ask. This secret passage might be related to the heaven stairway. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a seal here. The mysterious beauty speculated, "If we have time in the future, we should come here again and check carefully. The Thousand Goblins sect's actions are very strange, we need to be more careful, let's talk about it later. I'm exhausted now, I just want to rest." Princess Sissy quickened her steps and walked side by side with Yue Yang. "Luckily your brother Inan is not heavy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the strength to carry her out." "Little liar, you, don't tell me you like this kind of thing." The mysterious beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't say anything, but pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Yue Yang felt that all the bones in his body were falling apart. Fourth Mother was originally very light on his back, but now she felt as heavy as a mountain. "How about I help you carry her for a while?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers was the most understanding and took the initiative to share the burden with Yue Yang. "No need," Yue Yang tried to show off and rejected. Letting two girls carry a person while he, a man, walked empty-handed, what was this? When they reached the passage at the bottom of the lake, Yue Yang couldn't hold on anymore. He untied Fourth Mother first. If he didn't rest for a while, he wouldn't have the strength to carry Fourth Mother out of the long passage at the bottom of the lake. Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were also extremely tired. They slept even faster than Yue Yang when they sat down and leaned on each other. Only the mysterious beauty sat vigilantly to prevent any unforeseen events. When Yue Yang went to look at her, the mysterious beauty snorted softly, "Go to sleep." In his dreams, the voices and smiles of Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, the mysterious beauty and Inan kept flashing past. Yue Yang felt that they were very mischievous. They were obviously by his side, but they had to hide and only appear occasionally. He wanted to catch them, but he couldn't. When he fell asleep again, Yue Yang realized that he had entered the dream realm. The big loli, who had beaten him up n+1 times, was waiting for him in the dream realm. Yue Yang realized that the big loli's cultivation was actually at the innate realm. However, his own innate realm was completely different. Her control technique was 100 times better than Yue Yang's. The power of an innate level 1, under her control, was so exquisite that it made Yue Yang gasp in amazement. To think that using the innate invisible sword chi could also have such a control effect. If he knew this earlier, he wouldn't even need to use his berserk skill to beat Tu Cheng up. The big loli didn't say anything, but her training had brought Yue Yang to a whole new realm, allowing him to have new understandings and understandings. If the innate realm was compared to a house, then Tu Cheng's innate level 2 strength was 2 floors of a building. After triple strengthening, Tu Cheng was actually close to innate level 3, which was equivalent to 2.5 floors. Yue Yang was originally innate level 1, but he didn't know how strong he was after berserk skill. He only remembered that he almost killed Tu Cheng in a second. Now, the big loli used another realm to tell Yue Yang that although it was 1 floor, the number of floors did not represent one's true strength. If Tu Cheng's 2.5 floors were the standard height, then the big loli's innate realm's 1 floor was equivalent to the Tiananmen Gate Tower. 1 floor was much higher than Tu Cheng's 2.5 floors. To be more accurate, the big loli's innate realm had surpassed Yue Yang's understanding. Her innate level 1 was broad and mysterious. Not only was it higher than Tu Cheng's innate level 2, it was more than 10 times higher. Her innate realm was incomparably rich, magnificent and gorgeous. Yue Yang was also innate level 1. He felt that his innate level 1 was like a wooden bungalow, while the big loli's innate level 1 was as tall and majestic as the Tiananmen Gate Tower. Although both of them were innate level 1, their aura, height, potential and so on were completely different. After Yue Yang saw this, other than shock, he was also ecstatic. Now, he finally understood a little. The real innate level 1, that was such a wonderful realm. Previously, thinking of rushing to improve was the biggest mistake. On the contrary, he should build a good foundation on innate level 1. Yue Yang felt that if he could be like the big loli's innate level 1 and build a good foundation, with such a realm as a foundation for growth, then even if he wanted to build a 10,000-meter tall building in the future, he would not have to worry. It was only now that Yue Yang truly understood the basics. What he needed was a better foundation. Without a foundation, he would be like Tu Cheng, stuck at innate level 2 or even higher. This was because the foundation determined his growth. With the foundation of a bungalow, he would definitely not be able to build a 10,000-meter tall building. When the big loli saw that Yue Yang understood, she did not beat up Yue Yang like she usually did. On the contrary, she demonstrated to Yue Yang many techniques that he almost couldn't remember. She was very patient and repeatedly corrected his mistakes. Although she did not speak, she personally demonstrated and used the most direct body language to tell Yue Yang all kinds of mysteries of innate level 1. Yue Yang completely knew where he was lacking. His healing ability, telepathy, beast fusion, skill transformation and so on. He realized that other than his battle skills which were slightly better, he could not keep up in other areas. Even his beast manipulation skills were far inferior to the warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent. If it wasn't for little Wen Li and the others who were extremely smart and knew how to fight on their own, he would not be able to command them. For example, the barbarian cow Shadow's manipulation skills could be seen clearly. As for the golden beast, Yue Yang did not even know how to use it. He would let it attack by itself every time. I must build a good foundation, it's too important. Yue Yang sighed countless times in his heart. Now that he saw the big loli's realm, it was like a country bumpkin entering a city and seeing tall buildings, cars and planes. When he looked back at his own straw hut and ox cart, he felt extremely ashamed. When he woke up again, Yue Yang realized that he had actually returned to his home in Whitestone City. Fourth Mother was sitting in front of the table, feeding little Wen Li and little Wen Li. From time to time, she would even use a handkerchief to wipe their mouths. Yu Bing was lying on the bed. Perhaps she was exhausted, she was sleeping soundly. Why did I come back? Yue Yang remembered that he had clearly fallen asleep in the underground passage. How did he return home? Who carried him back? Wei Tai Lang, who was lying at the door and sticking out its tongue, was originally bored to death. However, when it saw that Yue Yang had woken up, it immediately became spirited and jumped up. It was incomparably happy and kept barking, as if it was the most loyal watchdog. Yue Yang sweated profusely. This Wei Tai Lang seemed to have mastered foreign languages quite well. If not for its appearance, anyone would think that it was a dog just by listening to its voice. San you're awake. Fourth Mother turned her head to look. Her hands trembled and she almost dropped the bowl. Brother Yu Yang, Yu Shuang, this little girl, immediately stood up from the chair and jumped onto Yu Yang's body, cheering. After Yu Bing woke up, She did not make a sound. She only hugged Yue Yang tightly, tears rolling down her face. "Ha, I said that this brat wouldn't die. Look, Yu, he's awake now." Princess Sissy and her cousin Yu rushed in from the door when they heard the commotion, their faces filled with surprise. Behind them were Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers who were stuck at the door, unable to get in or out. They were anxious and rushed in together, but who knew that they would be stuck? Someone kicked their butts, causing Fatty Hai and the others to fall to the ground. Following that, someone stepped on them and walked in. It was the old cunning fox. The old cunning fox laughed complacently, as if Yue Yang owed him 30,000 gold coins and promised to pay him back today. He waited for Yue Yang to finish comforting the girls who were crying and laughing in the room before grabbing onto Yue Yang's shoulders and whispering to Yue Yang, "Brat, you're finished this time, hee, beg me, otherwise I won't help you. You must beg me sincerely." Yue Yang was confused. It's over, he was fine, what did he mean by finished? Could it be that Princess Sissy had accidentally told others about using CPR to save fourth mother? But it was still saving someone, he really had no other choice at that time. Looking at fourth mother who was happily wiping her tears, Yue Yang felt relieved. If fourth mother knew about this, she would definitely be embarrassed. Since she was fine, it proved that Princess Sissy didn't tell anyone. Furthermore, she wasn't a blabbermouth person, she was just a little violent and liked to glare at people with her tiger-like eyes. Student Titan, you also know that lying to people is wrong, lying to girls is even more wrong. Now that you've lied to two girls, their parents have come to your door to ask for an explanation. What do you think you should do? Previously, you said that you were unconscious and wouldn't wake up, but now that you're awake, you can't hide even if you want to. I think you're going to choke. The old cunning fox used the tone of a savior as he lightly patted Yue Yang's shoulder and tempted him. If you sincerely beg me now, I'll think about it and see if I can help you. If you're still the same as before and even dare to lie to me, then don't blame me for not helping you. Hee, you better think clearly. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would an honest and good child like me lie to others? Yue Yang's words caused the old cunning fox to immediately fall to the ground. You dare to say that you didn't lie to me? The old cunning fox grabbed Yue Yang's collar. I didn't. Even if I did lie to others, you were the one who taught me. You're the teacher, and I'm the student. As the saying goes, not being strict is the teacher's fault. Yue Yang said confidently. You win. The old cunning fox gave Yue Yang a thumbs up. Let's see how you're going to deal with her parents later. I won't steal or rob, what's there to be afraid of? Yue Yang tried his best to encourage himself. But you've kidnapped someone else's daughter, the little girl's parents are waiting in the hall outside. The old cunning fox's expression was as if he was waiting to see what Yue Yang would do, taking joy in his misfortune. What are you two whispering about? Since you're fine, I'll leave first. Oh right, forget about the palace that you've destroyed, it's not my place to stay anyway. However, you've destroyed my magic cloud phoenix patterned white jade bottle, which is worth more than 1,600 gold coins. When you're free, settle this debt for me. Princess Sissy, who possessed the 6 records inherent skill, had actually heard the conversation between Yue Yang and the old cunning fox, but she pretended not to hear it. Instead, she gave Yue Yang a slip of paper with the bill written on it. On it was written, Yue Yang owes Princess Sissy 1,600 gold coins. Her intention was for Yue Yang to sign his name on it. Nonsense. Yue Yang took it and tore it apart. He then said to the startled Princess Sissy, what's the relationship between the two of us? A broken bottle and an evil stench of money can't possibly taint our pure friendship. Who has a pure friendship with you? Princess Sissy was furious. You don't. All right then, send the guest off. Yue Yang waved his hands and pushed Princess Sissy out of the door. His cousin Yu laughed secretly and tried to persuade Princess Sissy to go out. Princess Sissy really wanted to bite him to death, but because there were many people in the house, she could only pretend to be a virtuous lady and bid farewell to fourth mother. Fourth mother also brought Yu Shuang to the front hall to announce the good news. It seemed that there was really someone waiting in front. Little Wen Li turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. As for Wei Tai Lang, it rubbed against Yue Yang's leg for a while. Realizing that Yue Yang didn't have time to care about it, it ran out and continued to bask in the sun and doze off. When Yue Yang saw that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were covered with cuts and bruises, he asked curiously, what kind of demonic training did you guys go through? How did you guys end up like this? Who knew that when Yi Kong opened his mouth, Yue Yang would start sweating profusely, because Yi Kong said, "Of course not, demonic training is a small matter. We were attacking the Starved Dog Ridge and fought against the disciples of the Thousand Goblins sect. That's why we ended up like this, we almost died, luckily we were saved." Sigh, only now did I realize that I am really weak. Fatty Hai, on the other hand, boasted proudly, although I didn't manage to save anyone, I defeated 2 level 4 heroes and a level 5 grandmaster. My achievements are glorious. Tisk tisk tisk, didn't you hear? 2 days ago, I was singled out and praised by the school. Those who looked down on me were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They didn't know that I was born into this world to defeat the disciples of the Thousand Goblins sect. It's really lonely to be an expert. Yi Kong and the Li brothers moved further away from him, letting him boast about himself. Yu Bing didn't make a sound, she was secretly happy. 2 days ago, how did I come back? I've been back for 2 days. Yu Yang frowned. Could it be that he had been lying on the bed for 2 days? I think Princess Sissy carried you back. We're not too sure, but you've been back for more than 2 days. You've been unconscious for 10 days. Right now, it should be the 11th day. When Yi Kong said this, Yu Yang sweated profusely again. He had spent 11 days dreaming. What's going on outside? Yu Yang sensed that there seemed to be a lot of warriors talking in the hall outside. Sister Inan's aunt is here. So Sister Inan is a sister, not a brother. Yu Bing felt that it was time to tell the truth to Yu Yang. She didn't know that Yu Yang could see through her on the first day. She still thought that her stupid brother couldn't tell if Yu Yang was a man or a woman because he had been a hermit for too long. Ah, it can't be. Inan is a girl. Yu Yang wanted to pretend to be surprised, but he felt that he couldn't be too surprised. Otherwise, Yu Bing would laugh so hard that she couldn't breathe. You idiot, you've wasted such a good opportunity to pick up girls. It's too late now, I want to kill myself. Fatty Hai's face was full of tears. He kept banging his head against the wall, looking as if he wanted to kill himself and nobody could stop him. Chapter 192 The Outer Hall. Yu Yang, Yu Bing, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers walked out of the outer hall. Usually, they, the younger generation, did not have the qualifications to sit together and discuss matters with the elders. Now that Inan's parents wanted to see Yu Yang, he had no choice but to hide in the inner courtyard. When Yu Yang saw that Princess Sissy and his cousin Yu Yu were also there, he could not help but sweat a little. With Princess Sissy, the Rouge Tigress present, it would be inconvenient for him to say many things. It seemed that Princess Sissy had purposely stayed behind to cause trouble and watch him make a fool of himself. This Rouge Tigress had no choice but to teach her a lesson. Yu Yang's mind flashed with the images of Princess Sissy that day. He tried his best to imagine how to push this girl down. Of course, on the surface, he pretended to be an obedient child. Fourth Mother was whispering to a beautiful woman with a veiled face. Yu Yang's hearing had improved greatly, so he could hear that the two of them were talking in a language that he had never heard before, but he couldn't understand what they were talking about. The little girl snuggled in Fourth Mother's embrace and ate desserts. Her mouth was a mess, but when she saw Yu Yang, she immediately jumped down and threw herself into his arms. She had already eaten the brown sugar rice cake in her hands, but she still wanted to stuff half of it into her brother's mouth. As for her sister Yu Bing, she only raised it up and pretended to give it to her. Without waiting for Yu Bing to react, she proudly took it back and tried her best to covet her sister, refusing to give it to her. Yu Bing glared at her snappily and reached out her hand to pinch the little girl's mischievous nose. The little girl giggled as she dodged it. Her laughter was as clear as a bell, and she immediately ran away. Running around the house, the two sisters, one chasing and the other running, made Yu Yang secretly sigh. This warm little house had returned to its former liveliness and happiness. In the house, other than Princess Sissy, his cousin Yu Yu, Fourth Mother and the beautiful masked woman, there was also the old cunning fox and the eagle-eyed Shahu Wei Lai. Fatty Hai was originally very cocky. The moment he saw the eagle-eyed man, he immediately turned into a tortoise, his head almost retracting into his neck. It seemed like the training he endured under the hands of the eagle-eyed man, Shahu Wei Lai, had left a shadow in his heart. Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers hurriedly greeted the old cunning fox, the art principal, and teacher Shahu. They then pretended to be polite and obedient children and greeted Fourth Mother and the others one after another. In the end, they squeezed into a corner of the room. Yu Yang already knew that he couldn't count on them to help. Now, it seemed that their value in existence was only limited to watching. When Fourth Mother saw Yue Yang enter, she waved her hand, gesturing for Yue Yang to come over. She then introduced to him, San this is the aunt of your brother Inan. Actually, Inan is a girl. You, this child, are always hiding at home. You can't even differentiate between a man and a woman. If this were to spread, you would really become a joke. I feel that there is something wrong with Inan. Which guy doesn't like beauties? Just like Master Hai, he would drool whenever he sees a beauty. So it turns out that Inan is actually a girl. Yue Yang knew that he couldn't pretend to be too surprised, especially since Yu Bing had already said it once. If he still pretended to be surprised, then he would be lying. The best thing to do now was to pretend to be stupid, but not to the extent of being stupid. As long as the elders had a way to step down, it would be fine. What are you saying? Hurry up and greet Aunt Inan. Fourth Mother immediately scolded Yue Yang when she heard this. How could he be so impolite when he saw an elder? Yes, Aunt Inan, please have some tea. Yue Yang's ability to pretend to be a good child was even better than his battle skills. He lifted the teapot and poured tea for the masked beauty. He then personally lifted the teacup and passed it to Fourth Mother. Fourth Mother knew that this brat wasn't usually so attentive, but seeing him being so obedient in front of outsiders and even serving tea to her, she felt a sweetness in her heart. She quickly received the teacup and softly instructed him to serve tea to the old cunning fox and the eagle-eyed Sha Hu Wei Lai. The old cunning fox was actually quite arrogant. He calmly accepted the tea that Yue Yang had served. As for Sha Hu Wei Lai, he seemed to know that Yue Yang was an innate. Although Yue Yang was his student in name, he immediately stood up and held the teacup before receiving the tea that Yue Yang had poured for him. Although his expression didn't change, his eagle-eyed eyes were filled with pride. An innate ranker personally poured tea for him. This was the first time in his life. If it was someone else, it would be impossible for them to receive such treatment. When Yue Yang returned to Fourth Mother's side and sat down, Aunt Inan opened her mouth. She had been sizing up Yue Yang the whole time. The more she looked, the happier she was. Although she didn't show it on her face, she secretly felt that Inan had good taste. Your Fourth Mother, your biological mother and I were all born in the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. Although we are from different clans, we can still be considered as sisters with different surnames. In terms of age, I am slightly older than your Fourth Mother. You can call me second aunt in the future, or you can call me aunt like Inan. Inan can be considered as your distant cousin. When Aunt Inan said this, Yue Yang suddenly realized that Fourth Mother was also from the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. No wonder she and Aunt Inan could speak the same language. The language that they spoke just now didn't sound like the language of the Soaring Dragon continent. Yue Yang had never heard of it before. Looks like Fourth Mother and the pitiful guy's biological mother were really mysterious. Otherwise, the people from the Thousand Goblins sect wouldn't attack Fourth Mother for no reason and capture her to open the Heaven Stairway. What kind of place was the Heaven Stairway? Could it be another Tong Tian Tower? Or a different dimension like the Demon Abyss? Yue Yang felt that although the Soaring Dragon continent looked ordinary on the surface, it actually contained many mysteries. For example, there were so many innate rankers. Why did they have to train their juniors in the Soaring Dragon continent? Why didn't they bring the outstanding juniors into the Tong Tian Tower? Instead, they brought out the beasts from the Tong Tian Tower and released them on the Soaring Dragon continent to train their juniors. There were also God's Ruins, Heaven Stairway, Falling Kang Mountain, Demonic Palace, Thousand Goblin Sect, 4 great sects and so on. All of them were mysteries among mysteries. Now, even this Valley of Butterflies and Flowers seemed to be a complicated place. Because Yue Yang used his level 3 divine vision and realized that he couldn't completely see through Aunt Inan. This masked beautiful woman should be as powerful as the old fox. Above her, there was still the Valley Master of Butterflies and Flowers. As for the pitiful guy's mother, no one had mentioned her before. Yue Yang felt that she was definitely not an ordinary person. The current Valley of Butterflies and Flowers is not the same as it was in the past. It has already declined and declined. Your birth mother passed away early. The sect of butterflies was originally passed down by only one person. Now, there is no successor. Now that we have found Fourth Mother and you too, it is really fate. As for the sect of Butterflies and Flowers, although they are not as single as the sect of Butterflies, they do not have enough people. During the chaos a few years ago, our country was destroyed by the Demonic Palace and the Thousand Goblin sect. The outer valley of butterflies was attacked by the enemy and burned to ashes. We had no place to stand. That's why Inen hid her identity and disguised herself as a bandit. She met you and traveled together with you. It must be fate. When Aunt Inen said this, Yue Yang's heart trembled slightly. Finally, someone mentioned information about the pitiful guy's birth mother. From Aunt Inen's tone, the pitiful guy's birth mother was the successor of the sect of butterflies. What made Yue Yang even more surprised was that the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers used to manage a country. Under the joint attack of the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect, the country was destroyed in the end. This was not simple either. Both the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect were powerful hidden organizations. Especially the demonic palace. Even Da Sha, Tian Luo and Zijin, the three great kingdoms, did not dare to look down on them. The Valley of Butterflies and Flowers was able to fight against both the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect at the same time. Thinking about it, it was actually very powerful. What was the original country called? Yue Yang was really curious. Every 100 years, many countries in the Soaring Dragon continent would be destroyed. However, he did not know which country was so powerful that they could fight against the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect. Our country was originally called Dawn Light. The outside world generally calls us Guang Guang, or Ming. Inen's aunt seemed to be unwilling to talk about it. What? Yue Yang almost jumped up in shock. This Guang Guang, or Ming, country, Yue Yang also knew about it. The original Ming country was very big. It was one of the top 5 countries in the Soaring Dragon continent. However, the strange thing was that this country did not like wars. Furthermore, the country was ruled by a female ruler. The Ming country would rather pay a large amount of peacetime military expenses to the surrounding countries than to recruit soldiers for wars. At the border of the Ming country, even a small country the size of a bean could ask the Ming country for money. The Ming country was also the only country in the Soaring Dragon continent that would not attack independent cities. When other countries invaded, the Ming country would usually send strong warriors to persuade the soldiers to retreat and offer a large amount of money. If the city lord became independent, or if a city was attacked by the enemy, the Ming country would be the only country that would appease the citizens and let them follow the new city lord and live a good life. At the same time, they would also use a large amount of money to redeem the citizens who were willing to return to the Ming country. If there was a country that treated benevolence, righteousness and morality as the only standard of a country, it would be the Ming country that was ruled by a female ruler. To the ordinary citizens, this kind of country was very beautiful. But to the warriors, this kind of country was very depressing, because they did not have the slightest desire to fight. They could only take a beating without retaliating. What did this mean? This kind of cowardly country should have been destroyed very quickly. On the contrary, the Ming country had a history of thousands of years. Other than the 3 big countries, Da Sha, Tian Luo and Zijin, the Ming country had the longest history. Furthermore, the number of strong warriors that appeared in the Ming country was also incalculable. Even the talents of the 3 big countries, Da Sha, Tian Luo and Zijin, could not be compared to the Ming country. The Ming country's territory kept shrinking, but the number of strong warriors kept increasing. In the eyes of the foreigners, the Ming country was a joke. Although the Ming country had more than one innate ranker, they were invaded by a country that did not have any innate rankers. Furthermore, they did not retaliate after the invasion. For some reason, the Ming country, which had been one of the top 10 countries in the Soaring Dragon continent for the past 100 years, suddenly disintegrated. The various city lords and lords all became independent. In the end, the Ming country became a small country, with only a flourishing capital left. 15 years ago, the Ming country's capital was attacked by the allied forces of many countries, and the Ming country perished. The royal family of the Ming country did not seek the protection of the 3 big countries, nor did they have any thoughts of reviving their country. They were taken away by the innate rankers of the country, and their whereabouts were unknown. Yue Yang had seen this part of history before, and felt that the Ming country was very strange. How could there be people with such a good temper, just taking a beating without retaliating? Furthermore, how could this kind of country continue to exist? Just like the Da Sha kingdom or the Tian Luo kingdom, even the emperor would stand up and risk his life for a small matter. The heavenly imperial guardians would even threaten to destroy the other party, but the innate rankers of the Ming country did not even mention anything about taking revenge or reviving their country. Could it be that those innate rankers were made of tofu? If the Ming country's ruling philosophy was not good, then how could it continue to exist for 1,000 years? If it wasn't for the sudden disintegration, the Ming country would probably still be one of the top 10 countries in the Soaring Dragon continent. Furthermore, its economy would definitely be the most prosperous one. In these 100 years, what actually happened that caused the Ming country to disintegrate? What happened 15 years ago that caused the Ming country to perish? Yue Yang felt that there must be some kind of reason behind it. It might even be related to him. No, it should be related to the pitiful guy, because the pitiful guy's parents had passed away 15 years ago. Could it be that the pitiful guy's real identity was related to the perishing Ming country? Yue Yang remembered the diary that the pitiful guy's parents had left behind. There must be some information recorded in the diary. Maybe he could find out the truth, and find out the mystery of the pitiful guy's identity. He could also deduce why there were so many rankers joining hands to assassinate a shut-in who lived in the depths of White Stone City. Thinking about this, Yue Yang suddenly wanted to take a look at the diary. Chapter 193 Inches Why didn't the Ming Kingdom start a war? What I mean is, if they were worried about the casualties of their citizens, they could have hired mercenaries and warriors. It's better than not fighting back, right? Yue Yang really wanted to ask Inin's aunt what she was thinking. No matter if it's Her Majesty or the Valley Master, they are both kind and indifferent. They don't like war. In their hearts, no matter if it's their citizens or mercenaries, they are all lives. You are still young, so you can't understand their love and care for life. In their hearts, human life is the most important thing. As for the country, reputation and money, they are not important at all. Our butterfly and 100-flower clans did not establish our country to rule the world, but to continue the descendants of our two clans. Since the two generations are going to perish, then the country is no longer important. Whether it disintegrates or invades, let others do it. Since we can't control it anymore, we might as well let it go. Without people, why would we need so many places? Inin's aunt gave a reply that made Yue Yang sweat profusely. Yue Yang never thought that Inin's aunt would say such a thing. If it was another person, Yue Yang might think that the person was a hypocrite. But for Inin's aunt and fourth mother who was sitting beside her, Yue Yang suddenly felt that it was very reasonable. Because, if fourth mother's temperament was changed to be the queen, he believed that she would also rule the country like this. Because people like fourth mother were naturally kind and had no desire to fight. They were used to being submissive, it would be strange if they resisted. Yue Yang really wanted to ask about the identity of the pitiful guy's mother, but he was afraid that the pitiful guy already knew about it. If he asked, he would be exposed. Moreover, the old cunning fox, Shahu Wei Lai, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were all here. If he asked, it might not be convenient for him to answer. Since it's like this, if you need us juniors to run errands for you, you can tell me. Of course, Yue Yang pretended to be an obedient child and tried his best to leave a good impression in front of Aunt Inin. It could be seen that Aunt Inin attached great importance to Inin's future. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here personally and even waited for Yue Yang to wake up to question him personally. You are all children. As long as you don't forget to cultivate, you can play as much as you want. Aunt Inin couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. She waved her hand and said, I'm not looking for you to do manual labor. I just heard that Inin gave you the necklace, so I wanted to come and see you. Ah, at that time, I didn't know that she was. At that time, she said that she would introduce her younger sister to me. Does Inin have a younger sister? Yue Yang pretended to be ignorant and asked. No, she's the only child, and it took me a lot of effort to keep her. She's shy and doesn't dare to tell you the truth. A few days ago, I found out that Xian was originally a descendant of the 100 Flowers sect. Now, she has given birth to 2 daughters. I'm really touched. I never thought that the 100 Flowers sect would have a descendant. The heavens really pity us. For a male descendant like you to be passed down from generation to generation, both the butterfly and 100 flower lineages, you are probably the only one in 100 years. When Yi Nan's aunt said this, Yue Yang sweated profusely. He thought to himself, what kind of fertility is this? No wonder the country doesn't want them anymore. There's no male descendant to carry on the family line. However, they are all women, so it shouldn't be a problem if there's a male descendant, right? Yue Yang's imagination ran wild, but he couldn't understand it at the moment. Aunt Inin didn't specify what she wanted Yue Yang and Inin to do. She only asked Yue Yang to take some time to go back to the Valley of Butterflies and 100 Flowers with Inin to meet the Valley Master. It would be best if he could bring fourth mother, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang. She and fourth mother talked for a long time in a language that Yu Yang couldn't understand. She looked at Yu Yang from time to time, as if the topic they were discussing was related to Yu Yang. Someone strode into the courtyard from outside. His loud voice that sounded like a broken gong started shouting before he even entered the door, "This broken white stone city is even worse than the place where my family's servants live. There's not a single good place to stroll around. I'm bored to death. I say, fourth daughter-in-law, has your family's third son not woken up yet? Even a pig won't sleep for so long. Could it be that he knows that I'm coming, so he's hiding? This isn't the style of a man. I hate cowards the most." A man that looked like a black Zhang Fei came in from outside the door. He was extremely tall, and was estimated to be close to 2 meters tall. He walked briskly as soon as he entered the door. There was a loud thud. He almost broke the door, but he rubbed his forehead and walked in as if nothing had happened. He didn't say that he was careless when he walked, but blamed Yue Yang's house door for being too short. "I say, fourth daughter-in-law, your family is also not doing well. You built a house, but you didn't even open the door properly. How are the guests supposed to enter?" Yu Yang laughed when he heard that. "The main thing is that my family doesn't have any power. If we were the relatives of the emperor, the guests would have to bow their heads and bend their backs to enter. No matter how short the door is, it wouldn't be a problem." The man that looked like a black Zhang Fei immediately shook his head when he heard that. He lectured Yu Yang, "Brat, what do you know? It's only right to have a strong fist. What's the use of just being a relative of the emperor? If you want others to be afraid of you, you must be a strong warrior. Your fist must be stronger than anyone else's, and everyone would be afraid of you. Only then would they lower their heads. In this world, not to mention the relatives of the emperor, even the emperor wouldn't be able to do anything. Isn't your country's Zheng Wuyu an emperor? One of the 3 great empires' emperors, the emperor of the 9 great empires. How awesome does that sound? If he wants to see me, he would have to call me big brother. Do you know why? It's because my fist is stronger than his. If he doesn't call me that, I will beat him up. Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is the truth. Brother Hai, listen to me. Just now you said that you don't want to act big in front of the younger generation, but now you treat him as your big brother. He has been the number 2 for thousands of years. When did he become the big brother? How come I didn't know about it?" At the door, Da Sha Emperor Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and 2 middle-aged men walked in while chatting. Yu Yang could tell that those 2 were not simple people. One was as powerful as a male lion, while the other had an aura as deep as a leopard. Although he didn't know them, the strength of these 2 people were not below that of the eagle-eyed Sha Hu Wei Lai. If they were compared to the rankers of the Yu clan castle, they might be slightly weaker than Yu Shan, but they were definitely stronger than second uncle Yu Ling. Now, Yu Yang thought about the substitute clan master Yu Shan's various signs and aura. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. This Yu Shan should not only have the strength of a level 6 intermediate elder, but he couldn't see it at that time. Now that he thought about it, he felt that Yu Shan was a little strange. If there was a chance, he must investigate Yu Shan in detail. This guy gave off a bad feeling. As for Yu Ling, forget it. He was just a little elder, he should just ignore him. Fourth mother saw Elder Yu Hai and Zheng Wuyu entering the house and quickly stood up to greet them. Zheng Wuyu waved his hands casually, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. He walked to the old cunning fox's table and sat down. The eagle-eyed Sha Hu Wei Lai hurriedly stood up and poured tea for him. However, the old cunning fox only nodded his head and continued to sit in an arrogant manner. Elder Yu Hai nodded his head towards fourth mother and helped her up. However, he revealed an excited expression towards Yu Yang. Patting Yu Yang's shoulder, he nodded his head heavily and said, "All right." He seemed to be not very good at expressing his emotions. He patted Yu Yang's shoulder again, then turned around and sat beside Zheng Wuyu. On the contrary, the Zhang Fei-like man who had taught Yu Yang a lesson just now started to shout strangely. He circled around Yu Yang and looked at him from left to right, just like a farmer who had run to the cattle market to pick out his cattle. His big hand pointed at Yu Yang as he turned around and asked Elder Yu Hai, "Boss Yu, is this brat your family's good-for-nothing Xiao San?" He doesn't look like it. If this brat is a good-for-nothing, then I'll dig my eyes out for you. Didn't you come here to look for trouble? If you want to praise him, everyone is lining up to praise him. It's not even your turn yet. The old cunning fox was angry that Yue Yang didn't flatter him just now, so he took the opportunity to hit him when he was down. Good fellow, it's fine if you don't mention it, but once you mention it, I get angry. The Zhongfei-like man immediately became angry and grabbed onto Yue Yang's collar. Beat him up ruthlessly. You don't need to give me face. The old cunning fox added fuel to the fire. It's not good to slap him in the face, because Sister Fallen Flowers can easily see through it. If she feels sorry for you, second uncle, you'll be in big trouble. She won't be able to tell if you give this brat a few hidden punches. Why don't you take off his pants and spank his butt? Even if he beats you up ruthlessly, he won't dare to complain to Sister Fallen Flowers. This method is guaranteed to work. Princess Sissy was also angry that Yue Yang didn't give her face just now. She tried her best to give the Zhongfei-like man a rotten idea. It turned out that she was actually this fellow's relative. I'm born with divine strength. If I give him a few punches, won't this brat vomit blood and fall to the ground? The Zhongfei-like man's fists were indeed very big. When he shook them, it was very scary. Not at all. This brat's skin is very thick. He's very durable. The old cunning fox almost said that Yue Yang had copper skin and iron bones. Then I won't be polite. There's a ball of fire in my heart. If I don't hit someone, I won't be able to get rid of it. The Zhongfei-like man's iron fist was about to hit Yue Yang's chest. Suddenly, Yue Yang stopped him. When Yue Yang stopped him, the Zhongfei-like man was stunned. He didn't seem to understand why Yue Yang stopped him. He felt that hitting Yue Yang was a matter of course. If Yue Yang didn't let him hit him, it would be wrong. It might even be disgraceful. He asked curiously, "Why did you stop me? Don't tell me I can't hit you." Yue Yang's face revealed a bright smile. He nodded and said, "Of course you can hit me. But, why would a virtuous and talented senior like you want to hit me? Everyone knows that you've always been virtuous. You're kind and benevolent. You're wise and brave. You're filial to heaven and earth. You keep your word. You're a polite person. You've always been a righteous senior. Although you have divine strength in your arms, you'll never rely on your divine strength to bully the weak with your fists. An indomitable strong person like you will always protect the younger generation." How could you be provoked by the old cunning fox's words? Could it be that the old cunning fox thinks that his provocation, which even a 3-year-old child can see through, can affect you, who is known as the resourceful star? I think that's absolutely impossible. When the Zhongfei-like man heard this, he immediately put Yue Yang down. Seeing that Yue Yang's collar had wrinkled a little, he stretched out his hand and straightened it for Yue Yang. Nodding his head in agreement, he said, "Well said. Just now, I was just testing your courage. Now I realize that although your strength is not enough, your courage is not bad. You can be considered a good kid. As for other people's provocation, don't worry. I'm the wise Eastern Sky King. Can't I tell? You don't have to worry about me. I, the Eastern Sky King, have always been a virtuous person. Don't worry, I'll never hit you. Although I have divine strength, I'll never use violence." When the old cunning fox heard this, he immediately fell to the ground. He had seen people who liked to listen to flattery, but he had never seen someone who liked to listen to flattery so much. What an idiot. Princess Sissy's face was full of black lines. If he wasn't an elder, she would have poured hot tea on his head to wake him up. "Idiot, you betrayed him and still gave him money. That kid had already abducted your daughter. Why are you still trying to reason with him?" The old cunning fox almost died from anger. He originally thought that Yue Yang would suffer a little, but now it seemed that it was impossible. "That's right, why should I reason with you?" The Zhongfei-like Eastern Sky King raised his fist angrily and was about to beat Yue Yang up. "It's fine if you're being unreasonable. But you're a senior expert. You can't possibly wrongly accuse a good person, right? Why do you want to hit me?" Yue Yang calmly asked. You've messed me up, but I definitely have a reason for hitting you. Let me hit you first, then I'll explain it to you slowly." The Eastern Sky King felt that he was reasonable. It was just that after listening to Yue Yang's explanation, he was a little confused. He couldn't remember the reason why he hit him. "What if I'm wrongly accused? Can you let me hit you back?" Yue Yang asked back. "Of course not. I'm a dignified prince of Tian Luo Kingdom and also a senior. It's reasonable for me to hit you, but it's also reasonable for me to not hit you. Even if I hit you wrongly, it's your misfortune." The Eastern Sky King made it clear that he definitely wouldn't let Yue Yang hit him back, regardless of whether he hit him wrongly or not. "You're really a senior expert. What you said is absolutely right. Yue Yang smiled and affirmed. He gave the other party a thumbs up and praised him. In the end, when the other party was still happy, he suddenly asked, "Senior, I've never met you before. We don't even know each other. Once you entered the door, you started shouting about wanting to kill me. Furthermore, you did it in front of so many people. If everyone wasn't here, I reckon you would have killed my entire family. Is this how you act as a prince and a senior expert? I've been friends with your grandfather for more than 100 years. How could I do such a thing? You're simply slandering me." The Eastern Sky King was furious. "So that's how it is. This little one has made a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Your Highness, who is open-minded, magnanimous, tolerant, magnanimous and generous." Although Yue Yang's collar was being pulled, he still cupped his fists respectfully. "It's a small matter. My heart is like the ocean. I'll forgive you." The Eastern Sky King would be delighted when he heard flattery. "He's a liar. He kidnapped your daughter," the old fox quickly reminded him. "You liar, you dare to kidnap my precious daughter. I'll beat you to death." The Eastern Sky King immediately turned hostile and raised his fist. "You're saying that I kidnapped your daughter?" Yue Yang asked suspiciously. "That's right." The Eastern Sky King was 100% sure. Kidnapping and selling women and children is a serious crime. I support you on this point. However, did you see it with your own eyes? Did you find your daughter in this house? Yue Yang asked again. The Zhongfei-like burly man was speechless. Where could he find the evidence? He had only heard it from others. Idiot, he didn't really kidnap and sell you, he just stole your daughter's body and mind. He is a heartless and fickle man, a playboy, a playboy, a playboy. If you don't beat him up, what are you waiting for? The old fox was getting anxious. When the old fox said that, the Eastern Sky King raised his fist again. This time, he was determined to beat up Yue Yang no matter what he said. "Before you beat me to death, I want to know your daughter's name. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace." Yue Yang let out a long sigh. "My precious daughter is, of course, the most obedient, beautiful and adorable little fallen flowers. She was tricked by you. Now, she's hiding in her garden. She cries every day and washes her face with tears. I'm doing justice for the heavens by beating you up." When the Eastern Sky King said that, Yue Yang broke into a sweat. How did this guy give birth to City Lord Fallen Flowers? It seemed that City Lord Fallen Flowers' excellent genes were all inherited from her mother. Otherwise, she would have become a female barbarian. It's a misunderstanding. Actually, I'm the personal guard captain of City Lord Fallen Flowers. Yue Yang quickly put on an expression as if they were on the same side. He said with an unquestionable tone, "Although I didn't receive my salary, I can tell you responsibly that I've been working for half a month." Personal guard captain. The Eastern Sky King was stunned. "You're the personal guard captain of Little Fallen Flowers?" As early as when I went to the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower to retrieve the demonic flower from the Flying Peaks Space Pavilion, she had already made this request. But at that time, I still had some pocket money in my pocket, so I declined and did not accept this part-time job. But you know me, I'm very soft-hearted, especially towards girls. I said that I'd consider it and didn't reject her outright, mainly because I was afraid that your daughter would be sad. Of course, your precious daughter is also a reasonable person. She respects other people's opinions just like you, so she didn't force me to take the part-time position of personal guard captain." As soon as Yue Yang said this, the Eastern Sky King quickly let go of his hand and tidied up Yue Yang's collar. Yue Yang thanked him and continued, "Later, I went to the Despair Abyss to pick the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass. I thought that City Lord Fallen Flowers was a flower lover, so I invited her to pick it with me. After that, many things happened. I saw that City Lord Fallen Flowers was very sincere, so I agreed to be her personal guard captain. However, I mentioned that she wouldn't be on night shifts, and that she would get double pay for overtime and rest during holidays. She also agreed to it. You know that she's just like you, very understanding and kind-hearted." She went home and cried. "I don't think so. She didn't even cry when I did it with her. Why would she cry when she got home? What did you do with her?" Eastern Sky King exploded when he heard that. He almost strangled Yue Yang to death. "Grilled fish. I was grilling fish with her at the Cloud Top Lake. She put too much salt in it, so I criticized her a little. She didn't cry at that time. I thought she wouldn't cry when she got home. Who doesn't know?" Yue Yang spread his hands, indicating that he was wrong. "That scared me to death. So it was just grilled fish. Eastern Sky King patted his chest hard. Fortunately, nothing happened. That wasn't just grilled fish. I also did. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, Eastern Sky King lifted him into the air again. He looked like he was going to swallow Yue Yang alive. What else did you do with her? I made a corolla. You also know that your daughter likes flowers very much. I made a corolla for her. It was very suitable for her to wear. Under the starlight, she was as beautiful as the flowers. That kind of delicate posture was unparalleled. Especially when she didn't wear. Yue Yang stopped halfway. She didn't wear anything. Eastern Sky King cried. It was over. His precious daughter didn't wear any clothes. What would the result be? It's over, it's over. She didn't wear shoes. Her small jade feet were soaked in the lake water. The starlight reflected, crystal clear. At that time, I almost wanted to recite a poem to express my amazement. Unfortunately, my literary talent was limited. Also, I was shocked by her peerless beauty. I was shocked by the beautiful scenery of heaven and earth. Therefore, I didn't recite a poem. Why are you crying? When Yue Yang asked, Eastern Sky King hurriedly wiped his tears and revealed a smile. I'm not crying. These are tears of joy. Are you really the personal guard captain of Little Fallen Flowers? Eastern Sky King patted Yue Yang's shoulder affectionately. That's my honor. Do you think it's possible for me to fake it? Yue Yang puffed out his chest. His expression was incomparably proud. You really have nothing to do with her? Eastern Sky King asked. What can there be? Of course, xianxia, the Rouge Tigress was also there. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Yue Yang pointed at Princess Sissy who was snickering. Princess Sissy saw Yue Yang glaring at her. His expression seemed to say, if you really say it, we'll break up and die together. She stuck out her little pink tongue and snorted. She turned her head away and didn't look at him. However, she pricked up her ears and listened to him bluffing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Eastern Sky King almost fainted. 2 women and 1 man. Moreover, the 2 women were love rivals. It wasn't a man and a woman alone. Didn't I worry for nothing? Zheng Wuyu and the others pretended that they didn't hear anything, but they were secretly laughing until their stomachs burst. They didn't expect that the Eastern Sky King, who was known as the Fire Barbarian Bull, would actually be fooled by a junior like Yue Yang. Not only was his fiery bull temper unable to explode, he was also almost beaten to the ground by Yue Yang. This fellow even boasted that he would definitely beat up this cunning brat. Now he had suffered a huge setback. Fourth Mother saw that the Eastern Sky King couldn't explode, so she secretly sulked. She rebuked Yue Yang and asked him to apologize. You're really mischievous. Quickly apologize to the Eastern Sky King. There's nothing for you kids to do here. You guys go and play yourselves. We still have something to discuss. Princess Sissy signaled Yue Yang to walk out. She had something to talk to Yue Yang about. If it was just her, Yue Yang wouldn't care about her. This Rouge Tigress had been causing trouble for him just now. He still hadn't punished her yet. However, his cousin Yu also stood up and whispered into Yue Yang's ear, those subordinates of yours who participated in rescuing Fourth Mother have almost all sacrificed themselves. There's only one left. She's heavily injured. I'm afraid she won't be able to live past today. She wants to see you before she dies. Subordinate? When did he have any subordinates? Yue Yang was curious.